Thank you for listening to Salt Lick Range, a wild western action adventure. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button above, so you don't miss any of the roundup adventure. Chapter 1. Bitterer than the knowledge that his father had died in prison was Rip Campbell's discovery that well-meaning men had unwittingly aided the unknown plotters who had framed Ira Campbell, aided them by not telling of a few trivialities which hid the truth. And now, the plotters had a new victim picked and ready. Rip pushed open the swing doors, stepped inside, stopped, and stood motionless. His tall, black-garbed figure was filmed with dust. Dust darkened his blond hair and streaked his tired face. His features had lost their fresh look of youth in these past 12 months. He had put on a dozen years in the last 10 days. It seemed a long time he had been away. The big room had gone very still. Behind the bar, gaunt-bodied Calqueen gently set down the whiskey bottle he had just opened. At the end of the bar, Rick Zachary leaned, his genial sun-leathered visage concerned, his intense blue eyes waiting and anxious. At the bar, at the gaming tables, at the various customers, especially Sam Wright, were quite as openly concerned as silently waiting. Only one man moved. Martin Thomas, for 7 years now the houseman at the Blackjack, the only square gambler a good many men in Salt Lick had ever known, started to move forward, a hand half raised in greeting. He did not look towards Zachary, but the immobility of the whole room caught him. He too went still, slowly lowering his hand. In that blanket of silence, that concentrated regard eloquent with an almost embarrassing welcome, with a grim championship none of these men could put into words, Rip forced his reluctant feet on, not toward the bar, but along the wall. 30 pairs of eyes watched him, helpless. He stopped before a document draped with crepe. The crepe was faded and dusty now. A year ago it had been black and clean. A muscle bunched in Rip's jaw as he read the familiar lines and remembered tough old Bobby Harris, because of whom his father Ira and his brother Barry had died. The yellowing document read, "To whom it may concern, this is to certify that Rick Zachary has on this day loaned me the sum of $26,000 bucks. As security for so generous a loan, I hereby make him silent partner in my beloved saloon, which is to become his sole property in case it ever proves impossible for me to pay back his loan. Signed, Bob Harris, witness. Calqueen." Rip turned away, his dirt-streaked features blank of all expression. He went toward the bar, stopped and stood there, looking around at familiar faces, still stripped bare of speech, of even the impulse to bring sound out of his throat. Queen wordlessly shoved toward him the open bottle and a clean glass. Thomas stood at his elbow and raised a hand to grip the boy's shoulder, saying nothing. Sam Wright smiled a little diffidently and took a step toward him. Rick Zachary spoke the first word, his heavy voice subdued. "You needn't say anything, son, we heard. You just get back." Rip nodded and reached for the whiskey bottle. "You on your way after Dave Hawley, boy?" Thomas asked. "Yeah." Sam Wright said, "You want any help?" "Every damn man here." Rip cut in. "I'll go alone. I owe Dad and Barry that. Hawley put the bullets in 'em. You better take some of us along, boy. Dave shoots in the back." "At least let me and Martin," Wright protested. Rip cut him off. "I'll go alone." "Thanks, but I'll go alone." He emptied a second glass of whiskey. The silence, the immobility, held sway again. Most of them had known Rip all his life. These men gathered about him. They had known his father, his mother, and his brother, as they had known the girl he loved, Cat O'Hara, and Cat's mother, black-haired, acid-tongued old Meg, as they had known the wide lands of the Rip home acres, the quarter-circle star. They did not like the picture they were seeing in their mind's eye, of young Rip prone, a bullet hole between his shoulder blades. Sam Wright, whose holdings were just over Star Hill from the Rip place, cleared his throat and made another try. "Listen, kid, you won't have a dog's chance with that treacherous son of a—" Rip wheeled from the bar. "It's no use talking, Sam. It's my fight. I'll still take it alone." He went out through a silence as profound as that in which he had entered, his black figure like a shadow moving toward the swing doors. The late sun, slanting through the front windows, gleamed on the mica-flecked dust powdering his shoulders, on the falling specks of sawdust kicked up by his lifting heels. The doors shut behind him. They saw him rise to the saddle on the rangy, long-legged sorrel they knew, heard the horse's hoofs beat a retreat beyond their sight. The silence shattered. Sam Wright brought his hand flat down on the bar. "By Judas, I'm going after him. We've had enough killing out of Dave Hawley. He shot Ira and Barry just because he wanted all the loot himself, plugged Bobby Harris and Joe Willoughby just because they'd have seen him from the stage and could identify him. He ain't going to add Rip to his list. I'm going after that kid." Rick Zachary's voice was not subdued now. It rattled the windows. "You'll stay right where you are, Sam Wright. That boy's took enough, and I reckon this is his show. He told us to keep out, and we're doing as he asks. Have you forgot that Mike Dillon and all the rest of the boys are still right there on the quarter-circle star to side him?" Wright subsided. "I guess I was forgetting that for the minute, Rick. You're right, as usual. We'll stay out till he calls us in." Martin Thomas said soberly, "If only he doesn't call too late." Chapter 2. The dusk was deepening into night as Rip rode the horse down the lane and turned into the barnyard. He stepped from the saddle, dropped the reins over the horse's head to the ground, and started across the yard toward the back porch of the big house. The light in the kitchen window was a defiant challenge. He wondered if Dave Hawley really could still be there. Would Dave have the sheer cold nerve to dare still be there? Was the light in the window a leering bluff, and Dave warned and gone long ago? Rip stopped at the foot of the porch steps, listening, his right hand mechanically resting on the butt of the gun in his holster. No sound came from inside. He went swiftly up the treads, crossed the porch, flung open the door, and walked boldly into the familiar room. Dave Hawley was still there. He was over against the wall, across the kitchen, facing him, gagged, bound, and tied into a chair. He was a thin man, a little over medium height, good-looking in a gaunt, rugged fashion. Hawley wasn't very good-looking at the moment, his graying hair disheveled, his face battered and bloody. He had been severely beaten not too long since. Pinned to his breast was a scrap of paper with writing on it. The roughly printed words were large. Rip could read them easily from where he stood. "Here he is waiting for you. The rat who killed your big brother and framed your old man into the pen. Nobody will ever ask what you did with him. We believe in justice. The vigilantes." Hawley sat hunched in his bonds. He had never been a coward at any time in his 45 years, but there was undisguised terror in his straining eyes now, eyes half closed by the puffing flesh around them. Hawley knew well, as everyone on Salt Lick Range knew, how Rip had revered old Ira and the older boy Barry. He knew how stunned the young boy had been by the tragedy, how wildly Rip had sworn vengeance and vowed to get back the quarter-circle star, the ranch that had been owned by his family for 3 generations, that was now legal and legitimate property of Dave Hawley. Everyone on the range knew also how, 10 days ago, the prison authorities had sent for Rip, saying that the old man was dying. They knew that the old man had died swearing it was Dave Hawley who had framed the robbery evidence on him and killed Barry. They knew that Rip was returning to the Salt Lick Range today. As he stood there, looking down into Hawley's battered face, Rip suddenly knew a few things himself. He knew that Dave fully expected to die within the next few minutes, knew that the terror in Hawley's eyes was not craven, yellow, it was rebellious. As men often do in moments of terror, show upon their faces some desperate emotion from deep within, some emotion that cannot possibly be any dissembling. So now such an emotion claimed all of Hawley's bruised and bloody features. Rip stared, mouth half open, locked into immobility by sheer incredulity. Then the moment of incredulity was gone, and he knew. Not from any man's tongue would he have believed what he read in Dave Hawley's face. He could believe what he saw with his own eyes. I know. He whipped the gag from Holly's mouth and bent over him. I know. You didn't do it. No, Holly whispered with dry lips. No, son. I didn't do it. Rip started untying the bonds. The old man thought it was you. But it was somebody else framing you. That's right. Somebody dressed in your clothes, Rip said slowly, riding your horse. And of course, you've always known it. That's right, boy. How did you know? Why, how could I help but know? My horse was gone that night. My clothes had been taken. They was all brought back in the morning before I got up. The horse was caked with dried sweat and mud, the mackinaw and shirt dirty and bloody. What did you do with him, Dave? Burned the clothes, son. Cleaned up my horse and sold him to a drifter bound for Mexico. Holly flexed his cramped arms and legs as Rip removed the last thing. Ever since then, every hour, every day, I've been expecting your old man to bust out and accuse me. Why didn't he ever do it before? Why did he say at the trial that he didn't know who done it? Why did he break down now at the end and blurt out what he thought was the truth? Rip dropped wearily into the nearest kitchen chair and rubbed a hand across his forehead. He knew the state I was in, Dave, and knew if he told then, I'd sure go on the prod after you, get into trouble, and maybe get myself killed. He figured the sheriff would catch up with you with the one bandit who, supposedly, got away. He told you that? Yeah. But when he realized he was dying, figuring I'd cooled down enough now to leave it to the law, he thought the law ought to know the bandit was you. Being as the law hadn't caught up with the fella in a year now, Holly said, and it had begun to look as if they never would. Yeah. What did the old man die of, Rip? The chest wounds he got that night of the hold-up, coupled with pneumonia. The blood on your shirt was Barry's blood, Dave. It's on some man's hands. And now the old man's life is on that fellow's hands too. If it hadn't been for the old wounds, the old man would have pulled through. Yeah. The prison doc said so. And I'd have had a chance to clear him and get him out of there. Rip sat silent, remembering the night of the robbery, when the incoming stage had been held up by 3 masked men. The masked men had gotten the box of money off the stage. Then there had been a gun battle. 2 of the bandits had dropped, the 3rd had ridden off, the stage had raced away. Harris and Willoughby, passengers in the stage, had been shot to death, the stage driver and the guard wounded badly. In the morning, the sheriff and his posse had found 2 masked men lying in the brush at the scene of the holdup, Barry Rip, dead, and old Ira Rip unconscious but still alive. Later, Ira Rip had told a wild story. He had, he said, been going home from town with Barry, neither of them armed. A masked man had held them up, forced them at the point of the gun to ride to the scene of the holdup, then had shot them down from behind, after ordering them to turn their backs to him. That was the last the old man had remembered, until he regained consciousness in the sheriff's office. Nobody had ever believed that story but Rip and Cat O'Hara. Holly's voice drew Rip back to the present. But now, dying, Ira admitted that he'd seen enough that night to recognize my black and yellow striped shirt, my black and white plaid mackinaw, and my blaze-face black with the 4 white stockings. Rip said, "It's a good thing you were wise enough to burn the clothes and get rid of the horse." Holly smiled thinly. After word had already got all over town what had happened, when the stage came in. Hell, son. The minute I found that mackinaw and shirt stuffed under my bunk, and got a look at my horse, I knew what the score was. I'd been pretty drunk the night before. I was sleeping it off. I wasn't supposed to discover them things. The sheriff was when he went combing the town buildings and houses for possible clues. And there wasn't another man around Salt Lick who wore a black and white plaid mackinaw, or a striped shirt like that one. There wasn't another black mark like yours on Salt Lick Range. Rip got to his feet and started pacing restlessly. Who did that to you tonight, Dave? Beat you up, tied you in that chair and gagged you? I don't know, boy. They wore kerchiefs over their faces, just had holes in 'em for eyes. Only two of them spoke. I didn't know their voices. He added with a wry smile, or their clothes. How many of them were there? 6. They said you'd be coming after me, hog wild. Said they were going to fix me so I couldn't run. And you put up a fight. That I did. Don't I look like it? Slightly. Were you going to run, Dave? Hell yes. From me or the sheriff? Both. What chance would I have once I was jailed, with your old man spilling that kind of evidence against me? How many men do you think would be ready to swear that I never wore that mackinaw or shirt since that night? Rip whistled under his breath. Half of Salt Lick. I could swear it myself, now that my attention has been called to it. You and everybody else, Holly said grimly. They've got me in a tight. I was going to duck and lie low until you cooled off, or some evidence could be dug up in my favor. The news had only just got around via the party line. I was all ready to make a fast getaway when them 6 birds busted in on me. And one of those 6 buzzards or more killed Barry and the old man and robbed the stage, Rip said. You realize that, don't you? Nobody else would have been that much interested in seeing me drill a couple of holes in you. He stopped and stood thinking, an odd expression growing on his face. Holly said, What's biting you? I was just thinking, Dave. My horse was tired. I took it pretty slow coming out. 6 men from town with fresh horses could have circled me and got here ahead of me, easy. He was recalling with sharp clarity Sam Wright's insistent argument that he needed help to go after Dave Holly. Only too easily, Sam could have slipped out of the saloon with 5 other men and hit for the quarter-circle star. Rick, Zachary, and Mongo Thomas would have had no chance to stop them once the men had gone out of the blackjack swing doors. Holly said, Sure. They could have. And where does that get us? I still have to hide. The sheriff will be after me pronto. It's funny he hasn't shown up before this. Rip turned to face him, eyes gone hard. No. You're not going to run, Dave. The best place for you to hide is in the county jail, with John Lander keeping guard over you. And that's where you're going. That's where we're both going. Straight to Sheriff Lander for you to give yourself up. Holly jerked himself erect, almost spilling out of his chair. Like hell I am. I wouldn't have a chance. You will, after I get through talking to John Lander. Leave that to me. You'll hole up safe in a cell and let those buzzards think they've gotten away with it. And while Sheriff Lander is taking everybody's attention with his monkey shines, I'll be tracking down the polecats that tried to frame you. Holly stared, suspicion flashing into his eyes. I don't like this. What are you trying to pull? Rip looked back at him steadily. How do you come to own this ranch, Dave? Why did I put it on the block, holding it so dirt cheap that it would have to sell quick? Why was I ready to let some other man buy everything I owned, lock, stock, and barrel, at half its worth? Why was I willing to give up everything right when Kat and I were going to be married? Holly said slowly, to lay your hands on some ready cash to fight the case for your old man. And your expensive lawyer spent it all for you and lost the case. He didn't have a chance either. I see what you mean. Rip said, and do you think I'm going to take it lying down now? Let my father and my brother go unavenged. Let another innocent man suffer for the crime. Let the real killers go riding around the country scot-free. Holly said, No. No, I guess not. But what can you do? I don't know, till I get started. But they'll never hang you for something you didn't do, Dave. Believe me. Holly sighed wearily. Okay. I guess it's the best cover-up you could have to work behind at that. All right, son. I'll go with you to the sheriff. They went out of the house and started down the steps, and Rip caught the glimmer of bunkhouse lights through the branches of the cottonwood grove. And Versa's odd thing occurred to him then, a thing that caused his skin to crawl and raise the hairs on the back of his neck. The bunkhouse in the cottonwoods. 6 cowboys in the bunkhouse. He remembered what Mike Dillon, the foreman, had said to him when the quarter-circle star had passed into Dave Hawley's hands. "I guess we'll just stay on. Not that we've any particular liking for Dave Hawley, but all of us been here a long time. The quarter-circle star is home. I guess we'll just hang around and keep an eye on the ranch." Rip followed Hawley down the steps and across the yard, his gaze lingering on the lighted windows in the grove. How did it happen that the boys hadn't heard the racket in the kitchen? Could it be possible they hadn't heard? And if they had heard, why hadn't they come rushing to Hawley's assistance? 6 cowboys. 6 vigilantes. They might have done a thing like that. You wouldn't hear them using the word loyalty, but they knew what it meant. Still, how could that be the answer? Hawley would have known the voices of his own men. Rip frowned as he went into the barn with Hawley to saddle another horse. Something was haywire somewhere, but he wouldn't go out to the bunkhouse and face the boys down, not yet. He could hear Mike Dillon's bull roar of laughter, the nostalgic twang of Skeet's mouth harp. He turned his face away. No, not yet. Get Dave Hawley safe in a cell first. Half an hour later, Rip and Dave Hawley rode down the trail toward the town of Salt Lick together. Less than a mile away from the ranch, they met Sheriff Lander on his way to the quarter-circle star to pick up Hawley. The moon was high now. There was plenty of light for them to see one another. John Lander was a tall, slope-shouldered man with a barrel chest and a melon belly. His thick hair and bushy brows formed sharp white contrast to his red face. His shrewd gray eyes habitually wore a deceptive look of indolent inattention. He drawled mildly. He spoke always as if he were afraid of waking somebody asleep a few feet distant. His gaze played between Rip and Dave Hawley as they drew rein confronting him. "Well, what you won't see when you ain't got a gun." Hawley and Rip riding along like old Tillicums. "I'd have been here before, only I was out of town when the news broke." Rip said, "We were on our way to town, John. Hawley's coming in to give himself up." If there was any surprise on Lander's face, it failed to show in the moonlight. He said in his hushed voice, "Fair enough. Pretty damn smart, too. We ain't never had a mob in Salt Lick yet. This has always been pretty peaceable country. But we ain't never had a killing like this in Salt Lick before, neither. Everybody's been pretty bad worked up over it. However, we can talk when we get to my office." It was nearly an hour later when they rode the back alleys of Salt Lick to the combined sheriff's office and 2-cell jail. Lander led the way in, lighted the big lamp over his desk, and pulled down the old green blinds over the windows. Then he turned to face the other two and let his gaze wander lazily over Hawley's assorted cuts and bruises. Hell, it looks as if he had a little trouble persuading you, Dave." Rip said, "I didn't do that, John. Sit down and let me talk for a few minutes." Lander sat down on the edge of his desk and listened as Rip told all he knew, repeated all Hawley had told him. He took the note that had been pinned to Hawley's chest out of his pocket and laid it down on the desktop. Lander read it without touching it, then looked up at Hawley. Hell, Dave, this here sure is a mixed-up mess. What's your idea?" Rip said, "It's plain as a haddock on a hook, isn't it, John?" 3 men held up the stage, one of them wearing Dave's shirt and mackinaw and riding Dave's horse. When the gun battle broke, 2 of them fell, according to pre-arranged plan, neither of them hurt. After the stage drove off, those 2 simply got up and rode away. Lander said dryly, "Then the 3rd one rid on, held up Barry and your old man, herded him up there where the stage was held up, plugged him in the back to make it look as if they was shot trying to get away, put masks on him, and rode off to join the other 2. You really believe all this?" Rip said, "I have to believe it. I have to believe what Dave says. You have to keep Dave in a cell and stall along with the trial and give me a chance to prove the truth." Lander raised one hand and rubbed the lobe of his right ear. "Oh, I have I?" "Yes. You see, John, Dad told me something he never told the warden or the prison doc." "Yeah. What was that?" "That he couldn't be sure it was Dave that night. That even though the fellow was wearing Dave's clothes and riding Dave's horse, somehow he felt a mortal doubt of its really being Dave. That's the real reason he never mentioned it before. Rip kept his gaze on Lander, wondering if anything that thin would go down with the sheriff, wondering if Dave would guess that he lied. Lander said gently, "Why bring it up now then?" "Well, it could be a clue to the real killer, couldn't it, John?" That was what Dad thought. It had to be a man about Dave's size and build. Not necessarily. The man was on a horse, it was night, your old man was bad excited. A Mackinaw ain't form-fitting, as you might say. Could have been a man 3 sizes larger than Dave, but not smaller, hell. Not smaller. Ira would have noticed that. Dad didn't want the bandits to go free, John. He knew none of the 3 had been caught yet. Landers rubbed a hand along his jaw, thoughtfully. Hell, boy, you're getting me all mixed up. All along it's looked so darn clear that Ira and Barry and one other man held up the stage. Looked like it couldn't be no other way. When the news busted this afternoon, it looked just as clear that Ira had finally give in and squealed on the 3rd man. I still can't see it no other way. I don't blame you none for believing the old man's yarn, but it just don't make no sense. You're just too stubborn to try to see anything else. Simply because somebody swiped Dave's clothes and horse, Rip said. Lander interrupted. And Dave was damn fast about burning them clothes and getting rid of the horse, hoping nobody would notice it, according to his own tell. If that ain't the action of a guilty man, what is? I told you why he did that, Rip said hotly. He'd heard about the robbery. He knew what would happen to him if those bloody things were found in his cabin. Look here, John. How did that so-called payroll money off the stage get into Dad's and Barry's pockets if they were shot down at the holdup? They'd have had no chance to divide the loot yet. Lander said, "Well, you remember what Ira said. He didn't know how it got there. Said he'd never carried $4,000 on him that way in his life. It must have been planted on him and Barry by the man that shot him." Sounded as loco as all the rest of it, son. The robbers would have had more sense than to do a thing like that, seeing as the 3rd man had rid off with the money box before Ira and Barry was shot down. Hell. I guess I better tell you where that money come from. Rip stared. You know. Sure I know. Why didn't it come out at the trial then? Hell, boy, it didn't need to. I was conducting that trial, wasn't I? Jury convicted Ira without evidence. I didn't see no need of mentioning it. I knew. That was enough. That money was took off Bob Harris. He was always packing a wad. And the money on Barry was took off Willoughby. Bobby Harris said so. He told Frank Lee, and Frank told me. I told Frank to keep his mouth shut about it. Willoughby was instantly killed. Bobby lived almost till they got into Salt Lick. Frank stopped the stage to see if there was anything he could do for the passengers, and that's when Bobby told him. The other 2 robbed him and Willoughby, he said, while the 3rd man covered the stage with his gun. The 3rd man had the money box. There ain't no use arguing, boy. Ira and Dave and Barry is all guilty as hell. Holly had been sitting by the desk, listening silently, saying many things with his eyes. Now he edged into the conversation. Sheriff Lander, I realize I'm still pretty much of a stranger here, being as I come to Salt Lick Range only about 6 weeks before the stage robbery. What did you come for? Lander put in softly. To buy myself a ranch here because I liked the territory, and later found the quarter-circle star begging for a taker. And stranger or no, seeing I'm so vitally concerned in this, I'd like to say something here. Yeah. Well, say on, Dave. I'd just like to say this, to go on record saying it. I never had a thing to do with that robbery. I'll take my oath on the Bible if you like, and I respect the Bible. So do I. Lander leaned to slide open a drawer of his desk. He took out a good-sized Morocco-bound Bible and laid it before Holly. Let's see you do it. He stood there staring at Dave, and his indolent-seeming eyes had changed. held something deep and hard and menacingly challenging. Holly rose, laid his right hand palm down on the pebbled black leather, and looked steadily into Lander's gaze. "I swear before my God that I had nothing to do with the robbery in which Ira and Barry Rip were shot." He removed his hand and dropped it to his side. Lander shook his head, reaching slowly to return the Bible to its drawer, his regard still intent on Holly. Hell, that beats me. I don't know. I've watched a hell's mint of men taking oaths, good men and bad. I always thought I could read a man's face. Now, I don't know. I reckon I got to give you the benefit of the doubt, Dave, till you're proved a liar. When a man swears before his God, Holly said, "That money taken off the stage, Sheriff, that 40,000 is mine and ranch payroll money." Lander said, "I know. It's never been found, Dave, never a trace of it nowhere." Holly said, "I know where it is. I've known for 3 days." Lander's sleepy eyes almost closed. "Yeah. Tire hell. Where is it?" "Buried under the saddle room floor, in the barn, on the quarter-circle star." Rip sucked in his breath. "In our barn. How'd you find it?" "I seen a little heap of dry dirt on the floor, where none had ought to be. It had rained that day. The outside ground was all wet. I thought that was funny. I started looking and come across a loose board, pried it up, and dug around a little. Buried under there in the dirt was the stage money box. Somebody had been getting into it. I didn't even open it. I left it right there the way I found it." Lander asked, "And why didn't you come in and tell me?" "I was waiting to see if Ira would give out anything more before he died." Lander pursed his lips dubiously. "Could be. Well, I'll tell you, I'll put Dave in a cell. I ain't saying I believe him, and I ain't saying I ain't. I've seen other men swear before their God, believed them, and found out they was lying. I can't be too fast about believing now. But I will do this. I'll give you a chance to unearth some proof. I'll give you 1 week." Dave said, "How do you think he's going to dig up in a week what you couldn't dig up in a year?" Lander said, Hell man, I don't know. But you got to reckon with this. I always believed on the evidence that Ira and Barry had to be guilty. I'm just a plain man. I got my faults, and maybe I wasn't looking the right way. He believes you and Ira and Barry is all innocent. He'll go looking a different way. And I'll back him if he runs into anything. I'll be siding him shoulder to shoulder. And I'll keep right on looking, too. That's all I can do." "But only a week," Holly protested. "I know. But that's about all I'm going to have myself, Dave. Hell, do I have to remind you again that this whole range is still all heat up over this killing? If I stall the trial off more than a week, looking for further evidence when everybody believes I've got all the evidence any man needs, I'm going to have a mob on my hands. They'll bust down the doors and hang you higher than a Kate, and I won't have a chance to stop them. I'll have my work cut out for me holding them quiet for a week. I still don't see how you can be telling the truth, don't see how Rip can find any contrary evidence. And if he don't, I got to hold you guilty, Dave. That's my last word." Rip turned away. His last word was for Holly. "Keep your chin up. I got you into this when you might have skinned out and laid low and saved yourself. I'll do something. I don't know how, but I'll do something. I tell you again, you'll never hang for a crime you didn't commit." Lander said to his back before he could open the door, "Wait outside. I'll lock Dave up. Then we'll scoot out to the ranch and get that money box before anyone knows I got Dave here. Be with you in a minute." They rode out to the quarter-circle star and found the money box exactly where Dave Holly said it was. The money box was empty. Lander took it with him. Together, in almost total silence, the two men rode back to Salt Lick. Rip went on alone up the one main street of the town, past the Blackjack and all the other business buildings, until he came to the farther edge of town, and a small 4-room cottage built several yards back from the board sidewalk. In front of the cottage was a strip of green grass and a path bordered with red and white spice pinks and blue lobelia, all characterless shades of gray and black in the moonlight. He walked up to the door and rapped, his gaze on the wide front window and the blank shelves within. Nothing was on any of the 3 shelves but a loaf of bread. Meg O'Hara's pies and donuts didn't last long in Salt Lick. Meg herself opened the door and stood there big and broad, peering out at him, her black hair shining in the light from behind her, sudden welcome livening the severity of her broad and heavy face. "Rip boy, you're back. Can't ye still come in without knocking, and this your home for nigh onto a year? You look beat out. I've got some fresh donuts and your favorite apple pie waiting for ye. Come on in." Rip stepped inside, glancing about the room beyond. "Where's Cat Meg?" "Out in the kitchen seeing to the beef roast I've had cooking for ye. We looked for ye back today. They got Holly yet? Or don't ye know?" Rip walked over to a chair and sat down, took off his dusty hat and laid it on the floor, letting his arms fall limp on the arms of the chair. "John's locked him up in a cell. Dave isn't guilty, Meg." Meg shut the door and walked slowly back to stand facing him. "Rip boy, you're stubbornest man I ever knew since Sean O'Hara died. Why don't ye drop this foolishness and try to forget it? I tell ye to me and Cat what your old man and your brother may have been. It's you we're talking into the family, not them." Rip met her gaze levelly. "And I'm telling you for the 1000th time that I'll never marry Cat with anything like that hanging over me. I'll never marry Cat until I can prove that Dad and Barry had nothing to do with that robbery. And now I've got Dave to clear, too, with only a week to do it in before another innocent man dies." Meg's quick anger flared, but before she could say anything more, the kitchen door swung open and Cat came swiftly before them, her face eager, her eyes bright with welcome at sight of Rip sitting there. He watched her as she came toward him, slim and supple as old Meg once might have been, black-haired and tall like Meg, but the rest of her was Sean O'Hara. The dark brown eyes, the clean-planed mobile face, the stubborn temper and the hard will, all Sean O'Hara over again. Even Meg said so. Cat stooped over Rip and kissed him on the mouth, her hand closed on his forearm. "Rip, I'm so glad to have you back." He looked up at her, thinking how undesirable she was, how badly he had wanted her and how long. He freed his arm from her grip, raised the arm, put it around her and drew her down onto the chair arm beside him. Meg said, "Did ye hear the young fool? He's still after proof, and now it's Dave Holly who's not guilty. The devil take it, boy, you think Cat wants to wait forever?" Cat said quietly, "Ma, don't please. You know we can't agree. There's no use. Please." Meg turned around and stamped out into the kitchen, her heavy face clouded with anger. As the kitchen door closed behind her mother, Cat said, "You haven't learned anything new that could help Rip." Rip shook his head where it lay against her shoulder. "No. Everything I've learned only makes it look worse." He told her then all that had transpired since he had left Salt Lick in answer to the warden's summons. And at the end, he looked up to see Meg standing in the kitchen doorway and realized that she'd been listening all along. She said nothing, but came into the room to place on the table heaped dishes of food, steaming savory beef and potatoes, fragrant brown donuts, and the uncut apple pie. Cat said, "Come on and eat, Rip. You must be famished." He followed her to the table. She sat down opposite him, and Meg lowered her bulk into a chair at the end of the table, facing them both. Rip silently began to fill his plate. Meg said, trying to exhibit unwanted patience, "Look, boy. Devil take it, why can't you be reasonable? Barry was always a wild young hellion, forever getting into one scrape after another. You've got to face that. Ira was a reckless old reprobate, dericking like a fish and rather gamble than eat when he was hungry." Cat interrupted, "Please, Ma. We've been over all that, and over it and over it." Meg said belligerently, "Yes, and we're going over it again. That boy's got to see reason, if I have to pound it into him myself. Barry and Ira and Dave Holly held up the stage, robbed the stage and the passengers, and killed both passengers. Harris and Willoughby. Ira and Barry are dead. Dave Hawley will soon be. Why can't we accept tragedy with our chins up and go on and live past it? It's what we've got to do sooner or later. Tragedy comes to us all. You think it's been easy for me that Sean O'Hara got killed in a drunken fight at the mine? And me having to bring up my girls single-handed, baking sinkers and dough gads for cow nurses and pig slingers. I've held up my head. I've learned to forget. You can do the same. Rip knew what she meant. She didn't mention that the fight in which Sean was killed had been over a skittish, light-moraled woman, long gone from Salt Lick Range. And Meg O'Hara hadn't forgotten. Rip said quietly, 3 men as yet unknown and running loose on Salt Lick Range killed 4 men. Meg killed Harris, Willoughby, Barry and Dad, and framed Dave Hawley. You heard what I just told Kat. Dave isn't guilty, Meg. Meg sighed, running one hand deep into her thick black hair and leaving it there, leaning her head on it, her elbow on the table. It's no use arguing with ye. Maybe when this week's up and you're convinced that there's no contrary evidence to find, you'll give up and be sensible. You'll have to, or give up Kat by your own choice. Rip reached for another helping of potatoes. That's why I've got to win out. Meg, all of the reasons are big enough, but the biggest one's for Kat. When he rode away from the O'Hara cottage, the night was still young. Rip Campbell kept to the back alleys, grateful for the darkness, his mind worrying at the numerous dark facets of the bewildering situation. He thought of what Dave Hawley had said in the ranch kitchen, about being in a tight. He muttered sardonically, "He's in a tight. Hell, he doesn't even know what tight means. I got him to give himself up, when he could have slipped away and laid low. What if more planted evidence shows up to hang him?" Somewhere deep inside him a mocking voice challenged, and what if he is guilty? What if all this smooth build-up is only a slick trick one man ever put over on another? What was that payroll money box doing in the barn? Rip said vehemently, "No. He's not guilty. I have to believe what I saw in his face." The deep-down voice continued inexorable argument. "How can you be sure it wasn't a lie you saw in his face? All of this has been done behind so smoothly lying a face that no suspicion has ever been aroused as to the identity of the third man. Would this lie be any smoother than the rest?" Rip said, "But I had to stop him from running away. That would have stamped him even more surely as guilty. I thought you were just telling yourself how he might have slipped away and laid low. But I was wrong. I wasn't thinking straight. He couldn't have laid low, not for long, not after what Dad said and the warden spreading it everywhere. Half the country would have been looking for Dave. They'd have caught him sooner or later, mob wild, and hanged him. Just as they'll hang him now, if I don't dig up something." The deep-down voice said, "It'll have to be good. Or someone will come forward with fresh evidence to cinch him, maybe several somebodies. Maybe 6 vigilantes, by God." Rip stared ahead into the night, feeling the chill crawl on his skin again. The 6 vigilantes. The 6 cowboys in the bunkhouse. Why hadn't they come to Dave Hawley's aid when he was being beaten up and bound? When Lander and Rip had gone back to the ranch for the money box, the bunkhouse lights had been out. The boys had bedded down early, as usual. Rip had told himself now that he would see them before another day was out. It couldn't be too important. It was really quite possible the boys hadn't heard a sound. Possible that the vigilantes had left their horses some distance away and crept up to the house afoot. The more important thing now was to discover some evidence as to the identity of the 3 unknown men who had committed the robbery. "If there are any 3 such men," the deep-down voice answered. "The old man told you, dying, it was Hawley. Not only his horse, not only his clothes. It was Hawley's voice. I've always known it was Hawley who shot me and Barry. But the law ain't caught up with him. I've got to tell now. And I'm telling you, boy, I'm begging you on my deathbed. Don't go on the prod and stick your neck in a noose to even the score for me, Barry. You let the law take care of Dave Hawley. And once the law's got him, maybe Dave will tell who the other two was." Rip said, "My God, is it possible he can be guilty?" The deep-down voice echoed, a long way off, as if it were SA tricking at its own daring. "And maybe he isn't the only one who can really be guilty. Have you thought of that? Who are you to say that they couldn't rob a stage just because they were your father and your brother? What if, in trying to prove Hawley innocent, you only prove all three of them guilty? Have you thought of that?" Rip laughed, suddenly, not in mirth. "In a tight. I can't even turn around. So I've got to go ahead. And if there's no opening, I've got to bullet through. The first man I want to talk to is Frank Lee." Rip turned into the main street of Salt Lick and prodded the sorrel into a little faster pace. He drew rein at last before a small slab cabin beyond the edge of town, opposite from Meg O'Hara's. Frank and Don were still up. Lamplight glowed through the flour sacks over the windows. Rip dropped the sorrel's reins, stepped up to the door, and knocked. Frank Lee opened the door and stood silhouetted against the lamplight, a long, tough-sinewed man with a long, thin head and a turkey neck. His brown, straggling whiskers, leathery face, and squinting eyes were all the same color. He gaped at sight of Rip, then threw the door wide. "Well, hammer me down. Look who's here. Don. Come in, Rip. Me and Don were just having ourselves a little game of draw. Damn him, I caught him out on a limb with a bobtail flush and sawed the limb right out from under him. Set in and take a hand." Rip stepped into the cabin, seeing Don Bissell seated at the plank table, chair tilted back on its rear legs, cards held face down against his chest. Don, burly and bull-stout, had been shotgun guard ever since Frank had been driving stage. They lived in the same cabin, shared their meals and recreations. No one could remember ever having seen one without the other. Don took one look at Rip's face, dropped his chair legs to all fours, and tossed his hand of cards into the discard. "Sit down, Rip. We heard the news. John got Hawley yet?" "Shut the door, Frank." Frank closed the door, straddled an upended box, and with his foot shoved toward Rip the chair he himself had been using, the only other chair in the room. Rip said, "Hawley's in jail. He gave himself up. He's made a sworn statement that he's not guilty." Don winked and leered. "Nah, he ain't guilty. Polecats don't make a stink either." Rip said, "What do you mean by that?" Frank laughed. "Just what you think he does. We known all the time that Dave Hawley was the third man. We seen that Mackinaw and the blaze face that night too. The Mackinaw Dave ain't wore since." Rip said, "Why haven't you told on him then? You said at Dad's trial you didn't know who the third man was." Don said, "We didn't want him took then. We been watching him, known he couldn't get away from us. We been laying low, waiting for him to lead us to that cached money box." Rip said, "I don't believe you. You said at the trial, too, that you knew Dad and Barry were the other two. Maybe you believe that, but it isn't true. I came to ask you to help me get at the bottom of it." Don leaned forward, hands braced on the plank table, his bulky shoulders hunched. "We done got to the bottom of it. You might as well face up to it and stop beating your brains out over it. Your Dad and Barry and Dave Hawley pulled that job." Rip came out of his chair, both fists doubled. "Take that back or I'll knock you stem-winding." Frank reared to his feet, long head thrust forward on his long neck, clamped a hand on Rip's shoulder and slammed him back into his chair. "Cut that out, boy. Don and me don't lie any man out of character." Don said, "We didn't tell all we knew at the trial. We didn't have to. The evidence done the trick. Your Dad and Barry lying there shot up and with their masks still on, told the whole story. We knew them masks, unusual like they was. Cut out of stiff, shiny black oilcloth." Frank said, "Me and Don kept shut for your sake, kid. No use making it any worse than it was. This is the thanks we get." Don hadn't moved. His jaws had set till the muscles stood out, but he stayed where he was. Rip said to Frank Lee, "What else did you know?" "Look, kid," Don said quietly. "We'll fell you if you'll keep your shirt on. Pull any rough stuff and you'll get hurt. Promise to listen peaceable, and we'll spill all we know. Maybe it'll help you to take the whole thing on the chin and forget it." Rip said, "All right. I'll meet you halfway. I'll keep my ears open and my mouth shut." Don leaned toward him earnestly. Well, when they'd hauled the money box off the stage that night, Holly kept back away, holding the gun on us. The one that reached for the box had holstered his shooting iron. He was taking it to Holly. The one that came up to the stage still had his smoke wagon out. He says, "Need any help, Dad?" The one talking the box to Holly says, "Nope. 'Tain't heavy, Barry. I can handle it." Holly says, impatient-like, "Get a move on, Rip." The one with the box says, "Coming, Dave. Catch it." He handed the box over and turned back. Frank put in, "Then I whipped up the horses and Don reared up and let him have it." The two that had robbed Harris and Willoughby fired into the stage and turned and run. I pulled out my hog leg and got them both. By this time the one on the horse, the one that had taken the box, Holly, was blazing away at me and Don. He got me first and I dropped my gun. It was all I could do to hang on. Don said, then he got me and I flopped. The horses was going lickety-split by now. He kept furring after us, but the stage was all he could hit. We just crouched there and waited to get out of range. All we wanted to do about then was get out of there, and we got. I was hit. I knew Frank was hit. We didn't know yet that Willoughby was dead and Harris dying. Frank said, Harris and Willoughby was both well knew and well liked in Satlick, Bob Harris especially, him being a businessman. Nobody on this range is going to cool down over that robbery until we hang the third man who helped kill him. Third man hell, Rip cut in. None of the three has been caught yet. I wish you told all that at the trial. It could have saved Dad a year in prison. He might still be alive right now. Don scowled and blinked. Saved him? Are you plumb loco, kid? Rip hitched his chair toward the plank table. Can't you see it, man? What you've just said is proof that it couldn't have been Dad and Barry and Dave who held up the stage. Do you think if it had really been them, they'd have named names like that where you and Don could hear? It's the last thing they'd have done. But it's exactly what three other men would have done to try to frame Dad and Barry and Dave. And it wasn't too damn smart either. Don said slowly, maybe it was smart if you're really on the right track. Your Dad and Barry had never done nothing like that before. Being excited, they might forget and say things just like what we heard them say. Frank said, it was Ira and Barry and Dave Holly, Rip. I wish there could have been some other way about it. I wish we could have knew something that would have helped you to start to begin to prove it, some way. Rip said, you've done it. Frank blinked. What? Done what? Given me something to start on. The men who staged that robbery knew you and Don. They knew Dad and Barry and Holly, knew the way you'd all react. They couldn't have planned it so neatly otherwise. And if they knew you that well, you must know them. Think, Frank. Think. Wasn't there the least thing familiar about any of them, if you put aside all idea that they were Dad and Barry and Dave? Don said slowly, wait, there was something. I've always been so sure before that it was Ira and Barry and Dave. But when you put it that way, there was something that I thought was kind of odd for your old man to have done, no matter how excited he was. When? Rip cut in. When the men first came up to the stage. Or after they'd got the money box. Don said. It was after he'd taken the money off Bob Harris and Joe Willoughby. He'd taken it off Willoughby first, that wad he gave to Barry, heck. Excuse it. I'll start over. All right now. Here's three men. They hold up the stage with guns. Robber number one, the hairpin in the Mackinaw. He don't leave the saddle. He sits pat with his gun leveled. Frank said, Then the other two gets down and comes toward the stage where me and Don is waiting with our hands up. They orders Joe and Bob to get out the coach, and Joe and Bob gets out. Robber number 2 frisks Joe Willoughby and hands the dough to robber number 3. He frisks Bob Harris and sticks that wad in his own jeans. Don said, then he orders Joe and Bob to get back into the coach, and they get back. Frank said, then robber number 1 says to get the money box. Number 2 holsters his gun and reaches for the box, which I'm handing down to him. Number 3 is still standing there with his gun on us, like Don told you. Hold on a minute, Frank, Don put in. You're passing up the thing that I thought looked funny. He grinned at Rip, apologetically. Maybe it don't amount to nothing, but it sure looked queer with them birds in such a hurry, for him to forget hisself that way, and take time to do that. Frank's long face wrinkled in a scowl. I ain't sure I know what you mean, Don. Don said, I guess I never did mention it to you. I just put it out of my head and didn't pay it no mind. But with Rip bringing all this up, I got to thinking of it again. Putting it into words, though, it sounds so kind of puny. Rip said, never mind that, Don. Any little thing could be important. What did he do? Well, just as he started to reach up for the money box, he stopped deliberate, hauled a plug out of his pocket, and bit off a quid. Couldn't he have waited after he'd taken the box to number 1? Or after the stage was gone? But no, he had to have a chew right then. Looked like he was so plumb excited, he didn't think what he was doing at all. Frank said, sure. I remember that. He just complete and utterly forgot hisself. Then he seen me staring at him, and he give a kind of start, rammed the plug back in his pocket, and grabbed the box quick. And afterwards I got to thinking, Don said. And I couldn't remember your old man chewing tobacco none. Rip said he never did. He never chewed tobacco in his whole life. He smoked cigars. Frank said, reckon you better go on a still hunt, Rip, for all the men in Salt Lick that chews tobacco. Rip said, no. I want to find the man who used to chew, and quit suddenly about a year ago. Don said, jumping Judas. You've got me half believing your way now. Me and Frank will help. We can fool around so slick and sly nobody'll catch on to what we're up to. What if we got to lose? Rip got to his feet and shoved the chair back toward Frank Lee. All right, go to it. I need all the help I can get. I'll drop in every night and we'll compare notes. Don said pessimistically, still, a really slick hombre would keep right on chewing, wouldn't he? Knowing that to stop off short might be a dead giveaway. Then he saw the look on Rip's face and added hastily, but we'll go looking, Rip. We'll look good. Maybe that's just the one way he'll slip. The slickest of them slips somewhere. Rip said as he turned toward the door. That's a prayer, Donny boy, that's a prayer. Chapter 3. As he rode back across town to his room at Meg O'Hara's, Rip tried to recall all the little angles he might not have given serious consideration up to now. Was there anything stemming either from Bob Harris or Joe Willoughby that could have any significant bearing? When he reached the cottage, he found Meg gone to bed and Kat waiting up for him. He stretched out on the red plush sofa with his head in Kat's lap and asked her what she thought about it. Kat's brown eyes gazed into space as she smoothed his forehead with slow fingers. About Joe and Bob? How could there be? I don't know. I've been remembering that it was Bob Harris himself who let it out about the payroll money for the ranches and mines being due on that stage. Frank was mad as hell when he found it out, but it was too late then. Kat's fingers went still on his forehead. Yes, I remember. And he was even madder after the robbery. He said Harris had practically invited himself to get killed. He was right. If Bob hadn't talked too much, no one would have known of the money shipment. There wouldn't have been any robbery. But how did Bob find out? Frank was always tight-mouthed about valuable cargo. He never told Bob, never told anybody. Kat's hand slid down the side of his cheek and held it there. We might as well get it all out in the open. Ira told Bob. How did Dad know about it? Ira had been gambling at the blackjack. He owed the house over $700. He told Bob he was a little short of ready cash, but there was a lot of money coming in on the stage. Some of it was for his personal use, and he'd pay up then. Bob said he wasn't worrying. Ira's credit was good. When did this happen? About a week before the robbery. Then a couple of nights later, Bob Harris spilled it, right there at the bar. Bob was a good egg, everybody liked him, but he had an awful big mouth. He never could keep anything himself. Rip said, so he had to brag that he was going to Red Bend, and would be coming back on the stage loaded with 40,000 iron men. Who told you, Cat? Cal Quinn. Cat began automatically smoothing his forehead again. He was right there behind the bar, of course, and heard it all. He privately called Bob all kinds of a fool, and Bob didn't mention it again, but the damage was done. How's Cal come to tell you? He used to room here, Rip. The room you have now. After Bob died and Zachary took over for the debt, Zachary offered Cal the room Bob had over the saloon. Zachary preferred to stay on in his cabin. He'd paid for it with gold he'd scratched from the hillside, and he was fond of it. Rip sat up, slid his arm around her and pulled her close, her head against his shoulder. I can't see anything much in that. Only more in Dad's favor. If he figured on robbing the stage, why broadcast it? Unless it would be to cover up, so the list of people knowing about the money wouldn't be too narrow. And Bob couldn't have double-crossed him. Cat said, well, that isn't impossible. There didn't have to be only 3 men in on it. There could have been 4 or 5 or 6. Words milled in Rip's head. 6 men, 6 cowboys, 6 vigilantes, 6 men. He said, and all of them those who did it, covering and lying so smoothly that nobody's ever suspected them. Heck, it could be the next man you meet on the street. It could be the boys at the Quarter Circle Star. It could be Don Bissell or Frank Lee. It could be anybody. Who was there in the blackjack that night when Bob talked too much? Cal said there was hardly anyone there. Just a couple of boys from the White Horse Spread, 3 drifters that dropped in once in a while from Red Bend, Penny Coates, the town barfly, and Sam Wright. Rip thought, Sam Wright again. Was Sam cropping up too often? He rose suddenly, drawing Cat up with him. I'm going to bed. I'm too tired to think anymore. Kiss me good night, honey. He wondered as he went slowly to his own room. Was she drawing closer to him, or receding ever farther away, soon to vanish forever beyond his reach? He couldn't think that one out either. There wasn't any answer. He stayed on the edge of sleep for a long time, wearily trying to put the disjointed stray fragments together. Sam Wright's notable recurrence into the scene. Harris's talking too much, the look on Dave's face and the oath on the Bible. The man who'd carelessly taken a chew of tobacco. The money box buried under the barn. 6 cowboys who'd failed to rush to their boss's defense. And 6 vigilantes. He muttered last thickly, half asleep. Hell, there were 6 of them, not 3. They were all there in the kitchen tonight, shoving Dave around, shutting the last mouth, as they thought, the last donger to themselves. They sold themselves down the river when they did that. If I can only ferret 'em out in time. The next day, Rip rode out to the Quarter Circle Star, and learned nothing that did any good. Mike Dillon said in consternation, we never heard a thing. Hell a-running, how blank could we? With Skeet banging away at that darn Jew's harp. Rip said, and all of you were right here in the bunkhouse all evening. Sure was. Oh, Roy and Beetle was out for a few minutes. Heard the horses stamping in the barn. But nothing was wrong. They didn't see nobody around. Rip rode back to Salt Lick. The 6 vigilantes must have been very quiet, he thought. Still, a twanging mouth harp could drown a lot of other sounds, a mouth harp and Mike Dillon's bull roar of laughter. For 2 days after that, he went on his still hunt. The first day, he learned nothing. Don Bissell and Frank Lee had the same results to report. It was a different story the next night, when they pooled their gleanings. Rip had listed several men who chewed and hadn't abandoned the habit, among them Cal Queen and Mike Dillon. Frank said, "Well, we ain't slighting nobody. We're taking them all in." Rick Zachary never uses tobacco in any form. Martin Thomas chews snuff. Dave Hawley used to chew, but he quit a long time ago because it didn't taste good no more. He took to cigarettes. Don looked at Rip meaningfully. "I dug me up a man who quit chewing about a year ago because his missus was always complain about the nasty habit." Rip said, "Who?" Don grinned. "Sam Wright. And Sam's been saying here and there, not right lately though, that Zachary had all the luck, said he wished he'd have had the chance to loan Rick $26,000. Rip stared at him. "I've been thinking about that, Don. Sam's been saying a lot of things, hasn't he?" "Oh, you'd heard that?" "Yes. Just today. From Cal Queen." Don said, "Martin Thomas told me." Rip thought, "I'm going to see John Lander." He didn't say it. He went on back to Meg O'Hara's. Chapter 4. For 4 days then, Rip drove himself distracted, running down wild leads that led nowhere. He spent so much time covertly studying the crepe festoon document on the blackjack wall that he learned every word of it by heart, until he could see it as clearly in his mind's eye as if it were before him. He talked endlessly with Cal Queen and Martin Thomas, learned no more than he already knew. A less stubborn man might have given up in despair. 6 days of his week of grace were gone. He hadn't seen Dave Hawley or John Lander since the day of his return to Salt Lick. That evening of the 6th day, he told Cat O'Hara, "There's nothing more to learn. I have to think it out, or day after tomorrow Dave dies." Cat said, "John was right, Rip. The men are getting restless, impatient with John for not bringing Dave to trial and getting it over." Rip said, "I know. I heard them on the street today. They can't understand what he's waiting for when he's got all the evidence he needs against Dave. He said they'd figure that way. I've got to see John tomorrow night. It's my last day of grace." He shut himself into his room to think. To think largely in desperation, of Dave Hawley swinging at the end of a rope. Rip stayed locked in his room for 22 hours, refusing food or sleep. The next night, he emerged haggard and drawn-faced and went directly to John Lander's office. Lander received him without question or comment and waved him to a chair. Rip refused the chair. "I'll keep my feet, I have to stay awake. I'm on the trail of something. I ought to be. I've about thought myself crazy. John, there's something wrong with that paper Bob Harris made out to Rick Zachary, but I can't figure what it is yet." Lander's red face showed nothing but a mild pity. "Where did you get that wild idea? What could be wrong with it? And what's that got to do with Dave Hawley? Hell, boy, are you losing your mind?" Rip said, "A few times I've felt like it. But look here, John. I've come to some solid conclusions. There were 6 men in on that robbery, 3 who took care of the minor chores such as hiding the money box and whatnot, and 3 who did the actual job. They were the 6 vigilantes who tied Dave up and left him for me to finish." Lander said, "Sit down and let me buy you a drink, boy. You're thinking yourself into a fever." Rip ignored the interruption. "The 3 who did the actual robbing and killing are the only ones we need to consider right now. Once we get them, we can haul in the other 3. Think this over. No robber gang has been hanging around Salt Lick Range. This is the first robbery and killing we've ever had. There hasn't been any trouble since. Yet that money was cached in our barn. Dave stumbles onto it. The money disappears. Maybe it was already gone, Rip. Dave didn't look to see. I'll bet you anything it wasn't. Remember that dry heap of dirt that caught Dave's attention? If the money was gone, why was anybody poking around here? To make sure it hadn't been disturbed, of course." Lander said, "Hell, boy. For the first time, you're making sense. Go on." "That was a damn clever robbery, planned for a long time, planned to the last detail. Planned by men we knew, men who had lived among us so long as good and square men, that they were above suspicion. Object: one big hall, all of the 3 ringleaders set for life, and never step off the narrow road to make any of them suspect. Lander's sleepy eyes were watching him intently. Keep going, you're still making sense. The 3 chore men might have thought the main object of that holdup was the money box. It wasn't. It was Bob Harris's life. E8. You going crazy again? There's no sense to that. Oh yes there is. Who did Bob's death set up for life in Clover with a capital C? Cal Queen, Martin Thomas, and Rick Zachary. They own the blackjack jointly. Rick took Cal and Martin into partnership the week after Bob died. Did you know that? Lander's hushed voice dropped nearly to a whisper. I didn't. I don't think anybody else does. How did you find it out? From our town lawyer, on my promise of sworn secrecy. Martin Thomas made out the document, but the lawyer said it was all clear and legal. And Martin Thomas made out that paper on the blackjack wall, if we knew the truth. I'd bet anything on it. Get Dave Hawley in here, will you, John? Lander slid off his favorite perch, his desk, and went out. He came back shortly with Hawley in tow. Rip began firing questions at Hawley the minute he was inside the door. Dave, where were you living when the robbery was pulled? Why, in the old Ferris cabin over beyond Mago Harris. Rip said, Thomas lives there now. How'd you come to get so drunk that night, Dave? You've never been much of a drinking man, have you? Hawley grinned sheepishly. No. That's why I plowed under so easy that night. But I had company, and I was damned if I was going to let him outdrink me. He did, though. He had to nigh carry me home. Somebody you met in the blackjack? No, he come by the cabin and invited me. I told him afterwards never to ask me again, though. I couldn't take it. Rip said sharply, Who was it? Why, a nice pleasant fella from over Star Hill. Sam Wright. Rip's gaze flicked to Lander. So, we have 4 of 'em tagged. Martin, Cal, and Rick, the leaders. Sam Wright, one of the chore men. 4 down and 2 to go. Hawley said, Why, that's plumb foolish. Rip said, Is it? Listen. Cal and Martin came here and got themselves solid with Bob Harris. Bob said Cal was the best barman he'd ever had. Martin Thomas stands ace high because he's really a square gambler who won't tolerate any crooked work. Who would ever suspect them? They get all set here, in solid with the whole range, then what happens? Rick Zachary drifts in, that's what. And begins digging around. Pretty soon, he's bringing dust and nuggets into town. He likes everybody and everybody likes him, but nobody can find out where his mine is. Then Harris gets into some kind of pinch. He borrows $26,000 from the nice old prospector. That's a lot of coin to dig out of the hills where no gold was ever found before. Lander said gently, Gold is where you find it, boy. Maybe. Maybe Rick put it there to find too. How did Bob ever get into a pinch like that? The blackjack's a moneymaker. Bob was always lousy with cash. Lander said, But that paper's all fair and square, boy. That's Bob's real signature on it. Yes. But was it like that when Bob signed it? Did Bob know what he was signing? There's something wrong with that document, John, and I'm going to find out what it is. I don't care how much hell I raise. The week's up. What have I got to lose? I'm going after Martin Thomas. Yeah. When? The minute the saloon's closed and he's in his cabin. And you, remember. You said you'd back me. Lander's sleepy eyes blinked. Yeah, I'll back you, sure. If you find out anything worth salt. Better come on back to your cell, Dave, and say your prayers. There ain't no telling what this night will bring. When the lamp winked on in Thomas's cabin, Rip came striding out of the brush across the road where he had been waiting. He shoved open the door without knocking, locked it behind him, and thrust the key into his pocket. Thomas, who had just removed his hat and tossed it aside, turned to look with inquiring eyes and raised brows. He was a big man, by several pounds, and 2 inches bigger than Rip. He said mildly, "Well, company is always welcome. But don't you think you're being a trifle over-enthusiastic?" Rip moved toward him, hands swinging loose at his sides. He was not wearing his gun. Thomas never carried a gun. Rip said, "You and I are going to talk, Martin." "Yes." "What about?" "About the stage robbery you and Cal and Rick pulled, with the help of Sam Wright and a couple others." Thomas smiled. "Cal was on duty here in the saloon that night. If I remember correctly, Rick was off prospecting in the hills," Rip said. "Excuses won't go down anymore, Martin. You've been slick, but you've played out your string. You had plenty of time to call Rick in for the robbery. He had plenty of time to slide back to the hills again, before he drifted into town and put on the big act of being so astounded to find the saloon his property." Thomas laughed aloud. "Rip, if this is meant to be amusing, you've succeeded. I find it highly entertaining, but a trifle silly." The cowboy plowed on blindly, riding his bluff for all it was worth. "I've been inquiring around, Martin, and I've learned things. I know you sent one of the quarter circle star boys to call Rick in, the day before the robbery. I know Rick Zachary first came to Salt Lick to join you and Cal Queen. I know he never found any gold in these hills. He planted it there. I know you maneuvered Bob Harris into a corner and persuaded him to borrow money from Zachary." Thomas was standing erect now, watching Rip quietly. There was no hint of alarm on his face. He said, "You seem to know a great deal for a man who knows nothing." Rip said, "I know you made out that document that hangs on the blackjack wall, and I know it's crooked. Bob Harris never knew what he was signing. I know you and Rick Zachary and Sam Wright held up the stage after Sam got Dave Hawley drunk so you could swipe his horse and clothes. You were the man in the Mackinaw. Sam Wright was the man who took the money box and forgot himself and bit off a quid before he took it." Thomas was watching him carefully now, but still with no sign of alarm. He looked only like a man who was somewhat amazed and wholly puzzled. Rip plowed doggedly on. "I know some of the quarter circle star boys were doing your chore work. You paid them off and had them cash the money box under the barn. They never knew the score, never knew your main object in that holdup was to kill off Bob Harris so you 3 would be set for life. I doubt that even Sam Wright knew that." Thomas said, "You see what a logical and believable story a man can build up out of circumstantial evidence. It has hanged many an innocent man." Rip said, "I know that you made out a document taking you and Cal Queen in with Rick Zachary as joint owners of the blackjack. I admitted before, you've been slick, all of you. You've all made slips here and there, and I've picked 'em up. But you made the biggest mistake of your life when you framed Dad and Barry and Dave Hawley to keep your own skirts clear. That's going to hang the lot of you, Martin." Thomas said, like a man whose long-suffering patience is being severely tried, "Nothing's going to hang anybody but Dave Hawley. If you have any brains, you might use them. If—" He stopped and stood listening. There had been a sound of scuffling feet outside. It did not come again. Rip ignored it. "What were you going to say?" Thomas looked at him. "I was going to say, if you have any brains, you might use them. If everything you have just said in your unwarranted accusation were true, what does it profit you? I could knock holes in it from beginning to end. It takes proof to hang a man, Rip, the kind of proof that stands against Dave Hawley. And nowhere and in no way could you ever find a shred of proof to back up your silly tissue of lies. No, there's no proof. You're going to admit it. If I have to beat the head off your shoulders, you're going to admit it." Thomas said, like a man whose patience is played out, "See here, I'm getting a little tired of this. Kindly go on home so I can get to bed." The sound of scuffling feet came again from outside. There was a slight rasping noise mingled with it, as if someone had brushed against the outer wall near the window. There was only one window, only one door. Thomas smiled faintly. "My bodyguard, on the job. You didn't know I kept a bodyguard, did you?" I often carry large sums of money, you know. Calqueen and Sam Wright. They keep a watch over me, especially when I come home at night. That is the only personal connection they have with me. And now, will you kindly get along with you before I call Sam and Cal in and have you thrown out? Rip said, You heard me. Yes, and you heard me. I can knock you down and drag you out if I have to. Rip said. I have the key. Thomas laughed. He moved with incredible flash, bringing up a doubled fist no harder than an iron ingot. Rip stumbled back against the wall, half stunned from the unexpected punch. The room whirled and his eyes drooped shut. He found himself wondering how a man who spent his time behind a card table could pack so much power. Chapter 5. Then he pulled himself together. He heard the shuffle of feet outside again near the window, in the street. It would take more than 2 men to make that much sound. He forced his eyes open and flicked a glance at the window. The cracked green blind was down, but it hung awry. A man couldn't see out into the night, but anyone outside the window could peer in. Rip dragged himself out of that split second of daze and launched himself. He feinted left and right to avoid Thomas's follow-up, and slipped deftly into the center of the floor. He was ready for the gambler this time, and as Thomas came within range, Rip flicked out with his left, planting a sharp right to the pit of Thomas's stomach. The gambler grunted and countered with a bludgeon right to the side of Rip's head. The blow hurt. It set Rip's ears to ringing. Again, in a glimmer of time for thought, Rip marveled at Thomas's physical condition. The gambler's flesh had the solid resilience of a bag of sand. He seemed just about as impervious to punishment. The two sparred for a moment, then Rip saw an opening and lashed out with a left hook. Thomas ducked to take the punch high on the head, and Rip felt the bones of his hand shatter, felt his elbow go numb. He winced insensibly, and Thomas came in like lightning to take advantage of the injury. Rip forced a clinch to save himself, and Thomas changed tactics swiftly. He applied a crushing arm hold with the patent intent of punishing Rip's injured left hand, forced the hand between his knees and began to grind it between his powerful bones. Rip caught a sobbing breath, half blinded by the excruciating pain, and for the first time since the start of the fight Thomas spoke. You asked for it, Rip, and by God, you're going to get it. Rip struck out blindly and ineffectually with his right, then called on reason in spite of the pain in his hand. He suddenly threw his weight forward to retain his balance, lifted his left foot, and brought his boot heel down hard on the gambler's toes. Thomas gasped in pain and relaxed his hold involuntarily. Rip broke free. That evens us up, Martin, eh? My hand and your foot. Thomas made no answer beyond a malevolent glare. The noise was louder outside now, and somewhere somebody muttered something. Someone near the window answered. Rip was no more than half conscious of the sounds, and Thomas was too enraged to hear them at all. He started slowly toward Rip, moving with a limp. Rip's left arm was rapidly turning numb to the shoulder, and he kept it crooked high in front of his face. The two circled. Rip darted into close quarters, feinting with the useless left, lashing out with his right. The blow landed on Thomas's cheekbone, and again Rip forced him into a clinch. Break clean, Thomas snarled. Clean, Rip echoed. What do you know about fighting clean? The voice sounded near the window outside again, this time clearly enough to be understood. Keep away from there. I'll have no mob violence. He ain't hurtin' Thomas yet. Somebody tried the door. Insensibly, Rip relaxed his vigilance. Thomas hadn't heard Lander's voice. He hadn't heard anything. He was in a maniacal fury, and he drove upward with a vicious knee to the groin. Rip staggered back, numbed by agony, only half feeling the rain of rights and lefts that battered into his face. He blacked out for an instant, and came to his senses only as he fell over backwards. Lander's voice sounded outside again. A fist banged on the wall by the window. The door rattled. Lander barked, I told you to keep away from there, damn you. We ain't had no mobs in Salt Lick, we ain't going to have none. Thomas had to hear that. He whirled and looked at the window, and a slow smile crossed his face. Well, well. So I've got some protection. Cal and Sam have called in the sheriff. As if I needed them. He turned and moved slowly toward Rip, still smiling, still limping, but supremely confident, ready to deliver a leisurely coup de grace. His body ached intolerably, but for that minute in which Thomas's attention had been distracted, he had lain there doubled against the wall, aware of his strength returning, thanking his lucky star that the gambler's knee hadn't struck squarely. With a tremendous effort of will, he drove the cobwebs from his brain and dragged his eyelids wider apart. He rolled over on his back, with a groan of pain he had no need to simulate. Thomas slid back. He said mockingly, "Oh no you don't. I think we'll just clean this up right now. And John can slap you in jail for assault and battery." The gambler snatched up the nearest heavy homemade chair. He swung it high, shattering it against the cabin wall, caught up one of the clumsy stout legs for a club, and advanced for the kill. Rip lay watching him with slit eyes. At the instant Thomas bent low to bring the bludgeon down on the boy's skull, Rip lashed up with his boot heels with all the remaining strength he could summon. Both feet landed. Rip felt more than he heard the result of the double blow. He felt Thomas's nose crumple, felt the grit of bone as the gambler's big white teeth splintered and the jaw gave. Thomas cried out hoarsely as he went down. Rip relaxed to the edge of insensibility. But half heard, half sensed, he caught the sounds from outside again. A fist, then something heavier than any fist, crashed against the door. Lander shouted an angry command. An angrier voice replied defiantly. Several voices. "The hell with you. We're going in there. We'll kill the son. We'll tear him into doll ribbons." Lander shouted again through the window, "Open up in there. Break it up, Martin. Give up peaceably, and you've got a chance. I can't hold these boys much longer." Rip pried his lids apart and tried to get to his feet. His stomach muscles were drawn into a tight cramp. He turned onto his side and managed to lift himself to an elbow. The room was an unholy mess. The shattered chair was strewn about. In falling, Thomas had overturned the table into a mass of shattered dishes. Some of the shards had cut into his cheek. A pot of cold beans had overturned and spilled its contents into the one unbroken bowl. Thomas lay on his face on the floor 10 feet away. Blood gushed from his mashed nose and lacerated mouth, but his eyes were open and glaring with venom as he painfully lifted his head and turned his gaze on Rip. Rip said softly, "You heard that, Martin. They're after you, not me. Half the men in town know the whole dirty setup by now. Do you talk, or do I hold John back and let the mob take you?" Thomas spat blood and gasped, "Go to hell." Rip felt along the wall behind him. He hooked the fingers of his right hand over a stud brace and pulled himself to his feet. For an instant he tottered precariously, still unable to draw himself completely erect. He took a series of duck-like steps toward the gambler, slipped in a pool of blood, and fell across Thomas's shoulders. The gambler roused himself in an effort to throw off the boy's weight. The battering on the door was devilishly steady now. The shouting outside was almost continuous. The door panels began to splinter. Rip drove downward with all his strength with the elbow of his injured left arm. The blow landed just below Thomas's ear. The gambler collapsed and lay flat on the floor, cursing in pain, as Rip drove his right hand into the bleeding pulp of a face. Rip was shouting now, to make himself heard above the din from outside. "They can have you, Martin. So help me God, I'll give you to them if you don't talk. Talk, damn you. What was there in that paper?" The word blanked out on his tongue. He crouched there with his mouth half open, hearing the door shattering. A moment of almost painful clarity cut through his brain, like the opening of a camera shutter. He saw the document hanging on the blackjack wall, the exact position of the words, the meaning of that position which had eluded him so long. There was a flash of clarity in the gambler's brain, too. There was a chance for a man in a jail cell. Cells had been broken open before. But there could be no chance for any man whose flesh had been riddled by a senseless mob, and he craved the safety of the cell now, the protection of the law, until the men he would not name could band together and set him free. Martin rolled over and tried to sit up. He couldn't make it. He rolled again and got to hands and knees, head hanging. He forced the head to lift, and as he crouched there, blood dripping from his chin, the door crashed in. A crowd of men poured into the room behind it, armed with clubbed guns and knotted sticks. Lander was in the lead, both arms spread, forcing them back. "Damn it, John." One of them swung his hickory axe handle in threat. "Get out of the way. We'll rush you." Thomas stared at them and spoke thickly through puffing lips. "Keep 'em back. It's your job, Lander. You're the law. Keep 'em back. I'll talk." Rip shouted wildly, "I've got it. I've got it." He leaned toward the gambler. "Martin, talk fast. Who or what was Bob Harris's beloved Sal?" Thomas closed his eyes. The stillness of the room was loud in his ears. The stillness of men waiting. He said slowly, it was his hog leg. His Colt revolver with the 7-inch barrel. Short for salvation. Then Martin Thomas talked. And what seemed a long time afterward, Lander said softly, "That was a right good show you put on, boys. Almost scared me a time or two. You can drop the clubs now. We got to haul Martin to his cell. Hell, we got a few others to pick up too." Chapter 6. It was after daybreak when Rip came again to Meg O'Hara's cabin. Both Meg and Kat were up waiting for him now. He had stopped at Lander's to bathe and make himself presentable. He was sore and conscious of a few assorted aches, but not much evidence of the fight showed on the surface. Meg opened the door, and he walked in grinning. He went straight to Kat and took her in both arms, ignoring the bandaged left hand. Meg said, "Ring out the wedding bells, eh?" Rip turned to look at her, his right arm still around Kat. "Any old time. It's all over. It was a honey while it lasted." Meg said, "Sean would have loved it. We heard a good deal from the boys already." Kat said, "We heard how Martin jockeyed Bob Harris into a tight place, holding out on the funds at the blackjack, then got Bob to borrow of Rick. But it isn't clear what he did to that paper, Rip." Rip took his arm from about the girl and shoved his right hand in his pocket. "I've got it here. See for yourself." He unfolded the document and handed it to Kat. Meg crowded at her daughter's shoulder, following the words carefully from beginning to end. "To whom it may concern. This is to certify that Rick Zachary has on this day loaned me the sum of $26,000 as security for so generous a loan. I hereby make him silent partner in my beloved saloon, which is to become his sole property in case it ever proves impossible for me to pay back this loan. Signed, Bob Harris, witness. Cal Queen." Rip said, "It was originally only a prankish joke. That was what Bob Harris thought. He wasn't very far in the red. He borrowed $600 from Zachary, offered to give Rick his note. Rick laughed at it. Cal grinned and told Bob that Rick ought to have some security. He said, 'Give him half interest in your beloved Sal, Bob. Martin can draw up the paper. That ought to do it.' Harris thought it was pretty funny and told Martin to get busy with the writing. Kat said, 'His beloved Sal. What in the world?' Rip looked down at the paper held in the girl's fingers. Bob's revolver. Martin and Cal worked on that for months to spring it just right. Started in by calling the gun Bob's Salivator, then added the beloved, then shortened it to Sal. But only for Bob's benefit, never where anyone else might overhear, and never too often lest Bob start using the term himself. After Bob was killed, they conveniently forgot all about it. Meg said, but one of the boys said Bob had paid back that loan the next week. One of the boys that heard Martin spill everything to John. He was too excited to make sense. Rip said, "No." He was right. Martin and Rick were both crooks. Meg, that gold Rick salted to find in the hills, was left from a former robbery, taken from a prospector they killed. Martin was an expert forger. He made an exact copy of that paper. When Bob paid Rick back his $600, Martin handed the forged copy over to Bob. In front of Martin and Cal and Rick, Bob tore up the copy and threw it into a spittoon. Then they all forgot about it. Martin kept the original paper, added a dollar mark, a figure 2, a comma and a 0 to the 600, added 2 O's and an N to the SAL, and tucked it away for future use. Meg muttered, "The devil was too clever to live." Rip laid his arm around Kat's shoulders. "He isn't alive anymore, Meg. That's why I didn't get here before." John held the trial right there at the jail. Dave and I saw them hanged, all 7 of them. Some of it wasn't easy to take. The boys from the quarter circle star. Kat said, 7. Rip's arm tightened across her shoulders. Yes. Martin, Rick Zachary, Cal Queen, Sam Wright, and the 3 from the ranch, Roy and Skeet and Beetle. Kat stared down at the document in her fingers and began to tear it slowly across and across. "Then you were right about the 6 vigilantes. And the box buried in the barn." Meg said, "Who was them 6 that beat Dave up?" "Sam, Martin, Cal, and Rick circled out and beat me to the ranch, Meg." Beetle had already warned Martin that Dave had found the box, had taken the money out, and delivered it to Martin to split. So they figured they had to get rid of Dave. That's right. They sneaked up afoot. Martin whistled a signal. Beetle said he heard the horses stamping, and he and Roy went out. Skeet covered them with his mouth harp. Martin didn't leave out a thing when he talked, Meg. He figured on breaking jail. But John slapped him in a cell and hauled the others in, with half the town to help the good work along. "I guess we can start that forgetting, Meg." Meg said, "Praise be. Where are you 2 young ones going to live after the wedding? You can have the cottage if you want it." "Oh. And what's going to become of the blackjack now?" Rip sighed in content. "Dave's going to take it over. Rick got it by fraud, and Bob Harris had no heirs." He looked down at Kat. "We're going to live on the quarter circle star." Kat glanced up quickly from the shreds of paper she still held. "You're buying it back, Rip." "No. I couldn't, could I? I'm broke. Dave's making me a present of it. He says after all he got it so cheap and he's lived there a year, what he paid wasn't even rent." Meg said, "And there's no paying the debt to a man who saved your life." Rip said, "That wasn't mentioned." Meg yawned and turned to leave the room. "I've got to get me a nap. The boys will be late getting their pies and donuts this time. But I can't help it. I've had enough excitement for one day." Rip and Kat stood in silence and watched the heavy figure going away from them, watched the door close behind her. Kat whirled and raised both arms to clasp them about Rip's neck. The end. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and leave a comment below to get even more wild Western action adventure. Chapter 1. There was a lonely place where the trail ran up to the sky. It turned sharply left, on the very point of a lofty promontory overlooking the long sweep of the valley below. Here, the trail offered to the passerby a vision at this hour. Rosy-tipped peaks and distant purple mountains could be seen, beyond the far reach of the tall grass range. Upon the very lip of the rocky shelf sat a solitary horseman. He was a man tall in the saddle, astride a strangely marked horse. Its head was held high, its ears pricked forward with attention riveted upon the valley, as though in tune with the thoughts of its rider. Thoughts that said there lay a new country, with new dangers, new rewards, and new trails. The rider was a tall man, narrow-hipped and powerful of chest and shoulder. His features were blunt and rugged, so that a watcher might have said, Here's a man who is not handsome but a fighter. Yet he was good-looking in his own hard, confident way. He looked now upon this valley as Cortez might have looked upon the Valley of Mexico. He came alone and penniless, but he did not come as one seeking favors. He did not come hunting a job. He came as a conqueror. For Rip Campbell had made his decision. At 27, he was broke. He sat in the middle of all he owned, a splendid Appaloosa gelding, a fine California saddle, a .44 Winchester rifle, and 2 walnut-stocked Colt .44 pistols. These were his all. Behind him was a life that had taken him from a cradle in a covered wagon to the hurricane deck of many a hard-headed bronc. It was a life that had left him rich in experience, but poor in goods of the world. The experience was the hard-fisted experience of hard winters, dry ranges, and the dusty bitterness of cattle drives. He had fought Comanches and rustlers, hunted buffalo and horse thieves. Now he had decided that it all brought him nothing but grief and more riding. Now he was going to ride for himself, to fight for himself. His keen dark eyes from under the flat black brim of his hat studied the country below with a speculative glint. His judgment of terrain would have done credit to a general, and in his own way, Rip was a general. His arrival in the Ruby Valley country was, in its way, an invasion. He was a young man with a purpose. He did not want wealth but a ranch, a well-watered ranch in good stock country. That his pockets were empty did not worry him, for he had made up his mind. And as men had discovered before this, Rip Campbell with his mind made up was a force to be reckoned with. Nor was he riding blind into a strange land. Like a good tactician, he had gathered his information carefully, judged the situation, the terrain, and the enemy before he began his move. This was new country to him, but he knew the landmarks and the personalities. He knew the strength and the weakness of its rulers, knew the economic factors of their existence, and knew the stresses and strains within it. He knew that he rode into a valley at war, that blood had been shed and that armed men rode its trails day and night. Into this land he rode a man alone, determined to have his own from the country, come what may, letting the chips fall where they might. With a movement of his body, he turned the gelding left down the trail into the pines, a trail where at this late hour it would soon be dark, a trail somber, majestic in its stillness under the column trees. As he moved under the trees, he removed his hat and rode slowly. It was a good country, a country where a man could live and grow, and where, if he was lucky, he might have sons to grow tall and straight beside him. This he wanted. He wanted no longer the far horizons. He wanted his own hearth fire, the creak of his own pump, the heads of his own horses looking over the gate bars for his hand to feed them. He wanted peace, and for it he came to a land at war. A flicker of light caught his eye, and the faint smell of wood smoke. He turned the gelding toward the fire, and when he was near, he swung down. The sun's last rays lay bright through the pines upon this spot. The earth was trampled by hoofs, and in the fire itself the ashes were gray but for one tiny flame that thrust a bright spear upward from the end of a stick. Studying the scene, his eyes held for an instant on one place where the parched grass had been blackened in a perfect ring. His eyes glinted with hard humor. A cinch ring artist dropped her there to cool and singe the grass. A pretty smooth gent, I'd say. Not slick enough, of course. A smarter man, or a less confident one, would have pulled up that handful of blackened grass and tossed it into the flames. There had been 2 men here, his eyes told him. 2 men and 2 horses. One of the men had been a big man with small feet. The impressions of his feet were deeper, and he had mounted the largest horse. Rip Campbell curiously studied the scene. This was a new country for him, and it behooved a man to know the local customs. He grinned at the thought. If cinch ring branding was one of the local customs, it was a strange one. In most sections of the country, the activity was frowned upon, to say the least. If an artist was caught pursuing his calling, he was likely to find himself at the wrong end of a hair rope with nothing under his feet. The procedure was simple enough. One took a cinch ring from his own saddle gear and, holding it between a couple of sticks, used it when red hot like any other branding iron. A good hand with a cinch ring could easily duplicate any known brand, depending only upon his degree of skill. Rip rolled and lighted a smoke. If he were found on the spot, it would require explaining, and at the moment, he had no intention of explaining anything. He swung his leg over the saddle and turned the gelding down the trail once more. Not 3 miles away lay the cow town known as Soledad. To his right, and about 6 miles away, was an imposing cluster of buildings shaded beneath a splendid grove of old cottonwoods. Somewhat nearer, and also well shaded, was a smaller ranch. Beyond the rocky ridge that stretched an anxious finger into the lush valley was Walt Parker's Box North spread. The farther ranch belonged to Nix Reynolds, his RR outfit being easily the biggest in the Ruby Hills country. The nearer ranch belonged to Bob and Katie Vincent. When thieves fall out, Rip muttered aloud, honest men get their dues. Or that's what they say. Now, I'm not laying any claim to being so completely honest, but there's trouble brewing in this valley. When the battle smoke blows away, Rip Campbell is going to be top dog on one of these ranches. They've got it all down there. They have range, money, power. They have gun hands riding for them, but you and me, Rio, we've only got each other. He was a lone wolf on the prowl. Down there they ran in packs, and he would circle the packs, alone. When the moment came, he would close in. There's an old law, Rio, that only the strong survive, he said. Those ranches belonged to men who were strong, and some of them still are. They were strong enough to take them from other men, from smaller men, weaker men. That's the story of Reynolds and Parker. They rustled cows until they grew big, and now they sit on the housetops and crow. Or they did until they began fighting one another. Your reasoning, the cool, quiet voice was feminine, is logical but dangerous. I might suggest that when you talk to your horse, you should be sure his are the only ears. She sat well in the saddle, poised and alert. There was a quirk of humor at the corners of her mouth, and nothing of coyness or fear in her manner. Every inch of her showed beauty, care, and consideration of appearances that was new to him, but beneath it there was both fire and steel, and quality. That's good advice, he agreed, measuring her with his eyes. Very good advice. Now that you've looked me over, she suggested coolly, would you like to examine my teeth for age? He grinned, unabashed. No, but now that I've looked you over, I'd say you are pretty much of a woman. The kind that's made for a man. She returned his glance and smiled as if the remark had pleased her. So she changed the subject. Just which ranch do you plan to be top dog on when the fighting is over? I haven't decided, he said frankly. I'm a right choosy sort of man when it comes to horses, ranches, and women. Yes. She glanced at the gelding. I'd say your judgment of horses isn't obvious by that one. Not that he isn't well shaped, and I imagine he could run, but you could do better. I doubt it. He glanced at her fine, clean-limbed thoroughbred. I'd bet a little money he can outrun that beauty of yours, here to Soledad. Her eyes flashed. Why, you idiot. Flame is the fastest horse in this country. He comes of racing stock. I don't doubt it, Campbell agreed. He's a fine horse. But I'll bet my saddle against $100 that this Appaloosa will kick dust in his face before we get to Soledad. She laughed scornfully, and her head came up. You're on, she cried, and her red horse gave a great bound and hit the trail running. That jump gave the bay the start, but Rip knew his gelding. Leaning over, he yelled into the horse's ear as they charged after the bay. Come on, boy. We've got to beat that bay. We need the money. And Rio, seeming to understand, stretched his legs and ran like a scared rabbit. As they swept into the main road and in full sight of Soledad, the bay was leading by 3 lengths. But despite the miles behind it, the Appaloosa loved to run, and he was running now. The gelding had blood of Arabians in his veins, and he was used to offhand cow camp-style racing. The road took a small jog, but Rip did not swing the gelding around it. He took the desert and mountain-bred horse across the stones and through the mesquite, hitting the road scarcely a length behind the big red horse. Men were gathering in the street and on the edge of town now, shouting about the racing horses. With a half-mile to go, the big red horse was slowing. He was a sprinter, but he had been living too well with too little running. The gelding was just beginning to run. Neck stretched, Rip leaning far forward to cut the wind resistance and lend impetus with his weight, the Mustang thundered alongside the bay horse, and neck they raced up to the town. Then, with the nearest building only a short jump ahead, Rip Campbell spoke to the Appaloosa. "Now, Rio. Now." With a lunge, the spotted horse was past, and went racing into the street leading by a length. Rip eased back on the reins, and let the horse run on down the street abreast of the big red horse. They slowed to a canter, then a walk. The girl's eyes were wide and angry. "You cheated. You cut across that bend." Rip chuckled. "You could have, ma'am. And you got off to a running start. Left me standing still. I thought you wanted a race." She protested scornfully. "You cheated me." Rip Campbell drew up sharply, and his eyes went hard. "I reckon, ma'am," he said, "you come from a long line of sportsmen. You can forget the bet." The sarcasm in his voice cut like a whip. She opened her mouth to speak, but he had turned the Appaloosa away and was walking it back toward the center of town. For an instant she started to follow, and then with a toss of her head she let him go. Chapter 2. Several men stood in front of the livery stable when he rode up. They looked at his horse, then at him. "That's a runner you got there, stranger. I reckon Katie Vincent didn't relish getting beat. She sets great store by the flame horse." Campbell swung down and led the horse into the stable, where he rubbed him down and fed him. As he worked, he thought over what he had just learned. The girl was Katie Vincent, one of the owners of the Twin V spread, and she had overheard his meditations on his plans. How seriously she would take them would be something else again. Well, it did not matter. He was planning no subterfuge. He had come to Ruby Valley on the prod, and they could find it out now as well as later. The girl had been beautiful. That stuck in his mind after he thought of all the rest. It was the feeling that hung over his thinking with a certain aura that disturbed him. He had known few women who affected him, and those few had been in New Orleans or Kansas City on his rare trips there. Yet this one touched a chord that had answered to none of the others. Suddenly, he was conscious of a looming figure beside him. For a moment, he continued to work. Then he looked around into a broad, handsome face. The man was smiling. "My name's Parker," he said, thrusting out a hand. "Walt Parker. I own the Box N. Is that horse for sale?" "No, he's not." "I'd not figured you'd be willing to sell. If you get that idea, come look me up. I'll give you $500 for him." $500? That was a lot of money in a country full of $10 Mustangs, or where a horse was often traded for a quart of whiskey. "No," Campbell repeated, "he's not for sale." "Looking for a job? I could use a hand." Rip Campbell drew erect and looked over the horse's back. He noticed, and the thought somehow irritated him, that Parker was even bigger than himself. The rancher was all of 3 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier. And he did not look fat. Gun hand. Or cow hand. Walt Parker's eyes hardened a shade, and then he smiled, a grim, knowing smile. "Why, man," he said softly, "that would depend on you. But if you hire on as a warrior, you've got to be good." "I'm good. As good as any you've got. As good as Bob Streeter or Rep Hansen." Rip Campbell's expression made no change, but within him, he felt something tighten up and turn hard and wary. If Parker had hired Streeter and Hansen, this was going to be ugly. Both men were killers, and not particular how they worked or how they killed. As good as Streeter or Hansen. Campbell shrugged. A couple of cheap killers. Blood hunters. They aren't fighting men. His dark eyes met that searching stare of Walt Parker again. Who does Reynolds have? Parker's face seemed to lower, and he stared back at Campbell. He's got Emmett Cub. Emmett Cub. So. And after all these years. He won't have him long, Campbell said, because I'm going to kill him. Triumph leapt in Parker's eyes. Swiftly, he moved around the horse. Campbell, he said, that job could get you an even $1,000. I don't take money for killing snakes. You do that job within 3 days, and you'll get $1,000. Parker said flatly. Rip Campbell pushed by the big man without replying, and walked into the street. 3 men sat on the rail by the stable door. Had they heard what was said inside? He doubted it, and yet. Across the street, and 3 doors down was the Trail Emporium. For a long moment, his eyes held their look at the one light gleaming in the back of the store. It was after hours and the place was closed, but at the back door there might be a chance. Deliberately, he stepped into the street and crossed toward the light. Behind him, Walt Parker moved into the doorway and stared after him, his brow furrowed with thought. His eyes went down the lean, powerful figure of the strange rider, with a puzzled expression. Who was he? Where had he come from? Why was he here? He wore 2 well-worn, tied-down guns. He had the still, remote face, and the careful eyes typical of a man who had lived much with danger, and typical of so many of the gunfighters of the West. He had refused or avoided the offer of a job, yet he had seemed well aware of conditions in the valley. Had Reynolds sent for him? Or Bob Vincent? He had ridden into town racing with Katie. Had they met on the trail, or come from the VV? That Parker must know, and at once. If Bob Vincent was hiring gun hands, it would mean trouble, and that he did not want. One thing at a time. Where was he going now? Resisting an instinct to follow Campbell, Parker turned and walked up the street toward the Bit and Bridle Saloon. Campbell walked up to the back door of the store building, hesitated an instant, then tapped lightly. Footsteps sounded within, and he heard the sound of a gun being drawn from a scabbard. Who's there? Campbell spoke softly. A rider from the Pecos. The door opened at once, and Rip slid through the opening. The man who faced him was round and white-haired. Yet the eyes that took Campbell in from head to heel were not old eyes. They were shrewd, hard, and knowing. Coffee? Sure. Food if you got some ready. About to eat myself. The man placed the gun on a sideboard and lifted the coffee pot from the stove. He filled the cup as Rip dropped into a chair. Who sent you here? Campbell glanced up, then tipped back in his chair. Don't get on the prod, old-timer. I'm friendly. When an old friend of yours heard I was headed this way, and might need a smart man to give me a word of advice, he told me to look you up. And he told me what to say. My days on that trail are over. Mine never started. This is a business trip. I'm planning to locate in the valley. Locate? Here. The older man stared at him. He filled his own cup, and dishing up a platter of food and slapping bread on a plate, he sat down. You came to me for advice. All right, you'll get it. Get on your horse and ride out of here as fast as you can. This is no country for strangers, and there have been too many of them around. Things are due to bust wide open, and there will be a sight of killing before it's over. You're right, of course. Sure. And after it's over, what's left for a gun hand? You can go on the Owloot, that's all. The very man who hired you and paid you warriors' wages won't want you when the fighting is over. There's revolution coming in this country. If you know the history of revolutions, you'll know that as soon as one is over, the first thing they do is liquidate the revolutionists. You ride out of here. Rip Campbell ate in silence. The older man was right, of course. To ride out would be the intelligent, sensible, and safe course, and he had absolutely no intention of doing it. Scott, I didn't come here to hire on as a gun hand. In fact, I have already had an offer. I came into this country because I've sized it up, and I know what it's like. This country can use a good man, a strong man. There's a place for me here, and I mean to take it. Also, I want a good ranch. I aim to settle down, and I plan to get my ranch the same way Parker, Reynolds, and the rest of them got theirs. Force. You mean with a gun? Scott was incredulous. Listen, young fellow, Parker has 50 riders on his range, and most of them are ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Reynolds has just as many, and maybe more. And you come in here alone, or are you alone? The storekeeper bent a piercing gaze upon the young man, who smiled. I'm alone. Campbell shrugged. Scotty, I've been fighting for existence ever since I was big enough to walk. I've fought to hold other people's cattle, fought for other men's homes, fought for the lives of other men. I've worked and bled and sweated my heart out in rain, dust, and storm. Now I want something for myself. Maybe I came too late. Maybe I'm way off the trail. But it seems to me that when trouble starts, a man might stand on the sidelines, and when the time comes, he might move in. You see, I know how Walt Parker got his ranch. Vin Carter was a friend of mine until Emmett Cub killed him. He told me how Parker forced his old man off his range and took over. Well, I happen to know that none of this range is legally held. It's been preempted, which gives them a claim, of course. Well, I've got a few ideas myself. And I'm moving in. Son, Scott leaned across the table, listen to me. Parker's the sort of man who would hire killers by the hundreds if he had to. He did force Carter off his range. He did take it by force, and he has held it by force. Now he and Nix are in a battle over who's to keep it, and which one is to come out on top. The Vincents are the joker in the deck, of course. What both Reynolds and Parker want is the Vincent place because whoever holds it has a grip on this country. But both of them are taking the Vincents too lightly. They have something up their sleeve, or somebody has. What do you mean? There's this Bart Levit for one. He's no soft touch, that one. And then he's got some riders around there, and I'd say they do more work for him than for the Vincent spread, and not all honest work by any means. Levit a Western man. He could be. Probably is. But whoever he is, he knows his way around, and he's one sharp hombre. Holds his cards close to his chest and plays them that way. He's the one you've got to watch in this deal, not Reynolds and Parker. Rip Campbell leaned back in his chair and smiled at Scott. That meal sure tasted good. He acknowledged. Now comes the rough point. I want to borrow some money, military funds, he added, grinning. Scotty shook his white head. You sure beat all. You come into this country hunting trouble, all alone and without money. You've got nerve. I only hope you've got the gun savvy and the brains to back it up. The blue eyes squinted from his leather-brown face, and he smiled. He was beginning to like Campbell. The tall young man had humor, and the nerve of the project excited and amused the old outlaw. How much do you want? $100. That all? You won't get far in this country on that. No, along with it I want some advice. Campbell hitched himself forward and took a bit of paper from his pocket, then a stub of pencil. Then from a leather folder, he took a larger sheet, which he unfolded carefully. It was a beautifully tanned piece of calfskin, and on it was drawn a map. Carefully, he moved the dishes aside and placed it on the table facing the older man. Look that over, and if you see any mistakes, correct me. Scott stared at the map, then leaned forward, his eyes indicating his amazed interest. It was a map, drawn to scale and in amazing detail of the Ruby Hills country. Every line camp, every water hole, every ranch, and every stand of trees was indicated plainly. Distances were marked on straight lines between the various places, and heights of land. Lookout points were noted, canyons indicated. Studying the map, Scott could find nothing it had missed. Slowly, he leaned back in his chair. When he looked up, his expression was halfway between respect and worry. "Son, where did you get that map?" "Get it? I made it. I drew it myself, Scotty. For 3 years, I've talked to every puncher or other man I've met from this country. As they told me stuff, I checked with others and built this map. You know how Western men are. Most of them are pretty good at description. A man down in the Live-Oak country, who never left it, knows how the sheriff looks in Julesburg, and exactly where the corrals are in Dodge." Haney took a deep breath, then continued his story. "Well, I've been studying this situation quite a spell," he said. "An old buffalo hunter and occasional trapper was in this country once, and he told me about it when I was a kid. It struck me as a place I'd like to live, so I planned accordingly. I learned all I could about it, rode for outfits oftentimes just because some puncher on the spread had worked over here. Then I ran into Vin Carter. He was born here. He told me all about it, and I got more from him than any of them. While I was riding north with a herd of cattle, Emmett Cub moved in, picked a fight with the kid, and killed him. And I think Walt Parker paid him to do it. So it goes further than the fact that I'm range hungry, and I'll admit I am. I want my own spread. But Vin rode with me, and we fought sandstorms and blizzards together from Texas to Montana and back. So I'm a man on the prod. Before I get through, I'll own me a ranch in this country, a nice ranch with nice buildings, and then I'll get a wife and settle down." Scott's eyes glinted. "It's a big order, son. Gosh, if I was 20 years younger, I'd throw in with you. I sure would. There's no man I'd want more, Scotty, but this is my fight, and I'll make it alone. You can stake me to eating money if you want, and I'll need some 44s. The older man nodded assent. "You can have them, and willing. Have you got a plan?" Campbell nodded. "It's already started. I've filed on Thousand Springs." Scott came off his chair, his face a mask of incredulity. "You what?" "I filed a claim, and I've staked her out and started to prove up." Rip was smiling over his coffee, enjoying Scott's astonishment. "But man, that's sheer suicide. That's right in the middle of Nix's best range. That water hole is worth a fortune. A dozen fortunes. That's what half the fighting is about." "I know it." Campbell was calm. "I knew that before I came in here. That horse of mine never moved a step until I had my plan of action all staked out. And I bought the bullhorn." This time astonishment was beyond the storekeeper. "How could you buy it? Government land, ain't it?" "No. That's what they all seem to think. Even Vin Carter thought so, but it was part of a Spanish grant. I found that out by checking through some old records. So I hunted up a Mex down in the Big Bend country who owned it. I bought it from him, bought 300 acres, taking in the whole Bullhorn headquarters spread, the water hole, and the cliffs in back of it. That includes most of that valley where Parker cuts his meadow hay. Well, I'm forever bushed. If that don't beat all." Scott tapped thoughtfully with his pipe bowl. Then he looked up. "What about Hitson Spring?" "That's another thing I want to talk to you about. You own it." "I do, right? How did you come to think that?" "Met an old sidewinder down in Laredo named Smite Emmons. He was pretty drunk one night in a greaser's shack, and he told me how foolish you were to file claim on that land. Said you could have bought it from the Indians just as cheap." Scott chuckled. "I did. I bought it from the Indians, too. Believe me, son, nobody around here knows that. It would be a death sentence." "Then sell it to me. I'll give you my note for $5,000 right now." "Your note, EH?" Scott chuckled. Son, you'd better get killed. It will be cheaper to bury you than pay up. He tapped his pipe bowl again. Tell you what I'll do. I'll take your note for 500 and the fun of watching what happens. Solemnly, Rip Campbell wrote out a note and handed it to Scott. The old man chuckled as he read it. I hereby agree to pay on or before the 15th of March, 1877, to Westbrook Scott, the sum of $500 and the fun of watching what happens for the 160 acres of land known as Hitson Spring. All right, son. Sign her up. I'll get you the deed. Chapter 3. When Rip had pocketed the two papers, the deed from the government to Scott and deeded over to him, and the skin deed from the Comanche, the old man sat up and reached for the coffee pot. You know what you've done. You've now got a claim on the 3 best sources of water in Ruby Valley, the only 3 that are surefire all the year around. And what will they do when they find out? They'll kill you. They won't find out for a while. I'm not talking until the fight's been taken out of them. What about your claim stakes at Thousand Springs? Buried. Iron stakes and driven deep into the ground. There's sod and grass over the top. What about proving up? That too. You know how that spring operates? Actually, it is one great big spring back inside the mountain flowing out through the rocky face of the cliff in hundreds of tiny rivulets. Well, atop the mesa there is a good piece of land that falls into my claim, and back in the woods there is some land I can plow. I've already broken that land, smoothed her out, and put in a crop. I've got a trail to the top of that mesa, and a stone house built up there. I'm in business, Scotty. Scott looked at him and shook his head. Then he pushed back from the table and, getting up, went into the store. When he returned, he had several boxes of shells. In the morning come around and stock up, he suggested. You better make you a cache or two with an extra gun here and there, and some extra ammunition. Maybe a little grub. Be good insurance, and son, you'll need it. That's good advice. I'll do it, and you keep track of the expense. I'll settle every cent of it when this is over. With money in his pocket, he walked around the store and crossed the street to the Bit and Bridle. The bartender glanced at him, then put a bottle and a glass in front of him. He was a short man, very thick and fat, but after a glance at the corded forearms, Rip was very doubtful about it all being fat. A couple of lazy talking cowhands held down the opposite end of the bar, and there was a poker game in progress at a table. Several other men sat around on chairs. They were the usual nondescript crowd of the cow trails. He poured his drink and had just taken it between his thumb and fingers when the batwing doors thrust open, and he heard the click of heels behind him. He neither turned nor looked around. The amber liquid in the glass held his attention. He had never been a drinking man, taking only occasional shots, and he was not going to drink much tonight. The footsteps halted abreast of him, and a quick, clipped voice said in very precise words, "Are you the chap who owns that fast horse, the one with the black forequarters and the white over the loin and hips?" He glanced around, turning his head without moving his body. There was no need to tell him that this was Bob Vincent. He was a tall, clean-limbed young man who was like her in that imperious lift to his chin, unlike her in his quick, decisive manner. "There's spots, egg-shaped black spots over the white," said Campbell. "That the one you mean? My sister is outside. She wants to speak to you." "I don't want to speak to her." "You can tell her that." He turned his attention to his drink. What happened then happened so fast it caught him off balance. A hand grasped him by the shoulder and spun him around in a grip of iron, and he was conscious of being surprised at the strength in that slim hand. Bob Vincent was staring at him, his eyes blazing. "I said my sister wanted to speak to you." "And I said I didn't want to speak to her." Rip Campbell's voice was slow-paced and even. "Now take your hand off me, and don't ever lay a hand on me again." Bob Vincent was a man who had never backed down for anyone. From the east he had come into the cow country of Ruby Valley, and made a place for himself by energy, decision, and his own youthful strength. Yet he had never met a man such as he faced now. As he looked into the hazel eyes of the stranger, he felt something turn over way deep inside him. It was as though he had parted the brush and looked into the face of a lion. Vincent dropped his hand. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid your manner made me forgetful. My sister can't come into a place like this." The two men measured each other, and the suddenly alert audience in the bit and bridle let their eyes go from Vincent to the stranger. Bob Vincent they knew well enough to know he was afraid of nothing that walked. They also knew his normal manner was polite to a degree rarely encountered in the West, where manners were inclined to be brusque, friendly, and lacking in formality. Yet there was something else between these two now. As one man, they seemed to sense the same intangible something that had touched Bob Vincent. The Batwing doors parted suddenly, and Katie Vincent stepped into the room. First, Campbell was aware of a shock that such a girl could come into such a place, and secondly, of shame that he had been the cause. Then he felt admiration sweep over him at her courage. Beautiful in a gray tailored riding habit, her head lifted proudly, she walked up to Rip Campbell. Her face was set and her eyes were bright. Rip was suddenly conscious that never in all his life had he looked into eyes so fine, so filled with feeling. "Sir," and her voice could be heard in every corner of the room, "I do not know what your name may be, but I have come to pay you your money. Your horse beat Flame today, and beat him fairly. I regret the way I acted, but it was such a shock to have Flame beaten that I allowed you to get away without being paid. I am very sorry. However," she added quickly, "if you would like to run against Flame again, I'll double the bet." "Thank you, Miss Vincent." He bowed slightly from the hips. "It was only that remark about my horse that made me run him at all. You see, ma'am, as you no doubt know, horses have feelings. I couldn't let you run down my horse to his face, that-a-way." Her eyes were on his, and suddenly they crinkled at the corners, and her lips rippled with a little smile. "Now, if you'll allow me," he took her arm and escorted her from the room. Inside they heard a sudden burst of applause, and he smiled as he offered her his hands for her foot. She stepped into them, then swung into her position on the horse. "I'm sorry you had to come in there, but your brother was kind of abrupt." "That's quite all right," she replied quickly, almost too quickly. "Now, our business is completed." He stepped back and watched them ride away into the darkness of early evening. Then he turned back to the saloon. He almost ran into a tall, carefully dressed man who had walked up behind him. A man equally as large as Parker. Pale blue eyes looked from a handsome, perfectly cut face of city white. He was trim, neat, and precise. Only the guns at his hips looked deadly with their polished butts and worn holsters. "That," said the tall man, gesturing after Katie Vincent, "is a staked claim." Rip Campbell was getting angry. Men who were bigger than he always irritated him anyway. "It is." His voice was cutting. "If you think you can stake a claim on any woman, you've got a lot to learn." He shoved by toward the door, but behind him the voice said, "But that one's staked. You hear me?" Soledad by night was a tiny scattering of lights along the dark river of the street. Music from the tinny piano in the bit and bridle drifted down the street, and with it the lazy voice of someone singing a cow camp song. Rip Campbell turned up the street toward the two-story frame hotel, his mind unable to free itself from the vision that was Katie Vincent. For the first time, the wife who was to share that ranch had a face. Until now there had been in his thoughts the vague shadow of a personality and a character, but there had been no definite features, nothing that could be recognized. Now, after seeing Katie, he knew there could be but one woman in the ranch house he planned to build. He smiled wryly as he thought of her sharing his life. What would she think of a cowhand? A drifting gun hand? And what would she say when it became known that he was Rip Campbell? Not that the name meant very much, for it did not. Only in certain quarters where fighting men gather, he had acquired something of a reputation. The stories about him had drifted across the country as such stories will, and while he had little notoriety as a gunfighter, he was known as a hard, capable man who would and could fight. He was keenly aware of his situation in Soledad and the Ruby Hills country. As yet, he was an outsider. They were considering him, and Parker had already sensed enough of what he was to offer a job, gun or saddle job. When his intentions became known, he would be facing trouble, and plenty of it. When they discovered that he had actually moved in and taken possession of the best water in the valley, they would have no choice but to buy him out, run him out, or kill him. Or they could move out themselves, and neither Walt Parker nor Nix Reynolds was the man for that. In their fight, Rip had no plan to take sides. He was a not-too-innocent bystander, as far as they were concerned. When Bob and Katie Vincent were considered, he wasn't too sure. He scowled, realizing suddenly that sentiment had no place in such dealings as his. Until he saw Katie Vincent, he had been a free agent, and now, for better or worse, he was no longer quite so free. He could not now move with such cold indifference to the tides of war in the Ruby Hills. Now he had an interest, and his strength was lowered to just the degree of that interest. He was fully aware of the fact. It nettled him even as it amused him, for he was always conscious of himself, and viewed his motives with a certain wry, ironic humor, seeing himself always with much more clarity than others saw him. Yet, despite that, something had been accomplished. He had staked his claim at Thousand Springs and started his cabin. He had talked with Scott and won an ally there, for he knew the old man was with him, at least to a point. He had met and measured Walt Parker, and he knew that Emmett Cub was now with Reynolds. That would take some investigation, for from all he had learned, he had been sure that Parker had hired Cub to kill Vin Carter, but now Cub worked for Reynolds. Well, the allegiance of such men was tied to a dollar sign, and their loyalty was no longer than their next payday. And there might have been trouble between Parker and Cub, and that might be the reason Parker was so eager to have him killed. He directed his thoughts toward the Vincents. Bob was all man. Whatever Reynolds and Parker planned for him, he would not take. He would have his own ideas, and he was a fighter. What of the other hands whom Scott implied were loyal to Levit, rather than Vincent? These men he must consider too, and must plan carefully for them, for in such an action as he planned, he must be aware of all the conflicting elements in the valley. The big man in the white hat he had placed at once. Carter had mentioned him with uncertainty, for when Carter left the valley, Bart Levit had just arrived and was an unknown quantity. With that instinctive awareness that the widely experienced man has for such things, Rip Campbell knew that he and Bart Levit were slated to be enemies. They were two men who simply could not be friends, for there was a definite clash of personalities and character that made a physical clash inevitable. And Campbell was fully aware that Bart Levit was not the soft touch some might believe. He was a dangerous man, a very dangerous man. Chapter 4. He found the hotel was a long building with 30 rooms, a large empty lobby, and off to one side, a restaurant open for business. Feeling suddenly hungry, he turned to the desk for a room, his eyes straying toward the restaurant door. When Campbell dropped his war bag, a young man standing in the doorway turned and walked to the desk. "Room," he smiled as he spoke, and his face was pleasant. "The best you've got." Rip grinned at him. The clerk grinned back. "Sorry, but they are all equally bad, even if reasonably clean. Take 15 at the end of the hall. You'll be closer to the well. Pump." The clerk chuckled. "What do you think this is?" "New York. It's a rope and bucket well. It's been almost a year since we hauled a dead man out of it. The water should be good by now." "Sure." Rip studied him for a moment. "Where you from?" "New York." "Yes, and Philadelphia, Boston, Richmond, London, and San Francisco. And now Soledad. You've been around." Rip rolled a smoke and dropped the sack on the desk for the clerk. "How's the food?" "Good. Very good. And the prettiest waitress west of the Mississippi." Rip smiled. "Well, if she's like the other girls around here, she's probably a staked claim. I had a big hombre with a white hat tell me tonight that one girl was staked out for him." The clerk looked at him quickly, shrewdly. "Bart Levit?" "I guess. If he meant the lady you had the race with today, I'd say he was doing more hoping than otherwise. Katie Vincent," the clerk spoke carefully, "is not an easy claim to stake." Rip pulled the register around, hesitated an instant, and then wrote his name. "Rip Campbell, El Paso." The clerk glanced at it, then looked up. "Glad to meet you, Rip. My name is Alan Kinney." He looked down at the name again. "Rip Campbell. I've heard that name from somewhere. It's funny," he added musingly, "about a name and a town. Rip Campbell from El Paso. Now you might not be from El Paso at all. You might be from Del Rio, or Sanderson, or Uvalde. You might even be from Cheyenne, or from Fort Sumner, or White Oaks. What happened to you in El Paso? Or wherever you came from? And why did you come here? Men drift without reason sometimes, but usually there is something. Sometimes the law is behind them, or an outlaw ahead of them. Sometimes they just want new horizons or a change of scene, and sometimes they are hunting for something. You now. I'd say you had come to Soledad for a reason that could mean trouble." "Let's drink some coffee," Campbell suggested, "and see if that waitress is as pretty as you say." "You won't think so," Kinney said, shaking his head. "You won't think so at all. You've just seen Katie Vincent. After her, all women look washed out, until you get over her." "I don't plan on it." Kinney dropped into a chair. "That, my friend, is a large order. Miss Vincent usually handles such situations with neatness and dispatch. She is always pleasant, never familiar. This is different." Rip looked up, and suddenly he knew with a queer excitement just what he was going to say. He said it. "I'm going to marry her." Alan Kinney gulped and put his cup down carefully. "Have you told her? Does she know your intentions are honorable? Does she even know you have intentions?" He grinned. "You know, friend, that is a large order you have laid out for yourself." The waitress came up. She was a slender, very pretty girl with red hair, a few freckles, and a sort of bubbling good humor that was contagious. "May," Kinney said, "I want you to meet Rip Campbell. He is going to marry Katie Vincent." At this, Rip felt his ears getting red, and cursed himself for a thick-headed fool for ever saying such a thing. It may have been startled from him by the sudden realization that he intended to do just that. "What?" May said quickly, looking at him. "Another one." Campbell glanced up, and suddenly he put his hand over hers and said gently, "No, May. The one." Her eyes held his for a moment, and the laughter faded from them. "You know," she said seriously, "I think you might." She went for their coffee. Kinney looked at Rip with care. "Friend Campbell," he said, "you have made an impression. I really think the lady believed you. Now, if you can do as well with Miss Vincent, you'll be doing all right." The door opened suddenly from the street, and two men stepped in. Rip glanced up, and his dark eyes held on the two men who stood there. One of the men was a big man with sloping shoulders, and his eyes caught Campbell's and narrowed as if at sudden recognition. The other man was shorter, thicker, but obviously a hard case. With a queer sort of premonition, Rip guessed that these men were from the Vincent Ranch, or they could be riders, at least, who knew about Rip Campbell and were more than casually interested. These could be the men who worked for Bart Levit, and as such they merited study. Yet their type was not unfamiliar to Rip Campbell, nor to any man who rode the borderlands or the wild country. While many a puncher has branded a few mavericks or rustled a few cows when he needed drinking money or wanted a new saddle, There was a certain intangible, yet very real difference that marked those who held to the outlaw trail, and both of these men had it. They were men with guns for hire, men who rode for trouble, and for the ready cash they could get for crooked work. He knew their type. He had faced such men before, and he knew they recognized him. These men were a type who never fought a battle for anyone but themselves. Without warning, the door pushed open and two men came into the room. Rip glanced around and caught the eye of a short, stocky man who walked with a quick, jerky lift of his knees. He walked now, right over to Campbell. "You're Rip Campbell," he said abruptly. "I've got a job for you. Bart tomorrow morning. 100 a month and found. Plenty of horses. I'm Nix Reynolds, and my place is just out of town in that big clump of cottonwoods. Old place. You won't have any trouble finding it." Rip smiled. "Sorry, I'm not hunting a job." Reynolds had been turning away, but he whipped back quickly. "What do you mean? Not looking for a job? At 100 a month? When the range is covered with top hands getting 40? I said I didn't want a job." "Ah." The genial light left the older man's face, and his blue eyes hardened and narrowed. "So that's it. You've gone to work for Walt Parker." "No, I don't work for Parker. I don't work for anybody. I'm my own man, Mr. Reynolds." Nix Reynolds stared at him. "Listen, my friend, and listen well. In the Ruby Hills today there are but two factions, those for Reynolds and those against him. If you don't work for me, I shall regard you as an enemy." Campbell shrugged. "That's your funeral. From all I hear, you have enemies enough without choosing any more. Also, from all I hear, you deserve them." "What?" Reynolds' eyes blazed. "Don't sass me, stranger." The lean, whip-bodied man beside him touched his arm. "Let me handle this, Uncle Nix," he said gently. "Let me talk to this man." Rip shifted his eyes. The younger man had a lantern jaw and unusually long gray eyes. The eyes had a flatness about them that puzzled and warned him. "My name is Cyrus Bourdon. I am foreman for Mr. Reynolds." He stepped closer to where Campbell sat in his chair, one elbow on the table. "Maybe you would like to tell me why he deserves his enemies." Haney glanced up at him, his blunt features composed, faintly curious, his eyes steady and aware. "Sure," he said quietly. "I'd be glad to." Nix Reynolds came west from Missouri right after the war with Mexico. For a time he was located in Santa Fe, but as the wagon trains started to come west, he went north and began selling guns to the Indians. Reynolds' face went white and his eyes blazed. "That's not true." Campbell's glance cut his words short. "Don't make me kill you," Rip said sharply. "Every word I say is true. You took part in wagon train raids yourself. I expect you collected your portion of white scalps. Then you got out of there with a good deal of loot and met a man in Julesburg who wanted to come out here. He knew nothing of your crooked background, and—" Bourdon's hand was a streak for his gun, but Campbell had expected it. When the Reynolds foreman stepped toward him, he had come beyond Campbell's outstretched feet, and Rip whipped his toe up behind the foreman's knee and jerked hard just as he shoved with his open hand. Bourdon hit the floor with a crash, and his gun went off with a roar, the shot plowing into the ceiling. From the room overhead came an angry shout and the sound of bare feet hitting the floor. Rip moved swiftly. He stepped over and kicked the gun from Bourdon's hand, then swept it up. "Get up. Reynolds, get over there against the wall, pronto." White-faced, Reynolds backed to the wall, hatred burning deep in his eyes. Slowly, Cyrus Bourdon got to his feet, his eyes clinging to his gun in Rip Campbell's hand. "Lift your hands, both of you. Now push them higher. Hold it." He stared at the two men. Behind him, the room was slowly filling with curious onlookers. "Now," Rip Campbell said coolly, "I'm going to finish what I started. You asked me why you deserved to have enemies. I started by telling you about the white people you murdered, and by the guns you sold, and now I'll tell you about the man you met in Julesburg." Reynolds' face was ashen. "Forget that," he said. "You don't need to talk so much. Bourdon was hunting trouble. You forget it. I need a good man to murder like you did your partner. You made a deal with him, and he came down here and worked hard. He planted those trees. He built that house. Then 3 of you went out and stumbled into a band of Indians, and somehow, although wounded, you were the only one who got back. And naturally, the ranch was all yours. Who were those Indians, Nix? Or was there only one Indian? Only one, who was the last man of 3 riding single file. You wanted to know why I wouldn't work for you, and why you should have enemies. I've told you. And now I'll tell you something more. I've come to the Ruby Hills to stay. I'm not leaving." Deliberately, he handed the gun back to Bourdon, and as he held it out to him, their eyes met and fastened, and it was Cyrusny Bourdon's eyes that shifted first. He took the gun, reversed it, and started it into his holster, and then his hand stopped, and his lips drew tight. Rip Campbell smiled. "Careful," he said softly. "I wouldn't try it if I were you." Bourdon stared, and then with an oath he shoved the gun hard into its holster, and turning out the door walked rapidly away. Behind him went Nix Reynolds, his neck and ears red with the bitterness of the fury that throbbed in his veins. Slowly, in a babble of talk, the room cleared, and then Rip Campbell seated himself again. "May," he said, "you've let my coffee get cold. Fill it up, will you?" Chapter 5. Persons who lived in the town of Soledad were not unaccustomed to sensation. But the calling of Nix Reynolds and his supposedly gun-slick foreman in the Cattleman's Cafe was a subject that had the old maids of both sexes licking their lips with anticipation and excitement. Little had been known of the background of Nix Reynolds. He was the oldest settler, the owner of the biggest and oldest ranch, and he was a hard character when pushed. Yet now they saw him in a new light, and the story went from mouth to mouth. Not the last to hear it was Walt Parker, who chuckled and slapped his heavy thigh. "Wouldn't you know it? That old four-flusher. Crooked as a dog's hind leg." The next thing that occurred to anyone occurred to him. How did Rip Campbell know? The thought drew Parker up to a standstill. Campbell knew too much. Who was Campbell? If he knew that, he might, but no. That didn't necessarily follow. Still, Rip Campbell was going to be a good friend to have and a bad enemy. Not the least of the talk concerned Campbell's confidence, the way he had stood there and dared Bourdon to draw. Overnight, Campbell had become the most talked about man in the Ruby Hills. When gathering his information about the Ruby Hills country, Rip Campbell had gleaned some other information that was of great interest. That information was what occupied his mind on the first morning in Soledad. So far, in his meandering around the country, and he had done more of it than anyone believed, he had no opportunity to verify this final fragment of information. But now he intended to do it. From what he had overheard, the country north and west of the mountains was a badlands that was avoided by all. It was a lava country, broken and jagged, and there was much evidence of prehistoric volcanic action, so much so that riding there was a danger always, and walking was the surest way to ruin a pair of boots. Yet at one time there had been a man who knew the lava beds, and all of that badlands country that occupied some 300 square miles stretching north and west across the state line. That man had been Jim Berg. It had been Jim Berg who told Charlie Hastings, Reynolds' ill-fated partner, about the Ruby Hills country, and it had been Jim Berg who first drove a herd of Spanish cattle into the Ruby Hills. But Berg tired of ranching and headed north, leaving his ranch and turning his horses loose. His cattle were already gone. Gone, that is, into the badlands. Berg knew where they were, but cattle were of no use without a market, and there was no market anywhere near. Berg decided he wanted to move, and he wanted quick money, so he left the country, taking only a few of the best horses with him. He had talked to Charlie Hastings, and Hastings talked to Nix Reynolds, but Jim Berg was already gone. Gone east into the Texas Panhandle, and a lone hand fight with Comanches that ended with 4 warriors dead and with Jim Berg's scalp hanging from the belt of another. But Jim Berg had talked to other people in Santa Fe, and the others did not forget either. One of these had talked to Rip Campbell, and Rip was a curious man. When he threw his saddle on the Appaloosa, he was planning to satisfy that curiosity. He was going to find out what had become of those cattle. 9 years had passed since Berg left them to shift for themselves. In 9 years, several hundred cattle can do pretty well for themselves. There's water in those badlands if you know where to look, Berg had told the man in Santa Fe, and there's grass, but you've got to find it. Knowing range cattle, Rip was not worried about them finding it, and if he could find it, he would find them, unless someone else had. So he rode out of Soledad down the main trail, and there were many eyes that followed him out. One pair of these belonged to Katie Yernan, already out and on her horse, drifting over the range, inspecting her cattle and seeing where they fed. She noted the tall rider on the queerly marked horse, and there was a strange leap in her heart as she watched him heading down the trail. Was he leaving? For always? The thought gave her a pang, even though remembering the oddly intent look in his eyes and the hard set to his jaw, she knew he would be back. Of course, she had heard the story of his meeting with Nix Reynolds and Cyrus Nee Bourdon. Bourdon had always frightened her, for wherever she turned, his eyes were upon her. They gave her a crawling sensation, not at all like the excitement she drew from the quick, amused eyes of Rip Campbell. The horse was a good mountain horse, and ears pricked forward, he stepped out eagerly. The sights and smells were what he knew best, and he quickened his step, sure he was coming home. Rip Campbell knew that with his action of the previous night, he was in the center of things, whether he liked it or not, and he liked it. From now on he would move fast and with boldness, not too definitely, for it would pay to keep them puzzled for a few days longer. Things would break shortly between Parker and Reynolds, especially now that his needling of Reynolds would scare the old man into aggressive action. Nix was no fool. He would know how fast talk would spread. It might not be long before embarrassing questions might be asked. The only escape from those questions lay in power. He must put himself beyond questions. Eyes squinted against the glare, Campbell thought about that, trying to calculate just what Reynolds would do. It was up to him to strike, and he would strike, or Campbell knew nothing of men under pressure. The trail he sought showed itself suddenly, just a faint track off to the right through the Pinnons, and he took it, letting Rio set his own gait. It was mid-afternoon before Rip reached the edge of the lava beds. The black tumbled masses seemed without trails or any sign of vegetation. He skirted the great black tumbled masses of lava, searching for some evidence of a trail. It was miserably hot, and the sun threw heat back from the blazing rocks until he felt like he was in an oven. When he was on a direct line between the lava beds and Thousand Springs, he rode back up the mountain, halted, and swung down to give his horse a rest. From his saddlebags, he took a telescope, a glass he had bought in New Orleans several years before. Sitting down on a boulder while the horse cropped casually at the dry grass, he began a systematic inch-by-inch study of the lava beds. Only the vaguest sort of plan had formed in his mind for his next step. Everything had been worked out carefully to this point, but from now on his action depended much upon the actions of Parker and Reynolds. Yet he did have the vestige of a plan. If the cattle he sought were still in the lava beds, he intended to brand them one by one and shove bunches of them out into the valley. He was going to use that method to make his bid for the valley range. After a half-hour of careful study, he got up, thrust the glass in his belt, and rode slowly along the hillside, stopping at intervals to continue his examination of the beds. It was almost dusk when he raised up in the stirrups and pointed the glass toward a tall finger of rock that thrust itself high from the beds. At the base of it was a cow, and it was walking slowly toward the northwest. Try as he might, Rip could find no trail into the lava beds, so as dusk was near, he turned the horse and started back toward Thousand Springs. He would try again. At least, he knew he was not shooting in the dark. There was at least one cow in that labyrinth of lava, and if there was one, there would certainly be more. The trail he had chosen led him up the mesa at Thousand Springs from a little-known route. He wound around through the clumps of piñon until the flat top was reached. Then he rode along slowly, drinking in this beauty that he had chosen for the site of his home. The purple haze had thickened over the hills and darkened among the trees, and deep shadows gathered in the forested notches of the hills, while the pines yet made a dark fringe against a sky still red with the last rose of the sinking sun. Below him, the mesa broke sharply off and fell for over 100 feet of sheer rock. 30 feet from the bottom of the cliff, the springs trickled from the fractured rock and covered the rock below with a silver sheen from many small cascades that fell away into the pool below. Beyond the far edge of the pool, fringed with aspens, the valley fell away in a long sweep of tall grass range, rolling into a dark distance against the mystery of the hills. Rip Campbell sat his horse in a place rarely seen by man, for he was doubtful if anyone in many years had mounted the mesa. That he was not the first man here he knew, for there were Indian relics and the remains of stone houses ages old. These seemed to have no connection with any cliff dwellings or pueblos he had seen in the past. The building was more ancient and more massive than on Acoma, the Sky City. The range below him was the upper end of Ruby Valley, and was supposedly under control of Nix Reynolds. Actually, he rarely visited the place, nor did his men. It was far and away at the end of the range, he claimed, and the water was available for the cattle when they wished to come to it. Yet here on the rim of the mesa, or slightly back from the rim, Campbell had begun to build a ranch house, using the old foundations of the prehistoric builders and many of their stones. The floor itself was intact, and he availed himself of it, sweeping it clean over a wide expanse. He had pasted off and planned his house accordingly, and he had large ideas. Yet for the moment, he was intent only on repairing a part of the house to use as his claim shanty. There was water here. Water that bubbled from the same source as that of the Thousand Springs. He knew that his water was the same water. Several times he had tried dropping sticks or leaves into the water outside his door, only to find them later in the pool below. From where he sat, he could with his glass see several miles of trail and watch all who approached him. The trail up the back way was unknown so far as he could find out. Certainly it indicated no signs of use but that of wild game, although it had evidently been used in bygone years. To the east and south his view was unobstructed. Below him lay all the dark distance of the valley and the range for which he was fighting. To the north, the mesa broke sharply off and fell away into a deep canyon with a dry wash at its bottom. The side of the canyon across from him was almost as sheer as this, and at least a quarter of a mile away. The trail led up from the west and through a broken country of tumbled rock, long fingers of lava, and clumps of piñon, giving way to aspen and pine. The top of the mesa was at least 200 acres in extent, and absolutely impossible to reach by any known route, but the approach he used. Returning through the trees to a secluded hollow, Rip swung down and stripped the saddle and bridle from the horse, then turned it loose. He rarely hobbled or tied the horse, for Rio would come at a call or whistle and never failed to respond at once. Chapter 6. But a horse in most cases will not wander far from a campfire, feeding away from it, and then slowly feeding back toward it, seeming to like the feeling of comfort as well as a man. He built his fire of dry wood, and built it with plenty of cover, keeping it small. Even at this height, there was no danger of it being seen and causing wonder. The last thing he wanted for now was any of the people from the valley to find him out. After he had eaten, he strolled back to the open ground where the house was taking shape. Part of the ancient rock floor he was keeping for a terrace from which the whole valley could be seen. For a long time he stood there, looking off into the darkness and enjoying the cool night air. Then he turned and walked back into the deep shadows of the house. He was standing there, trying to see it as it would appear when complete, when he heard a low, distant rumble. Suddenly anxious, he listened intently. It seemed to come from within the very rock on which he stood. He waited, listening for the sound to grow. But after a moment, it died away to a vague rumble, and then disappeared altogether. Puzzled, he walked around for several minutes, waiting and listening, but there was no further sound. It was a strange thing, and it disturbed him and left him uneasy as he walked back to his camp. Long after he rolled in his blankets, he lay there puzzling over it. He noted with an odd sense of disquiet that Rio stayed close to him, closer than usual. Of course, there could be another reason for that. There were cougars on the mesa, and in the breaks behind it. He had seen their tracks. There were also elk and deer, and twice he had seen bear. The country he had chosen was wildly beautiful, a strange, lost corner of the land, somehow cut off from the valley by the rampart of Thousand Springs Mesa. He awakened suddenly as the sky was growing gray, and found himself sitting bolt upright. And then he heard it again, that low, mounting rumble, far down in the rock beneath him, as though the very spirit of the mountain were rolling over in its sleep. Only here the sound was not so plain. It was fainter, farther away. At daybreak, Rip rolled out of his blankets, built a fire, and made coffee. While eating, he puzzled over the strange sound he had heard the night before. The only solution that seemed logical was that it came somehow from the springs. It was obvious that forces of some sort were at work deep in the rock of the mesa. Obviously, these forces had made no recent change in the contour of the rock itself, and so must be insufficient for the purpose. Campbell continued with his building, working the morning through. Unlike many cowhands, he had always enjoyed working with his hands. Now he had the pleasure of doing something for himself, with the feeling that he was building to last. By noon he had another wall of heavy stone constructed, and the house was beginning to take shape. He stopped briefly to eat and slipped on his shirt before sitting down. As he buttoned it up, he saw a faint movement far down the Soledad Trail. Going to his saddlebags, he dug out his glass and took his position in a lookout post among the rocks on the rim. First, making sure the sunlight would not reflect from the glass and give him away, he dropped flat among the rocks and pointed the glass downtrail. The rider's face was still indistinct, but there was something vaguely familiar about him. And then, as he drew nearer, Rip saw it was Cyrus Knee Bourdon. What was the Reynolds foreman doing here? Of course, as this was considered RR range, he might be checking the grass or the stock. He rode swiftly, however, and paid no attention to anything around him. When he reached the pool below, he swung down, seated himself on a rock, and lighted a cigarette, waiting for someone. The sun felt warm and comfortable on his back after the hard work of the morning, and Rip settled himself comfortably into the warm sand behind the rocks. Thoughtfully, he turned his glass down the trail, but saw no one else. Then he began scanning the country, and after a few minutes picked up another rider. The man rode a sorrel horse with 3 white stockings, and must have approached through the timber, as he was not in sight until the last minute. He rode swiftly up to the pool and swung down. The 2 men shook hands, and puzzled, Rip shifted his glass to the brand. The sorrel carried a VV on his shoulder. A Vincent rider, at what was apparently a secret meeting with the foreman of the RR. The 2 seated themselves, and Campbell waited, studying them and then the trail. And now he saw 2 more horsemen, and these were riding up the trail together. One was a big, slope-shouldered man whom he had seen in Soledad, and he rode a BOXSET horse. The last man rode a gray Mustang with the 3 diamonds of Bart Levit on his hip. Here was something of real interest. The 4 brands, 2 of them outwardly at war, the others on the verge of it, meeting in secret. Campbell cursed his luck that he could not hear what was said, but so far as he could see, Bourdon seemed to be laying down the law. Then he saw something else. At first it was a vague suggestion of disturbance in the grass and brush near the foot of the cliff, and then he saw a slight figure creeping nearer. His heart leapt as he saw Katie Vincent crawling closer. Katie Vincent. Whatever the meeting of the four men meant, it was at least plain they intended no one to see or overhear what they had to say. If the girl was seen or heard, she would be in great danger. Sliding back from his lookout point, he ran in a crouching position toward the house and got his Winchester. By the time he was back, the brief meeting was breaking up. The girl lay still below him, and the men mounted one by one and rode away. The last to go was Cyrus Bourdon. After several minutes had passed, Katie got to her feet and walked out into the open. She went to the spring and drank, then stood looking around, obviously in profound thought. Ross debated the possibility of getting his horse, but dismissed it as impossible. It would require a couple of hours at least to ride from here to the spring, although he was within a few hundred feet of it. The girl walked away toward the woods, finally, evidently for her horse. After some minutes, she rode out of the trees on Flame and started down the trail toward the VV Ranch, distant against the far hills. There had been a meeting of the four brands, but not of the leaders. Katie Vincent had probably overheard what was said. He scowled thoughtfully. The girl had moved with care and skill, and her actions showed she was no mean woodsman when it came to playing the Indian. None of the four below had been a tenderfoot, yet she had approached them and listened without giving herself away. Katie Vincent, he decided, would bear some watching herself. Saddling Rio, Rip rode back through the aspens and down the lonely and dangerous trail to the rim of the Badlands. He still had found no way to enter the lava beds, and if he was to take the next step in his program of conquest, he must find the cattle that he was sure still roamed among those remote and lost water holes in the lava. The afternoon was well along before he found himself skirting the rim of the canyon that opened near the lava beds, and when he reached them, it was already late. There would be little time for a search, but despite that, he turned north, planning to cut back around the mesa and return to Soledad by way of the springs. A slight movement among the trees ahead caused him to halt, and then he saw several elk drifting slowly down a narrow glade toward the lava. His eyes narrowed suddenly. There was no water of which he knew closer than the Thousand Springs pool, and these elk were drifting away from it rather than toward it. As they usually watered at sundown or before daybreak, they must be headed for water elsewhere, and that could be in the lava. Dismounting, he ground-hitched his horse and watched the elk as they drifted along, until they had almost vanished in the trees. Then he mounted and followed them down. When the trail he was following turned down and joined theirs, he continued along it. In a few minutes he grunted with satisfaction, for the hoof marks led him right up to the lava and into a narrow cleft between two great folds of the black rocks. Riding carefully, for the trail was very narrow and the lava on both sides black and rough, he kept on following the elk. It was easy to see how such a trail might exist for years and never be found, for at times he was forced to draw one leg up and lift the stirrup out of the way, as it was too narrow otherwise. The trail wound around and around, covering much distance without penetrating very far, and then it dipped down suddenly through a jagged and dangerous-looking cleft. Rip hesitated, studying the loose hanging crags above with misgiving. They looked too shaky and insecure for comfort. He well knew that if a man was ever trapped or hurt in this lava bed, he might as well give up. There would be no help for him. Yet, with many an upward glance at the great, poorly balanced chunks of rock, many of them weighing tons, he rode down into the cleft on the trail of the elk. For over half a mile, the cleft led him steadily downward, much of the going very steep, and he realized he was soon going to be well below the level of the surrounding country. He rode on, however, despite the growing darkness, already great in the dark bottom of the cleft. Then the trail opened out, and he stopped with a gasp of amazement. Before him lay a great circular valley, an enormous valley surrounded by gigantic black cliffs that in many places shelved out over the edge. But the bottom was almost level and was covered with rich green grass. There were a few scattered clumps of trees, and from somewhere he heard the sound of water. Drifting on, he looked up and around him, overcome with astonishment. The depth of the valley, at least 1,000 feet lower than the surrounding country, and the unending sameness of the view of the beds from above safely concealed its existence. It was without doubt an ancient volcanic crater, long extinct, and probably the source of the miles of lava beds which had been spewed forth in some bygone age. The green fields below were dotted with cattle, most of them seemingly in excellent shape. Here and there among them, he noticed small groups of horses. Without doubt, these were the cattle and horses, or their descendants, left by Jim Berg. Despite the lateness of the hour, he pushed on, marveling at the mighty walls around him, at the green grass and the white-trunked aspens. Twice he found springs of water. In both cases, they bubbled from the ground. Later, he found one spring that ran from a cleft in the rock and trickled down over the worn face of the cliff for some 30 feet to sink into the ground below. None of the cattle seemed in the least frightened of him, although they moved back as he approached, and several lifted their noses at him curiously. When he had ridden for well over 2 miles, he drew up in a small glade near a spring, and stripping the saddle from his horse, he made camp. This would end his rations, and tomorrow he must start back. Obviously, this would be a good place to start such a cache of supplies as Scott had advised. Night brought a strange coolness to the valley. He built a fire and fixed his coffee, talking to Rio meanwhile. After a moment, he became conscious of movement. He looked up and saw that a dozen or more cows and a bull had moved up. They were staring at the fire and at him with their amazed bovine eyes. Apparently, they had never seen a man before. From all appearances, the crater was a large one, being several miles across and carpeted with this rich grass. The cattle were all in good shape. Twice during the night he heard the cry of a cougar and once the howl of a wolf. With daylight he was in the saddle once more, but by day the crater proved to be smaller than he had at first believed, and there was probably some 2,000 acres in the bottom. But it was all the same level ground with rich grass and a good bit of timber, all things considered. Twice, when skirting the edges of the crater, he found ice caves. These, he knew, were caused by the mass cooling so unevenly that when the surface had become cold and hard, the material below was still molten. As the fluid drained away, caves were formed under the solid crust. Because lava is a poor heat conductor, the cold air of the caves was protected. Ice formed there, and no matter how warm it might be on the surface, there was always snow in the caves. At places, pools of clear cold water had formed. He could see that some of these had been used as watering places by the deer, elk, and wild horses. When at last he started back toward the cleft through which he had gained entrance to the crater, he was sure there were several hundred, perhaps as many as 600, head of wild cattle in the bottom of the crater. He rode out, but not with any feeling of comfort. Someday he would scale those cliffs and have a look at the craggy boulders on the rim. If they ever fell into the cleft, whoever or whatever was in the bottom would never come out. It was dusk of another evening before the horse cantered down the one street of Soledad and drew up at the livery stable. A Mexican came to the door, glanced at him, and then accepted his horse. He looked doubtfully at the strange brand. "You ride for Senor Parker or Senor Reynolds?" he asked hesitantly. "For myself," Rip said. "What's the matter? The town seems quiet." "Si, senor. There has been a killing." Riley Burt of the RR was in a shooting with 2 hands from the box N. One of them was killed, the other wounded, and Senor Burt has disappeared. Left the country. Who knows? He was wounded, they say, and I am sorry for that. He was a good man, Senor Burt. The Mexican lighted a smoke, glancing at Campbell. Perhaps he was no longer wanted on the RR either. Why do you say that? Rip asked quickly. Have you any reason for it? See, he has told me himself that he has trouble with Senor Bourdon. Bourdon had trouble with Bert, yet Bert was attacked by two BOXSET hands. That didn't seem to tie in, or did it? Could there be any connection between this shooting and the meeting at the Springs? In any event, this would probably serve to start hostilities again. Chapter 7. Leaving his horse to be cared for, Rip returned to his room in the Cattleman's Hotel. Kinney was not in the lobby when he crossed it, and he found no one on the stairs. He knew how precarious his position was, for while the house he was building was reasonably safe from discovery, there was no reason to believe that someone would not soon notice the ground had been plowed back under the trees. It wasn't much, but enough to indicate he was working on the place. Uneasily, he surveyed the situation. So far, everything was proceeding according to plan, and almost too well. He had his water rights under control. He had found the cattle. He had in the crater and on the mesa 2 bases of action that were reasonably safe from attack. Yet the situation was due to blow up at almost any moment. Bourdon seemed to be playing a deep game. It might be with the connivance of his uncle, but he might be on his own. Perhaps someone else had the same idea he had, that from the fighting of Parker and Reynolds would come a new system of things in the Ruby Hills country. Perhaps Bourdon, or some other unnamed person or group, planned to be top dog. Bourdon's part in it puzzled Campbell, but at least he knew by sight the men he had met today, and would be able to keep a closer watch on them. Also, there were still the strange 3 men, of whom he had seen but 2, who lived on the VV. Somehow, they did not seem to fit with what he had seen of the Vincents. The next order of business, he told himself, is a visit to the VV. A dozen people were eating in the saloon when he entered. He stopped at one side of the door and surveyed the groups with care. It would not do to walk into Bourdon or Reynolds unawares, for Bourdon would not, and Reynolds dared not, ignore him. He had stepped on the scene in Soledad in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, at a small table alone, he saw Katie Vincent. On an impulse, he walked over to her, his spurs jingling. She glanced up at him, momentarily surprised. "Oh, it's you again. I thought you had left town." "You knew better than that." He indicated the chair opposite her. "May I sit down?" "Surely." She looked at him thoughtfully. "You know, Rip Campbell, you're not an entirely unhandsome sort of man, but I've a feeling you're still pretty savage." "I live in a country that is savage," he said simply. "It is a country that is untamed. The last court of appeal is a 6-shooter. From all I hear, you gave Cyrus Bourdon some uncomfortable moments without one. You're quite an unusual man. Sometimes your language sounds like any cowboy, and sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes your ideas are different. You find men of all kinds in the West. The town drunk in Julesburg when I was there could quote Shakespeare, and had 2 degrees. I punched cows on the range in Texas with the brother of an English lord. Are you suggesting that you are a duke in disguise?" "Me," he grinned. "No, I'm pretty much what I seem. I'm a cowhand, a drifter. Only I've a few ideas, and I've read a few books. I spent a winter once snowed up in the mountains in Montana with 2 other cowhands. All we had for entertainment was a couple of decks of cards, some checkers, and a half-dozen books. Some Englishmen left them there, and I expect before spring we all knew those books by heart, and we'd argued every point in them." "What were they?" she asked curiously. "Plutarch's Lives, the plays and sonnets of Shakespeare, some history, a lot of stuff. And good reading. We had a lot of fun with those books. When we'd played cards and checkers until we were black in the face, we'd ask each other questions on the books, for by the time we'd been there half the winter, we'd read them several times over. He ate in silence for a few minutes, and then she asked, "Do you know anything about the shooting?" "Heard about it." "What sort of man is Riley Burt?" "One of the best." "You'd like him, I think." "Hard as nails and no youngster." "He's more than 40, I'd say." "But he says what he thinks, and he thinks a good deal." Ross hesitated a few minutes and then said, "By the way, I saw one of your hands in town yesterday. A tall, slope-shouldered fellow in a checkered shirt. You know the one I mean?" She looked up at him, her eyes cool and direct. He had an uncomfortable feeling that she knew more than she was allowing him to think. Of course, this was the man she had watched from hiding as he met Bourdon. Probably she had overheard their talk. "Oh, you mean Curb Dale?" "Yes, he's one of our hands." "Why do you ask?" "Wondering about him. I'm trying to get folks placed around here." "There are a lot of them trying to get you placed, too." He laughed. "Sure. I expected that. Are you one of them?" "Yes, I think I am. You remember I overheard your talk on the trail, and I'm still wondering where you plan to be top dog." He flushed. "You shouldn't have heard that. However, I back down on none of it. I know how Nix Reynolds got his ranch. I know how Walt Parker got his, and neither of them have any moral or other claim to them aside from possession, if that is a right. You probably heard what I told Nix in here the other night. I could tell him more. I haven't started on Parker yet, and I'd as soon you didn't tell anyone. I plan to. However, in good time I shall. You see, he ran Old Man Carter off his place, and he had Emmett Cub kill Vin Carter. That's one of the things that drew me here. Revenge? Call it that if you like. I have a different name." He leaned toward her, suddenly eager for her to understand. "You see, you can't judge the West by any ordered land you know. It is a wild, hard land, and the men that came west and survived were tough, stern men. They fought Indians and white men who were worse than Indians. They fought winter, flood, storm, drought, and starvation. We have a sheriff here in town who was practically appointed by Nix Reynolds. We have a jail that stands on his land. The nearest court is 200 miles away, over poor roads and through Indian country. North of us, there is one of the wildest and most remote lands in North America where a criminal could escape and hide for years. The only law we have here is the law of strength. The only justice we have must live in the hearts and minds of men. The land is hard, and so the men are hard. We make mistakes, of course, but when there is a case of murder, we try to handle the murderer so he will not kill again. Someday we will have law, we will have order. Then we can let the courts decide, but now we have none of those things. If we find a mad dog, we kill him, for there is no dog catcher or law to do it. If we find a man who kills unfairly, we punish him. If two men fight and all is equal, regardless of which cause is right, we let the killing stand. But if a man is shot in the back without a gun or a fair chance, then the people or sometimes one man must act. I agree that it is not right. I agree that it should be different, but this is yet a raw, hard land, and we must have our killers not punished, but prevented from killing again. Vin Carter was my friend. Of that I can say nothing, only that because he was my friend, I must act for him. He was not a gunfighter. He was a brave young man, a fair shot, and on the night he was killed, he was so drunk he could scarcely see. He did not even know what was happening. It was murder. So I have come here. It so happens that I am like some of these men. Perhaps I am ruthless. Perhaps in the long run I shall lose, and perhaps I shall gain. No man is perfect. No man is altogether right or altogether wrong. Parker and Reynolds got their ranches and power through violence. They are now in a dog-eat-dog feud of their own. When that war is over, I expect to have a good ranch. If it leaves them both alive and in power, I shall have my ranch anyway. She looked at him thoughtfully. Where, Rip? His pulse leapt at the use of his first name, and he smiled suddenly. Does it matter now? Let's wait, and then I'll tell you. The smile left his face. By the way, as you left me the other evening, a man told me you were a staked claim and to stay away. What did you do? She looked at him gravely, curiously. I told him he was a fool to believe any woman was a staked claim, unless she wanted it so. And he said, nevertheless, you were staked. If it is of interest, you might as well know that I don't believe him. Also, I wouldn't pay any attention if I did. She smiled. I would be surprised if you did. Nevertheless, her chin lifted a little. What he said is true. Rip Campbell's heart seemed to stop. For a full minute he stared at her, amazed and wordless. Then he stared. You mean what? I mean that I am engaged to marry Bart Levit. I have been engaged to him for 3 months. She arose swiftly. I must be going now. Her hand dropped suddenly to his with a gentle pressure, and then she was gone. He stared after her. His thoughts refused to order themselves, for of all the things she might have said or that he might have expected, this was the last. Katie Vincent was engaged to Bart Levit. Some hot coffee? It was May, smiling down at him. Sure. She cleaned up the table, then left him alone. Sure, he said again, speaking softly into empty air. That's the way it would be. I meet a girl worth having, and she belongs to somebody else. Mind if I sit down? He looked up to see Alan Kinney, the hotel clerk, standing by the table. Go ahead, he suggested, and have some coffee. May delivered the coffee, and for a few minutes there was silence. Rip, you'd do a lot for a friend, wouldn't you? Surprised, he glanced up, and something in Kinney's eyes told him what was coming. Why, sure. But even as he said it, he was thinking over what he knew Kinney had on his mind. Of course, he should have guessed it right away. There was no other place. This was a Walt Parker, Nix Reynolds town. Do you regard me as a friend? Of course, I haven't known you long, but you seem like a regular fellow. You haven't any local ties that I can see. That's right. I just cut the last one. Or had it cut. What do you want me to do? Get him out of town? Kinney jerked sharply. You mean, you know? I guessed. Where else would he go? Is Bert hurt bad? He can ride. He's a good man, Rip. One of the best. I had no idea what to do about him, because I know they will think of the hotel soon. You've got him here? Campbell was incredulous. We'd best get him out tonight. That Box North crowd will be in hunting him, and I've a hunch the RR outfit won't back him the least bit. He's in the potato cellar. In a box under the potatoes. Whatever made you ask me? Rip demanded. Kinney shrugged. Well, like I said, you hadn't any ties here, and seemed on the prod, as they say in Soledad. Then May suggested it. May did, and Katie. She knows. I thought of her first. The VV is out of this fight so far, and it seemed the only place, but she told me she would like to, but there were reasons why it was the very worst place for him. Then she suggested you. She did. Aha. She said if you liked Bert, she knew you would do it, and you might do it just as a slap at Reynolds and Parker. She didn't seem to believe Reynolds would help, either. Campbell digested that thoughtfully. Apparently, Katie had a pretty good idea of just what undercurrents were moving the pawns about in the Soledad chess game. Of course, she would have heard at least part of Berg's talk with Kerb Dale and the others. We can't wait, Campbell said. It will have to be done now. The Box North hands should be getting to town within the hour. Have you got a spare horse? Not that we can get without everybody knowing, but May has one at her place, Kinney answered. She lives on the edge of town. The problem is to get him there. I'll get him there, Campbell promised. But I'd best get mounted myself. I know where to take him, too. However, You'd best throw us together a sack of grub from the restaurant supplies, so there won't be too many questions asked. After I come back again, I can arrange to get some stuff." Rip got to his feet. "Get him ready to move. I'll get my horse down to Maze and come back." He listened while Kinney gave him directions about finding her house, and then hurried to the door. It was too late. A dozen hard-riding horsemen came charging up the street, and they swung down at the hotel. One man stepped up on the boardwalk and strode into the hotel. Campbell knew him by his size. It was Walt Parker himself, and the man at his right was the man who had been with Bourdon at the Springs. "Kinney, I want to search your place. That killer Riley Burt is somewhere in town, and by the Lord Harry we'll have him hanging from a cottonwood limb before midnight." "What makes you think he'd be here?" Kinney demanded. He was pale and taut, but completely self-possessed. He might have been addressing a class in history, or reading a paper before a literary group. "I know Bert, but I haven't seen him." Chapter 8. Rip Campbell lounged against the door to the kitchen, his mind working swiftly. They would find him, and there was no earthly way to prevent it. The only chance would be to avert the hanging, to delay it. He knew suddenly that he was not going to see Riley Burt hang. He didn't know the man, but Burt had won his sympathy by winning a fair fight against two men. "What are you so all fired wrought up about, Parker?" he drawled. Walt Parker turned square around to face him. "It's you. What part have you got in this?" Rip shrugged. "None at all. Just wondering. Everywhere I've been, if a man is attacked and kills two men against his one, he's figured to be quite a man, not a lynching job." "He killed a Box N man." "Sure." Rip smiled. "Box N men can die as well as any others. It was a fair shake from all I hear. All three had guns, all three did some shooting. I haven't heard any Reynolds men kicking because it was 2 against 1. Kind of curious that. I'm wondering why all the RR men are suddenly out of town." "You wonder too much. It was the man from the Springs. This is none of your deal. Keep out of it." Rip Campbell still leaned against the door, but his eyes turned to the man from the Springs. Slowly, carefully, contemptuously, he looked the rider over from head to heel, then back again. Then he said softly, "Parker, you've got a taste for knickknacks. If you want to take this boy home with you, keep him out of trouble." The rider took a quick step forward. "You're not running any bluff on me, Campbell." "Forget it, Doyle. You get to hunting for Burt. I'll talk to Campbell." Parker's voice was curt. Doyle hesitated, his right hand hovering over his gun, but Rip did not move, lounging carelessly against the doorpost, a queer half-smile on his face. With an abrupt movement then, Doyle turned away, speaking quickly over his shoulder. "We'll talk about it later, Campbell." "Sure," Rip Campbell said, and then as a parting he called softly, "Want to bring Dale with you?" Doyle caught himself in mid-stride, and Doyle's shoulders hunched as if against a blow. He stopped and stared back, shock, confusion, and puzzlement struggling for expression. Campbell looked back at Parker. "You carry some characters," he said. "That Doyle now. He's touchy, ain't he?" "What did you mean about Dale?" "He's not one of my riders." "Is that right?" "I thought maybe he was, although I'll admit I didn't know." Walt Parker stared at him, annoyed and angry, yet puzzled too. The big man walked back to the table and poured a cup of coffee from the big pot on the stove. He put sugar in it, and then cream. He glanced once over his shoulder at Rip. Campbell felt a slight touch on his shoulder and glanced around and found May at his shoulder. "He's gone," she whispered. "He's not there." There was dust on her dress and he slapped at it, and she hurriedly brushed it away. "Where was he shot?" he asked under his breath. "In the leg. He couldn't go far, I know." Parker turned around. "What are you two talking about?" he demanded. "Why the whispering? Is it any of your business?" Campbell said sharply. Walt Parker stiffened and put his cup down hard. You'll go too far, Campbell. Don't try getting rough with me. I won't take it. I'm not asking you to, Rip replied roughly. He straightened away from the doorpost. I don't care how you take it. You're not running me or any part of me, and you might as well learn that right now. If I choose to whisper to a girl, I'm doing it on my own time, so keep out of it. Parker stared at him and then at the girl, and there was meanness in his eyes. He shrugged. It's a small matter. With all this trouble, I'm getting jumpy. Doyle came back into the room, accompanied by 2 other men. No sign of him, boss. We've been all over the hotel. Simmons and Klatt went through the vegetable cellar too, but there ain't a sign of him. There was an empty box under those spuds, though, big enough to hide a man. Alan Kinney had come back into the room. What about that, Kinney? Probably something to keep the spuds off the damp ground much as possible, Campbell suggested carelessly. Seems simple enough. Parker's jaw set and he turned swiftly. You, Campbell. Keep out of this. I was asking Kinney, not you. This time Doyle had nothing to say. Once Rip glanced at him, and the man looked hastily away. He's scared, Rip told himself mentally. He's mixed in some deal and don't want his boss to know it. He's afraid I'll say too much. Parker turned and strode from the restaurant, going out through the hotel lobby, his men trooping after him. When the last man was gone, May turned to Kinney. Alan, where can he be? He was there, you know he was there. Kinney nodded. I know. He twisted his hands together. He must have heard them and got out somehow. But where could he go? Rip Campbell was already far ahead of them. He was thinking rapidly. The searchers would probably stop for a drink, but they would not stop long. Doyle was apparently in on the plot to have Bert killed, for he had been at the Springs, and this had happened too swiftly. Too little noise had come from the RR for it to be anything but a plot among them. Or so it seemed to Campbell. For some reason, Riley Burt had become dangerous to them, and he was intended to die in the gunfight the previous night, but had survived and killed one of their men and wounded another. Now he must be killed, and soon. Yet Campbell was thinking further than that. His mind moved outside into the darkness, imagining where he would go if he were a wounded man with little ammunition and no time to escape. He would have to hobble or drag himself. He'd be quickly noticed by anyone and swiftly investigated. He wouldn't dare go far without shelter, as there was still some light outside, even though it was night. Campbell recalled the stone wall. It started not far from the hotel stables and circled an orchard planted long ago. Some stones had fallen, but much of it remained intact. A man might make a decent defense from behind that wall. He could drag himself all of 100 yards behind it. Rip walked swiftly out of the hotel through the back door. In the darkness, he stood stock still at the side of the door, letting his eyes adjust to the night. After a minute or two, he could make out the stable, the orchard, and the pale outline of the stone wall. Walking to the stable, he took the path along its side, placed a hand on the stone wall, and vaulted over it. Then he stood still again. If he approached Bert too suddenly, the wounded man might mistake him for an enemy and shoot. Nor did he know Bert or Bert him. Moving silently, Campbell worked his way along the stone wall. It was no more than 3 feet high, with a hedge of weeds and brambles running along much of it. He scratched his hand on a thorn, muttered a soft curse, and kept moving. He was almost to the corner when a voice spoke, very low. All right, mister, you've made a good guess but a bad one. Let one peep out of you and you can die. Bert. Nah, the cowhand said, disgusted. This is King Solomon, and I'm hunting the Queen of Sheba. Who did you think it would be? Listen and get this straight the first time. I'm your friend, and a friend of May and Kinney from the hotel. I've been hunting you to help you out of here. There's a horse at May's shack, and we've got to get you there as fast as we can make it. You hear? How do I know who you are? I'd have yelled, wouldn't I? If I found you. Once, maybe. No more than once, though. This colt still carries a kick. Who are you? I can't see your face. I'm Rip Campbell. Just blew in. The hombre that backed Cyrus Bourdon up. Sure thing, I know you. Heard all about it. It was a good job. Can you walk? I can take a stab at it, if you give me a shoulder. Let's go then. With an arm around Bert's waist, Campbell got him over the fence and into the dark alleyway beside it. They moved along the wall of the stone house and emerged into an open space. Beyond that lay the trail and then the woods. Once in the trees, they would have ample concealment all the way to May's house. But crossing the open space would be dangerous. Any door opening along the backs of the buildings or the facing structures across the street would expose them, leaving them caught in the open. Then there would be nothing for it but to shoot their way out. All right, Bert. Here we go. If any door opens, freeze where you are. Where are you taking me? Supporting himself with a hand on Campbell's shoulder and Campbell's arm around his waist, Bert hobbled along as best he could. May's shack. If anything delays me, get there. Take her horse and light out. You know that old trail to the Badlands? Sure, but it ain't no good unless you circle around to Thousand Springs. No water. And that's one mighty rough ride. Don't worry. I'll handle that. You get over there and find a spot to watch the trail until you see me. But with luck, we'll make it together. Bert's grip on Campbell's shoulder tightened. Watch it. Somebody opening that door. They froze, standing motionless. Rip felt Bert's off-arm move, saw the cowhand carefully draw his gun. Bert held the gun across his stomach, ready to cover the man who now stood framed in the light of the open door. It was the bartender. Someone loomed over the bartender's shoulder. Hey, who's that out there? Go on back to your drinks, the bartender said. I'll go see. He came down the steps and stalked toward them. Campbell slid his hand down for his left gun. The fat man walked steadily until he was close, glancing from one face to the other. Pat, Bert said softly, you'd make a soft bunk for this lead. Don't fret yourself, he said. If I hadn't come, one of those drunken BOXSET riders would have, and then what? You shoot me and you'll have them all out here. Go on, beat it. I'm not hunting trouble with any side. He looked up at Campbell. Nor with you, Rip. You don't remember me, but I remember you right well from your fuss with King Fisher. Get going now. He turned and strode back to the door. What is it? A drunken voice called. If it's that Riley Bert, I'll fix him. It ain't. Just a kid with a horse. Some stray he picked up, an old crowbait. Forget it. The door closed. Rip heaved a sigh. Without further talk, they moved on, hobbling across the open and into the trees. There they rested. They heard a door slam open. Men came out into the street and started up the path away from them. They had been drinking and were angry. The town of Soledad would be an unpleasant place on this night. When Campbell had the mare saddled, he helped Riley up. Part down the trail, he said. If you hear anybody coming, get out of sight. When I come, I'll be riding that horse of mine. You've seen it. Sure. I'll know it. I keep going until you catch up, right? Right. Keep out of sight of anybody else, and I mean anybody. That goes for your RR hands as well. Hear me? Yeah, and I guess you're right at that. They sure haven't been much help. But I'll not forget what you've done, a stranger too. You ride. Forget about me. I've got to get back into Soledad and get my horse out without exciting comment. Once I get you where I'm taking you, nobody will find you. He watched the mare start up the road at a fast walk, then turned back toward the town. He heard shouts and yells, and then a drunken cowhand blasted 3 shots into the air. Rip Campbell hitched his guns into place and started down the road for Soledad. He was walking fast. Chapter 9. The disappearance of Riley Burt was a 9-day wonder in the town of Soledad and the Ruby Hills. Rip Campbell, riding in and out of town, heard the question discussed and argued from every standpoint. Burt had not been seen in Rico, nor in Pie Town. Nor had any evidence of him been found on the trails. No horses were accounted missing, and the search of the box and cowhands had been fruitless if intensive. Neither Alan Kinney nor May asked any questions of Rip, although several times he recognized their curiosity. The shooting and the frenzied search that followed had left the town abnormally quiet. Yet the rumor was going around that with the end of the coming roundup, the whole trouble would break open once more and be settled once and for all. For the time being, with the roundup in the offing, both ranches seemed disposed to ignore the feud and settle first things first. Second only to the disappearance of Riley Burt was Rip Campbell himself as a topic of conversation. He spent money occasionally, and he came and went around Soledad, but no one seemed to have any idea what he was doing or what his plans were. Curiosity was growing, and the three most curious men were Walt Parker, Nix Reynolds, and Bart Levit. There was another man even more curious, and that one was Emmett Cubb. It was after the disappearance of Burt that Cubb first heard of Campbell's presence in the Ruby Hills. The RR hands ate at one long table presided over by Nix himself, and Cyrus Bourdon sat always at his right hand. Heard Walt Parker and his man Doyle had some words with that Campbell, Reynolds said to Bourdon. Looks like he's getting this country buffaloed. Bourdon went white to the lips and started to make an angry reply when he was cut off by the sudden movement down the table. Emmett Cubb had lunged to his feet. The stocky, hard-faced gunman leaned across the table. "Did you say Campbell?" he rasped. "Would that be Rip Campbell?" "That's right." Reynolds looked up sharply. "Know him?" Cubb sat back in his chair with a thud. "I should smile, I know him. He's hunting me." "You?" Reynolds stared. "Why?" Cubb shrugged. "Me and a friend of his had a run-in. You knew him. Vin Carter." "Ah. Carter was a friend of Campbell's?" Reynolds chewed in silence. "How good is this Campbell?" "He thinks he's plumb salty. I wouldn't be for knowin', however. Down that-a-way they sure set store by him." A slim, dark-faced cowhand looked up and drawled softly, "I know him, Emmett, and when you tangle with him, be ready. He's the hombre who went into King Fisher's hideout in Mexico after a horse one of Fisher's boys stole off him. He rode the horse out too, and the story is that he made Fisher take water. He killed the hombre who stole his horse. The fellow was a fool half-breed who went for his gun." "So he's chasing you, Emmett?" Reynolds muttered. "Maybe that accounts for his being here." "And maybe he's here because of Vin Carter," Bourdon said. "If he is, that spells trouble for Parker. That won't hurt us any." In the days that had followed the escape of Riley Burt, Campbell had not been idle. He had thrown and branded several of the wild cattle, and had pushed a few of them out into the open valley below Thousand Springs. There would be plenty of time later to bring more of them. All he wanted was for the brand to show up when the roundup was underway. Astride the horse, he headed for the VV. The morning was warm but pleasant, and he rode down into the shade under the giant old cottonwoods feeling very fit and very happy. Several of the hands were in sight, and one of them was the slope-shouldered Dale, mending a saddle girth. Bob Vincent saw him, and his brow puckered in a slight frown. He turned and walked toward Rip Campbell. "Get down, won't you? Katie has been telling me something about you." "Thanks, I will. Is she here?" His purpose had been to verify, if he could, some of his ideas about that conversation he had seen and she had overheard at the Springs. Also, he was curious about the setup at the VV. It was the one place he had not catalogued in his long rides. "Yes." Vincent hesitated. She's here. He made no move to get her. Suddenly, he seemed to make a decision. I say, Campbell, you're not coming with the idea of courting my sister, are you? You know she's spoken for. That idea, Campbell said grimly, seems to be one everyone wants to sell me. First heard it from Bart Levit. Vincent's lips tightened. You mean Bart talked to you about Katie? He did. And Katie told me she was to marry him. Bob Vincent appeared relieved. He relaxed. Well, then you understand how things are. I wouldn't want any trouble over her. Bart's pretty touchy. Understand this. Campbell turned sharply around and faced Bob. I was told that by Levit and by Katie. Frankly, the fact that she is engaged to him doesn't make a bit of difference to me. I haven't told that to her, but you're her brother, and I'm telling you. You don't need any long-winded explanations about how I feel about her. When I'm sure she's in love with him, I'll keep away. Until then, I'm in to stay. Surprisingly, Vincent did not get angry. He appeared more frightened and worried. I was afraid of that, he muttered. I should have known. Now, if you won't get her for me, I'll go to the house after her. After whom? They turned swiftly to see Katie walking toward them, smiling. Hello, Rip. Who were you coming after? Who could ever make your voice sound like that? You, he said bluntly. Nobody but you. Her smile vanished, but there was warmth in her eyes. That's nice, she said. You say it as if you mean it. I do. Boss. A tall, lean, red-headed cowhand had walked up to them, and when they turned, he asked, Who has the gallows frame brand? Gallows frame? Vincent shrugged. Never heard of it. Where did you see it? Up toward Thousand Springs. Seen several mighty fine-looking bulls and a few cows up that-a-way, and all wearin' that brand, a gallows frame with a ready noose hanging from it. And them cows, why they are wilderin' all get out. Couldn't get nowhere near them. That's something new, Vincent commented. Have you seen any of them, Katie? She shook her head, but there was a strange expression in her eyes. She glanced over at Rip Campbell, who listened with an innocence combined with humor that would have been a perfect giveaway to anyone who knew him. No, I haven't seen any of them, Bob. She looked at the redhead again. Marlowe, have you met Rip Campbell? He's new around here, but I imagine he's interested in brands. Marlowe turned to Campbell and grinned. Heard something about you, he said. Seems you had a run-in with Cyrus Bourdon. Rip noted that Curbdale's fingers had almost ceased to move in their work on the girth. Marlowe walked away with Bob Vincent, and Katie turned to Rip, her eyes cool but friendly. I thought you might be interested in knowing Bill Marlowe. He was always a good friend of that cowhand they were looking for in town, Riley Burt. Haney's eyes shifted to her thoughtfully. There seemed to be very little this girl did not know. She would be good to have for a friend, and not at all good as an enemy. She was as intelligent as she was beautiful. Her eyes never seemed to sleep, for she seemed to see everything and to comprehend what she was seeing. Was that a lucky guess about Bert? Or did she know? Would Kinney have told her? Of course, he recalled, Kinney had said she had suggested him. That might be it. She was guessing. Dale's ears were obviously tuned to catch every word, so he turned. Shall we walk over and sit down? He took her elbow and guided her to a seat under one of the huge cottonwoods. Katie, he said suddenly, I told Bob I didn't intend to pay no attention to this engagement of yours, unless I found out you were in love with Levit. Are you? She looked away quickly, her face suddenly pale and her lips tight. Finally, she spoke. Why else would a girl be engaged to a man? I haven't an idea. There might be reasons. He stared at her, and then his eyes strayed to Dale. Until you tell me you do, And look me in the eye when you say it. I'm going ahead. I want you, Katie. I want you like I never wanted anything in this world, and I mean to have you if you could care for me. I'm not asking you now. Just telling you. When I came into this valley, I came expecting trouble, and I thought I knew all the angles. Well, I've found out there's something more going on here than I expected, and it's something you know about. Maybe you don't know it all. I'm banking you don't. You heard me talking to myself. Well, what I said then goes. I'm here alone, and I'm riding for my own brand, and you've guessed right, for that gallows frame is mine, and the noose is for anybody who wants to hang on it. The RR spread and the BOXSET are controlled by a couple of range pirates. They whipped and murdered smaller, weaker men to get what they've got. If they keep it, they'll know they've been in a fight. Katie had listened intently. Her face had become serious. You can't do anything alone, Rip. You must have help. She put her hand on his arm. Rip, is Riley safe? Understand, I am not asking you where he is, just if he is safe. He did me a good turn once, and he's an honest man. He's safe. For your own information, and not to be repeated, he's working for me now. But he can't do much for another 10 days or more, and by that time it may be too late. Can I rely on Marlowe? You can. If he will work for you, he'll die for you, and kill for you if it's in the right kind of fight. He was Bert's best friend. Then if I can talk to him, you'll lose a hand. He looked down at her. Katie, what's going on here? Who is Bart Levit? Who are those men I saw in town? This Curbdale and Doyle? I know there's some connection. She got up quickly. I can't talk about that. Bart Levit is going to be my husband. Rip got up too. Roughly, he picked up his hat and jerked it on his head, then stood there, hands on hips, staring at her. Not Levit, he said harshly. Well, if you won't tell me, I'll find out anyway. He turned abruptly, and saw the two men he had seen in town at the restaurant. Curbdale and the shorter, hard-faced man. In that single instant, he became aware of many things. Bob Vincent stood in the door, white as death. Curbdale, a hard gleam in his eyes, was on the right, and he walked with elbows bent, hands swinging at his gun butts. Behind them, Campbell could see the big old tree with a bench around it, and a rusty horseshoe nailed to the trunk. Two saddled horses stood near the corral, and the sunlight through the leaves dappled the earth with shadow. Behind him there was a low moan of fear from Katie, but he did not move. He waited and watched the two men coming toward him. It could be here. It could be now. It could be at this moment. Dale spoke first, his lean, cadaverous face hard and with a curiously set expression. The shorter man had moved apart from him a little. Campbell remembered the girl behind him and knew he dare not fight, but some sixth sense warned him that somewhere else would be a third man, probably with a rifle. The difference. Curbdale spoke. You're Rip Campbell. I reckon you know me. I'm Dale, and this here's the first time you've come to the VV, and this is going to be the last. You come on this place again, and you get killed. We don't aim to have no troublemakers around. Rip Campbell held very still, weighing his next words carefully. This could break into a shooting match in one instant. Then have your artillery ready when I come back, he warned them. Because when I'm ready, I'll come back. We told you. Rip looked them over coldly, knowing they had expected to find him as tough and ready for a fight as he had been with Nix Reynolds and Bourdon. Yet there was a queer sense of relief in their eyes too. Campbell guessed that while there must be a hidden rifleman, these men were afraid for their skins. Marlowe stood nearby, as Rip swung into the saddle. I've a job for you, if you can get to town within the next 12 hours. At the saloon. You might run into a friend of yours. Marlowe did not reply, so Campbell rode away, leaving the cowhand standing there. He had spoken softly enough so he knew he was not overheard. Yet Campbell knew he was no closer to a solution than before. There was danger here. An odd situation existed in the Ruby Hills. Scowling, he considered it. On the one hand was Walt Parker with Bob Streeter and Rep Hansen, two notorious killers. On the other was Nix Reynolds with Cyrus Bourdon and Emmett Cub. Here at the VV was a stranger situation. Bob and Katie Vincent, who owned the ranch, seemed completely dominated by Levit and their own hands. Also, Levit had a strong claim of some kind on Katie herself. What could be behind that? Scowling, Rip considered it. Whatever it was, it could mean everything to him, not only for his plans in the valley, but because of his love for Katie. Somewhere in this patchwork of conflicting interests, there was another grouping, that small band who had gathered at the Springs with Cyrus Bourdon. The band was made up of at least one man from each ranch. Of Curb Dale of the VV, Doyle of the Box North, and Tallman of the Three Diamonds. Where did this last group stand? Doyle, from his actions, wanted Parker to know nothing of his tie-up with Dale. Did Reynolds know about Bourdon's meeting at the Springs? Who was behind it? Chapter 10. Quiet reigned at the bit and bridle when Rip Campbell rode into town in the late afternoon. He left his horse at the rail and strolled through the half-doors to the cool interior. Only Pat, the bartender, was present. The room was dusky and still. Pat idly polished glasses as Rip came in, glanced up at him, and then put a bottle and a glass on the bar. Rip leaned an elbow on the hardwood and dug out the makings. He built a smoke without speaking, liking the restfulness and coolness after his hot ride, and thinking over what he had seen at the VV. "You've lived here a long time, Pat." "Uh-huh. Before Carter was killed." "Lots of changes?" "Lots." "There's going to be more, Pat." "Room for them." "Where do you stand?" Pat turned abruptly and fixed his eyes on Campbell. "Not in the middle. Not with Reynolds or Parker. As for you, I'm neither for you nor against you." "That's plain enough." Campbell didn't know whether to be pleased or angry. After Pat's attitude in regard to Bert, he had hoped he might be an ally. "But you don't sound like much help." "That's right. No help at all. I've got my saloon. I'm doing all right. I was here before Reynolds and Parker. I'll be here after they are gone. And after I'm gone. Maybe that too." Pat suddenly turned again and rested his big hands on the bar. "You fool around with Parker all you want. With Reynolds too. But you lay off Bart Levit and his crowd, you hear? They ain't human. They'll kill you. They'll eat you like a cat does a mouse when they get ready." "Maybe." Rip struck a match with his left hand. "Who are his crowd?" Pat looked disgusted. "You've been to the VV. He runs that spread. Don't you be too friendly with that girl, either. She's poison." Campbell let that one ride. Maybe she was poison. Maybe feeling the way he did about her was the thing that would break him. He was a strong man. He had not lived that long under the conditions he knew, without knowing his own strength and how it compared with the strength of others. He knew that when he was sure, he would push his luck to any degree. But as yet, he was not pushing it. As yet, no one in the valley knew his real intentions. Parker believed he had come looking for Cub. Reynolds and Bourdon, despite their hatred for him, believed he was after Parker. Each was prepared to keep hands off in hopes he would injure the other. Yet the roundup was going to blow the lid off, for the roundup was going to show that he had cattle on the range and had pitched his hat into the ring. Then he would be in the middle of the fight, with every man's hand against him. Pat's warning was right. Parker and Reynolds were dangerous, but nothing to Levit's crowd. Lifting his glass, Rip studied his reflection in the mirror, the reflection of a tall, wide-shouldered young man with blunt, bronzed features and a smile that came easily to eyes half cynical, half amused. He was a tall young man with a flat-brimmed, flat-crowned black hat, a gray shield-chested shirt, and a black knotted kerchief. Black crossed belts supported the worn holsters and walnut-stocked guns. He was a fool, he decided, to think as he did about Katie. What could he offer such a girl? On the other hand, what could Bart Levit offer her? Regardless, he was here to stay. When he rode the horse into the street of Soledad, he had come to remain. If he had to back it with gunfire, he would do just that. Carefully, he considered the state of his plans. There was no fault to find there. In fact, he had progressed beyond where he had expected, in that he had a friend, an ally, a man who would stay with him to the last ditch. He had Riley Burt. Camping on the mesa, the wounded man was rapidly knitting. They had talked much, and Burt had told him what to expect of the roundup. He knew the characters and personalities of the people of the Ruby Hills, and he knew something more of Parker and Reynolds. Overnights beside the campfire, they had yarned and argued and talked. Both of them had ridden for good night, both for John Chisholm. They knew the same saloons in Tacosa and El Paso. Both had been over the trail to Dodge and to Cheyenne. Both had been in Uvalde and Laredo, and they talked the nights away of cattle and horses, of rustling and gunfighters, until they knew each other and knew they spoke the same language. Riley had talked much of Marlowe. He was a good man. While Marlowe liked both Bob and Katie Vincent, he had confided to Bert that he must leave the VV or be killed. "Why were the BOXSET boys gunning for you, Riley?" A frown gathered between Riley Burt's eyes. He looked up at Rip over the fire. His blue eyes were puzzled and disturbed. "You know, I can't figure that. It was a set deal. I saw that right away. They'd been sent to murder me. How'd you happen to be in town?" "Bourdon sent me in for a message." "I see." Rip told him then about the meeting below the mesa, and everything but Katie's part in it. "There's a tie-up there somewhere. I think Bourdon sent you in on purpose, and he had those BOXSET boys primed to kill you." "But why?" "Something you know, probably. The way I have it figured is that Cyrus Bourdon is in some kind of a double cross that he don't want Nix to know about. Maybe he figured he'd tipped his hand somehow, and you knew too much. Doyle is in the deal with him, and I figured from the way he acted the other night in front of Parker that he's double-crossing Walt. And I think Bart Levit is the man behind the whole thing." "You mean a deal between Bourdon and Levit? But they are supposed to be on the outs." "Sure, and what better cover-up? You keep an eye on the Springs. They may meet again." Bert glanced up. "Something I've been meaning to ask you. Several times I've heard a funny kind of rumbling. Sounds like it comes out of the rock under me." "You heard it?" "Uh-huh. Don't reckon it amounts to much, but someday we'll do some prowling. Kind of gives an hombre the shivers." Standing now at the bit and bridle bar, Rip Campbell went over that conversation. Yes, he was ahead of his plans in having such an ally as Riley Burt. He leaned his forearms on the hardwood and turned his head to glance out into the street. The rose of the setting sun had tinted the dusty, unpainted boards of the old building opposite with a dull glow. Beyond it, in the space between the buildings, a deep shadow had already gathered. At the rail, Rio stamped his feet against a vagrant fly and blew contentedly. It was a quiet evening. Suddenly, he felt a vague nostalgia, a longing for a home he had never known, the deep inner desire for peace. He imagined his children about him, the quiet evening rest on a wide porch after a hard day on the range, and the sound of a voice inside, a voice singing. Yet when he straightened and filled his glass again, the guns felt heavy against his legs. Someday, with luck, things would be different. The half doors pushed open, and Bart Levit stood there, tall and handsome against the fading light. He looked for an instant at Rip, then came on into the room. He wore the same splendid white hat, a white buckskin vest, and perfectly creased gray trousers tucked into polished boots. As always, The worn gun struck the only incongruous note. His voice was easy, confident. "Thanks. I've got one." In the mirror, Rip's eyes caught the difference between them. His battered shabbiness against the cool magnificence of Levit. Levit's smile was pleasant, his voice ordinary and casual. "Planning to leave soon?" "No." Campbell's voice was flat. "I'm never going to leave. That's what the country needs, they tell me. Permanent settlers, somebody to build on. It's a nice thought if you can stick it." "That's right. How about you, Levit? Do you think you'll be able to stick it when Reynolds and Parker get to checking brands?" He heard a glass rattle in Pat's suddenly nervous fingers. He knew he had taken the play away from Levit with that remark, and he followed it up. "I've been over the range lately, and there's a lot of steers out there with VVs made over into 3 diamonds and box ends to triple box A's, and I understand that brand happens to be yours too." Levit had straightened and was looking at him, all the smile gone from his face. "You understand too much, Campbell. You're getting into water that's too deep for you, or for any drifting cowhand." "Am I? Let me judge. I've waded through some bad water a few times, and where I couldn't wade, I could swim." Bart Levit's eyes had widened, and the bones seemed to stretch the skin of his face taut and hard. He was not a man used to being talked back to, and he wasn't used to being thwarted. He was shrewd, a planner, but in that instant Rip learned something else of him. He had a temper, and when pushed he got angry. Such a man was apt to be hasty. "All right," Rip told himself, "let's see. Another thing, you spoke the other day about a staked claim. I'm curious to see how deep your stakes are driven, so I'm going to find out for myself, Levit. I don't think that claim is very secure. I think a little bit of bad weather, and all your stakes would shake loose. You're a big boy, Levit, but you're not cutting the wide swath you think you are. Now you know where I stand, so don't try running any bluffs on me. I won't take a pushing around. Stand aside, Bart, and let me have him." The voice rang in an almost empty room, and Campbell's hair prickled along his scalp as he saw Emmett Cub standing just inside the door. "I want him anyway, Bart." Rip Campbell stood, his feet wide apart, facing them. He knew he was in the tightest spot of his life. 2 of the deadliest gunmen in the country were facing him, and he was alone. Cold and still, he waited. The air was so tense he could hear the hoarse breathing of the bartender beside him and across the bar. So still was the air in the room that Bill Marlowe's voice, low as it was, could be heard by all. "If they want it, Campbell, I'll take Bart for you. He's right here under my gun." Levit's eyes did not waver. Campbell saw the quick calculation in the big man's eyes, then saw decision. Levit was sharp, and this situation offered nothing for anybody. It was 2 and 2, and Marlowe's position at the window from which he spoke commanded the situation perfectly, as he was just slightly behind both Levit and Cub. It was Pat who broke the stalemate. "Nobody does any shootin' here unless it's me," he said flatly. "Marlowe, you stand where you are. Cub, you take your hand away from that gun and get out of that door, face first. Bart, you foller him. I ain't aimin' to put clean sawdust on this here floor again today. Now get." He enforced his command with the twin barrels of a shotgun over the edge of the bar, and nobody had any argument with a shotgun at close quarters. A 6-gun warrants a gamble, but there is no gamble with a sawed-off scattergun. Cub turned on his heel and strode from the room. Bart smiled suddenly, but his eyes were cold as they turned to Campbell. "You talk a good fight," he said. "We'll have to see what you're holding." "All right," Rip replied shortly. "I'll help you check brands at the roundup." Levit walked out, and then Bill Marlowe put a foot through the open window and stepped into the bar. He grinned. "That job open?" Campbell laughed. "Friend, you've been working for me for the last 3 minutes," he declared warmly. "You 2 finish your drinks and pull out," Pat said dryly. "Powder smoke gives me a headache." Chapter 11. Gathered over the fire in the hollow atop the mesa, crouched 3 men. They did not dare use the partly constructed house, as the glow of the fire might attract attention. Here, in a more sheltered position far back from the rim, they could talk in quiet, and without fear of the fire attracting undue notice. Bert, whose leg was much better, was cooking. "It ain't all clear, Rip, but I think you've got the right idea. It looks like Levit is engineering some kind of a steal, if Doyle, Dale, and Bourdon are in it with him. I do know this. There's been a passel of hard cases coming into the valley here lately. They ain't all tied in with the BOXSET or the RR by any means. Sure, look at Streeter and Hansen. They are with Parker, but how far can he count on them? I think Streeter and Hansen will stay out of things, if Levit says to. I think he's cut the ground from under the feet of both men. Those brands I've looked at aren't intended to fool anybody, it seems to me," Campbell commented. "I think Levit plans to start trouble. It's my opinion that he'll blow the lid off things, just when the rest of them are standing by for the roundup. How many reliable hands has Vincent got?" 3 or 4. Dale and his partner ran several off. "A man sure don't feel comfortable working around a ranch with 2 hombres on the prod like that." "What goes on around there?" Campbell asked Marlowe. "You've lived on that spread and should know." Marlowe shrugged. "I sure don't know," he said honestly. "Seems to be a lot of moving around at night on that spread, but Dale or his partner are usually by the door, and they go out to see what it's all about. Several times at night riders have showed up there, leaving hard-ridden horses behind when they take off. No familiar brands but one, that I think I've seen down Mexico way." Rip took the plate he was handed and dished up some frijoles, then accepted the coffee Bert poured for him. There seemed to be but one answer. He would have to do some night riding and look around a little. Maybe he could figure it out. After all, there couldn't be many possibilities. "Well," Bert suggested at last, "the roundup starts tomorrow. Before it has gone very far, we'll know a lot of things." From the rim of the mesa, they watched all the following morning. Reynolds' hands were rounding up cattle, driving them out of the timber and down into the flat. Some of the Box North riders were part of the group. The weather was hot and dry, and dust arose in clouds. The cattle moved from the shade and ample water of the springs with reluctance. As always, it gave Rip a thrill to watch the cattle gathered and to see a big herd moving. He kept back and out of sight, but took turns with Marlowe at watching the work. Regardless of their sympathies, there were good cattlemen on both sides. The riders got the cattle out of the breaks and started them down valley, to the accompaniment of many yells, much shouting back and forth, and the usual good-natured persiflage and joking that is part of any roundup crew. As far as his glass was able to see, the same thing was happening. There would be several thousand head of stock to work in this roundup, and it would move on down the range for many miles before completed. Marlowe slid up alongside him at noon on the second day. "You want me to representative for you, or will you tackle it your own self?" Campbell thought a minute. "We'll both go down, but we'll go loaded for bear. I think hell is going to break loose down there before many days." "If they start to fight, what do we do?" Marlowe asked keenly. "Pull out. We don't have a battle with any of them. Not yet, we don't, but almost any of them might take a shot at us. When they see what's happened, that I've got cattle on this range, they aren't going to be too happy about it." "Have you seen Scott?" "Only for a minute or 2. He's advising me to get more hands, but I don't want anybody killed, neither of you nor myself either. If there's only 3 of us, we'll play our cards the way we should, close to our belt. If there were more, we might take chances and get somebody killed. If they start a battle, pull out. Don't you rate that Levit too low, Campbell?" Marlowe shook his head seriously. "He's cold-blooded, and he'll do whatever he's a mind to get his way on this range. He hasn't any use for either Parker or Reynolds, but he's a sight worse than either of them." It was good advice, and the following day when the two drifted down off the mesa toward the roundup, Rip Campbell was thinking about it. "Remember one thing," he advised Marlowe. "We may not be together all the time. Don't let yourself get sucked in. Hold to the outer edge all the time, and keep an eye on the hands we've talked about, whom we believe to be tied in with Levit. I wouldn't be surprised at anything. If they start scattering out and seem to be taking up any definite positions, ease out of there quick." Walt Parker looked unhappy when he saw the two riding up. Then he brightened noticeably. "You two hunting work?" "I need some men." "No." Campbell noted that Nix Reynolds was riding over. "I've come to representative for my brand." Parker's head came down and his eyes squinted. He leaned toward them, and his somewhat thick lips parted. "Did you say your brand?" "That's right, the gallows frame." The big rancher's face went white, then darkened with a surge of blood. He reined his horse around violently. "Who said you could run cattle on this range?" Rip Campbell shrugged. Nix Reynolds looked as astonished and angry as Parker. "Does anybody have to say so? Strikes me this here is government land, and my stock has as much right to run on it as yours, and maybe more right." "You'll find there's a difference of opinion on that," Nix Reynolds put in violently. "This range is overcrowded now. Tell that to Bart Levit. He's on it with 2 brands." This was obviously no news to either of them, but neither had anything to say for a minute. Then Reynolds said coldly, "Well, he'll be told. From what I hear, somebody's doing some mighty smooth work with a cinch ring." Rip hooked his leg around the saddle horn and began to dig for the makings. "Reynolds, if you and Parker will take a look at those altered brands, you'll see that whoever altered them doesn't give a hoot whether you know it or not. He's throwing it right in your face and asking what you intend to do." "I'll do plenty," Nix bellowed. "There's going to be a new setup on this range after this roundup is over." "You throwing that at me?" Parker demanded. Fury was building in the man, and he was staring at Reynolds with an ugly light in his eye. "Why don't you two either go to it or cut it out?" Campbell drawled. "Or are you both afraid of Levit? He's the hombre who's cutting in on you. He doesn't even bother to bring his own cows, he brands yours." Rip chuckled and Reynolds' face went white. He turned and said flatly, the rage trembling behind his even tones, "We might get together, Walt and I, long enough to get shut of you." "Take first things first," Rip said. "And you'd better learn this right now, Nix. And you too, Parker. I came here to stay. If you fellows stay here, it will be with me alongside of you. If you go, I'll still be here. I didn't come to this valley by chance. I came here on purpose and with a definite idea in mind. Any bet you make, I'll double and raise. So any time you want to get into the game with me, just start the ball rolling, any way you like." He struck a match and lighted his smoke, then dropped his leg back and kicked his foot into the stirrup. Coolly and without a backward glance, he rode away. Bill Marlowe sat quietly for a minute or two, watching him ride. Parker glared at him. "What's in this, Bill? You've always been a good man." "You listen to him," Marlowe advised dryly. "He's mucho malo hombre, if you get what I mean. But only when he's crossed. He's got no reason to like either of you, but he's got other things on his mind now. But in case either of you wonder where I stand, me and my 6-gun, we stand right alongside of Rip Campbell. And that's where you'll find Riley Burt too." "Burt?" Parker's face flamed. "Where is that murdering son?" Bill Marlowe turned, his hand on the cantle of the saddle. "Listen, why don't you find out why 2 of your men were gunning for him, Parker? I'll bet a paint pony you don't know. And why don't you, Nix Reynolds, find out why none of your boys were in town that night to side Burt? Why did your nephew send him into town with a message? Marlowe turned and cantered his horse over to Rip. "I gave them some more," he said briefly, and explained. Campbell chuckled. "Their ears will be buzzing for a week, if they lived that long. Some nice stock here, Bill, at that. How many head have you got out here?" "Not many. Couple of dozen head is all. Just something to make them unhappy. Suppose they start to get sore. Reynolds and Parker both can be mighty mean. We'll get meaner. I've got them cold-decked, Bill. Someday I'll tell you about it. I've got them all cold-decked. The only way they can beat me in the long run is with hot lead. Maybe. But that Bart Levit is poison. You think Parker and Reynolds will get through the roundup without a fight? No. There's too much hard feeling amongst the boys. Somebody will blow his top, and then the whole thing will bust up in a shooting match." Rip looked across the valley, watching the familiar scene with a little of the old lift within him. This was the roundup, the hardest work in a cowhand's life, and in many ways the highest point. They cussed the roundup and loved it. It was hot, dusty, full of danger from kicking hoofs and menacing horns, but filled with good fellowship and comradely fun. The waving sea of horns tossed, rolled, and fell as the cattle milled. The herd, starting to line out for somewhere, anywhere, was turned back on itself by some cowhand quick to stop the movement. At such times, the horns would send a long ripple of movement across the herd. Wild-eyed steers lunged for a getaway, but were quickly harried back into the herd. At the branding pens, men were gathered. The sharp line of demarcation between the RR and Box North was a little broken here by the business of the day. Elsewhere, the men from the two big outfits drew off to themselves, worked together, and avoided contact with the rival ranch hands. Bart Levit, astride a magnificent white horse, was everywhere to be seen. For a time he was at the branding pens, and then he was circling the herd. Finally, sighting Rip Campbell and Marlowe, he walked his horse toward them. Rip saw Marlowe stiffen and watched the cowhand's face tighten and grow cold. Certainly there was no love lost here. "How are you, Campbell?" Levit was easy, casual. He seemed to have forgotten completely the events of the day in the bit and bridle. He was clean-shaven as always, and as always he was immaculate. The dust of the roundup seemed scarcely to have touched him. Marlowe, glancing at the two, was struck for the first time by something strikingly similar in the two men. Only, there was a subtle difference that drew the cowhand inexorably to Rip Campbell. Both were big men, Levit the taller and heavier and probably somewhat softer. Rip was lean and hard, his rugged build seeming so lean as to belie his actual weight, which was some 200 pounds. Yet in the faces of both men there was strength, and in the faces of both men there was the look of command. Campbell's manner was easy and careless, yet there was something solid about him, something rock-like that was lacking in the brittle sharpness of Bart Levit. These two were shaped by nature to be enemies, two strong men with their faces turned in the same direction, yet backed by wholly varied thinking. The one ruthless and relentless, willing to take any advantage, willing to stop at nothing. The other, hard, toughened by range wars and fighting, with the rough-handed fair play of the Western Plains, yet equally relentless. It could be something, Marlowe thought, if they ever came together in physical combat. Ross began building a smoke. "Looks like a good herd. You got many cows here?" "Quite a few." Levit glanced at him sharply. "I hear you have some, too. That you're running the gallows frame brand." "That's right." Rip lighted his smoke and eased his seat on the horse. "It's a good brand." "Seems so. Strange that I hadn't heard of any cattle coming into the country lately. Did you pick yours up on the range?" At many times in many places, such a remark would have meant shooting. After Campbell's equally insulting remarks in the bit and bridle, they were not important. These two knew their time was coming, and neither was in a rush. Levit was completely, superbly confident. Rip was hard and determined, his hackles raised by this man, his manner always verging on the outrightly aggressive. "No, I didn't need to. Your pattern suits you, mine suits me." He inhaled deeply and let the smoke trickle out through his nostrils. "My cattle were already here." The remark drew the response he wanted. It was a quick, nervous, and irritable scowl from Levit. "That's impossible," he said. "Only 3 brands ran on this range until I moved in." Campbell smiled, knowing his enigmatic smile and manner would infuriate Levit. "Bart," he drawled, "you're an hombre that figures he's right smart, and you might be if you didn't figure the other fellow was so all-fired dumb. A man like you ain't got a chance to win for long in any game, for that reason. You take everybody for being loco or dumb as a month-old calf. You ride into everything full of confidence and sneers. You're like most crooks. You think everything will turn out right for you. Why, you're so wrong it don't need any argument. You came into this country big and strong. You were going to be the boss. You saw Reynolds and Parker. Why, you figured them for easy marks. You maybe had something on the Vincents. I haven't figured that out yet, but like so many crooks, you overlooked the obvious. Let me tell you something, my cutthroat friend, and get it straight. You lost this fight before you started. You might win with bullets, that's still anybody's guess, but you'll lose. You're smart in a lot of ways, and if you were really smart, you'd turn that horse of yours and start out of this country and never stop until you're 500 miles east of Tascosa." Levit smiled, but the smile was forced. For the first time, the big man was uneasy, yet it was only for a moment. "I may not be as smart as I think, Campbell, but no 4-bit cowhand is going to outsmart me." Rip turned slightly. "Bill, let's drift down toward the pens. I want to see what Reynolds and Parker think of those altered brands." Chapter 12. Campbell turned his back on Levit and started away. Marlowe rode beside him, occasionally stealing a glance his way. "Boss, you're sure turning the knife in that hombre. What you aiming to do, force his hand?" "Something like that. It does me good just to goad him. But you keep your eyes open, because he's got something cooking now." "I only wish," his brow creased with worry, "I knew what he had on the Vincents." "You don't suppose she really cares for that hombre, do you?" Marlowe shrugged. "I can guess what a fool cow will do, and I can outguess a bronc, but keep me away from women. I never could read the sign right to follow their trail. Just when you think you can read the brand, they turn the other way, and it looks altogether different." Despite the growing sense of danger, the roundup was moving very well. Yet the tenseness of the riders for all the brands was becoming increasingly evident. Several times Rip saw Katie, but she avoided him. Bob Vincent was there, working like any of his men, and showing himself to be a fair hand and a very willing one. Yet as his eyes roved the herd and searched the faces of the riders, Rip could see that under the heat, the irritating, confusing dust, and the hard labor, tempers were growing short. On the 3rd day, when the roundup had moved to the vicinity of Soledad, the break came. He had been trying to find a chance to talk to Katie, and suddenly he saw it. The girl had been talking with Levit. She had started away from him, riding toward the cottonwoods that marked the VV ranch house. Rip started after her and noticed Curb Dale, his hard lupine face set grimly, staring after him. Dale had drawn aside from the crowd and was building a smoke. Marlowe, who had been working hard all morning, was still in the center of things, but Doyle was saddling a fresh horse. Campbell overtook Katie, and she looked up at him. He noticed for the first time how thin she had grown and how white her face was. "Katie." Surprisingly, his voice was unsteady. "Wait a minute." She drew up, waiting for him, but he thought she waited without any desire for conversation. She said nothing as he rode alongside. "Leaving so soon?" She nodded. "Bart said the men were getting pretty rough in their talk, and they'd be more comfortable if I went in. I've been hoping I'd have a chance to talk to you. You've been avoiding me." His eyes were accusing but bantering. She looked at him directly then. "Yes, Rip, I have. We must not see each other again. I'm going to marry Bart, and seeing you won't do. You don't love him." The statement was flat and level, but she avoided his glance and made no response. Then suddenly she said, "Rip, I've got to go. Bart insisted I leave right away." Campbell's eyes hardened. "Do you take orders from him? What is this, anyway? Are you a slave? Haven't you a chance to make up your own mind?" Her face reddened, and she was about to make a quick and probably angry retort when her remark hit him. He seized her wrist. "Katie, you say Bart insisted that you leave now?" "Yes," she was astonished and puzzled by his expression. "He said." The remark trailed off, for Rip Campbell had turned sharply in his saddle. Curb Dale had finished his cigarette. Doyle was fumbling with his saddle girth, and for the first time Campbell noticed that he carried a rifle in his saddle scabbard, a rifle within inches of his hands. Rip's eyes strayed to the white horse and found it on the far side. He turned quickly. "Katie, he's right. Get back to that ranch as fast as you can, and don't leave it." He wheeled his horse and started back toward the branding pens at a rapid canter, hoping he would be in time. A small herd of cattle was drifting down toward the pens, and behind it was Streeter and Rep Hansen. As he drew up on the edge of the branding, Marlowe was just straightening up from slapping a brand on a steer. "Bill." Campbell had to speak 3 times before Marlowe heard him, and then the red-headed cowhand turned and walked toward him. "Look out, Bill. It's coming." His remark might have been a signal, for Emmett Cub, sitting his horse near the corral on the outside of the pole fence, spoke up and pointed his remark at Riggs, a box-end rider. "You all feet or just not really dumb?" Riggs looked up sharply. "What's the matter with you, Cub? I haven't seen you down here doing any work." Riggs was a slim, hard-faced youngster and a top hand. His anger was justifiable, and he was not thinking or caring who or what Cub was. Riggs had worked while the gunman lounged in his saddle, carrying his perpetual sneer. "Shucks," Cub said. "You Box Northans done enough work afore the roundup, slapping brands on everything in sight. Bunch of tin-horn cow thieves. You're a liar." Riggs snapped, and Cub's hand flashed for his gun. At that, Riggs almost made it. His gun was coming up when Cub's first shot smashed him in the middle. He staggered back, gasping fiercely, struggling to get his gun up. Instantly, the branding pens were bursting with gunfire. Marlowe swung into the saddle and whipped his horse around the corner of the stock pens, and he and Rip Campbell headed for the timber. "It's their fight," Marlowe said bitterly. "Let them have it." "Look." Campbell was pointing. Marlowe glanced over his shoulder as the firing burst out, and his face went hard and cold. Streeter and Hansen, from their saddles, had opened up on Reynolds and Parker. Doyle was firing over the saddle of his horse, and cattle were scattering in every direction. Dust arose in a thick cloud. From it came the scream of a man in agony, then another burst of firing. Marlowe gasped out an oath. The freckles were standing out against the dead white of his face. Parker's own men turned on him. "Yeah," Rip Campbell hurled his cigarette into the dust. "We'd better light a shuck. I think they intended to get us too." The crash of guns stopped suddenly, but the scene was obscured by dust from the crazed cattle and excited horses. Rip saw a riderless horse, stirrups flopping, come from the dust cloud, head high and reins trailing. Behind them there was a single shot, then another. Finally, with miles behind them, Marlowe looked over at Rip. "I feel like a coyote riding away from a fight like that, but it sure wasn't none of ours." Campbell nodded grimly. "I saw it comin', but never guessed it would break out just like that. It couldn't be stopped without killin' Levit." "You think he engineered it?" "Sure." Campbell explained how Levit had started Katie home, and how his riders had moved out of the working men's group to good firing positions. Cub had his orders. He deliberately started that fight when he got the signal. "I'll get him if it's the last thing I do," Marlowe said bitterly. "That Riggs was a good hand. We hunted strays together. There was nothing we could have done but stay there and die. We've got other things to do, Bill. We've got to see that Levit's plans go haywire and that he gets his deserts. We've got to get the Vincents out from under. Bart will have this country sewed up now, with no one able to buck him but us. He'll rave when he finds we got away." "As far as Reynolds and Parker," Marlowe said, "I can't feel no sorrow. They were a couple of murdering wolves, but they had some good men riding for them." Marlowe scowled. "Wonder what Levit will do now. He's got the range sewed up with them two out of the way, and the Vincents knuckling under to him." Ross frowned. He had thought that over and believed he knew the answer. "That we'll have to wait and see," Campbell said. "I'm right curious myself. He'll hunt us and we'll have to lay low. He'll blame the whole thing on the feud between the two big outfits and claim he was just an innocent bystander." "What about the riders?" Marlowe protested. "Some of them will tell the truth." "Bill," Campbell said, "I'd lay a good bet none of them know. We knew pretty well what was coming, and moreover, we got off to one side with a clear view. Down there among the stamped-in cows, the dust and shootin', I'll bet the ones who are alive won't know. Moreover, I'll bet most of them drift out of the country. If they don't drift," Campbell added, "Levit will probably see that they do. From his standpoint, it's foolproof. Remember, too, that Levit's gunmen were men from both outfits." "If he kills like that," Marlowe asked, "what chance have 3 men got?" "The best chance, Bill. We're still honest men, even if the only law is gun law. We'll wait and see what Levit does, but I imagine the first thing he'll do will be to clean up the loose ends. He may even call in the law from outside, so he'll be in the clear with a clean bill of health." Riley Burt was waiting for them when they rode in. "What happened?" he demanded. "Did the lid blow off?" "I heard shootin'." Briefly, Campbell explained. "The fight would have come, I expect, even if Levit hadn't planned it." "How many were killed?" "No telling. I doubt if so many. Enough to warrant Levit playing the big honest man who wants to keep the peace. Down there in the dust, I doubt if anybody scored many good shots. Too much confusion and too many running cattle. Riggs is probably dead. Murdering coyotes." Burt limped to the fire. "Set and eat. I've got the grub ready." He dished up the food, then straightened, fork in hand. "Rip, what happened to Nix?" Campbell did not look up. "He's sure to be dead. So is Parker. Even Cyrus Bourdon was shooting at them. Killed his own uncle or lent a hand. Nix was no good, but no man deserves that." Burt looked up suddenly. "Boss, while you two were gone, I done some stumping around to loosen the muscles in this here game leg, and guess what I found?" "What?" Campbell dished up a forkful of beans, then looked over it at Riley, struck by something in his tone. "That rumbling in the rock. I found what causes it," he said. "And man, when you see it, your hair'll stand on end, I'm a-telling you." Chapter 13. Rip Campbell opened his eyes to look through the aspen leaves at a cloudless sky. The vast expanse of blue stretched above them, as yet unfired by the blazing heat of the summer sun. He rolled out of his sugan and dressed, trying to keep his feet out of the dew covering the grass. Bill Marlowe stuck a head bristling with red hair, all standing on end, out of his blankets and stared unhappily at Campbell. "Riley," he complained, "what can a man do when his boss gets up early? It ain't neither fitting nor right, I say." "Pull your head back in then, you sorrel-topped bronc," Campbell growled. "I'm going to have a look at the valley, and then Riley can roll out and scare up some chuck. How about this all-fired rumbling?" Marlowe sat up. "I heard it again last night. Gives a man the creeps." Burt sat up and looked around for his boots. He rubbed his unshaven jowls as he did every morning and muttered, Dang it, I need a shave. Never seen you when you didn't. Marlowe thrust his thumb through a hole in his sock and swore, then pulled it on. You need a haircut too, you darn Siwash. Ugly, that's what you are. What a thing to see when you first wake up. Lucky you never hitched up with no girl. She sure would have had you curried and combed to a fare thee well. Rip left them arguing, and picking up his glass, walked to the nest of boulders he used for a lookout. Settling down on his stomach in the sand, he pointed the glass down valley. At first all seemed serene and beautiful. The morning sunlight sparkled on the pool below, and the sound of the running water came to his ears. Somewhere far off a cow bawled. He swept the edge of the trees close at hand, studied the terrain below, and then, bit by bit, eased his line of quest up until he was looking well downrange toward the Soledad Trail. The sun felt good on his back, and he squirmed to shift his position a little, leveled the glass, then froze. A group of horsemen were coming up the trail toward Thousand Springs, riding slowly. Bart Levit, he made out, was not among them. As they drew nearer, he picked out first one and then another. They were led by Cyrus Bourdon, and Curb Dale and Doyle were with him. Also, Emmett Cub and half a dozen other riders. As they drew rein below him and let their horses drink, a few words drifted up to him. This time they were making no secret of their conversation, and in the bright morning air their words were, for the most part, plain enough. Beats all where he got to, Doyle complained. 1 minute both of them were there, and then they were gone. We'd better find them, Dale replied. I never did see Barter so wrought up about anything as when he found they'd got away. He must have turned over everything in the flat, hunting them. Refused to believe they'd got away. Golly, was he mad. He's a bad man to cross, Streeter commented. I never seen him mad before. He goes crazy. Cub hung at one edge of the group, taking no part in their talking. His eyes strayed toward Bourdon from time to time. Finally, he swung down and walked to one of the springs for a drink, and when he came back, wiping his mouth, his eyes shifted from one to the other. Some things about this I don't like, he said. There was no reply. Watching, Rip had the feeling that Cub expressed the view of more than one of them. Cyrus idly flicked his quirt at a mesquite. Well, you can't say he ain't thorough, he said grimly. Cub looked around. Yeah, he agreed sarcastically. But how thorough? Where does his being thorough stop? You ever start to figure like that? He had me primed to start the play by gunning Riggs, as he had Riggs pegged as a hothead who would go for a gun if pushed. Well, I hadn't no use for Riggs my own self, but he never told me what was to come after. It was pure luck I didn't get killed. Where do you reckon Campbell went? Dale demanded, changing the subject. Where did Riley Burt go? Doyle asked. You ask me, that Rip Campbell is nobody's fool. He and Marlowe sure got shut of those branding pens, in a hurry. They lit out like who flung the chunk. Maybe left the country. He sure didn't, Cub said bitterly. He wants my scalp. He'll not leave if I read his tracks right. He called the boss a couple of times, Doyle said. Parker too. Don't seem to take no water for anybody. Cyrus Bourdon's eyes shifted from face to face, waiting for somebody to mention his own fuss with Campbell, but they avoided his eyes. I'd say the thing to do would be to stop chasing over the country and keep an eye on that Kinney feller. He was right friendly with Campbell, they tell me. Or Katie Vincent, Bourdon sneered. I think the boss is bucking a stacked deck with her. Watching from the mesa and listening to the faint sound of their voices, Rip could see Curb's eyes shifting from man to man. He shook his own head, disgusted. They talk too much, he told himself. That Dale will tell Levit every word, or I miss my guess. He wasn't planted on the VV for nothing. Long after the group rode away, he lay there restlessly, hoping for some sight of Katie, but there was none. More than he cared to admit, he was worried about her. Bart Levit had been revealed as a more ruthless and cruel man than he had believed. Perhaps of them all, Emmett Cub was closest to correct in his estimation of Levit's character. There was little chance Levit would allow any of the group below to escape the valley and talk about what they knew over too many glasses of whiskey. He was thorough, hard enough to carry out what he had started. Yet there was little Campbell could do until Levit's next move was revealed. Reynolds and Parker were gone, and the Ruby Hills country lay in the big man's palm. Campbell longed for a talk with Scott, the old storekeeper, a shrewd judge of men who listened much and heard everything. Returning to the fire, he joined Bert and Marlowe for a quick breakfast. "Now," he said, finishing his last cup of coffee, "we'll see what you've got to show us. Then Marlowe and me will go down into the lava and push out some more cows. We've got to keep Levit sweating." Bert, whose leg was rapidly returning to normal, led them through the aspens to the open mesa, and then along its top toward the boulders that blocked any approach from the northwest, except by the narrow trail Campbell used. Bert followed a dim path into the boulders, ending at a leaning slab of granite. Beneath it was a dark, chilling opening. "Come on," he said. "We're going down here." He handed them bits of candle. Stooping, they crept inside. The air felt damp, and the cavernous darkness swallowed them. Holding their candles high, they saw a steep floor descending into a black abyss, where the faint sound of falling water echoed. Bert hobbled ahead, descending 70 or 80 feet before pausing at the edge of a black hole. Rip Campbell leaned forward, peering into bottomless darkness. A strange sighing rose, followed by a low rumble. "We got maybe 10 minutes, Bert said. "Then, to be safe, we've got to get out." He knelt and touched the smooth rock. "Water done that, falling for years and years. I timed it yesterday. About every 3 hours, pressure builds inside the mountain, then she blows a cork. Water comes spouting and spewing out, clear to the roof, for 3-4 minutes. "Well, I'm doggoned," Marlowe exclaimed. "I've heard about this place. Injuns called it the Talking Mountain. Navajos spoke of it before I ever came here. Stones come up with the water," Bert said, "and it fills this whole room, boiling and roaring. But that ain't all. Look up there." He pointed to the vaulted top of the cave, where ragged holes gaped. "Back in the trees, too," he said. "A man could walk right into them and drop through, or break a leg and lie there until the water came." "Ugly looking," Rip said. "Let's get out of here." As they turned to leave, a dull rumble grew behind them. "Run." Bert's face was panic-stricken. "Here it comes." He lunged forward and fell full length on the steep trail. Campbell stooped to grab him, but Bert was too heavy. Marlowe grabbed Bert's other arm, and together they hauled him up the steep hole in time. They scrambled into the sunlight, pale-faced, as the sound of tumbling water roared behind them. "That," Marlowe said dryly, "is a good place to keep out of." When they returned to camp, Bert started for his horse. "I'll saddle up," he said, "and help you hombres. I've been loafing long enough." "You stay here." Rip grinned. "You keep an eye on the springs. I've got a hunch we'll have visitors. This is a two-man job. Tomorrow, if we need help, you can go, and we'll leave Bill behind. Or I'll stay." Marlowe had little to say on the ride into the lava beds, which suited Campbell. His thoughts were on Katie and the situation in the valley. He decided to slip into town. He needed to talk to Scott or Kinney and find out what was happening. On second thought, Scott was the safer option. Kinney would likely be watched. Bart Levit would already suspect their connection. The work in the lava beds was hot and tiring. The wild cattle fought like devils, and branding them was slow and hazardous. By nightfall, they had branded enough to warrant their efforts. They camped that night in the canyon. The next morning, they started the cattle through a deep crevasse toward open range. Once the herd was headed for Thousand Springs, they returned to the mesa where Riley was waiting. "Took a ride in last night," Bert volunteered. "Been going stale laying around. Talked to Kinney a little, but they're watching him." "What's happened?" Campbell's irritation at Bert's gamble gave way to eagerness for news. "Levit seems to be having everything his way. Made Emmett cub sheriff. Says it's necessary to be strict until they rid themselves of the lawless elements, which probably means us. I talked to Scott, and he sure wants to see you. Katie Vincent ain't been seen in town since the fight, and Bob only once, and then he came and hightailed it out of there. Levit, he sent for outside law. He did what? Sent for some outside law. He says he aims to have this Reynolds and Parker feud cleared up, and he wants you caught. Says you're a rustler, and may have had more than a little hand in the killing at the stock pens. He wants the blame fixed, he says. Also, the story's around, Bert cleared his throat and avoided Campbell's eyes, that there will be a wedding out at the W pretty soon. Rip stared at the fire. So that was it. Now he would marry Katie Vincent, and the VV would be his in name, as well as in appearances, for once they were married, he would know how to handle Bob. If Campbell was to do anything, it must be done soon. It must be done now. Howsoever, there seems to be some talk around. Cyrus Bourdon ain't happy with the new setup. Curb Dale is foreman at the VV, and Cub is sheriff. Bob Streeter is foreman on the RR, and they say Bourdon fair raised mischief over that, but Levit told him he would be taken care of. I reckon that's what he's scared of, Marlowe said dryly. I know what I'd do if Bart Levit said I was to be taken care of. I'd either get me a shot at Bart or a fast horse out of the country. Well, Bourdon ain't leaving. Not willing, anyway. I reckon Bart is anxious to have everything looking shipshape for the law when it comes up. They'll be glad to get shut of the trouble anyway, and if things look pretty, they'll leave them as they be. Rip pondered the news. Certainly, Levit's position was good. He was a smooth-talking man with a good outward appearance, and if everything looked settled and calm, the outsiders would go away. The valley would be safely in Levit's hands, and Rip Campbell would be declared an outlaw and hunted by the forces of the law wherever he happened to appear. It was, apparently, time to come off the mesa and enter the game once more. Chapter 14. Suddenly, he knew exactly what he was going to do. Something else, Bert added. There's a lot of talk about those steers of yours. Seems to be some difference of opinion about where they come from. No other brands on them but full-grown steers. There's a rumor you've had a herd in the hills for some time. Riley, Rip said thoughtfully, there's been some talk about another man on the VV spread. And when I was out there, I saw a small cabin across the wash. You know anything about that? No, I don't know anything at all. There's something mighty peculiar about that cabin, and none of us ever went near it but Bart or Curb Dale. Marlowe leaned back against a tree and built a smoke. Dale, he acted mighty skittish around that cabin his own self. When morning came again to the Ruby Hills, Rip Campbell mounted the Appaloosa and started by a winding route toward Soledad. He had no intention of arriving before dark, unless it could be done without being seen. After Soledad, he planned to go to the W and bring Katie away. While at it, he would investigate that mysterious cabin and learn once and for all if it had anything to do with Katie and her attitude toward Levit. The trail he was using was the same as on previous trips. It wound along a concealed route through timber, mountain, and chaparral. He had learned of it from the same source that provided the stories of the cattle, the lava beds, and the mesa. This might be the last time he would travel it. He needed no further warning to know every man's hand in Soledad would be against him. His position in the valley was strong, but it had to be backed by gunpowder. He could not match Levit in numbers. However, Levit himself was bringing in the law, and the law outweighed brute force or the tricks of any criminal. Circling Soledad, he cut through the chaparral to a position on the point of the ragged hills overlooking the VV. Glass in hand, he found a comfortable position to watch the ranch. He began a systematic survey of the area. The isolated cabin was easy to locate. He studied it for a long time, watching for signs of life, but found none. The cabin looked bare and lonely. No smoke rose from its small chimney, and no one approached it. The cabin must hold something or someone of importance to Levit, or it wouldn't be kept so secret. After carefully surveying the ranch buildings, he realized the cabin's door wasn't in view of the ranch house. The stable and several large haystacks blocked the sightline. Curb Dale loitered in the ranch yard wearing 2 guns, but no one else was visible. Once, as dusk neared, Rip saw Bob Vincent step to the door of the house and stare toward town. He turned back without stepping outside. Dale hastily walked forward then, standing like a prison guard facing Vincent. Evening faded and the stars came out. From the desert, a soft wind picked up, blowing gently. Over the mountains, dark clouds loomed, black and somber. Campbell watched the bulging clouds lit by sudden flashes of lightning. Once he heard distant thunder, low like far-off trumpets. He waited, ears attuned to every sound, eyes roving over the ranch and its approaches. His life might depend on what he saw or heard in the next few minutes. In time, he would go down there. Aside from Curb Dale's restless pacing, there was no movement until a light came on in the house. When the windows brightened, Rip got to his feet. He brushed the sand from his clothes and stretched. Leading his horse, he came off the hill, concealed from the ranch by the ridge's point. He followed a winding route up a sandy wash toward the ranch, stopping now and then to listen before moving on. In the shadows behind the stable, he left the horse. The reins trailed, and with a light touch on its shoulder and a whispered warning, Rip moved forward. Nothing now but Campbell's own shrill whistle would move him from the spot. Loosening his guns in their holsters, Rip Campbell took a deep breath and turned his eyes on the lonely cabin. Then he went down into the gully and started for the cabin door. Dark and alone on the knoll it stood, a gloomy little building that seemed somehow ominous and strange. Nearby, he crouched in the darkness, listening for any sound of movement that might warn him of a possible occupant. Wind whispered around the eaves, and from the ranch house itself there came a rattle of dishes, the sound made plain by the cool night air. Here at the cabin, all was silence. The only window was covered with a fragment of sacking. After a long minute, he moved to the door. His heart pounded against his ribs, and his mouth felt dry. He paused, flattened against the building, and listened once more. Only the wind made a sound, a soft soughing that seemed to whisper of the impending rain. The clouds towered in the sky now, higher and closer, and the rumble of thunder was near, like a lonely lion growling in its chest as it paced a cage. Carefully, his hand went to the knob. In the darkness, the metal seemed strangely chill. His right hand moved back to his gun butt, and then, ever so carefully, he turned the knob. It was locked. Gently, he released the knob. The pause irritated him. He had built himself to a crisis that ended in frustration in this most obvious of ways, and the piling up of suspense made him reckless. A glance toward the ranch assured him he was unobserved and likely could not be seen against the blackness along the cabin wall. This was a puzzle he must solve, and now was the time. There might never be another. Behind this locked door might lie the answer to the mystery. He moved forward suddenly and placed his shoulder against the flimsy panel. Light streamed from the bunkhouse windows too. From the ranch there came only the continuing rattle of dishes, and once a loud splash as someone threw water onto the ground. Taking the knob in his hand, he turned it, and then, putting his shoulder to the door and digging his feet into the earth, he began to push. The construction was flimsy enough. Evidently, whatever was kept here was guarded enough by Dale or his partner. Campbell relaxed, took a deep breath, and then, putting his shoulder to the door again, he shoved hard. Something cracked sharply, and he drew back, hand on his gun, waiting and listening. From within, there came no sound. From the ranch, all was normal. He put his shoulder again to the door and heaved. This time, the damage had been done, and the door came open so suddenly that he sprawled on hands and knees inside. Cat-like, he wheeled, back to the door and gun in hand. His eyes wide for the darkness, he stared about. The light wind caught the sacking with a ghostly hand and stirred it faintly. Lightning flashed, and the room lay bare before him for an instant. A wooden chair on its side, a worn table with an empty basin, a cot covered with odorous blankets, and against the wall several stacks of boxes. Puzzled, Campbell crossed to them. They were not heavy. He hesitated to risk the screech of a drawn nail, but by that time he was almost beyond caring. With his fingers he got a grip on one of the boards that made up the box and pulled hard. It held, and then as he strained, it came loose. If it made any sound, it was lost in the convenient rumble of thunder. Inside the box there was more sacking, and when that was parted, several round cans, slightly larger and not unlike a snuff can. Lifting one to his nostrils, he sniffed curiously, and from the box came a strange, pungent, half-forgotten odor. "So that's it," he said. Then he scowled into the darkness. It did not clarify the position of Katie or her brother. And yet his heart seemed to go empty within him. Maybe it did. Pocketing several of the boxes, he replaced the boards as well as he could and turned the box to conceal the more obvious damage. Then he slipped outside and pulled the door shut behind him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he returned to his horse, whispered reassuringly, and then went around the stable toward the house. Nearby was a window, and he moved up under the trees and looked through into what was the dining room of the ranch house. 3 people sat at the table: Bob and Katie Vincent, and at the head of the table, Bart Levit. The window was slightly open, and he could hear their voices. Levit was speaking. "Yes, I think that's the only solution, my dear." His tone was suave, cruel, but decisive. "We shall be married in this house on Monday. You understand? You can't get away with this." Bob burst out angrily, but the undercurrent of hopelessness in his voice was plain. "It's a devil of a thing. Katie hates you. What sort of a mind can you have? Katie will change." Levit smiled across the table at her. "I promise you both she will change. Also, it will be convenient for her to be my wife. She cannot testify against me, and I scarcely believe that with her as my wife you'll care to bring any charges, Bob. Also, I'll have control of this ranch, and as the others are in my hands, the situation is excellent. I've a good notion, too." Bob's voice trailed off into sullenness. "Have you?" Levit glanced up, his eyes ugly. "Listen, Vincent. Don't give me any trouble. You're in this deeper than I am. You've got murder against you, as well as smuggling. If I'm ever exposed, you know that you and Katie will both go down with me. What will your precious father think then, with his fine family pride and his bad heart?" "Shut up!" Bob cried angrily. He leapt to his feet. "If it weren't for Dad, I'd kill you with my bare hands." "Really, Bob," Katie said quietly, "perhaps we should talk this over. I'm not so sure that prison for both of us wouldn't be preferable to being married to Bart." Levit's face went white and dangerous. "You're flattering," he said dryly, striving to retain his composure. "What, I might ask, would have happened to Bob if I hadn't gotten him away from that mess and brought him here? The killing of Clyde Aubrey was not any ordinary killing." "Aubrey." Rip Campbell's brows drew together, and he strained his ears to hear more. "Yes, I think I should have earned your gratitude," Levit continued. "Instead, I find you falling for that drifting cowhand." Katie Vincent's eyes lifted from her plate. "Bart," she said coolly, "you could never understand through that vast ego of yours that Rip Campbell is several times the man you could ever have been, even if you hadn't become a thief and a blackmailer of women." Campbell's heart leaped and his lips tightened. In that instant, he would cheerfully have gone through the window, glass and all, and cheerfully given his life if it would have helped. Yet even in his elation at her praise of him, he could not but admire her coolness and composure. Her manner was quiet, poised. He stared into the window, his heart pounding. Then she lifted her eyes and looked straight into his. For an instant that seemed an eternity, their eyes held. In hers he saw hope leap into being, then saw her eyes suddenly masked, and she turned her head, passing something to her brother with an idle comment that ignored Levit completely. "Well," she said after a minute, her voice sounding just a tone louder, "everything is all right for the time. At least I have until Monday." He drew back. That message was for him, and between now and Monday was a lifetime, 3 whole days. 3 days in which many things might be done, in which she might be taken from here, in which he might even kill Bart Levit. For he knew now that was what he would do if the worst came to the worst. He had never yet actually hunted a man down for the purpose of killing him, but he knew that was just what he would do if there was no other way out. Tiptoeing to the corner of the house, Rip started for the stable and his horse. Then as he stepped past the last tree, a huge cottonwood, a man stepped out. "Say, you got a match?" It was Curb Dale. Recognition came to them at the same instant, and the man let out a startled yelp and grabbed for his gun. There was no time to grapple with the man, no chance for a quick, soundless battle. Too much space intervened, so there was only one chance. Even as Dale's hand grasped his gun, Campbell plucked out his own gun and fired. Flames stabbed from the muzzle, and then a second stab of fire. Dale took a hesitant step forward, his gun half out. Then the gun belched flame, shooting a hole through the bottom of the holster, and Dale toppled forward on his face. Behind Dale, the bunkhouse door burst open, and there was a shout from the ranch house itself. As quickly, Rip ducked around the stable and hit the saddle running. The horse knew an emergency when he felt one, and he lit out, running like a scared rabbit. A gun barked, then another, but nothing in that part of the country could catch the horse when he started going places in a hurry, and that was just what he was doing. On the outskirts of Soledad, with the pounding hoofs of the pursuit far behind, Campbell lipped the horse over a gully and took to the desert, weaving a pattern of tangled tracks into a trail where cattle had been driven. Then cutting back into the scattered back alleys of Soledad, he left town a few minutes later, crossing a shale slide and swinging around a butte to hit his old trail for Thousand Springs Mesa. "Rio, you saved my neck tonight, and we took a scalp. I'd as soon never take another, but if we have to, let them all be hombres like Dale." Yet what was all this about a murder charge against Bob Vincent? And what was their connection with the smuggling and the cans of opium he had found in the cabin? He had known the smell the instant he lifted the can to his nostrils, for it is a smell one does not soon forget. He remembered it from a visit, a few years before, to some of the dives along the Barbary coast. And now he must think. Somehow, someway, he must free Katie from this entanglement, and as a last resort, he would do it, if he must, by facing Bart Levit with a gun. Chapter 15. Haney's course was clear. Whatever other plans he might have had must be shelved, and the whole situation brought into the open by Monday. Studying the situation carefully, he could see little hope unless the sheriff and the investigating officers from the outside arrived on Monday. Then, if he could present his case, but Levit would take every measure to avoid that, and his only chance would be to get into town before time. On Sunday night, in absolute blackness, the three rode down the back trail towards Soledad. Outside of town, they slackened pace. Rip turned in his saddle as Bert and Marlowe came up beside him. He gestured toward the town. "It looks quiet enough. You two leave your horses at May's. Put them in the stable, and I'll leave mine there too. Then you two either hide out in the stable or get down to the hotel and see Kinney. I'm going direct to Scott, and he'll see Alan for me. If the worst comes to the worst and there is no other way, I'm going gunning for Bart. I'd rather die myself than see that girl forced to marry him, or to see him win after all this murder and deceit. However, I may give myself up when the sheriff gets here." Marlowe nodded thoughtfully. "Who are these hombres Levit's bringing in, Rip? Are they really the law?" "Yeah, you see, he calls Cub the sheriff. Actually, he's only a town marshal. The county seat is over 100 miles away by trail, and there's no deputy up here. Bart Levit is shrewd. He knows that sooner or later some word of this scrap will get out. Somebody on a stage or somewhere will talk. The chances are they already have. Well, so he sends to the governor for an investigating officer wanting the whole thing cleared up. That puts him on the map as a responsible citizen. He'll do the talking, and the men he selects will back him up, and the whole situation will be smoothed over. The chances are one of his men will be made a deputy sheriff. Then the investigating officers will go back to the capital, and Levit's in a nice spot. If any trouble comes up, they will always remember him. Apparently rich, a stable citizen, a man who called on the law. They wouldn't believe a thing against him. His skirts will be clear, and we three will be outlawed. Somehow, we've got to block that and expose the true state of affairs. What is this joker you said you had? Marlowe asked. Wait. That will do for the showdown. Nobody knows about that but myself and Scott. We'll have this whole show well sewed up. He was the first to move forward, walking the horse through the encircling trees to May Ashton's cabin on the edge of Soledad. There was no one in sight, but a light glowed in the cabin. He moved up and led his horse into the stable and left it there. Then he slipped along the wall of the house until he could glance into a window. The waitress was inside and alone. She opened the door at his tap, and he slipped inside. You, she gasped. We were wondering how to get word to you. Bart Levit is marrying Katie tomorrow. I know. What about the officers from the capital? They'll be in tomorrow, too. In the morning. The sheriff is coming up from the county seat, and some attorney from the capital named Ward Clymer. 2 state rangers are coming with them. I've heard it all discussed in the restaurant. They will have a hearing. Where? In the lobby of the hotel. It's the only place large enough, aside from the bit and bridle. I heard Doyle talking with Cyrus Bourdon about it. Incidentally, she added quickly, there's a warrant out for your arrest. Emmett Cubb has it. They want you for killing Curb Dale. Was that you? Aha, but it was a fair shake. In fact, he went for his gun first. I had no choice but to shoot. Well, the order is out to shoot on sight, and they have reward posters ready to go out tomorrow morning. They will be all over town for the officers to see when they come in. You're wanted for murder, dead or alive, and they are offering $1,000. Ross smiled wryly. That will make it worse. $1,000 is money enough to start the blood hunters out. Now listen, I'm going to Scott and I'm going now. Marlowe and Bert will be in soon, and they'll hide either here or close to here. They will be standing by in case of emergency. I'll try to communicate with you in case of really serious trouble, and then you can get word to them. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll give myself up to the state officials and make them hold a preliminary hearing right here. I can talk them into that, I think. Then we can get facts in front of them. Rip, don't plan on anybody siding you, May said quickly. Cubb has been around town with Hanson, and they have frightened everybody. You can't depend on a soul. I don't even know whether I'd have nerve enough to back you up, but I'm afraid Alan will. He's that kind. The street was dark when Rip Campbell stepped out of May's cabin. He did not try to keep out of sight, realizing that such an attempt, if seen, would be even more suspicious. He walked rapidly down the street, staying in the deep shadows, but walking briskly along. Old Man Scott was the man he must see. He must get to him at once, and he would know what to do. Also, it would be a place to hide. Glancing across the street, he saw a half-dozen horses standing at the hitch rail in front of the bit and bridle. There was light flooding from the windows, and the sound of loud laughter from within. A man opened the door and stumbled drunkenly into the street. For a moment, Rip hesitated, feeling uneasy. The street was altogether too quiet. There was too little movement. He turned at right angles and went between a couple of buildings, starting for the back door of Scott's place. Once, he thought he glimpsed a movement in the shadows and hesitated. After watching and seeing nothing more, he went on up to the back door and tapped gently. The door opened and he stepped in. Scott glanced at him and alarm sprang into his eyes. "Set down," he said. "Set down. You've sure been stirring up a pile of trouble, Campbell." He poured a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. "Drink that," he said quietly. "It will do you good." Scott stared at him as he lifted the cup. "Big trouble's going to break loose, Scott," Campbell said. "I hope I can handle it." His ears caught a subtle whisper of movement outside, and his eyes lifted. Then his face went to a dead, sickly white. Old man Scott had a shotgun, and its twin barrels were pointed right at his stomach. "Sit tight, son," Scott said sternly. "A move and I'll cut you in two." He lifted his voice. "All right, out there. Come on in. I've got him." The door burst open, and Emmett Cubb sprang into the room. With him were Doyle, Tallman, and Alan Kinney. Cubb's eyes gleamed and his pistol lifted. "Well, Mr. Rip Campbell, who's top dog now?" "Hold it." Scott's shotgun made a sharp movement. "You take her easy, Emmett Cubb. This man's my prisoner. I'm claiming the reward right now. Moreover, I'm holding him alive for Levit." "You will not," Cubb snarled. "I'll kill the dirty dog." "Not unless you want a blast from this shotgun," Scott snapped. The old outlaw's blue eyes sparked. "Nobody's beaten me out of my money. Kinney here, he has a finger in it maybe because he tipped me off. But you take him away from me over my dead body." Baffled, Cubb stared from one to the other. "He's right, Emmett," Kinney agreed. "He got him first." Rip Campbell stood flat-footed, staring from Kinney to Scott. "Sold out," he sneered. "I might have suspected it." Kinney flushed, but Scott shrugged. $1,000 is a lot of money, boy. I've seen men killed for a sight less." "Let's take him off to jail then," Cubb said. "This ain't no place for him." "He stays right here," Scott said harshly. "He's my prisoner until Levit gets him, and then Levit can do what he's a mind to. Nobody's beaten me out of that money. Stay here and help guard if you want, but don't you forget for 1 minute that he's my prisoner. This shotgun won't forget it." Kinney slipped around behind Campbell and lifted his guns. Reluctantly, Campbell backed into a corner and was tied to a chair. Shocked by the sudden betrayal, he could only stare from Alan to Scott, appalled by the sudden turn of fortune. From the high, if desperate hopes of the day, he was suddenly smashed back into hopelessness. A prisoner, betrayed by the men he had most confidence in. How could they have known he was in town? There was only one way. May must have betrayed him. She and Alan must have planned together, and when he left her house, she must have gotten word to him at once. Cubb dropped into a chair and pulled one of his guns over into his lap. "I'd like to blast his heart out," he said sullenly. "What you frettin' so about, Scott? You get the money, dead or alive." "Sure," Scott said. "And if you kill him, you'll lay claim to it. I wouldn't trust you across the street where that much money was concerned. Nor any of you." He chuckled, his eyes sneering at Campbell. "Anyway, Levit's top dog around here from now on, and he's the boy I do business with. I'm too old to be shoved out in the cold at my time of life. I ain't figorin' on it. I'll work with Bart, and he'll work with me." "I never heard of you being so thick with him." Cubb's irritation was obvious. Scott chuckled. "Who got him into this country, do you suppose? I've known him for years. Who told him this place was right for a smart man? I did. That's who." Campbell here, he figured on the same thing. He figured on taking over when Reynolds and Parker were out of it, but he was leaving too much to chance. Bart doesn't leave anything to chance. Bitterly, Rip Campbell stared at the floor. This time he was finished. If Marlowe and Bert had gone to Maze, they would have been sold out too. He listened, straining his ears for shots, hoping at least one of them would manage to fight it out and go down with a gun in his hand. The situation was all Levit's now. The man was a front rider, and these others were with him. He stared at Kinney, and the young man's eyes wavered and looked away. How could he have guessed that such a man would sell him out? And Scott? Of course, the old man was an admitted outlaw, or had been. Still, he had felt very close to the old man, and liked him very much. There was no chance for Katie now, unless... His eyes narrowed with thought. What would they do with him? Would they get word to Bart that he was a prisoner, then smuggle him out of town to be killed? Or would they bring him out in the open with evidence arrayed against him, or kill him trying to escape? If only there would be some break, some chance to talk to Ward Clymer or the sheriff. Of course, held as a prisoner with reward posters out and stories Bart and his men would tell, he would have himself in a bad position even before they talked to him, for they would be prejudiced against him and everything he might say. And what evidence had he? Bart Levit would have plenty, and as May had told him, no one in town would testify for him against Bart. They were frightened, or they were getting on the bandwagon. He was through. Unless there was a vague hope that Marlowe and Bert had not come in. If they could somehow free him. Knowing the manner of men they were, he knew they would not hesitate to make the attempt. Chapter 16. In the back room of the store, the night slid slowly by and crawled into the gray of day, slowly, reluctantly. The rising sun found the sky overcast, and no opening in the clouds through which it could shine down on the clustered false-fronted frame buildings and adobes of Soledad. A lone Mexican, a burro piled twice its own height with sticks, wandered sleepily down the town's dusty street. Pat walked out of the bit and bridle and stared at the sky, then turned and walked back within. A pump rattled somewhere, then began a rhythmical speaking. Half asleep in his bonds, Rip Campbell heard the water gushing into the pail in spouts of sound. He stirred restlessly, and his chair creaked. He opened his eyes to see 4 pairs of eyes leveled at him. Emmett Cub, Doyle, Alan Kinney, and Scott all sat ready and watchful. His lids fluttered and closed. Behind them, his mind began to plan, to contrive. No man is so desperate as a prisoner. No man so ready to plan, to try to think his way out. If only his hands were free. In a few minutes, an hour at most, the stage would rattle down the street and halt in front of the Cattleman's Rest, and the passengers would go into the cafe to eat. Later, they might go upstairs to sleep. During that interval, he would know his fate. He touched a tongue to dry lips. "Al," Scott said suddenly, "you take this here shotgun. I'll throw together a few ham and eggs. I'm hungry as a hibernating bear in the springtime." Tallman, who had left earlier, returned now and stuck his head in the door. "Stage A comin'," he said. "And Cyrus Bourdon just blowed in." "That VV bunch in yet?" Cub asked without turning his head. "When Dolph Turner gets in, you tell him about this. He'll see that Levit knows first of all." Scott was working around the room, and soon it was filled with the pleasant breakfast smell of frying ham and eggs and the smell of coffee. Despite his worry, Campbell realized he had been hungry, and for the first time recalled he had eaten nothing the night before. Emmett Cub got up. He was a stocky, swarthy man with a square jaw and a stubble of beard. His hair was unkempt, and when he crossed the room to splash water on his face and hands, Rip noted the worn guns had notches carved in them, 3 on one gun, 5 on the other. 8 men. "The only thing I'm sorry for," Cub said as he dried his hands, his eyes on Campbell, "is that I didn't get the chance to shoot it out with you in the street." His black eyes were sneering and cold. "I'd like to put you in the dust," he said. "I'd like to see you die." "Well," Campbell said dryly, "my hands are tied so you're safe enough to try. You're a lot of yellow-backed double-crossers. You, Cub, are a cheap murderer. You blew town fast enough after killin' Vin Carter, or you'd have had a chance to draw on me or run." Cub walked across the room and stopped, his feet apart, in front of Campbell. Lifting his open palm, he slapped Rip 3 times across the mouth. Scott did not turn, and Kinney shuffled his feet on the floor. "Maybe Levit will give me the job," he said harshly. "I hope he does." The door opened suddenly, and 3 men stood there. Rip Campbell's head jerked up as he saw Levit. Bart Levit glanced from Cub to Scott, and then indicated the men with him. "Neal and Baker, of the Rangers. They want the prisoner." Cub stared, disappointment and resentment struggling for place in his eyes. "Here he is. Scott's been holding him." Neal bent over Campbell and cut the ropes that tied his arms. "You come with us. We're having the hearing right now." Haney turned, and as he started toward the door, he saw Scott smiling. The old outlaw looked right into his eyes and winked, deliberately. What did that mean? Scowling, Campbell walked across the street toward the hotel. Neal glanced at him a couple of times. "You know a man named Marlowe?" "Bill Marlowe?" Rip turned to Neal, astonished. "Why, sure. He works for me, and a mighty good man." "When Clymer asks you questions," Neal said, "give him the information you have straight, honest, and without prejudice." Puzzled by the suggestion, Rip Campbell walked into the room and was shown to a chair. A big man with a capable, shrewd-looking face glanced at him sharply, then went back to examining some documents on the table. Several other men trooped in, and then Katie and Bob Vincent walked into the room. More and more astonished, Rip stared from one to the other, trying to see what must have happened. He had never believed that Levit would allow Clymer to confront the Vincents, nor himself, if it could be avoided. Yet here they all were, and it looked like a showdown. Alan Kinney was there, and May. The pretty waitress glanced at him, and he averted his eyes. Scott had come over, and Bart Levit was one of the last to come into the room. From the dark expression on Levit's face, he decided all could not be going well for the big man, and the thought cheered him. Anything that was bad news for Levit was sure to be good news for him. Mort Clymer sat back in his chair and looked over the room, his eyes noncommittal. "Now, friends," he said briskly, "this is an entirely informal hearing to try to clarify the events leading up to the battle between the Reynolds and Parker factions and to ascertain the guilt, if any, of those who are here with us. Also," he glanced at Campbell, "I am informed that Rip Campbell, the cattleman, is held on a charge of murder for the slaying of one Curb Dale, a cowhand from the VV. If such is the truth, and if the evidence warrants it, Rip Campbell will be taken south to the county seat for trial. In the meantime, let us examine the evidence. Mr. Levit, will you tell us the events that preceded the fight between Reynolds and Parker?" Bart Levit got to his feet, very smooth, very polished. He glanced around, smiled a little, and began. "It seems that before I arrived in the Ruby Hills country, there had been considerable trouble over water and range rights, with sporadic fighting between the 2 big outfits. The YV, owned by the Vincents, was not involved in this feud, although there seemed to be some desire on the part of both outfits to possess the VV holdings and water. On the day the fight started, there was some minor altercation over branding, and it led to a shooting which quickly spread until most of the hands on both sides were involved, with resulting deaths." "What was your part in the fight?" Clymer asked shrewdly. "None at all, sir. I saw trouble coming and withdrew my men and got out of the way myself. After it was over, we did what we could for the wounded." "There are no witnesses present from the other outfits?" "Emmett Cub, now the town marshal, survived the fight. Also, Doyle of the Box North is here. Curb Dale, of the VV, who was in the middle of things, was later murdered by the prisoner Rip Campbell." "Sir?" Campbell asked suddenly. Clymer's eyes shifted to him, hesitated, and then asked, "Did you have a question?" "Yes, I'd like to ask Bart Levit where his range holdings were." "I don't see that the question has any bearing on the matter," Levit replied coolly. It's a fair question, Clymer admitted. It may have some later bearing on it. I understand you were running cattle. Where was your headquarters? Levit hesitated. On the VV, he said. You see, I am soon to marry Miss Vincent. Clymer glanced curiously at Campbell. Does that answer your question? Sure, it answers it for now. Only I want it plain to everybody that Bart Levit had no holdings on the range other than cattle and the use of the VV headquarters. Levit stared at Campbell and shrugged in a bored manner. The attorney then asked Cub and Doyle a few questions about the killing, and through Scott, Pat the bartender, and others, brought out the facts of the long-standing feud between the Reynolds and Parker outfits. Every story served to bolster Levit's position. Bob Vincent offered his evidence in short, clipped sentences, and then Katie hers. As she started to return to her chair, Campbell spoke up. Another question, Katie. Did anyone warn you away from the roundup, telling you to leave at once, that there might be trouble? She hesitated. Why, yes. Bart Levit did. I could see some of the men were spoiling for a fight, Bart said quietly. It seemed a bad place for a woman, due to the impending trouble and the profanity attending the work of the men. May I ask a few questions? Rip asked. Mr. Clymer, Levit interrupted. This man Campbell is a troublemaker. His questions can do no good, except to try to incriminate others and to put himself in a better light. The man is a murderer. Clymer shrugged. We're here to ascertain the facts. However, the prisoner should be examined in connection with the killing of Curb Dale. What have you to say to that, Campbell? That it is impossible to divide the killing of Dale from the other sides of the case. Nor is it going to be of any use to talk of it until the events leading up to that point are made plain. Well, that's reasonable enough, Clymer said. Go ahead. Levit's lips tightened and his nostrils flared. Doyle had walked into the back of the room with Cyrus Bourdon, and they stood there surveying the crowd. With them was the silent man who had been Dale's partner. I want to ask Levit how many hands he had when he came into this country, Rip said evenly. Bart was puzzled and wary. Why, not many. What difference does it make? How many? You used the VV spread. How many hands did you have? Why, one man actually came with me. The question puzzled Levit and disturbed him. He couldn't see where it pointed. The one man was that short, dark man at the back of the room, wasn't it? The man called Turner. That's right. Campbell turned suddenly in his chair and fired the question at Dale's partner. Turner, what's a pig in string? What? The man looked puzzled and frightened. The question startled him, and he was irritated at being suddenly noticed. I asked what a pig in string was. I'd also like to know what a grula is. Turner turned his head from side to side, eager for a way out, but there was none. He wet his lips with his tongue and swallowed. I don't know, he said. These questions make no sense at all, Levit said irritably. Let's get on with the murder hearing. They make sense to me, Rip replied. Then turning to Clymer he added, You, sir, were raised on a cow ranch, so you know that a pig in string is a short piece of rope used to tie a critter when it's thrown. You also know that a grula is a mouse color, a sort of gray, usually applied to horses. The point I'm getting at is that Levit came into this country with one man who wasn't a cowhand. Turner doesn't know the first thing about a ranch or about cattle. What's that got to do with it? Levit demanded. Clymer was looking at Rip Campbell thoughtfully. He began to smile as he anticipated the reply. Why, just this, Levit. How many cattle did you bring into this country? Campbell demanded sharply. He leaned forward. And how many have you got now? Somebody out in the room grunted, and Scott was grinning from ear to ear. The question had caught Levit flat-footed. Clymer turned on him, his eyes bright with interest. A good question, Mr. Levit. On the way here, you told me you ran 1,000 head. Where did you get them? That's got nothing to do with it, Levit shouted angrily. For the first time, he was out in the open, and Rip Campbell had led him there, led him by the nose into a trap. As Campbell knew, when pushed, Levit grew angry, and it was that he was playing for. Mr. Clymer, Rip interrupted, I think it has a lot to do with it. This man, claiming to be a representative rancher, admits coming into this country with one man who wasn't a cowhand, even if he may be fairly good with a gun. No two men like that are bringing 1,000 head of cattle into this country and branding them. But I'll show you that Levit does have 1,000 head, or near to it, and every one with a worked-over brand. That's a lie, Levit shouted, leaping to his feet. Rip settled back in his chair, smiling. Now ask me about the killing of Curb Dale, he said gently. Bart Levit sagged back in his chair, flushed and angry. He had let go of his temper. Despite his burning rage, he knew he was in an ugly position where Campbell, by his fool questions, had led him. The killing led away from the cattle, so he jumped at the chance. Before he could speak, Clymer asked Campbell, if he has the branded cattle now, who branded them? Curb Dale, the man I killed on the VV, Doyle of the BOXSET, Tallman, who hired on after Levit got here, and Emmett Cub, among others. That's absurd, Levit said contemptuously. Katie, name the men you heard talking at Thousand Springs, Rip asked quickly. The sudden question startled her, and before Levit could catch her eye, she glanced up and replied, why, Dale was there, and Doyle, Tallman, and Cyrus Bourdon. What did they talk about? Levit was leaning forward in his chair, his eyes upon her. Katie glanced at him, and her eyes wavered. Why, her voice trailed off. Before you answer, Rip told her, let me tell you that you've been the victims, you and your brother, of the foulest trick ever played. Campbell turned to Clymer. Sir, Miss Vincent was concealed near the springs and overheard some of the plotting between the men mentioned. These were the same men who altered the brands for Levit. Through them, Levit engineered and planned the whole fight, forcing an issue between Reynolds and Parker deliberately, and in the battle, killing the two men who opposed him in the Ruby Hills country. It will no doubt be proven she saw Levit at the springs. Also, he added, Levit was blackmailing the Vincents, using their ranch as a storage depot and transfer point for his deals in the opium trade. Chapter 17. Knocked off balance by these public revelations, Bart Levit struggled to his feet, his face ashen. The carefully planned coup was tumbling about his ears. He, who had come into the valley as a leader in a dope ring and planned to become the legitimate owner of a great ranch, suddenly saw the whole thing reduced to chaos. Furthermore, Rip got to his feet, and the ringing sound of his voice reduced to silence the stir in the room. I think this is the proper time to make a few points clear. Opening his shirt, he drew a leather wallet from inside it, and from the wallet drew a handful of papers, which he passed to Clymer. Will you tell Mr. Levit, he said, what you have there? Clymer glanced at them, then looked up in amazement. Why, these are deeds, he exclaimed, glancing from Campbell to Levit. These indicate that you are the owner of both Hitson Springs and the Bullhorn Ranch headquarters, including the water right. Also, here are papers that show Campbell has filed on the Thousand Springs area. What? Bart Levit's fingers gripped the arms of his chair, and his brow creased. Before his eyes came the whole plan he had made, all his planning, his actions, all were rendered perfectly futile. Who controlled the water in those three sources controlled the Ruby Hills, and there was no way of circumventing it. From the beginning he had been beaten, and now he had been made ridiculous. I told you, Campbell said quietly, looking at Levit, that you had overlooked the obvious. Somehow a crook always does. Now, sir, Rip said to Clymer, with the cattle brands I can show you, the evidence we can produce, I'd say that you have a strong case for robbery and murder against Bart Levit. There was a slight stir in the back of the room, and Campbell's eyes shifted. Emmett Cub was slipping from the room to the street. As the accusation rang in the silent room, Bart Levit held himself taut. The crashing of his plans meant less to him now. than the fact that he had been shown up for a fool by the cowhand he despised and hated. Suddenly, the rage that was building within him burst into a fury that was almost madness. His face went white, his eyes glassy and staring, and letting out a choking cry, he sprang for Campbell. Warned by Katie's scream, Rip jerked his eyes back from the vanishing cub and lunged from his chair, swinging 2 brain-jarring blows to the head. They rocked Levit, but nothing could stop his insane rush, and Campbell gave ground before the onslaught. Levit swung wildly with both hands, beside himself with hate and fury. Rip lunged at him, burying a right in the bigger man's stomach, then hooking a powerful, jarring left to the chin. Levit staggered, and Rip, eager for battle, bowled into him, bringing his head down on Levit's shoulder and smashing away with both hands in a wicked body attack. He threw the punches with all the power built into his shoulders by years of bulldogging steers and hard-range work. He caught Levit with a wicked overhand right and battered him back into the chairs. The crowd scattered. From somewhere outside, Rip heard the sharp rap of a shot, and then another. Then quiet. His right smashed Levit over a chair, and the big man came up with a lunge, grabbing for the chair itself. Rip rushed him, and Bart tried to straighten, but Campbell clubbed him with a fist on the kidney, and the big man went to his knees. Rip stepped back, panting. "Get up," Rip said. "Get up and take it." Levit lunged to his feet, and Rip smashed his lips with a sweeping left. He ripped a gash in Levit's cheek with a right. Bart tottered back, his eyes glazed. He straightened, then shook his head, some measure of cunning returning to him. Suddenly, he turned and hurled himself through the glass of the window. Rip sprang to the window after him, and caught a fleeting glimpse of Emmett Cub, as a bullet whirred within a hair of his cheek and buried itself in the window frame. There was a clatter of horses' hoofs, then silence. Harney's hands fell helplessly. Scott moved up beside him, handing him his guns. "Sorry I couldn't get them to you sooner," he said, "but you did plenty without them." Clymer caught his arm. "You've loyal friends, Campbell." Bert and Marlowe stopped the stage outside of town. Levit had ridden on ahead, and they took time to tell me a lot of things, and asked that I get you and the Vincents together with Levit and withhold judgment until you had talked and I had listened. As it happens, he added, Neil and I had both been reared on ranches where Marlowe worked. We knew him for a good man, and an honest one. From the first, we had doubts that all Levit had told us was the truth. Marlowe also had a cowhide with him, and any Western man could see the brand had been altered from a VV to 3 diamonds. Rip shoved his guns into his holsters and pushed his way to Katie, who was standing white and still near the door, waiting for him. He said gently, "Katie, we can talk about it some other time, but I think I can make a rough guess at most of it. Why don't you go in and get some coffee? I'll join you in a minute." Marlowe and Bert were waiting outside, and they had the horse. "We can chase them, boss," Riley said, "but they've got quite a start." Later. "I heard some shooting." "What was it?" "That was Doyle," Marlowe said grimly. He made a rush for his horse and met Riley halfway. He made a grab for his gun, and I guess he wasn't as gun-slick as he figured. "Tellman?" "Roped and hog-tied. He'll go south with the Rangers and, unless I miss my guess, he'll talk all the way. We've got Turner too." "Incidentally," Marlowe added, "don't you jump to no conclusions about Kinney and Scott. I ain't had much time to talk to Scott, but we moved down to Mays like you said, and all 3 of us seen you followed to Scott's by some of Levit's crowd. They had us way outnumbered, and Kinney came up and said if he butted in, he might keep you from getting killed." "That was my idea," Scott put in. "I thought I seen something in the shadows when I let you in, and then I heard a step outside, and I knew I either had to get you as my prisoner or we'd both be in a trap. Cub would kill you sure as shooting if he got a chance, but as my prisoner, I'd have the right to interfere. So then Levit, Cub, and Bourdon are the only ones who got away." Rip mused. "Aha," Marlowe agreed, and then, running his fingers through his coarse red hair, he commented, "That ain't good." I know that sort, and you can take my word for it, they'll be back. Yet as the days found their way down the year and the summer faded toward autumn, there was no further sign of the three missing men. The mornings became chill, but the sun still lay bright and golden upon the long valley, and the view from the growing house upon the mesa top changed from green to green and gold shot through with streaks of russet and deep red. The aspen leaves began to change, and sometimes in the early morning the countryside was white with the touch of frost. Rumors came occasionally to their ears. There had been a bank held up at Weaver. A stage had been looted, and 2 men killed at Canyon Pass, and one of the 3 bandits had been recognized by a passenger as Emmett Cub. Then the town marshal in Pie Town was shot down when he attempted to question a big, handsome man with a beard. When Katie rode the valley or over into the Ruby Hills, Rip Campbell was constantly at her side, and the Appaloosa and Flame became constant companions. Despite the fact that no reports came of any of the 3 men being seen nearby, Campbell was worried. "Rip," Katie said suddenly, "you've promised to take me to the crater in the lava beds. Why not today?" He hesitated uneasily. "That place has me buffaloed," he said after a while. "I never go into it myself without wishing I was safely out. The way those big rocks hang over the trail scares a man. If they ever fell while we were in there, we'd never get out, never in this world." She smiled. "At least we'd be together." He grinned and shoved his hat back with a quick, familiar gesture. His eyes twinkled. "That sure would be something, but I'd not like to have you confined in that place all your life. You might get tired of me. This way you can see a few folks once in a while, and maybe I'll wear better. But you've been there so many times, Rip, and Riley tells me it's perfectly beautiful. I want to see the ice caves too." Below them there was a faint rumbling and stirring within the mountain, and they exchanged a glance. "I'm getting used to it now," he admitted, "but when I first heard it, that rumbling gave me the chills. When we move into the house, we'll have those holes fenced off. They are really dangerous." "I know. Ever since you took me down there and showed me that awful hole, I've been frightened of it. Suppose someone was trapped down there with a foot caught or something? It would be frightful." "It would be the end," Rip replied grimly. "When that geyser shoots up, it brings rocks with it that weigh 50 or 60 pounds, and they rattle around in that cave like seeds in a gourd. You wouldn't have to have a foot caught either. All you would have to do would be to get far enough away from the mouth of that cave so you couldn't make it in a few steps. A man wouldn't have a chance." They were riding down the mesa through the slender aspens, their graceful white trunks like alabaster columns. The trail was carpeted with the scarlet and gold of autumn leaves. "Somehow it all seems like some dreadful dream," she said suddenly. "We'd been so happy, Bob and I. It was fun on the ranch, working with the men, building our own place, learning all the new things about the West. Bob loved handling the horses and working with cattle, and then when we were happiest, Bart Levit came out to the ranch. You can't imagine what a shock it was to us, for we thought all that had been left behind and forgotten. Our brother, the oldest one in the family, had gone down to Mexico and got mixed up with a girl down there, and started using dope. He'd always been Father's favorite, and we all loved him, but Ralph was always weak and easily led. Levit got hold of him and used his name for a front to peddle dope in the States. Father had been ill for a long time with a heart condition that became steadily worse. He had just 2 great prides, 2 things to live for. One was his family reputation, and the other was his children. Principally, that meant Ralph. We knew about it, but we kept it from Dad, and later, when Ralph was killed down there, we managed to keep the whole truth of the story from him. We knew the shock and the disgrace would kill him, and if by some chance he lived, he would feel the shame and the disgrace so much that his last years would be nothing but sorrow. Bart told us that he needed our ranch. It was the proper working base for him, not too far from Mexico, yet in easy reach of a number of cities. He said he wanted to use the ranch for a headquarters for 2 months, and then he would leave. If we did not consent, he threatened to expose the whole disgraceful affair and see that my father heard it all. We were foolish, of course, but it is so hard to know what to do. And Levit didn't give us time. He just started moving in. The next thing we knew, he had his own men on the ranch, and we were almost helpless. Reynolds and Parker were outlaws or as bad, and we could not turn to them. There was nobody, until you came. Rip nodded grimly. Don't I know it? When I started digging into the background of this country, I found less good people here than anywhere I ever knew. And the best folks were all little people. It was after he had been here a few weeks, Katie continued, that he decided to stay. He was shrewd enough to know he couldn't keep on like that forever, and here was a good chance to have power, wealth, and an honest income. He saw the fighting between the BOXSET and RR as his chance. The two rode on in silence, their horses' hoofs making little sound on the leaf-covered trail. Suddenly, before Rip realized how they were riding, they were at the entrance to the lava bed trail. Katie laughed mischievously. All right now. As long as we're here, why don't we go in? We can be back before dark, you told me so yourself. He shrugged. All right, have it your way. Chapter 18. Reluctantly, the Appaloosa turned into the trail between the great black rolls of lava. He led the way into the narrow path. Once started, there was no turning back, for until a rider was well within the great cleft itself, there was insufficient room to turn the horses. When they reached the deepest part of the crevasse, where in some bygone age an earthquake or volcanic eruption had split the rim of the crater deep into the bedrock, Rip pointed out the great crags suspended over the trail. This place will be inaccessible someday, he told her. There will be an earthquake or some kind of jar, and those rocks will fill the cleft so there will be no trail or place for one. From the look of them, a man might get them started with a bar or lever of some kind. I never ride in here without getting the creeps at the thought. They're just lying up there, and all they need is the slightest start, and they would come roaring and tumbling down. Tilting her head back, Katie could see what he meant, and for the first time she understood something of Rip's fear for this place. One enormous slab weighing hundreds of tons seemed to hang, ready to slide at the slightest touch. It was an awesome feeling to ride down here, with no sound but the click of their horses' hoofs, and to have those enormous rocks poised above them. Yet, once within the crater itself, she forgot her momentary fears in excitement over the long level of green grass, the running water, and the towering cliffs of the crater that soared endlessly toward the vast blue vault of the sky. Great clouds piled up in an enormous mass in the east and north, adding their height to the towering cliffs. It was warm and pleasant in the sunlight. They rode along without talking, listening to the lazy sound of the running water and watching the movements of the few remaining great red and brindle cattle, who were becoming tamer due to the frequency of their visits. There must have been more than 600 down here, and probably would have been more, but there are a good many varmints around. I've seen cougars down here and heard them. Where are the ice caves? Katie demanded. I want to see them. Riley was telling me about the crystals. For 2 hours they rambled over the great crater and in and out of the caves. They found several where cattle and horses had been drinking. Whatever cattle they found, they started back toward the trail. Suddenly, as they were about to leave, Katie caught Campbell's arm. Rip. There was sudden fear in her voice. Look. It was a boot track, small and quite deep. Her breath caught. It might be Riley. Her voice was tight, her fear mounting. No, it wasn't Riley. Mentally, he cursed himself for ever bringing her here. That foot is smaller than either Marlowe's or Bert's, and a heavy man made it. Let's get out of here. When they were outside, he could see the pallor of her face in the last of the sunlight. He glanced at the sky, surprised at the sudden shadows, although it was drawing on toward evening. Great gray thunderheads loomed over the crater, piling up in great bulging ominous clouds. It was going to rain, and rain hard. Leading the way, he started for the horses, every sense alert and wary. Yet he saw no one. His movements started the cattle drifting again, and as they reached the horses, he told her, glancing at the sky, "You go ahead. I think I'll start the rest of the cattle out of here while I'm at it." "You can't do it alone," she protested. "I'll try. You head for home now. You'll get soaked." "Nonsense. I have my slicker and—" Her voice faded, and her eyes fastened on something beyond Rip's shoulder, widening with fear and horror. He knew instantly what it was she saw. For a fleeting moment, he considered making his draw as he turned, but realized the girl was directly in the line of fire. "And so, after so long a time, we meet again." The voice was that of Bart Levit. But there was a strange tone in it now, less of self-assurance, and something that sounded weirdly like madness or something akin to it. Carefully, Rip Campbell turned and met the eyes that told him the worst. All the neatness and glamour of the man were gone. The white hat was soiled, his shirt dirty, his face unshaven. His eyes were still large and magnificent, but now the light of insanity was in them. Campbell realized the line between sanity and something less had always been finely drawn in this man. Defeat and frustration had been all that was needed to break that shadow line. "Oh, this is great," Levit chortled. "Today we make a clean sweep. I get you, and later Katie. And while I'm doing that, Cub and Bourdon will finish off Marlowe and Bert. They're up on the mesa now, waiting for them." "On the mesa?" Campbell shrugged. "They'll never surprise the boys there. Whenever one of us has not been on the mesa all day, we are very careful. We've been watching for you, Levit." Bart smiled. "Oh, have you? But we found our own hiding place. We found a cave there, an ideal spot, and that's where they'll wait until they can catch Marlowe and Bert without warning them." "A cave," Rip repeated. Horror welled up within him. He felt the hackles rising along his neck, and his scalp prickled at the thought. "A cave? You mean you've been in that cave on the mesa?" Levit smiled. "Only to look, enough to know that it was an ideal hiding place. At first I planned to stay too, but then when I saw you two leaving the mesa and heading for the lava beds, I decided this was a better chance. Besides," he glanced at Katie, "I want her for a while, alone. She needs to be taught a lesson." Rip Campbell stared at him. "Levit, you're crazy. That cave where those men are hiding is a death trap. If they aren't within a few feet of the opening, they won't have a chance to get out of there alive. Did you see that black hole in the center? That's a geyser. Those men will be trapped and drowned." Levit's smile vanished. "That's a lie, of course. If it isn't, it won't matter. I was through with them anyway. And Marlowe and Bert are small fry. It is you two that I wanted." Rip Campbell had shifted his position slightly now, and he was facing Levit. His heart was pounding, for he knew there was only one chance for them. He must draw, and he must take a chance on beating Levit to the shot. He would be hit, he was almost sure, but regardless of that, he must kill Bart Levit. Wes Harden had beaten men to the shot several times, when actually covered with a gun. There were others who had done it, but he was no fool and knew how tremendously the odds weighed against him. Thunder rumbled, and a few spatters of rain fell. "Better get your slicker, Katie," he said calmly. "You'll get wet." His eyes were riveted upon Bart Levit, but what he waited for happened. As the girl started to move, Levit's eyes flickered for a fraction of an instant, and Rip Campbell went for his guns. Levit's gun flamed, but he swung his eyes back and shot too fast, for the bullet ripped by Campbell's head just as Rip flipped the hammer of his gun. Once. Twice. And then he walked in on the bigger man, his heart pounding, Levit's gun flaming in his face, intent only upon getting in as many shots as possible before he was killed. A bullet creased his arm, and his hand dropped. Awkwardly, he fired with his left-hand gun, and knew the shot had missed. Yet Bart Levit, his shirt dark with blood, was wilting before his eyes, his body fairly riddled with the bullets from Campbell's first accurate shots. Rip held his gun carefully, then fired again, and the shot ripped away the bridge of Bart's nose, smashing a blue hole in his head at the corner of his eye. Yet he wouldn't go down. The guns wavered in his hands. Then as his knees slowly gave way, some reflex action brought the guns up. Both of them bellowed their defiance into the pouring rain, their flames stabbing, then winking out. As the echoes of the gunfire died, there was only the rain, pouring down into the crater like a great deluge. Katie rushed to him. "Oh, Rip. You're hurt. Did he hit you?" He turned dazedly. He didn't feel hurt. "Get into that slicker," he yelled above the roar of the rain. "We've got to pull out of here. Think of those rocks in this rain and the lightning. Let's go." Fighting his way into his slicker, he saw the girl mount, and then he crawled into the saddle. The cattle moved when he started his horse toward them. Suddenly, he made a resolution. He was taking them out, now. Surprisingly, the big steer who took the lead seemed to head into the cleft of his own choice, or possibly because it seemed to offer partial shelter from the sweep of the rain. Perhaps because he had seen so many of his fellows go that way in the weeks past. Waving the girl ahead of him, Rip followed on into the cleft, casting scared glances aloft at the huge rocks. "Get on," he yelled. "Get going." He glanced up again as they neared the narrowest part. Horror filled him, for the great hanging slab seemed to move. "Hurry," he yelled. "For heaven's sake, hurry." He grabbed a stone and hurled it at a loitering steer, and the animal sprang ahead. Katie cast a frightened look upward, and her eyes widened with horror. Her face went stark white as though she had been struck. A thin trickle of stones fell, splashing into the cleft. A steer ahead stopped and bawled complainingly, and Rip grabbed a chunk of rock from the bank and hurled it. The steer, hit hard, struggled madly to get ahead. Katie moved suddenly, closing up the gap between her horse and the nearest cattle, harrying them onward with stones and shouts. Rip looked up again and, caught as in a trance, saw the great slab stir ponderously, almost majestically. Its table-like top inclined, and then slowly, but with gathering impetus, it began to slide. Shale and gravel rattled down the banks, and Rip touched spurs to his horse. The startled horse sprang ahead, forcing flame into the steers, who began to trot. Then, as the two horses crowded up into the folds of lava, but out of the cleft in the crater wall, the air behind them was suddenly filled with a tremendous sound, a great, reverberating roar that seemed to last forever. The rain forgotten, they sat, riveted in place, listening to the sound that was closing the crater forever, and leaving the body of Bart Levit as the only thing that would ever tell of human movement or habitation. Yet as they remembered what Bart Levit had said about Bourdon and Emmett Cub, they unconsciously moved faster, and once out of the lava beds, they left the cattle to shift for themselves and turned toward the mesa trail. There was no let-up to the rain. It roared down in an unceasing flood. They bowed their heads and hunched their slickers around them. The red of Flame's coat turned black with wet. Under his slicker, Rip rode with one hand on his gun, hoping for no trouble, but searching every clump of brush, every tree. Riley Burt ran from the cabin and grabbed their horses when they swung down. "Hustle inside and get dry," he yelled. "We've been worried as all get out." When they got inside and had their slickers off, Marlowe looked up, rolling a smoke. "Bert thought he saw Cub today. We were worried about you. You haven't seen them?" Rip turned on him sharply. Bert came in, overhearing the question. "No, and I'm just as well satisfied. Say," he looked up at them, "that danged geyser sure gives off some funny noises. I was over close when it sounded off the last time this afternoon, and I'd have swore I heard a human voice a-screechin'. That's one reason we have been worried about you too, although Bill did say you rode off the mesa." Katie's face blanched, and she turned quickly toward an inner room. Riley stared after her. "Hey, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" "No, just forget about it. And don't mention that geyser again." Then he explained, telling all that had happened during the long, wet afternoon, the end of Bart Levit, and the closing of the great cleft. Katie came out as they finished speaking. "Rip, those poor men. I hated them, but to think of anything human being caught in that awful place. Forget about it. They asked for it, and now it is all over. Look at that fire. It's our fire in our own fireplace. Smell that coffee Marlowe has on. And listen to the rain. That means the grass will be growing tall and green next year, honey. Green on our hills and for our cattle." She put her hand on his shoulder, and they stood there together watching the flames dance, listening to the fire chuckling over the secrets locked in the wood, and hearing the great drops hiss out their anguish as they drowned themselves in the flames. A stick fell, and the blaze crept along it, feeling hungrily for good places to burn. From the kitchen, they heard the rattle of dishes and the smell of bacon frying, and Riley was pouring the coffee. The end. Thank you for listening to Pan Out. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button above, and leave a comment below, so more great people just like you can find it. Chapter 1. He rolled a cigar slowly between his fingers, remembering that he dared not strike a match. From the yellow oblong of a lighted window, the big cowboy's glance moved over the long stone building to another window that was dark and lined with iron bars. Behind those bars, a man would be counting hours right now. 10 years, Rip muttered. 10 years in the penitentiary down at El Paso. Rip wrote, "I was the man who killed Sheriff Greb," on the back of a reward poster. He shaped the paper cylinder on a framed-up charge. Rip shook his mechanically, and then he crumbled it head. He didn't know much about the case, but he did know Rudy McCain. Once he and Rudy had been partners in a little cow outfit in New Mexico, before Rudy had drifted up into this paradox country to try his luck. Beyond the bulk of the jail, the lights of town laid a faint radiance against the night. Rip's glance came back to the lighted window, to focus on the bald head of a man seated in the room. He brought a folded bandana from his pocket and built it into a mask, knotting it securely against his neck. His right hand dropped to brush the black gun at his hip. With his lanky frame melting in the shadows, Rip waited patiently. The bald head belonged to Ben Dettel, deputy sheriff. That much Rip knew, although he didn't know Dettel. Suddenly, from somewhere in the town beyond, a .45 broke out in a stuttering refrain. One shot, another, and another. Silence, and then a second gun barked twice, reports blending. Rip balanced on his toes like a man about to start a race. In the jail office, the bald-headed man pushed to his feet. Rip had a glimpse of thick shoulders, of a squat and powerful body, in the moment before the deputy crossed the room and passed beyond his line of vision. Dettel was moving toward the door. Soft-footed in the darkness, Rip went to meet him. In the town, the guns were roaring again. Rip had counted 5 fast shots before he reached the corner of the jail. His Colt was in his hand when he went around the corner of the building, but already Deputy Ben Dettel was on his way. The office of the jail was wide open. Light was flowing out across the wooden sidewalk, and Dettel was running awkwardly toward the main street of the town. Swiftly Rip slid around the corner and through that open door. He had no nerves, but now he felt a sudden, heady surge of exultation. All of this had been planned beforehand, and now each part was falling into place. He had thought to meet a locked door at the least, but now the door was open and the office was empty, and in a corner of the room was the big desk, just as it had been described to him. He went across the room in long strides and dropped down on his knees before the desk. He tried a drawer, but it was locked. He brought a screwdriver from his pocket and jammed it between drawer and desk, and heard the lock snap. He jerked the drawer open, thrust a hand within, and came up with a whole handful of keys, strung on a ring. Somewhere a gun was barking again. Rip straightened, stood motionless an instant, a big, wide-shouldered man in boots and corduroys and flannel shirt, with gray eyes narrowed to a tense alertness above the blue bandana draped across his nose. He flowed into action again. A heavy wooden door separated office and jail, and it took him a second to select the proper key. Then the lock clicked back, and he looked down the tunnel of darkness of a long corridor. He went through, closing the door behind him. Now he risked a match. Ahead, he saw the pattern of iron bars. He went toward them, match flickering. He called softly, "Rudy." "Rudy McCain." A shadowy figure stirred behind iron bars. "What is it? What's up?" By matchlight, Rip was fumbling with the keys. "This is Rip," he said. "Get your hat, Rudy, we're leaving here. If I can find that damn key." He found it then. The lock clicked back, the cell door swung wide. The shadowy figure moved toward him. "My gosh. If I didn't know you for an unmitigated liar, Rip." "Some other time, Rudy," Rip said. "Right now, we better be getting on our way. The Bronx are waiting." And then, from beyond the corridor behind him, Rip heard something that stopped the words on his lips, the sound of a closing door, of scraping feet, of boots moving across a floor. He knew that McCain had heard it also, for McCain stood silent at his side. He had closed the heavy corridor door behind him. Now, beyond that door, someone was moving about within the office of the jail. In the solid darkness he saw a light shining ahead, and he knew then that there was a slot in the wooden door. And softly, with infinite caution, Big Rip crept toward that slot. He groped for the door, put his eyes to the narrow crack. It would be Ben Dettel, the deputy, come back again. But it wasn't Dettel. This was another man, taller than Dettel, with a full crop of iron gray hair on his head, with gray mustache close clipped above a steel trap mouth. Rip felt a hand on his shoulder, and he moved aside to give Rudy McCain a glimpse into the office. "Greb," McCain whispered in his ear. "Sheriff Greb." Rip nodded. He had caught the glint of a badge on the man's vest. And he knew now that their luck had run out suddenly, for he and Rudy were trapped here in this pitch-dark corridor, and the sheriff was standing between them and freedom. As soon as Greb saw that broken drawer, Rip kept his eyes glued to the narrow slot. The sheriff had placed some papers on his desk, and now he was sorting through them slowly. One paper he put aside, the others he shoved into an inside pocket of his long black coat. He took the coat off then, and went across the office to hang it on a wooden peg. As he started back toward the desk, Rip saw his glance stop abruptly on that shattered drawer of the desk. The big cowpuncher picked that moment. The wheels were turning, and Rip had gone too far to turn back now. He jerked the big door wide, and leaped into the lighted office. His gun was level in his hand. "Get the hands high, Sheriff," he barked. The sheriff's back had been half turned. Now he whirled. For the space of a single heartbeat he stood motionless, staring at the big man in the blue bandana mask. Rip tilted his gun. "Lift him, Sheriff." The sheriff looked at that leveled gun, and didn't seem to see it. Not for an instant did he hesitate. Not a word did he speak. His hand struck suddenly for the big Colt at his hip. He never had a chance. Rip's gun was high and ready, although he knew he couldn't use it, couldn't shoot that old man down. But his left hand darted out to grab the sheriff's wrist, and then Rip dropped his gun and drove his right fist against the sheriff's jaw. That savage short-arm jolt rocked Greb's head back on his shoulders. His feet tangled and he went over backward, and falling, his head struck with solid force against the base of the big heating stove which stood in a corner of the office. "My gosh, Rip," said Rudy McCain, "you ought to pull them punches." Long afterward, Rip would recall that moment again, and in his mind each detail would be clear and plain and in its proper place. The sheriff was lying on the floor, arms wide, with his head resting at the base of the cast-iron stove. Rudy McCain, big and raw-boned and freckled, was looking down at him. The sheriff had been holding a piece of paper, and now it lay on the floor beside his hand, and Rip noticed that it was a reward poster. There was a picture and a name beneath it in big letters, but Rip had no time for that. He swept his gun up from the floor, rammed it into leather. He turned the sheriff's head and saw blood running in a thin trickle through the iron-gray hair. But Rip had looked at blood before. He felt the sheriff's pulse and grinned reassurance up at McCain. "He's all right, Rudy, just stunned. I reckon it's time to go. We better be long gone when this old Jasper wakes up. He's a pretty salty customer." Chapter 2. Outside, they slid around the corner of the jail, went through vacant lots at a dead run. Rip jerked the bandana from his face. Fading through the darkness, he found time to reflect briefly on that gray-haired old man who had looked at death and tried for his gun. A gamester, that old Jasper. They came to the high walls of a feed corral at the edge of town, and Rudy McCain could hold back no longer. "It was 10 years down at Cannon City, Rip," he said. "I was framed, rottenly framed. Then seeing you in that damn jail, hearing your voice, it still don't seem quite real." "Wait till morning," Rip said. "We ought to be 100 miles from here by daybreak. The Bronx are just ahead." He was leading the way through darkness, in an unfamiliar setting, McCain at his heels. "There was some shooting in town tonight," McCain said. "Some friends of yours," Rip told him. They built up a little gunfight to stir excitement and pull the deputy from the jail. The sheriff was supposed to be out of town. His eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, and ahead of him he saw the dim shape of a single horse. He swore aloud. "What's wrong, Rip?" They had reached the lone horse. Rip's voice was puzzled. "We left 2 Bronx here," he said. Far off, a locomotive whistled shrilly, and the swinging beams of a headlight stabbed across the darkness of the plain below the town. Rip struck a match and found bridle reins still looped around a post. He picked up a bridle, understanding now what must have happened. "Broken head stall," he said. "The bronc jerked loose on us." McCain sounded glum. "What's to do now, Rip?" "Take Dixie," said Rip. Dixie was his favorite horse. "You'll have to make the ride alone. But you'll be riding a lot of horse." "I won't leave you afoot," said Rudy McCain flatly. Rip chuckled. "Me? I'll be all right, Rudy. I ain't no criminal. Nobody wants to put me in jail." Then, once again, the silence of the night was broken by the crashing sound of gunfire, 5 swiftly spaced shots. Rip jerked a leather jacket from the saddle, passed the reins to Rudy McCain. "Time to go, Rudy. Take care of yourself." "I can't leave you afoot, Rip." "You always talk too much," Rip said. "You'll talk us both back into the Bastille again. Get on that bronc and ride." "I won't forget this, Rip." "Sure. I'll be seeing you." McCain lifted a hand. "Adios." Rip rolled a cigarette and listened to the fading beat of hoofs. A skittish horse and a broken head stall had caused his plans to misfire, but he felt no particular dismay. Rudy McCain was free, which was the thing he had set out to accomplish. A man could always find a horse somewhere. A long train, traveling slowly, was puffing uphill toward the town, the beams of the engine headlight laying a path of light along steel rails. Rip could see the yellow windows of a single coach, bobbing far back at the end of the combination freight and passenger train. Smoking thoughtfully, he turned toward the tracks. He would have to risk a trip back into town again. He was afoot on strange range now, but he was not greatly worried by his plight. He had ridden into this country only this morning, and only 2 men, besides Rudy McCain, knew him by name. The 2 were A1 Wilson and Jim Lambert, the same 2 men who had staged that phony gunfight in town tonight to cover up the jailbreak. Both were friends of Rudy McCain. To be sure, there was also Sheriff Greb to be considered, but he had been wearing a mask when he bumped into the lawman. The engine was crawling by. Rip caught a glimpse of the fireman, silhouetted in the glow of firebox flames, and then a long line of boxcars went by, wheels grinding. The heavily loaded train was barely creeping up the hill. He looked into windows of a lighted coach loaded down with passengers. And suddenly Rip grinned and slipped into his leather jacket, and as the coach wheeled slowly by, he caught the handles and swung himself up onto the vacant rear platform. He had been somewhat troubled about the little problem of slipping unobserved into town. This was one way of accomplishing it. He would re-enter Aligordo as a passenger on the train. A man in a blue uniform with a lighted lantern in his hand came out to stand beside Rip on the platform. "Just about there," he said. The big cowpuncher nodded. "Yeah. It's been a tiresome trip." And he remembered that this was a branch line railroad, and that Aligordo was the end of the line. Already inside, passengers were standing in the aisle, moving toward the front end of the coach. Rip opened the door, stepped into the car. Nobody paid the least attention to the tall, bronzed-faced man in corduroys who took his position at the tail of the line of passengers. The train wheezed to a stop. Slowly, the passengers disembarked. Rip moved with the line. The coach was very nearly empty, and Rip himself was at the front door, when the man ahead of him in line turned suddenly and started back through the aisle. He was a slim youth in a dark suit, with a strained expression on his face. He shot a glance at Rip and stopped short. "Will you be staying at the hotel tonight?" he asked. The question surprised Rip. "I reckon so." The youth held out something that looked like a red leather notebook. He spoke swiftly. "Please keep this for me. If I haven't called for it by morning, give it to Sheriff Greb. Tell him Don Eakin gave it to you." There was a note of urgency in that slim youth's voice, and in his face was something that was very close to fear. Rip took the notebook. "What's the trouble, son?" "I can't tell you now," the youth said hastily. He turned and went back through the open front door of the car. Rip noticed that he limped as he walked, that he seemed to have one crippled foot. He lowered himself from the steps to the cinders of the station platform, and Rip went down behind him. And then a hatchet-faced man in batwing chaps moved out from the station lights and laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Just a minute, Eakin," he said. "I'd like a word or two with you." The platform was emptying rapidly, with passengers flowing toward the lights of town a block or so beyond. Rip drifted with the crowd, but his mind stayed back on the platform with the youth who had handed him the red notebook. That boy had been afraid. It wasn't the big cowboy's affair, and yet he couldn't quite brush it from his mind. Just ahead, a block of poorly lighted street led to the main part of the town. At the corner of the station, he pulled up for a backward glance, and he saw that the hatchet-faced man and the crippled youth were still standing where he had left them on the platform. The train was backing away from the station now, and but for those two, the platform was deserted. Rip circled the depot and went back toward the platform by way of the other side. Through a lighted window, he saw a man in a green eyeshade writing busily under the light of a swinging lamp. He drifted past the window, reached a corner of the station, and stopped there in the shadows. The crippled youth and the man were still where he had left them. The man was saying something in a harsh, metallic voice, but Rip couldn't make out the words. He turned around the corner and saw light gleam on metal in the hatchet-faced man's hand. That ended hesitation for Rip. Soft-footed, gun in hand, he stepped out to close in on the pair. The man in chaps had his back turned. Rip's voice floated across space. "Steady. I've got you covered, friend." The man turned suddenly, saw the gun in Rip's hand. "What in all hell?" "That's what I thought," Rip said. "Let that gun drop to the ground." Under the light, the other's face was ugly. "Listen, mister." Rip notched his hammer back with a little click. "Drop the gun," he said. The gun hit the cinders. Rip closed the gap between them. He could see the man's face clearly now, a vicious face full of venom. The man began a protest. "Let me tell you something." "Some other time," said Rip. He looked at the crippled youth. "Were you heading toward town, son?" The youth nodded. I was, until this man stopped me. Beyond the rails of the main line, a lone boxcar stood on the siding. The door was open. Rip Rip pointed with his gun, spoke to the hatchet-faced man. "You see that boxcar, brother?" "I see it." "Crawl in there," said Rip Rip. "You'll have a chance to cool off. Listen." Rip lifted his gun. "I'm nervous when I get excited. Better do it the way I say." The hatchet-faced man went into the boxcar. He went reluctantly, but he crawled in, and Rip slid the car door shut and dropped the hasp in place. He went around the car, struck a match, and saw that the other door was already locked. He turned back to join the boy. "We might as well get on to town," he said. They walked slowly toward the lights of Aligordo. Rip asked no questions. After a space, the crippled youth spoke slowly. "I can't begin to thank you. I think he meant to kill me. I think you saved my life back there." "What's it all about?" "It's a long story," the youth said. He didn't seem to want to talk about what had happened. "That book I handed to you on the train, I'll take it now. And much obliged to you. When I looked out and saw Jim Turpine standing on the platform, I had a hunch." "Forget it," Rip said. The big cowboy had just recalled that he had a few troubles of his own. Just a little while ago, he had helped in a jailbreak, and now it was up to him to find some way of getting out of town. Not that he felt any particular alarm, for he believed that the very boldness of his present venture promised safety. No one would think of connecting a stranger, who had apparently just reached town by train, with a jailbreak which had taken place a half hour before that train arrived. Lights gleamed along Aligordo's main street. A crowd had gathered outside the doors of the hotel, and as Rip Rip and crippled Don Eakin came closer, the big cowboy saw that there was some deep excitement here. The crowd was dense so that for a moment he could not see what was taking place, but he heard a harsh voice lift in anger. "Keep on talking, Wilson," the voice was saying. "Keep right on talking, or I'll put a bullet through you here and now." Motion flowed through the crowd. Rip caught a glimpse of one man pinned back against the hotel walls, of another man holding him there, a gun pressed against his chest. And Rip Rip's breath caught suddenly in his throat, for the man against the wall was little A1 Wilson, the same bow-legged little rider, who, with Jim Lambert, had staged the phony gunfight which had given Rip the chance to free Rudy McCain. And now he could see Wilson clearly, and he knew the man with the gun was bald-headed Ben Dettel, the deputy sheriff. Wilson was staring at the gun. And he was talking about Rudy McCain. His name was Rip, little A1 Wilson was saying. Rip Rip. Him and Rudy McCain had been partners down in New Mexico, before Rudy came up here. This Rip had just sort of drifted into the country. He came riding out to the ranch today. He didn't even know then that Rudy was in jail. "Keep on talking," Ben Dettel said grimly. "So we sort of held a council of war out at the ranch this morning, and this Rip gent says why not try to break Rudy out of jail." Muscle made a hard knot at the angle of Rip Rip's lean jaw. Not that Wilson wasn't dealing in simple truth, he was. He was telling the thing as it had happened just this morning. Rip Rip had suggested the jailbreak. "You know how them things go, Ben," the little rider said apologetically. "We all figured Rudy had been framed and hadn't ought to go to the pen. So this Rip says if Jim Lambert and me will rig up a little gunfight for some excitement, he'll try to break Rudy out of jail. We thought Greb was out of town." Dettel's voice was harsh. "How did he know about the keys?" "I was in to see Rudy yesterday," Wilson explained. "After I came out, Greb locked up and I saw him toss the keys in a drawer and then lock the drawer. I knew the keys would be still there because Greb pulled out of town right away." "What sort of looking Jasper is this Rip?" "He's a big guy," said Al Wilson. "Somewhat dark. Sort of a slow talker. I thought he was bright enough, Ben. I sure never figured he'd do anything like he did." "We'll go down to the jail," the deputy said. He made little motions with his gun. "He was bright enough, Al." He got away. He put a bullet through Sam Greb's head, and then he rode away. You're the dumb one, you and Jim Lambert. You two gents stayed behind to face the music. Chapter 3. By dawn of the next day, 3 separate posses had ridden out of Aligordo. 3 groups of tight-lipped riders, grimly determined to leave no stone unturned in their efforts to run down 2 men wanted for the brutal murder of a sheriff. And in the town itself, one of the men they sought slept peacefully through the night. He arose and shaved and breakfasted, and then he went back to his hotel room to muse on his predicament. It was queer as hell. Last night Rip had doubted the evidence of his ears, but from a high stool behind his desk, the wizened little proprietor of the hotel had confirmed the facts, while Rip scrawled a name not his own across the hotel register. Yep, the little hotel man had said. They beefed Greb sure as hell. Put a bullet between his eyes. It meant, Rip mused, that now, sitting here in a little hotel room, he was already a fugitive, with a murder charge hanging over his head. No court of law would ever believe the story he would have to tell to clear himself. No jury would ever believe that he and Rudy McCain had left Sheriff Greb lying on the office floor, stunned, but otherwise all right. He had gone into the jailbreak with open eyes, but the murder of a sheriff was something else. Yet strangely enough, he was safe for the moment, despite his precarious position. Al Wilson had gone to jail, and so had Jim Lambert, the other conspirator in the jailbreak. Nobody else hereabouts knew Rip. Soon there would be pictures scattered around, and accurate descriptions, but for the present he was safe. If it came to showdown, there would be crippled Don Eakin to testify that he had arrived in town by train a half hour after the jailbreak. He stood at the window of his room, looking over the long main street. There was quietness in Aligordo now. The men who could get away were gone with the posse, and the town seemed empty and deserted. And then, as Rip stood at the window, dust stirred at the end of the long street, and 2 jogging horsemen rode into his line of vision. The riders were nearly abreast of the hotel when a man on foot came through the wide doors of a livery stable across the street and cut into the road to meet them. Something in the appearance of that man on foot caused Rip to watch him with a closer attention, and he saw then that here was the hatchet-faced man he had locked in a boxcar the night before. The 3 talked briefly there in the center of the street, and then the hatchet-faced man, his name was Jim Turpine, Rip recalled, went back to the livery stable. The riders turned in before the hitch rack of a saloon, left their mounts anchored there, and went in. Rip went downstairs, through an empty lobby, and across the street to the saloon into which the 2 riders had disappeared. The pair were at the bar now, the only customers in the long, cool room. Rip lined up a dozen feet away, studied the 2 men with a casual eye. One was immense, grotesque. Above his monstrous barrel of a body, his face was bland and pink, like a baby's face. He was the fattest man Rip had ever seen. His companion was a big man also, but there was a difference here. The second man was deep-chested, broad of shoulder, powerfully built, with a stubble of beard across his dark face, and a coal-black mustache above a bulldog jaw. And something in that dark, bulldog face stirred a memory in Rip. Somewhere he had seen that face before. He couldn't put a finger on the time or place. The fat man was telling a joke. He came to the point of it, and he threw his big head back, and the very walls of the saloon seemed to echo to his booming peals of laughter. His vast girth shook like jelly in a tub. He wiped tears from his eyes and laughed the more. His glance rested on Rip, and seemed to invite the stranger to share the joke. The bartender was lanky in his white apron. He moved to serve Rip. "Hot," he said. "Plenty," Rip agreed. "Make mine whiskey. Fill one for yourself." The fat man skidded $1 across the bar. The pair went out together, the fat man still laughing at his joke. Rip watched them pass through swinging doors. The bartender was filling up glasses. "Funny Nettle ain't riding with the posse," he said. The name stirred an echo in Rip's brain. A man named Nettle had found the dead sheriff. So much Rip had already gleaned. He glanced at the bartender. "That was Nettle?" he asked. "The gent with the mustache," the bartender said. "That was Rich Nettle. Other gent was Banjo Jenkins. Quite a joker the Banjo is, always sees the funny side." But Rip was toying with an odd, elusive memory. That heavy bulldog face, somewhere he had seen Nettle before. "This man Nettle," he said thoughtfully. "He looks familiar to me. I'm a stranger here, just came in on the train last night. How long has Nettle been in this country?" The lanky bartender laid two bony hands flat on the mahogany. "I'll drink your drink, mister," he said gently. "I'll swap opinions with you about the weather, or the price of cows, or the chances of hitting a 4-card straight in the middle. About Rich Nettle, I don't know nothing. If I did, I wouldn't talk about it." Rip waved a hand apologetically. No offense. His face looked familiar, that was all. He paid for the drinks presently, and wandered out into the empty, sunlit street. The man with the bulldog face was Rich Nettle, and Rich Nettle had been first to enter the jail after the jailbreak. And Nettle, if a man might judge by the bartender's attitude, was a somewhat salty hombre. Rip had the feeling that he was close to some discovery, if he could but ferret it out. That affair at the railroad station last night, when hatchet-faced Jim Turpine had stopped young Don Eakin. And today Jim Turpine had stopped Rich Nettle and Fat Banjo Jenkins. Rich Nettle it was, who had found the dead body of the sheriff. Could it be that there was some connection between these separate events? And Nettle, where had he seen Rich Nettle before? He returned to the hotel, thinking to try for further information from the little hotel man, but the lobby was empty and the desk deserted. Rip went up to his room. He opened the door and looked down into the barrel of a gun. A voice said, "Get your hands up, mister. Fast." It was a girl. It was, Rip decided instantly, the prettiest girl he had ever seen in a long and somewhat misspent life. Her blue eyes were flashing fire, and her face was set in what may have been meant for a ferocious scowl, but none of it altered the big cowboy's first opinion. This girl was out in front, so far as Rip was concerned. In riding garb, she was as slim as a boy, and there were golden curls. "Get those hands up," she snapped. "I've been waiting for you." Rip grinned cheerfully. "That's mighty nice," he said. "I've been waiting for you all my life." She made motions with the gun. "Come inside," she said, and her voice was cool and businesslike. "I know how to use a gun, and this isn't any joke. I want to know what happened to my brother." Rip stared at her. "Your brother? I'm Eileen Eakin. Don Eakin is my brother." Then it was that Rip recalled that he had not seen the crippled youth since last night. In the rush of events, he had almost forgotten young Eakin. "You came in with him last night," the girl said accusingly. "You came upstairs with him. I've found out that much already from Wilkins. Now Don's gone." "Gone." "Gone," Eileen Eakin said. "His room was not slept in last night. You were the last man seen with him." He faced the girl gravely. "I met your brother on the train last night," he said. "We were strangers, I never saw him before. We walked to the hotel together. The last I saw of him was in the hall outside, when he was unlocking the door to his room. If he's gone, I'm mighty sorry, but I don't know anything about it." Should he tell her of that affair on the station platform last night, when he had interceded between her brother and hatchet-faced Jim Turpine? This girl was badly worried. Her face, her manner, the fact that she had thrown a gun on him, all these things testified that she was afraid of something. She stared up at him. She whispered, "You're lying to me." But now there was no assurance in her voice, and her blue eyes were shadowed pools filled with a haunting fear. "I'm not lying," Rip said quietly. "I hope you will believe me. I'm a stranger, and I didn't know your brother until last night. If anything has happened, I don't know a thing about it." Suddenly, the big gun sagged in her hand. "I'm afraid, she whispered and started blindly toward the door. Don wrote to me. It wasn't Rip's business. He had trouble of his own, more trouble than he could handle. But this girl with the deep blue eyes had done something to him that he didn't quite understand. He wanted to help her if he could. "Suppose you tell me about it," he said. "Maybe I can help." She rested a hand on the door. "Our name is Eakin," she said bitterly. "That would explain most of it to anyone who knows this country." "I'm a stranger," Rip said. "Leif Eakin was our father," she said. "He was the man who started the bank here in Allegord Sea. He disappeared a year ago." Disappeared. $100,000 disappeared with him. They said he stole it. They said he looted his own bank and ran away. And then Rip remembered a letter he had received from Rudy McCain months before. Rudy had made mention of hard times, had said something about losing $500 in a bank failure. Rudy had said that the president of the bank had gone south with the money. "It broke the bank," said Eileen Eakin. "It ruined a lot of people, cost some of them their life savings. I can understand why they should be bitter. But it isn't fair to blame us. It isn't fair to blame Don." "You think that what happened?" "I don't know." She made a hopeless little gesture. "People have been bitter. They've made threats. Don wrote me that someone tried to kill him in Denver. He's been over there taking treatments for his foot. He's crippled, you know. He didn't tell me very much about it." She straightened to face Rip defiantly. "It isn't fair. We've done everything we could, both of us, to pay it back. We turned everything that was left over to the bank, horses, cows, everything but the ranch itself. We couldn't give that to them because it was left in trust until I'm 21. That's next month. Then they can have the ranch too." It was all Greek to Rip. "Maybe you're imagining things," he said slowly. "Maybe your brother just stepped out to visit friends or something. Maybe he's gone on to the ranch." Her father had disappeared. Her father had looted a bank and ruined a community and dropped from sight. Now her brother was gone. To Rip, it seemed that Eileen Eakin had had more than a fair share of trouble. He couldn't help thinking about that business on the station platform last night. No need to tell her that. Not yet. "I'm sorry I bothered you," the girl was saying. I must have been a little crazy, I guess. I thought you were a gunman or something, so I sneaked into your room." "I left Don in the hall outside," Rip said. "I haven't seen him since. I wish that I could help you." She tucked the gun inside her blouse. "I'll look around," she said. "I may ride out to the ranch again. After all, Don doesn't know I'm home. I was teaching school over at Pinnan, but the kids got measles and I got a vacation. I hope you'll forgive me." From the hall, Rip watched until the bright blonde head had dropped from sight below the level of the stairs. He went back to his room and sat down on the bed. It wasn't his affair, and yet he couldn't seem to put it from his mind. That crippled boy, that slim and lovely girl. Their father had looted a bank and disappeared. They had been left behind to carry the disgrace. Strange business. Rip stretched long legs and went out into the hallway. He tried the door of the room next to his own, the room that had been assigned to young Eakin last night. The door was unlocked. He went inside. The bed was rumpled and disarrayed, but there was nothing else to show that the room had been occupied. He was turning back toward the hall when he saw a spot of color on the floor behind the dresser. It was a small red book. He picked it up. It was, beyond all doubt, the same book Don Eakin had handed him on the train last night. He recalled the cryptic remark of the crippled boy. "If I don't call for this by morning, give it to Sheriff Greb." Sheriff Greb was dead now, and Rip was wanted for his murder. 3 separate posses were out looking for him. And in the very town in which the sheriff had been killed, Rip was sitting on a bed in a narrow room, and thumbing through the pages of a red notebook. It was a diary, he saw that at once. A diary once kept by Leif Eakin, the banker who had disappeared. On the front page was Eakin's signature, and below was the first entry in the book. January 1st. Snow again today, good for the range. Letter from Don arrived. He reports progress with the leg. He is a brave boy. Eileen is visiting the Vickers over the holidays. Rip's eyes skipped over the pages, remembering the importance Don Eakin had seemed to attach to this little book. It recorded, for the most part, unimportant items, the day-by-day record of a man precise in habits but too busy to bother with details. There were items touching upon the bank, on business affairs, and there were intimate bits of family life. Nothing here to suggest that the writer was a thief, who even then was contemplating the looting of his bank, the abandonment of his family. Rip came to the end of it at last, the record of events of the last week entered in the book. June 27th. Something has happened to the lock in our new vault. It will not work, although both Hankins and myself have worked on it. I am writing Kansas City for a repairman. Too much money on hand to trust to a vault which will not lock. I am sleeping in the bank tonight. June 28th. Judd Bennett's gang stuck up the Monte Vista Bank 10 days ago, and are reported still in the county. I hope they keep away from here, at least until our vault is repaired. Letter from Don today. He is cheerful. Poor kid, I am afraid he will always limp. There were notes covering the activities of 3 more days, during which the writer made no further mention of the defective vault. Then the final entry. July 2nd. Abe Slater placed $30,000 on deposit today, having sold his ranch to Ross Huffman for cash. Nearly $100,000 in currency on hand, and a vault which can't be locked. When I talked with Banjo Jenkins today, he has the only substantial safe in town in the Pioneer. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the next day will be the 4th of July, a legal holiday. I am thinking of transferring the money to Jenkins's safe until Tuesday. There it ended. The entry for July 2nd was the last one in the diary. Rip closed the book softly, understanding now why crippled Don Eakin had been so anxious that it should reach the sheriff. There was food for thought here. Rip opened the book again to glance at the final sentence. I am thinking OJ transferring the money to Jenkins's safe until Tuesday. Jenkins, Banjo Jenkins. That would be that enormous tub of a man he had seen in the saloon a little while ago. The fat man with the booming laugh, who had told the joke to Rich Nettle. And Nettle had found the body of dead Sheriff Greb. A queer thread of logic seemed to be running through the pattern of events, but Rip could make nothing of it. Don Eakin had disappeared. Was the answer here, hidden behind words in this little red book? Had Leif Eakin transferred the money to Jenkins's safe, as he had said he might do in his diary? Had he been killed? Would that explain it? Eileen Eakin had told him that someone had tried to kill her brother in Denver. Rip himself knew that the crippled boy had been stopped on the railroad platform last night by a man who very possibly might have contemplated murder. Could it be that this little book was that important? $100,000 is a lot of money, Rip thought, and rubbed his lean jaw thoughtfully. A lot of dollars. Enough to ruin a whole community, to blacken a man's good name, to mar the future of his children. Yes, it was a lot of money. Rip rolled a cigarette and tried to tell himself that it wasn't his affair. He was in a jam himself. He had a full-time job of his own on his hands. Yet he couldn't put that crippled boy out of his head, and he couldn't forget Eileen Eakin. He had thought that he might see the girl again, might have a chance to give her the diary he had found, but the afternoon wore through, and he concluded finally that she must have gone back to the ranch. At last he plowed through dust to the livery stable, across the street from the hotel. A little white-whiskered oldster was sweeping out the office. I want a bronc to hire, said Rip. I want to ride out to the Eakin ranch, Leif Eakin's ranch. The little man put his broom aside. "Leaf Eakin's gone," he said sharply. "Pulled out long ago. Broke the town first and then pulled out. You can't miss the ranch, though. 8 miles straight north along the road, and you come to a fork. There's a wooden sign with a star-cross burned on it. That was Leaf's brand in the days when the Eakins were flying high." He stumped back to the stalls, brought out a rangy sorrel horse, threw a saddle on the animal. "How long has Eakin been gone?" Rip asked him. "That's easy," the little ostler said. "Nigh onto a year now. He pulled freight on a Sunday, July the 3rd. The next day was the 4th. "I had an idea it would be," Rip said, and he climbed aboard the sorrel. As he turned northward out of town, it occurred to him that he was risking the chance of being picked up by one of those posses now out looking for Rudy McCain and himself. The afternoon was gone. He held the rented mount to a steady ground-covering jog, but even so, darkness was almost on him when he saw a star-cross burned on a board beside the road, and pointing to a side road which turned west into the shadowed darkness of a rock-walled canyon. And it was quite dark when at last, far ahead of him, Rip saw a gleam of light. He rode down a dusty lane. He opened a wooden gate and went through, and before him was a great frame house. The front door was open, and light flowed out across the wide porch, and Rip saw 5 horses anchored in line to the railing of the porch. He added his sorrel to the string and mounted the steps. From the shadows, a man stepped forth to meet him. "What can we do for you?" he asked, his voice flat and unfriendly. "I'd like to see Eileen Eakin," Rip said. "She's busy now," the man said. In jeans, he was long and lean, with a gun strapped on his hip. "Come back some other time." The front door was open, and from his position on the porch, Rip could see into a large, well-lighted room. Eileen Eakin was seated beside a long table. Rich Nettle was standing in the center of the room, looking curiously toward the door, and Rip saw Fat Banjo Jenkins standing beside an open desk. There were more men in the room, but before he could check them off, he saw Rich Nettle start toward the door. The man in denim spoke harshly. "I told you she was busy, mister," he said. "Suppose you ramble on. Come back some other time." But he made a fatal error then, for his hand moved in threatening gesture toward the black gun at his hip. And suddenly, for no reason that he could understand, Rip was seeing red. His gun came up out of nowhere. "Suppose you get to hell out of the way," he said. "I came here to see Miss Eakin. If she's busy, I reckon she can speak for herself." Rich Nettle's big body blotted out light in the open doorway. He loomed huge, formidable, his dark face in shadow. "What goes on?" he said. Rip showed him the gun. "This," Rip said, "goes off. Back up. I want to speak to Eileen Eakin." Rich Nettle stood solidly in the doorway. His heavy voice rasped, "What do you want?" Rip juggled the gun. "I'm hell for politeness. Still, I don't see how it could concern you, friend. I rode out to see Miss Eakin." For a long moment, Nettle made no move. He turned at last, deliberately, and his voice floated back to Rip on the porch. "Gent here claims he wants to see Miss Eakin, Banjo." He looked at Rip. "Come on in." Rip let his gun drop back in leather, and stepped around Rich Nettle and into the lighted room. Eileen Eakin came to her feet as he entered, and he saw that the girl's face was white and tense. Fat Banjo Jenkins stood on pillared legs and watched him without interest. Rip looked straight at the girl. "I didn't mean to bust in like this. I rode out from town to see you." Her smile was something for a man to remember. "It's all right," she said. "I believe these men are leaving soon. If you're not in a hurry." "Not any," Rip said. He moved a chair, sat down. Fat Banjo Jenkins closed the desk. His fat pink face managed to be at once paternal and regretful. His voice was a throaty gurgle. "I'm sorry about all this, Eileen. I was a director in the bank, and I must do what I can. I haven't liked any part of it." Her voice was cool, skeptical. "I understand. Please don't apologize, Mr. Jenkins. Rich Nettle stood quietly by the open door. Rip's glance caught on him for an instant, and again it struck him that he had seen this big, dark-faced man before. Banjo Jenkins picked up his hat, waddled toward the door. "Good night, Eileen," he said. His small, expressionless eyes flicked over Rip thoughtfully, and Rip thought of that final sentence in Leif Eakin's diary. "I am thinking of transferring the money to Jenkins's safe until Tuesday." "We'll ride," said Banjo Jenkins. They cleared out of the room. One man remained, a little, saddle-warped old waddy with a sandy mustache, who seemed to belong here at the ranch. Rip waited until the pound of hoofs had faded. "It's not my business," he said. "I may be butting in. Still, that looked funny to me." "That was a searching party," Eileen Eakin said. "Searching party." They seemed to think they would find something that would tell them where Father had gone, or where the money went. "When I rode up just a little while ago, they were ransacking the house." "You didn't find your brother?" She shook her head wearily. "No. I couldn't find him in town, and he hasn't been at the ranch." Rip stirred in his chair. "I'm a stranger. Still, that seemed somewhat high-handed tonight, that searching party business. That fat Jasper seems pretty important in this country, but searching people's houses." "Oh, it was legal enough. They had a search warrant. I didn't see it, but they showed it to Uncle Will." She gestured toward the little man with the sandy mustache. "And Rich Nettle wears a badge. Jenkins got him a special appointment sometime back when Jenkins's pothook outfit was having rustler trouble. Jenkins is a cowman, E8. He owns the Pothook brand, a big outfit. Jenkins is wealthy. Everything he touches seems to turn to money. Rich Nettle is his foreman." Rip thought of words scrawled in a diary. He shook his head thoughtfully. All during that long would Jenkins be trying to locate the banker now? Or the money? "A funny thing happened last night," he said. "I didn't tell you about it today, because I didn't want to worry you. I thought maybe it didn't matter. That's partly why I rode out tonight." And swiftly he told the girl the story of events of the night before, of that moment on the train when Don Eakin had handed him a red notebook, of hatchet-faced Jim Turpine, who had waited for her brother on the station platform, of the manner in which he had locked Turpine in a boxcar. "Your brother seemed to put considerable store in the book," he said. "After you left today, I took a look into his room. I saw this book under the dresser. I figure now maybe he might have dropped it coolly, deliberately." Rip thumbed a slug at the legs of the man with the rifle ride out from town. He had been building a theory in his mind, and now it was beginning to look as if the theory wouldn't hold water. For if Leif Eakin had placed that money in Banjo Jenkins's safe, why deliberately might have left it there to be found. He handed her the book. "It's a diary. Your dad's, I think." Eileen Eakin took the little book, turned it in slim fingers, opened the cover. It's Dad's diary. He always kept one. He was particular about it. The last item is dated just a day or so before he disappeared. It made me wonder somewhat." She was turning pages slowly. Rip waited patiently. The little man with the sandy mustaches fidgeted in his seat. At last the girl closed the book. "There never was a finer man than my father," she said. "There was never a man more honest. The bank was his life. I've always known that he didn't steal that money, that there must be some other explanation." "You read that part at the last?" "I read it," Eileen Eakin said. "You think maybe he did leave that money with Banjo Jenkins?" She shook her head wearily. "I don't know what to think. Jenkins owned the Pioneer Saloon then. He'd taken it in on a mortgage, and he sold it out afterward. He was one of Dad's best friends." "Let me see that book," said Uncle Will suddenly. He ran stubby fingers through the pages. He stopped at the last entry, read it through slowly, his lips moving with the words. He stood up, pointed a shaking finger at the girl. "That's it," he cried. "There's the answer right there, Eileen. There's where the $100,000 went, the money they said Leaf stole." "We can't be sure, Uncle Will." "Listen to me, girl," the little man said harshly. "I was in the Pioneer that day myself. Leaf came through while I was at the bar, and he was carrying a suitcase. I remember wondering about it at the time. It was just after banking hours. Leaf went on through to the office in back. The safe is back there, you savvy. The saloon was empty at the time, just me on one side of the bar and Long Jim on the other. Banjo Jenkins was back in the office. Leaf went back there. I never saw him again." Eileen Eakin was white-faced, trembling. "He wasn't a thief," she whispered. "I've always known he wasn't a thief." An hour Rip stayed at the Star Gross. When he left, Eileen Eakin walked with him to the porch. They had decided by then that, in the absence of a duly appointed sheriff, she should turn the red notebook over to the county judge. On the moon-drenched porch, the girl was slim and lovely. "I'll never be able to thank you enough," she told Rip. This may clear my father's name at least." "I hope things turn out right," he said. And then he rode away wondering how things could ever turn out right for that girl he had left standing on a moonlit porch. But it might be that the diary would serve to clear Leaf Eakin's name. And Don Eakin? What had happened to him? Had he disappeared, just as his father had disappeared before him? Did that little red book hold the answer to both mysteries? Had Don Eakin dropped from sight because he knew too much? He shook his head. This was strange range, and there was much he didn't know. Gladly would he have helped the girl in any way he could, but there was little he could do. He rode slumped over in the saddle, letting the sorrel horse make the pace. A sliver of moon floated overhead. He jogged through a sloping cut, where trees laid a shadow across the road. He heard the swish of a rope that brought him wide awake all at once, but too late. From the dark mass of trees above the cut, a rope curled through the air to tighten across his shoulders. One arm was caught. He felt the loop jerk tight, heard a snarling command. "Snake him down." To fight that rope was folly. Rip knew that. Swiftly, instinctively, he did the one right thing. He jerked the sorrel back, spun him around, and with the rope tightening around arms and shoulders, he shoved steel to the horse and sent him charging straight up the darkness of the slope, straight toward a patch of trees from whence had come that swift rope. In the darkness he saw shadowy forms diving away from the plunging horse. He had gained slack in the rope now, and he pulled the loop loose and flipped it over his head. His hand found his gun, and raining down the frightened horse, he sprayed trees and brush with bullets. Crimson flame stabbed at him from somewhere just ahead. The high-walled mountains sent crashing back the echo of roaring guns. There was a sharp stab of pain above the elbow of his left arm, and he knew then that he had been hit. Deliberately he emptied his Colt, and then he whirled the sorrel and sent him plunging across the hillside. Beyond the shelter of a hogback ridge, he pulled the horse down. He sat quietly in saddle for a moment, listening for sounds of pursuit. He heard nothing. Blood was running down his arm into his left hand, and a queer hot anger was pounding through his veins. He knew he had been ambushed by some of Banjo Jenkins's men. He knew there couldn't be any other explanation for the attack. He left the saddle presently, left his horse anchored to a tree. He climbed the ridge and looked across moonlit space toward the patch of darkness from which the attack had come. From here he had lost sight of the road. At his back and below him, the hogback ridge flattened out into a level bowl. He could hear nothing now of those men who had tried to drag him from saddle, but he knew that they must still be in this immediate neighborhood. "They want war," he muttered. He might have ridden off in peace, but he chose another course. He went back to where the sorrel waited. Working fast, out of a length of rope he contrived a set of hobbles for the sorrel's forelegs and slipped them on the horse. He knotted bridle reins across the saddle horn and turned the sorrel loose. The horse, already jumpy, began to drift down the hillside. Rip loaded his gun and went back to wait at the top of the hogback ridge. The horse was dropping down the hillside, toward the level flat below. Awkward in the hobbles, he was making plenty of noise. Loose rocks clattered after him. And crouching behind the shelter of a great boulder, Rip saw a man with a rifle break from a patch of trees 50 yards away and start across the moonlit space of open ground. A second man followed after him. Fooled by sounds made by the hobbled horse, they must have concluded that Rip was beating a retreat. He waited until they were very close, no more than 40 feet away. They were toiling up the slope toward the top of the hogback ridge. He heard a rasping voice say, "He's heading down the hillside." Rip spoke suddenly. "You're wrong, mister. I'm right here behind a rock. Which one of you gents threw that rope?" It was funny. Both men were in the open, in bright moonlight. Tricked by noises made by the straying horse, they had taken no precautions. For a single moment they stood rooted, like two figures turned into stone. Then, with a snarling oath, the man in front threw up his rifle, firing frantically at the sound of that mocking voice. It was moonlight, and they were too close for Rip to miss. Coolly, deliberately, he thumbed a slug at the legs of the man with the rifle, and saw the man go down, as though his feet had been cut out under him. The second man turned to flight. Rip splashed lead at him, but the running man dived for trees and disappeared in darkness. The first man was on the ground, groaning. At last he shoved to his knees and began to crawl painfully back toward the trees in which the other had disappeared. Rip could have killed him then, but he let the man go. He had balanced the ledger on that bullet hole through his arm, and some of his first anger had evaporated. He watched until the crawling man was swallowed by the darkness. Some time later, he heard horses moving beyond the ridge and knew that the enemy was giving up the field. He waited until the sounds had faded into distance, and then he dropped down the hillside toward that level bowl, where he anticipated no difficulty in picking up the horse he had hobbled and turned free on the slope. But the moon went behind banked clouds as he descended and left the land in darkness. Reaching the level ground, he could see no sign of the sorrel. A judicious use of matches showed him tracks, and he could tell that the animal was still hobbled. Optimistically, he took up the trail. A long time later, Rip came to a cut-bank canyon. He had stumbled all the way across that level plain and failed to catch up with the sorrel horse. He had lost the animal, and worse yet, he had managed to lose himself, for right now he had no very clear idea as to where the road might be. He was in strange country. He went on through the canyon, cursing ruefully the motive which had caused him to set himself afoot. He reached a road at last. He used more matches here, fruitlessly. There were hoof prints in the soft dust, but no prints of a horse wearing hobbles, and the tracks that showed were headed in the wrong direction. Somewhere along the way, the hobbled horse had detoured on him. Rip decided to give up the unprofitable pursuit. He would have to walk back to the Star-Cross and borrow another mount. The moon came out again from behind the clouds. Rip trudged disgustedly through white dust in high-heeled boots which had never been meant for walking. A blister formed on one heel and grew steadily. Rip trudged on. A mile, and another, and another. There was only moonlight now. And Rip was a stranger in this land, and he didn't know the road, but presently the gnawing conviction began to fasten on him that this road he traveled now was not the road to the Star-Cross. And then at last the road dipped in a long, steep slope ahead of him, and Rip knew his worst fears had been realized. There had been no such dip in the road he had traveled earlier tonight. This was not the road to the Star-Cross. He sat down on a rock to think things over. Of all the dumb fools, he murmured feelingly. Clumsily, he rolled a cigarette while he considered the situation. He was lost on strange range. He was afoot. He was wounded. He was wandering aimlessly through territory which even now was being combed relentlessly by 100 men, all looking for the man who had killed Sheriff Greb. And he was the man they were looking for. Pain from his wounded arm was pulsing in slow waves through his body, and his left hand was wet and sticky with blood. Scraping brush together, he built an Indian fire, and by the flickering light he examined the jagged hole where the slug had torn through the muscles of his left arm. He tore his undershirt into strips and awkwardly bandaged the wound to stop the flow of blood. He put the fire out then. He was lost. He had no idea where he was, and all this country looked alike. He shoved to his feet again and started wearily down the road. He would have to trust to luck to bring him out. The wounded arm throbbed and pounded. He stopped again, long enough to make a sling out of the same bandana handkerchief which had once served him as a mask. With the arm cradled, the pain decreased. He thought of water, long drinks of water, out of a dripping, moss-covered bucket. At long last and far ahead he saw a bright gleam of light, which vanished almost at once. He kept on toward where the light had appeared, and wondered if he were walking into a trap. The moon flitted in and out of clouds, and finally Rip saw a small cabin perched on rising ground at the head of a shadowed draw. That way he turned his steps. A light showed in the window as he drew nearer to the cabin. He remembered he was a fugitive, a wanted man, and the thought lent caution to all his movements. He circled the cabin and came down on it through a shelter of trees and brush bordering the clearing. Creeping closer, he looked through a window into a room. It was a kitchen, sparsely furnished. There were a stove and table and chairs, and Rip could see the bulk of a cupboard in one corner of the room. A man was seated at the table, doing something with a length of rope. Rip could see his back, his head of tangled black hair. The man turned his head suddenly. Then it was that the big cowboy knew that luck had surely turned against him. This man he knew. This was Jim Turpine, the hatchet-faced man he had locked in a boxcar in the railroad yard the night before. Rip's lips curled back in a painful grin as he crouched there at the dirty window, peering in at lanky Jim Turpine. This was the final touch. There would be no help here. After a long moment, the puncher faded back, until he stood again in the fringe of trees surrounding the cabin. Behind the cabin was a barn and a pole corral. It occurred to him that Turpine must have a horse or two within the BAM. He might steal a horse. But in the end, Rip voted the idea down. To try to steal a horse would be to take a chance on arousing Turpine, and that might result in setting a posse pounding at his heels. It would be wiser for him to wait for daylight, and then try to find his way back to the Star-Cross. At his back a wooded slope climbed steeply toward the distant mountain wall. He dropped down into timber to sprawl his lanky frame at last wearily beneath a pinyon tree, resolved to wait for daylight before trying to find his way out of this maze. Chapter 4. The night wore on. Beneath the pinyon tree, Rip tried for sleep that would not come. Toward dawn he dozed fitfully, to wake with the sun shining down through leaves into his face, with his wounded left arm stiff and throbbing. Standing up, he saw that from his position here, high up on the wooded slope, he had a clear view of Turpin's cabin down below. Blue smoke made a thin plume above the chimney of the cabin, and as Rip stood looking down into the clearing, he saw the hatchet-faced man carrying a bucket of water from a spring. Beyond the cabin, he could see the road he had followed the night before, running straight out across a level plain. On that road now dust was stirring in the far distance, and it appeared that a party of horsemen was riding in the direction of Turpin's cabin. Jim Turpine came out into his yard and stood looking toward that moving cloud of dust. Once more the hatchet-faced man entered the cabin, to emerge with something that might have been a tray. He cut across the yard toward a sod-covered cellar, some 50 yards beyond the house. He unlocked the cellar door and disappeared. Minutes later he came out, empty-handed. The dust was closer now, and Rip saw that it had been kicked up by 4 horsemen riding toward the cabin. The men pulled up before Jim Turpin's door, and the hatchet-faced man came out to talk with them. Rip felt a growing interest in the scene. One of the horsemen was Banjo Jenkins, and he was sure that another was Rich Nettle. After a brief conversation, Banjo Jenkins and Nettle followed Jim Turpin around the cabin. The other 2 riders remained in saddle, but Jenkins and Rich Nettle trailed Turpin to the door of the sod-covered cellar. A thought stirred in Rip's weary brain. Don Eakin. Had blind luck led him to the crippled boy? He waited patiently. The pain of his wounded arm forgotten now, he crouched in brush and watched the door of that sod-covered cellar. The 3 were staying inside a long time, and the longer they stayed, the greater grew Rip's conviction that he had stumbled onto the answer to the mystery of young Don Eakin's disappearance. The 3 came out finally, talked for a moment in the yard, and then Banjo Jenkins and Rich Nettle once more climbed into saddle, and the 4 men rode away. Jim Turpin went back to the cellar and seemed to be locking the door. Then he returned to his cabin. 15 painful minutes later, Rip knelt in underbrush not 50 yards from that cabin. That long it had taken him to reach this position, snaking his way cautiously through trees and brush. Now, wounded arm hanging in a sling, he gave thought to the best way to approach the cabin. Bright daylight now, and 50 yards to cross, with Jim Turpin in the cabin. Turpin was not a pleasant customer at best, and now, if what Rip suspected were true, the man would be pure rattlesnake. Circling the clearing carefully, Rip saw that one side of the cabin had no windows, and he knew that here lay his best chance to cross that open space unobserved. He broke from shelter to race down on the cabin, and he pulled up unseen in the shelter of log walls. Gun in hand, he crawled around the corner. He reached a window and cautiously peered inside. Neither blind nor curtain had the window, and the cowboy found himself peering into an empty, untidy bedroom. He crawled on. From that one glance inside, he knew that the cabin had but 2 rooms, and since the bedroom was empty, Jim Turpin must now be in the kitchen. He slid around a corner of the cabin, and he saw then that the kitchen door was closed. He had to crawl under a window to reach the small stoop before the door. On the stoop he came swiftly to his feet, gripped the doorknob with his left hand. But at the precise moment that he set to jerk that door wide and fling himself into the room, he heard a small sound at his back. He whirled like a spinning top. Jim Turpin had just come through the door in the makeshift stable behind the house. He was just as surprised as Rip. They weren't 30 feet apart. Then suddenly Jim Turpin was galvanized into action. With a snarled oath, he stabbed for his gun. The 2 shots blended in one report, and echoes bounced back from the rugged mountain wall. Rip heard Jim Turpin's bullet smash through the wooden door above his head. He saw the hatchet-faced man take 2 quick steps and go face down in the dirt. Rip closed in on him. Turpin's gun lay on the ground. The man himself was sprawled face down, and Rip turned him over. He saw a great bloody stain spreading swiftly across the front of Turpin's faded blue shirt, and knew that the other man had passed beyond the need of help. He crossed to the sod-covered cellar, but there was a rusty padlock on the door, and he had to go back and search Turpin's pockets for the key. He unlocked the padlock and pulled the cellar door open. He went into cool darkness, and for an instant, after bright sunshine, his eyes could make out nothing at all within the room. Then he heard a voice. "What do you want now?" That voice was inquiring wearily. "I've told you all I know." Rip lit a match. A man, bound hand and foot, was lying in a corner of the cellar. Don Eakin. "Not yet, you haven't," Rip said cheerfully. "You haven't told me what you're doing here." With a pocket knife, Rip slashed the ropes that held Don Eakin bound. He had to help the crippled boy to his feet, had to half carry him through the cellar door and into the bright sunshine. He saw then that Eakin's face was covered with dried blood from an ugly gash across his forehead. "I've heard tell of guardian angels," the boy said weakly. I never much believed in it, but I guess you must be mine. This is twice. Rip was looking at the gashed forehead. How did that happen, kid? Rich Nettle hit me with a gun. Why? He didn't say, Don Eakin said. How did they get you out here? They came into my room that night, Don said. He shook his head. Funny, it was just the night before last, wasn't it? It seems like something that happened months ago. I was asleep, and when I woke up, one man was standing over me, holding a lighted match, and another was pushing a gun against my head. Who were they? 3 of them. Jim Turpine, I didn't know the others. They made me dress, and took me down the back stairs of the hotel. They had horses waiting in the alley. What did they want? Money. Money, Rip said. Young Don Eakin's voice sounded tired. They wanted the $100,000 my dad was supposed to have stolen from the Alamogordo Bank. You see, Banjo Jenkins and Rich Nettle think that money is somewhere out at our ranch. Rip said, This thing is getting complicated. Let's go inside and wash that cut, and slap a bandage on it. You can tell me while I'm patching you up. There was a fire in the cabin, and hot water on the stove, and Rip set to work sponging blood from the ugly gash on the crippled boy's forehead. You say they figure the money's still at the ranch, he said. That's what they told me, Eakin said. Oh, they told me quite a lot before they were through with me. I guess they figured that dead men tell no tales, and that I was as good as dead. Only, they had to let me live a while longer, because they thought I had some information they needed. They did quite a lot of talking, and yet I should have figured it out long ago myself, because it was all there clear and plain. Only Banjo Jenkins had me fooled. Rip soaked a rag in water. He's a peculiar Jasper. He was one of Father's best friends, Don Eakin said. He's eaten dinner out at our place 100 times. He was big and fat and good-natured, and everybody liked him. He always had a joke, Banjo did. It used to be funny seeing him and Rich Nettle trailing together, because everybody knew that Nettle was a gunman and a killer. And all the time, the Banjo was worse than Rich Nettle ever thought of being. Nettle hit me with a gun. But it took Banjo Jenkins to do this. And suddenly he held his left hand up, and Rip saw that the fingertips were blistered and red and raw. The puncher took that pitiful hand and stared at it. Jenkins did that. He held matches to them. Seemed to think I wasn't talking quite fast enough. Rip's lips tightened. That was about the money. You've got a right to know, Don Eakin said. It goes way back. You see, when Dad was in the bank, he had a cashier named Hankins. This Hankins was supposed to be from the East, but somehow Banjo Jenkins had something on him. I don't know what it was, because Banjo didn't go into that, but he had enough on Hankins to get him to jam up the lock in the new vault Dad had just had put in the bank. Hankins fixed it somehow so the lock wouldn't work. Rip nodded, remembering Leaf Eakin's diary. Banjo Jenkins was figuring on bank robbery then. Eakin said slowly. Of course he'd have stayed in the background, he was just the brains of the deal. But he knew the lock was on the bum and he was ready to move. And then Dad came to him one day and told him all about the lock. You see, he was Dad's friend. And Dad wanted to know if he could use the Banjo's safe for a few days, until he could get a man to fix the vault. You should have heard Banjo laugh when he told that part of it. He's got quite a sense of humor, Banjo Jenkins has. So he told Dad sure, that he could leave the money in his safe. That was when Banjo owned the Pioneer Saloon. He sold out afterward. The safe was in the office in back of the saloon, and that same afternoon, Dad brought a suitcase back and put it in the Banjo's safe. Then Banjo locked the door. That was on a Saturday afternoon. He looked up at Rip. They killed Dad that same night, he said steadily. Rich Nettle trailed him out of town and shot him in the back. And then he buried the body. Rip shook his head. Banjo Jenkins told you that? He told me all about it. He seemed proud of the trick. Dad was dead and buried, and the money was gone from the bank, and people were bound to figure that Dad had stolen the money and run away. And all the time, you see, the money was in that suitcase back in Banjo Jenkins's safe. The crippled boy stared up at Rip. "Only it didn't work that way," he said. "The suitcase was full of books." "Books?" "Books," Don Eakin said. "There wasn't any money." Maybe Dad had a suspicion that day, maybe he changed his plans, but anyhow, some way he crossed the banjo up. The money wasn't in the bank, and it wasn't in the suitcase. "Let me see that hand," said Rip. Eakin held out his burned fingers. Rip found some salve and went to work on the burns. "It was $100,000, Eakin said. It was gone and Dad was gone, and everybody figured he'd run off with the money. Everybody but Banjo Jenkins. Banjo knew what had happened, but he didn't know what had become of the money. He thought Dad must have hidden it out at the ranch, but he didn't know where. Then Eileen, that's my sis, and me began to sell off the stock to give the money to the bank. We couldn't sell the ranch until Eileen was 21. He flinched slightly as Rip began to bandage the burned hand. Eileen was teaching school over at Pinnan. I was in the hospital in Denver. We'd left Uncle Wilmore to sort of look after things at the ranch, but there were lots of times when Uncle Will had to go to town. Banjo Jenkins and Rich Nettle went through the house a dozen times while Uncle Will was gone, but they couldn't find any trace of the money. I guess both of them must have been half crazy, thinking of all that money lying around somewhere, and them not able to put a hand on it. "It would be aggravating," Rip agreed. "I took a trip home 2 months ago," Eakin said. "At the ranch I raked up all of Dad's old papers, everything I could find. I wanted to see if I couldn't find something, some reason to explain what had happened. I found a diary of Dad's, and in it was something that should have put me on Banjo Jenkins's trail right away. But I didn't get it then. You see, I'd known Banjo Jenkins ever since I'd been a kid, and I thought he was one of Dad's best friends. But in this diary, Dad had written about the lock of the vault, and he put down that he was thinking of leaving the bank money in Banjo Jenkins's safe for a few days." Carefully, Rip was bandaging that burned hand. Don Eakin watched him for a moment. "So I wrote to Jenkins. I asked him if Dad had left anything with him before he disappeared. Jenkins wrote back that he hadn't. But my letter must have worried him, because a week later, my roommate was killed." "Your roommate?" "He was killed one night at the door of the rooming house. He was just about my size, and he had a limp just like mine. We'd met in a doctor's office where we both were taking the same treatment. That was how we started rooming together." "You figure the bullet was meant for you." "I know it now," the boy said. "Banjo Jenkins had sent a man over to Denver to kill me. He didn't know what I'd found out, but he thought it might be dangerous. He told me about it today, just before he burned my fingers. That killing sort of opened my eyes. I thought maybe I better bring that diary back and show it to Sheriff Greb. That was the night I met you on the train. I saw Jim Turpine waiting outside on the platform. I knew he worked for Banjo Jenkins off and on, and I had a hunch maybe he was waiting for me. I found that diary in your room yesterday," Rip told him. "I gave it to your sister." Don Eakin stared at him. "You gave it to Eileen. You're wrong. Eileen is teaching school over at Pinnan. You couldn't have given it to her." "There was some measles," Rip explained. "She got a vacation. She's at the ranch. I was talking to her last night." Eakin came to his feet. "You mean," he asked incredulously, "she's at the ranch now?" "She should be. What's the matter, kid?" For the crippled boy was standing now, and he was staring at Rip the way a man might stare at a ghost. "She's at the ranch," he said. "What's wrong with that?" The crippled boy's face was ghastly. "They were burning my fingers," he said unsteadily. "They seemed to think I might know of some secret hiding place where Dad had put the money. They thought I'd found out about it somehow. So I told them, that there was a hidden compartment in the stone fireplace in the living room. I told them I'd found a letter, that Dad had hidden the money there. They said they'd come back and kill me if I lied, but I knew they meant to do it anyhow. You mean there isn't any such compartment? Don Eakin shook his head. No. It's just a fireplace. It was in the house when I was born. But Banjo Jenkins and Nettle think the money's there. And if Eileen is at the ranch. I guess, said Rip, we better see can we rustle us a pair of broncs. Chapter 5. They found 2 horses in the makeshift barn behind the cabin. Don Eakin's left hand was swathed in bandages now, and Rip had a bullet hole in his left arm. But between them they managed to get saddles on the horses. Rip dragged the body of Jim Turpine to the shelter of the BAM and closed the door. He came back and handed Turpin's gun to young Eakin. This might come in handy, he said. Then they rode. For a mile they followed that same dusty road over which Rip had wandered aimlessly the night before, and then young Eakin, riding in front, quit the road to send his mount racing straight across a broken, gully-torn expanse of wasteland. We'll cut the ranch road in 2 miles, he shouted back to Rip. He could ride, that boy. He had 1 injured hand, 1 crippled foot, but he was setting a reckless, headlong pace across the broken ground, and Rip was pounding at his heels. But Rip's thoughts were riding far ahead. For it was more than likely that Banjo Jenkins and his crowd were already at the ranch. There was the chance that they might have found nobody there, that Eileen and saddle-warped little Uncle Will Mort might have ridden into town to deliver Leaf Eakin's diary to the proper authorities. But there was another chance that Jenkins might have found the girl still at the ranch. Rip shook his head. A man couldn't see into the future. He could only take things as they came. They went down a rock-strewn slope at breakneck speed. The cowboy saw a ribbon of white dust ahead of them, and then they were on the road to the Star-Cross. Don Eakin shot a glance at him. Beneath the white bandage, the boy's face was tense. 3 miles to the ranch, he said. Rip threw up a hand. Wait, Eakin jerked his horse down. What is it? Listen to me, kid, Rip said. He spoke swiftly, urgently. Let's do some figuring ahead. Let's figure those Jaspers are already at the ranch. The moment they see you, they'll know the play is over, and then all hell is going to break loose. And if Eileen is there. Don Eakin stared at him wildly. We can't help that now. We've got to do what? How far is it to Aligordo? About 9 miles. You're setting a good bronc there, Rip said. Pound him on the tail, and you can make town in less than an hour. In another hour you can be at the ranch with a posse. We've got to remember there's 3 men riding with Banjo Jenkins. 3 tough gents if I'm a judge. That figures the odds 2 to 1. You mean, Don Eakin was incredulous, we should ride on to town for help? You ride, said Rip. I'll go on to the ranch. I'm a stranger here. Those gents don't know me. They won't be looking for trouble from me. With any kind of luck, I'll be able to stall them until you can get back with help. But Eakin shook his head grimly. Eileen's my sister. You ride to town, I'm going to the ranch. You're riding to town, Rip said. You listen to me now, kid. This is the only way. We've got to think about Eileen. It took time, too much time, but in the end Rip won his point. In the end, persuaded against his wish, young Eakin whirled his mount and sent him racing at gallop down the road toward Aligordo. And before he had swung from sight around the first curve, Rip was on the ground, examining tracks in the soft dust of the road. He climbed back into saddle, knowing now what lay ahead. 4 riders had passed along this road, just a little while before. In the soft dust the tracks were still fresh, still undisturbed. Banjo Jenkins and Rich Nettle and 2 others were ahead of him. He kicked his horse into a gallop, sent him racing down the road. He had his bearings now, and he knew where he was going. After 2 miles, he dived his mount into the shelter of a deep gulch running parallel to the road. He was building plans ahead. This horse he was riding now had belonged to Jim Turpine, and it was possible that Jenkins or Rich Nettle might recognize the animal. And that meant that he would have to discard the horse before he reached the ranch, that he would have to approach the Star-Cross on foot. He would have to plan a story to explain that fact. He reined his mount in abruptly. The gulch had widened suddenly, and ahead of him now, in the center of a great triangle of green plain, lay the buildings of the Star-Cross brand. The big house sat on the top of a rolling knoll. Behind it lay buildings and sheds and pole corrals, and all the paraphernalia of what at one time must have been a big cow outfit. And before the long porch stood 4 horses, standing slack-hipped in the sunlight. Deep in the high-walled gulch, Rip anchored his horse. Crawling up the bank, he stopped for just a moment to study that peaceful scene spread out before him. Smoke curling from the chimney of a big white house, 4 horses standing side by side in sunshine before a porch. There was no further sign of life from where. In the swift current of events he had forgotten his wounded arm, but now, as he rested on the gulch bank, pain rolled over him in slow waves, although the arm itself felt numb and dead, like a piece of wood. He brought his gun from holster, looked at it, and shoved it back into the leather. Then, crawling up the bank and stepping out boldly, he started down the dusty road toward the house. He was in the open now, moving in plain sight of anyone who might be watching from the house. This part of it he didn't like, but there wasn't any other way that he could see. The house stood in the open, and to have tried to approach it by stealth would have used up time that Rip didn't have to spare. He came to the big wooden gate before the lane. He went through, closed it carefully behind him, and walked on toward the house. And if he had felt any faint doubt before, he knew now surely that this was Banjo Jenkins's crowd here at the house, for the big black horse at the outside of the string was the same black horse Banjo Jenkins had been riding that morning. For a moment Rip's mind dwelt musingly on that monstrous man with the booming laugh and the baby face. He thought of Don Eakin's burned fingertips. No matter now. The big house was very close, and in seconds now he would know what he was facing. He would know if the men had found Eileen here. He stepped up onto the porch. The living room door was open. And then, suddenly, Rich Nettle's big square body filled the doorway. Rich Nettle had a 6-gun swinging in his hand, and his face was like a mask. "I guess," Rich Nettle said, "you better put your hands up, friend." Rip stopped. It was showdown, a trifle sooner than he had anticipated. He looked at Nettle's gun, and lifted his right hand shoulder high. "I thought this was the Star-Cross spread," he said. "I didn't know you gents had moved in here permanently." "Turn around," Rich Nettle said. He came out on the porch to lift Rip's gun from leather. Behind him, Banjo Jenkins appeared in the doorway, to watch the operation with a bland smile on his fat, full-moon face. Nettle looked at him. "What'll I do with him, Banjo?" The fat man beamed. "Bring him inside, Rich," he said genially. "Bring him right on in." Rich Nettle jolted his gun solidly against Rip's back. "You heard what the banjo said." The fat man faded back into the living room. Rip followed him. He stopped just beyond the doorway. He saw Eileen Eakin seated quietly in a chair pushed back against the wall. The girl looked up at him as he entered the room, and there was some message in her blue eyes that Rip couldn't read. She didn't speak. Her slim body was stiff and straight in the chair, and Rip knew that her hands were bound behind her back. And then, not 4 feet from where he stood, the cowboy saw the body of little Uncle Will Mort lying face down in a spreading pool of blood with a gun just beyond his outstretched fingers. And Big Rip looked at a clock ticking on the mantelpiece across the room. 10 minutes after 1. Don Eakin was racing into town for help. How long had he been gone now? 30 minutes. Rich Nettle's gun was hard against his back. Banjo Jenkins was standing still, looking at him. The banjo's flabby hands were folded across his swelling paunch. "You picked a poor time to call," said Banjo Jenkins. "What brought you here today?" 10 minutes after 1. Time was the trick now. Don Eakin should be nearing Aligordo. It would take a posse an hour to ride from town to the ranch. If he could stall this crowd. A broken-nosed rider in jeans and batwing chaps was leaning negligently against the big fireplace built into the farther wall. Another, a smaller, fox-faced man, stood by the door. The fireplace was of stone, and it had been built solidly and well, but Rip saw that now a comber had been torn away. Evidently he had come upon them in the very act of wrecking the fireplace, looking for that secret compartment which young Don Eakin had told them they would find hidden in its wall. They would find no such compartment. In his desperate need, the crippled boy had built that story out of whole cloth. But it would take time for this crowd to wreck the fireplace, to find that they were following a false lead. And if Don Eakin met with no mishap along the road to Aligordo, Rip looked at Fat Banjo Jenkins. "I'll tell you," he said slowly. "Some jaspers tried to dry gulch me as I was riding into town last night. They shot me through the arm. I lost my horse, and then I got lost myself. I slept out last night, and I've been wandering these hills all morning. Then, just a little while ago, I saw this place and thought maybe I could borrow a horse to get back to town." "I see," said Banjo Jenkins. He stroked his fat chops musingly. He looked at Nettle, standing with the gun shoved against Rip's back. "Suppose we tie him down, Rich. Suppose we tie him down until we see what happens." They tied Rip in a chair across the room from Eileen Eakin. The broken-nosed puncher did the work, while Nettle stood by with his son. Disregarding the wounded arm, they tied his wrists behind his back, and then they bound him in the chair. Then Fat Banjo Jenkins spoke benignly. "That will hold him, Saul, that will do." His little, flesh-buried eyes rolled over Rip. "You see, my friend, you butted into a little private matter. We're busy now, but we'll get around to you." Only by an effort did Rip keep his eyes away from the clock. "Don't bother about me," he said mildly. "I can wait." "Let's get on with the job, Rich," said Banjo Jenkins. While Rip watched from his chair, the men resumed their task of demolishing the big stone fireplace. Banjo Jenkins took no part in it. Banjo Jenkins stood by, a huge grotesque figure of a man with hands folded over his vast paunch, and watched Rich Nettle and broken-nosed Saul tear at the solid stone of the fireplace wall. The fox-faced man had gone outside, apparently to serve as lookout. It wasn't real, that scene. It was like something lifted out of a nightmare. Rich Nettle, his sleeves rolled back to show the great corded muscles of his arms, was systematically tearing that fireplace apart with strokes of an iron bar. He laid the bar aside and picked up a sledgehammer. Saul was trying to drag crushed rock out of his way, but it was Nettle who was doing all the work. He was smashing the fireplace into chunks of rock with crushing hammer blows. And over against the wall, Eileen Eakin sat in her chair and watched with never a word. She was slim and lovely, and she had known too much of trouble already, but she was not afraid. Her chin was high, and there was no fear in her face. But it was Banjo Jenkins who dominated that scene. On pillared legs, the huge man stood braced, hands folded, and on his fat full-moon face there was no least sign of emotion. Nothing showed through, not even curiosity, as big Rich Nettle smashed and hammered at the stone. Rip thought of Don Eakin's horribly burned fingertips. And then Rich Nettle laid the hammer down. One wall of the stone fireplace was completely gone, and the rest had been reduced to crumbled stone. Perspiration made a thin streak along Nettle's forehead, ran through the dark stubble on his jaws. "That damn thing is just stone, Banjo," he rasped. "That story was a lie. There ain't no secret compartment here. Now take it easy." "Rich," said Banjo, "you haven't reached the back. Keep on a little longer, Rich. I tell you there's nothing there. It's $100,000 if we find it, Rich. It's worth a little work. And we've got lots of time. 20 minutes to 2. Don Eakin should have reached Aligordo by now. Perhaps right now a posse was forming in the town. How long would it take them to reach the ranch? Nettle picked up the hammer again. He smashed at the rock with savage, raging blows. He fought that fireplace with vindictive fury, as he might have fought a man. He grunted with each solid blow, stopping only long enough to wipe sweat from his eyes. Flying white rock powder colored the dark stubble along his jaw. The hammer blows rang loudly through the big house. Rip watched. There was nothing in that fireplace. There had never been anything in it but solid stone. What would this crowd do when they found it out, when they understood at last, beyond all doubt, that crippled Don Eakin had sent them on a wild goose chase? How much longer would it be before they knew? Not long. The fireplace was crumbling under Nettle's furious assault. One side was completely demolished, and the other was just a rubble of broken stone. 10 minutes now, these men would know surely that they had been tricked. And then Rich Nettle brought the hammer down in another smashing blow, and there was no ring to the sound. There was instead a dull and crunching noise that might have been made by a pasteboard box collapsing, and Rip saw that the head of the hammer had broken through the fireplace wall. Rich Nettle jerked the hammer out, struck 3 sharp tapping blows. In the wall, a black hole was appearing now. Nettle laid the hammer aside. He went down on his knees, thrust hand and arm into that black and yawning hole. He fumbled there for a moment. He looked up at Banjo Jenkins, and his dark face was transfixed. "It's here," he cried. "The money's here." He brought his arm out then. In his closed hand he held a great wadded mass of greenbacks. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, and everything was changed. Everything was changed now, because these men had found the money. It was strange. In desperation, trying to save himself from torture, young Don Eakin had sent them on a wild goose chase, and he had sent them straight to that hidden cache. He hadn't meant to do that. Rip knew the crippled boy hadn't known that the money was there. But there it was, and everything was changed because of it, and the clock on the wall across the room was striking 2. Rich Nettle was smashing at that fireplace again, tearing wider that black and yawning hole. He was working furiously with a madman's strength. He went down on his knees, clawing back the loose rocks with his hands, and then from the hole he lifted a square iron-strong box. The lid was already open, and Nettle thrust a hand inside and came up with another handful of bills. $100,000, he said, and his voice was soft and filled with wonder. "It's right here, Banjo, every dime of it." He was piling money on the floor. He was pulling money from the iron box in great handfuls, package after package of green currency, and he was building a little mound in the center of the floor. "Get a sack, Saul," Banjo Jenkins said. It didn't seem to touch the fat man. Rich Nettle's excited voice had brought the lookout from the porch, and the 3 of them were staring at the money, wide-eyed as children at a Christmas party. But Banjo Jenkins stood back, unmoved, unperturbed. "Get a sack," he said. "We'll put it in a sack." He wasn't quite human, that huge man. There was something wrong with him, some twisted kink in his brain that made him different from other men. If he hadn't known it before, Rip knew it now. And Banjo Jenkins looked at the girl across the room. "You see, Eileen, my dear," he said in his throaty, gurgling voice, "Leaf stole the money after all." "That's a lie," the girl said clearly. "If Father put that money there, he had some good reason for it." They were shoving the money into a gunny sack, stuffing packages of currency into an old sack, as if it was so much worthless paper. The fat man watched them idly. It didn't seem to touch him. He watched Big Rich Nettle carry the money from the room, and then he spoke to Saul. "Take Eileen out of here," he said. "Where?" "The next room," said Banjo Jenkins. Saul shuffled toward the girl. Her hands bound behind her back, she stood up without speaking. She looked across at Big Rip with a smile. "Goodbye," she said. She caught the cowboy by surprise. "Goodbye, Eileen," he said. It wasn't what he had meant to say at all, because he wasn't ready to say goodbye to Eileen Eakin yet. But now the girl was gone. The girl was gone, and Banjo Jenkins was looking at him oddly, and he saw now that the banjo had a 6-gun in his hand. "This is tough on you, my friend," said Banjo Jenkins. "You could have saved yourself some trouble by walking around this ranch. You might have lived to be a real old man." Rip knew what he meant. Although the fat man's face was bland and his voice was softly regretful, there wasn't any chance for the bound man to miss his meaning. Uncle Wilmort was lying dead there on the floor, and now it was Rip's turn. "I see what you mean," Rip said. "I can see how it might be unhandy for you if I was to go on living. That's what you're getting at, isn't it? I'd like to know, because if you're figuring to beef me, there's one little matter I'd like to straighten out before I go." Banjo Jenkins was toying with the gun. "What's that?" "My name is Rip," the cowboy said. "Rip Campbell. Would that mean anything to you?" The fat man blinked. Not the hombre who pulled off that jailbreak the other night." "The same," said Rip evenly. "And if I've got to die, I'd like to straighten out that business before I go." "They've got your partner in jail now," said Banjo Jenkins. Rip looked up sharply. "How's that?" "They've got Rudy McCain in jail in Alamogordo now. He rode in last night and gave himself up. He said he decided to surrender as soon as he heard that Greb had been killed, said that he didn't want to be blamed for a killing he hadn't done." The fat man shook his head sorrowfully. "But I'm afraid he's due to hang just the same. They were talking lynching when we rode out of town last night." And suddenly Banjo Jenkins laughed. "Funny thing," he said. "It turns out now that Sheriff Greb had been working on Rudy's case the day that he was killed. He dug up enough evidence to clear McCain on the rustling charge. All Rudy had to do that night was stay in jail, and he'd have been a free man in the morning. He wouldn't have gone to the pen at all. Now he's got a murder charge to beat." "That's it," Rip said. "That's the part one wants to straighten out. Rudy never had nothing to do with that murder. I was the one who killed Greb. 20 minutes after 2. And Rudy McCain was in the Alamogordo jail, and he was facing a murder charge." It was tough on Rudy, but Rip wasn't thinking of Rudy McCain just now. He was thinking of a girl. But when a man's hands were tied behind him, there wasn't much that he could do but talk, and stall for time, and pray that young Don Eakin might get back with help before it was too late. He had the fat man's interest now. But Rich Nettle had come back into the room, and Nettle was getting nervous. "Let's clean it up and get out of here," Rich Nettle said. But Banjo Jenkins held up a flabby hand. "Easy, Rich." He looked at Rip. "You say you killed Greb, friend?" Rip nodded. He had been talking for time, building up the story as he went along, and now the parts were falling into place. "I killed him. I was holding a gun on him while Rudy made his getaway. And Greb dived at me and tried to get my gun, and I killed him. And I'd take it kindly if you'd let me put it all down in a confession before I cash in my chips. I'd hate to see Rudy McCain hang for something I did." "I like your nerve, Rip," said Banjo Jenkins. "I always did admire to see a man with nerve. I reckon if you want to write out a confession—" "This is dynamite, Banjo," Rich Nettle said. "Let's clean up and get out of here." "Now don't be nervous, Rich," said Banjo Jenkins. "After all, it isn't much he asks. I wouldn't be able to sleep well at nights, knowing I'd refused a dead man's last request. Get him a pencil and some paper. And cut him loose, Rich. You can hold a gun on him while he writes." They untied Rip's hands. Rich Nettle got paper and a pencil from the desk across the room. While Banjo Jenkins played with the gun, Rip began to write, "I, Rip, being of sound mind." Jenkins was looking over his shoulder. "This is a confession, Rip, not a will," he snapped. "Give me time," Rip said. "I want to get it right. I, Rip Campbell, being of sound mind, do hereby confess that I was the man who helped Rudy McCain break out of the Alamogordo jail. I was the man who killed Sheriff Greb. Rudy McCain had nothing to do with it. I was holding a gun on the sheriff while Rudy made his getaway. The lookout man came from the porch. His face was white and strained. Someone riding around Lizard Head. Banjo. Riding this way. The fat man's voice gurgled in his throat. Who is it? Too far away to tell. Half a dozen riders. Rich Nettle flowed into sudden action. He went across the room in long strides, his gun swinging in his hand. He went out onto the porch, and the fox-faced little lookout followed him. Rip saw the smaller man pointing. And Big Rip knew that here was a chance that might not come again. For now, and for just a moment, he was alone in the living room with Banjo Jenkins. He didn't know what Banjo Jenkins was doing, because the fat man was behind him and hadn't moved in his tracks. There wasn't time to try to find out now. Rip came out of his chair like a man propelled by springs. He whirled on Banjo Jenkins. And he saw then that for one time in his life, the fat man's icy poise had deserted him. The fat man had forgotten Rip. His gun was dangling in his hand, and he was staring out through the open door. He turned as Rip leaped to his feet, and frantically he tried to swing his gun around. But Rip threw himself at the fat man in a long dive, and his shoulder knocked Banjo Jenkins off balance, just as the man's finger tightened on the trigger. The bullet missed. Jenkins didn't get a second chance. Rip crashed his fist to Jenkins's face, and every ounce of his weight was riding behind the blow. That solid smash drove the fat man backward, sent him toppling to the floor. Rip leaped for the open door. The door shut, just as Rich Nettle started back into the house. There was a key in the lock. He turned it. He heard Nettle drive his shoulder against the door once and again, and then bullets ripped through the panels in a fusillade of crashing sound. And almost at his feet, Rip saw the gun which little Uncle Wilmort must have drawn just before he died. It was lying on the floor just beyond the little man's outstretched hand. He stooped and grabbed the gun. Across the room, a Colt roared twice, and lead slugs thudded into the wall above his head. He spun around to see broken-nosed Saul, firing at him from the hallway door. He thumbed 2 shots at Saul, and saw the man break at hip and knees, and go down in a heap. And he saw Banjo Jenkins, huge as a bear, shoving ponderously up from the floor. He saw the banjo lift a gun. It was life and death then, and he shot the fat man twice at point-blank range. Blood gushed in a stream frothed the thick column of Banjo Jenkins's throat. The fat man went over with blood bubbling on his lips. Rip grabbed a moment then to reload his gun. He was thumbing shells into the cylinder when he saw a flitting shadow drift past a window, and he knew that someone was running around the house. Swiftly he crossed the room, slipped down the hallway. He had reached the kitchen when he saw the back door opening slowly. He waited. He saw a head thrust cautiously around the door. It wasn't Nettle. It was the fox-faced little rider who had served as lockout. Rip smashed 2 shots through the door, in line with the head. It disappeared from sight. He crossed the kitchen, slammed the door, and shoved the latch home. He ran back toward the living room, and met Eileen Eakin in the hall. The girl's hands were still bound behind her back, and he took time to cut the rope. Her blue eyes were bright with excitement. What's happening? Hell broke loose, he said. He gave her a reassuring grin. Help's coming now. I think we win. But keep back, Rich Nettle is still around somewhere. They went through to the big living room together. There was still no sign of Nettle, but through the window they saw mounted men riding up into the yard. Rip looked at the girl. Stay back, Eileen. I'm going to open the door. He turned the key in the lock, jerked the door wide. Some half-dozen riders were swinging down from saddle, walking toward the house. A chunky, heavy-shouldered man walked in front. It was Ben Dettle. And then Rip saw big Rich Nettle slide around a corner of the house and walk to meet the posse. Nettle's harsh voice floated back. I'm glad you gents showed, Dettle, Rich Nettle said. We found the money that Leif Eakin stole from the bank. And we got the cur who killed Sheriff Greb dead to rights. Chapter 6 Rip sat in the office of the Alamogordo jail with handcuffs on his wrists. He had been in this office but once before, but that one time had served to imprint each detail of the room indelibly across his brain. Sheriff Greb was dead now, and Ben Dettel was the new sheriff, but in the office itself there was no change. There was the same battered desk, the same swinging lamp overhead, the same stove which Sheriff Greb's head had struck that night when Rip had knocked him down. That time there had been Greb and Rudy McCain and himself here in the room. Now Greb was dead, and Rudy McCain was back again behind iron bars in the jail, and the office was filled with the men who had made up that posse which had ridden with Ben Dettel to the Star-Crossed. Crippled Don Eakin was here, and his sister, and Big Rich Nettle was seated in a chair with handcuffed hands folded across one knee. Rich Nettle it was who had found Sheriff Greb dead that night, here in this very room. Rip kept remembering that all the time Nettle was talking. And Nettle was talking pretty steadily. He was lying like a cornered horse thief, but it was beginning to look as if he might be putting it across. The banjo had figured for a long time that Eakin might have hidden that money at the ranch, Nettle was explaining. He figured young Eakin knew about it, that the kid was lying low until the fuss died down. Then he'd take the money and join his dad. Don Eakin broke in on him, harsh-voiced. "You killed my dad, Nettle. You told me about it today, out in Jim Turpin's cellar. You bragged about it." Nettle's dark glance rested on the crippled youth. "You're lying, son," Rich Nettle said, and his eyes turned back to Sheriff Ben Dettel. So the banjo thought if he could get young Eakin to talk, Dettel's face was stony. "Was that why you burned the kid's fingers?" "Banjo did that," Rich Nettle said. "I didn't like it much myself, but Banjo was the boss. And Leaf Eakin had stolen $100,000, and the banjo had lost a lot of money himself when the bank went bust, and he figured the kid knew where it was. He was sore about it. "You were trying to locate this money to turn it over to the bank," said Sheriff Dettel. "Sure. Banjo was one of the directors of the bank, you'll remember. I was just working for him." "You're lying," Eileen Eakin cried out suddenly. "It's all lies. You and Banjo Jenkins meant to steal that money. I heard you talking. And you shot poor Uncle Will." Dettel looked at the dark man. "What about that, Nettle?" "Mort was one of them," Rich Nettle rasped. "When we rode up to the house he tried for a gun, and I shot in self-defense. He was as deep in it as the rest." Rip sat quietly in his chair and watched that dark-faced man admiringly, for Nettle was revealing talents entirely unsuspected. Rich Nettle was on thin ice now and knew it, but he was skating skillfully. And Rip watched the black-mustached man and mused on a matter that had troubled him since the first time he had laid eyes on Nettle. Somewhere he had seen that face before. It came to Rip all at once, just like that, and with it came the memory of another time in this same room when he had stood with eyes glued to the narrow slot of a door and watched an old man with iron-gray hair sort papers on a desk. On that night when he had helped Rudy McCain break out of jail, they had stood in the dark jail corridor and watched the old sheriff sorting papers on that desk across the room. The sheriff had put one paper aside, and the rest he had shoved into an inside pocket of his long black coat, and then he had taken his coat off and hung it on a wooden peg on the wall. Rip lifted his eyes, and he saw that the coat still hung where Greb had placed it on the night he died. Rip stood up. Dettel glanced at him curiously. "I guess," Rip said, "Rudy has told you what happened the night we broke the jail." Dettel's face was hard. "He told us a yarn," he said. "He never told us how Sam Greb got a bullet hole between his eyes." "It was Nettle who found Greb." Dettel nodded. "Yeah, Rich found him. He was dead then." "Wait," Rip said. He went across the room and took the black coat from the wall. He was gambling now, because he couldn't be sure of what he'd find, but he shoved a hand into an inside pocket and brought out a bunch of papers. And then he knew that he had won. He put the coat back on the peg. He crossed to the desk and laid a single sheet of paper before Ben Dettel. It was a reward poster. At the top in big black letters ran the legend "Wanted for murder." And below was the picture of a man, followed by paragraphs of print. "Ever see that face before?" Rip asked. It was the face of a young man, but it wasn't very clear. Ben Dettel looked it over thoughtfully. "I don't seem to place it right off," he said. "Got a pencil?" Rip asked. Dettel had a pencil. He handed it to the cowboy. Rip made a few soft lead strokes across the picture. When he pushed it back, the pictured face had a black mustache. "Would you recognize it now?" "Nettle," Ben Dettel cried. "Rich Nettle, sure as hell." Rip spoke softly, regretfully. "Rudy and I left Greb lying on the floor, with another picture just like that one lying on the floor beside his hand. That was how Nettle found him. He wasn't dead then. He was just stunned from hitting his head against the stove. He wasn't dead until Rich Nettle saw the picture." There was a flutter of commotion across the room. Rich Nettle was standing now. His manacled wrists were crossed, but in one hand he held a gun. In that moment when attention had been distracted, the dark man had grabbed a gun from the closest holster. He was backing toward the door now, the gun swinging in a short arc before him. "Hold it, everybody," he snarled. "I'll kill the man that moves." And a gun roared. But it wasn't Nettle's gun. It wasn't Nettle's gun because that gun was slipping from the big man's fingers, and Rich Nettle's handcuffed hands were out before him, in the blind, instinctive gesture of a falling man, and a small patch of blood was spreading wider on Nettle's forehead, just above his glaring eyes. Then he went down. Across the room, Don Eakin's face was ashen. Smoke was curling upward from the barrel of the gun in the crippled boy's hand. "He killed my father," Don Eakin said. "He belonged to me." "I reckon you go free," Sheriff Dettel told Rudy McCain. This was somewhat later, when they had brought the big, raw-boned, freckle-faced man into the office. "Sam Greb had cleared up that rustling charge against you before he died, and now this Rip gent has straightened out the murder business. Seems like you two Jaspers still ought to be guilty of something, but I reckon the books are balanced. Rip, here." He glanced around, but Rip wasn't here. He wasn't in the office. Someone spoke. Rip and Eileen Eakin were talking. They walked out together. "If you ask me, I think that Jasper's in love." Ben Dettel scowled. "He's still handcuffed," he said, somewhat moved. "Maybe he doesn't know it. Maybe somebody better go out and rope him. Love or no love, he's got to bring them handcuffs back." Thank you for listening to Piebald Trouble. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button above so we can bring you even more audiobook adventures. Leave a comment below so others just like you can find it too. Chapter 1. A tall man ambled toward the main business section of Redfield. Even in a land of towering sawmill hands and lumberjacks, his was a figure to command attention. Wide shoulders, tapering legs, and straight-gazing gray eyes marked him as all-man, moving confidently through a man's world. He was doubly conspicuous as he paused to read the glittering sign marking the Redfield Bank. In this better part of town, his patched, scuffed boots, his threadbare corduroys, his frayed coat sleeves, caused fastidious townsmen to swerve around him, their faces reflecting scorn of a timber beast who had stepped out of place. But more than one woman, glimpsing his great physique, the confidence on his face, and his purposeful aloofness, turned for another look, sighing romantically. Rip entered the bank, his jaw set stubbornly. The place was finished with log pillars and burl paneling, not ornate, but smacking of great stands of timber, of sweating crews and the mighty effort of changing forest giants into sawed lumber fit for man's use. Lumbering had made the bank, and the bank had taken its place in the industry. A stiff-necked clerk came to wait on Rip. "What was it for you, sir?" "I want to see about a loan," Rip said. "A loan?" The clerk froze. "How much?" $10,000. The man looked at him pityingly. 10,000. Humph, you do want a loan. That would require a lot of collateral. What can you offer? Legal control over 2 billion feet of prime timber. The best stand in the two-fire timber belt, said Rip. Bar none. The clerk's eyes showed interest. Come with me. Mr. Hegland is busy now. He's the president of the bank, you know. He will have to approve the loan. Right this way, sir. Rip spoke his name, followed the clerk to an anteroom at the far side of which stood a glass door bearing the announcement. Miles Hegland, President. The clerk timidly opened the door, announced Rip, and said, Boss is busy for a bit. When those men come out, Rip picked up a lumberman's journal and waited. A drone of voices drifted through the partition. After a few minutes, the doorknob turned and the panel began to swing open. A rich Irish brogue came clearly. You have been more than generous, Mr. Hegland. With your $50,000 loan, I'll be after building the narrow gauge up Cedar Gulch and across Storm Pass within 90 days. It's nice of you, too, to start Great Western cutting timber now. I'll be needing the hauling to pay my bills. I'll be down to me last dime before I get the first engine rolling. Good day to you, gentlemen. Good day, Riley. A brawny Irishman popped out, his face red from smiling, his eyes snapping. Rip watched him pass through the anteroom, his heart pumping, doubting his senses. A railroad up Cedar Gulch. If true, this news spelled the answer to the riddle that had plagued Rip and the dozen-odd small timber owners who had proved their claims on Storm Pass. Unable to credit his ears, Rip leaped up, darted after the Irishman, caught him near the door. Mr. Riley, he begged. I want to ask you something. The red-cheeked Irishman spun around to face him. I overheard what you said. You really starting to lay rails? Riley batted his eyes, his face chilling. Sure, and if you heard that, bucko, you heard wrong. I'm not after being crazy, my boy. Now good day to you. I'm busy. He strode away, his blocky shoulders rolling aggressively. Rip stared after him, puzzled. He knew he had heard right, and yet. Frowning, he turned back into the anteroom. He could hear a man's smooth voice through the partially open door to the president's office. Damned if I understand you, Max. A $50,000 loan to Riley will strap this bank. What were you thinking of? A flat little cough sounded, then. Well, Glenn, we'll struggle along somehow. Have to tighten our belts, you know, if we're to get ahead. Ahem. You heard Riley say he would need timber to haul when he finishes his narrow gauge. Heard him say he would be broke, didn't you? Well, if he don't get logs, he'll fold up, default his loan, and we'll take him over. But Max, you said. I'd cut logs, Glenn. A businessman can change his mind. Pretty nice, owning the road to haul our timber, eh? Great Western won't cut a stick for Riley. Ahem. I've puzzled for a long time how we could get rails in there cheap. 50,000 is cheap. What Riley puts in won't cost us a dime. Not a blessed red cent. Glenn laughed contentedly. Damned if you aren't a shrewd one, Max. You've got a head on you. It's plain we've got the right man in this bank. Go to it. If the bank gets cramped, let us know. We'll raise the money to play for your kind of stakes. Rip stood frozen, listening. Shocked though he was at the banker's duplicity, he saw that the scheme played right into the hands of the Storm Pass timber pool. It was puzzling why Riley had lied, yet comforting to know that he would need Storm Pass logs to save his skin. The door opened. A stout man hurried past, and Rip was looking at the man framed in the portal. Who are you? What are you doing outside my door? Rip met two deep-sunk, burning eyes in a sallow, lugubrious face. This thin, unhealthy-looking, faultlessly dressed man was Max Hegland, the banker. Rip was in no doubt as to that. I'm here to see about a loan, he said. But now. Oh yes, you're Campbell. Bony fingers caught Rip's arm with an iron grip. Come in here. When Rip was seated, with Hegland looking at him across the great desk, Rip felt the uncomfortable impact of an icy unfriendliness here. Those eyes bored him like chill gimlets. The dry, parsimonious banker rubbed his hands raspingly. Now, let us see, Campbell. The voice was like the rustling of dead leaves. You stood out there listening. How much did you hear? I'm not exactly deaf, Hegland. Ah-h-h. Hegland coughed. Ahem. I judge not. Humph. A loan, you said. For what? Timber? Ah-h-h. Sorry, the bank has too many timber loans. Have to watch our capital, you know, keep it fluid. Rip permitted himself a smile. That's all right, Mr. Hegland. I came for a loan to build a wagon road down Cedar Gulch, so the Storm Pass pool could get its logs out. But it won't be necessary. The banker's eyes narrowed. You're thinking of the narrow gauge, Rip finished. No use our building a road that will be in Pick Riley's way. No, we'll wait. Rip saw the flash and flare of those sunken eyes, but otherwise this fleshless, cold-blooded man showed no emotion. Indeed, he seemed to smile a little, as if at some secret joke. He pushed a button, and the fleshy Glenn opened the door. Want me, Max? Come in and shut the door, Glenn. Quite so. Now sit. Ahem. Glenn, this man eavesdropped our talk with Riley. He's from Storm Pass. You grasp the significance, of course, Glenn. Anger reddened Glenn's face. His fists balled. You sneaking snake, he said. Tut, Glenn. Hegland wagged a bony finger. Nothing to get aroused about. Well, the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. He swung on Rip, pulling on his long jaw. It's this way, Campbell. Deals like this must be kept quiet. Fact is, we're working on a deal with the government to lease all idle timberland on the pass. If people learn about the railroad, they'll rush up there for timber claims. You understand, I'm sure, our need to protect our deal and keep the railroad business under cover. Rip grinned, shook his head. Yes, he said. I understand perfectly, without having any sympathy with you. You ask me to keep quiet, so a big company can gobble that timber and freeze out poor folks who are entitled to file on it. I don't like the idea, Hegland. Dull fire blazed in Hegland's eyes. You're a crusader, Campbell, but certainly not a businessman. Ahem. There are many things a youth like you can't understand. If you're worrying about your starvation timber pool, I can set your mind at rest. You'll all be taken care of. Matter of fact, I've had cruisers on the pass for some time. When their reports are in, I'll be buying patented timber claims. For how much? Well, that depends on the stand. I'll have to work that out. But now, let's take your case. Tell you what, Campbell. This bank will pay you $20,000 for your timber, sight unseen, with one proviso. Take the first train out of this section and stay out. A fortune, my boy. Think what you can do with $20,000. Rip rose, leaned across the desk. His face was pale and his fingers worked. You can't buy me off, you two-bit crook. And you can't buy my silence. $20,000. Listen, every 160 acres up there can log $16,000 every year, as long as the owner lives. The answer is no. Glenn glared in red-faced rage. Why, you? Glenn. Hegland's voice crackled. None of that. He beamed on Rip. My boy, you're nobody's fool. My offer of a fortune didn't turn your head. I like to see a man figure things out for himself. Tell you what, I'll raise my bid to $25,000 and offer you a position with Great Western Timber, a good position. $5,000 a year were to start. Rip eyed him sullenly. Didn't understand me, did you, Hegland? Can't get it through your sly mind that money ain't everything. Someday you'll wish you'd learned that lesson, mister. The answer is still no. He turned on his heel, eyes flashing. As he strode out the door, he could hear the banker's carefully manicured fingernails tapping on the desktop. Out on the street, Rip gulped draughts of fresh air, as if to rid his lungs of some poisonous miasma, then headed for the depot. There he learned his train to Conway pulled out an hour before midnight. He had 9 hours to kill, and they seemed an age, what with his impatience to carry the news to the Storm Pass pool. Rip walked about the town, spent an hour watching the big sawmill, thrilling to the song of the whirling blades as they sliced the logs into boards. Darkness came to Redfield, and Rip bought a meal, begrudging the small cost. When he finished eating and bought his ticket, he had money left for a sack of tobacco. Beyond that, the future stretched dark and doubtful. It seemed, somehow, to hang upon Riley's luck with the projected narrow gauge. 25,000. Rip snorted. Badly as the pool needed money, thoughts of Heglin's offer brought him anger, not regret. At 10:30, Rip gave up watching a poker game in a corner saloon and headed along a dark street toward the depot. Behind him, as he walked, sounded footsteps and a cheery whistle. A backward glance showed him a hurrying man, head down, hands thrust deep in his pockets. He was whistling a body lumberjack tune, walking fast. He took no apparent notice of Rip, who pulled aside to let him pass. As Rip turned his eyes front, something hit him behind the ear with terrific force. Rip's head exploded in a blaze of fire. His knees went rubbery. Desperately, he tried to catch himself, half turning, throwing up his arms. A laugh rang faintly in his ears, ebbing into a roaring void. Blackness overcame him. He moaned, pitched headlong, and knew no more. Chapter 2. Dawn brought rain to the tumbled uplands of the Two-Fire timber belt. It washed the stately pines, sluiced down the gullies, roared through the creeks, and thundered into flood crests that filled the rivers bank to bank. 2 days and 2 nights it rained, turning Redfield streets into loblollies of mud, filling the town with the odor of dank sawdust. With rain sloshing at his window, Max Heglin sat behind his great desk at the bank, his dry cough accentuated by the dampness, his mind busy with a dozen details of his latest investment project. He had summoned Pick Riley to his office, urging him to hire and equip double-track crews. He had telegraphed the steel company at the Capitol, using the leverage of the bank to assure early delivery of tracking. He had spread the word to the mills that Great Western only awaited improved transportation to embark upon a tremendous cutting program. He smiled out at the rain, cold rain falling on the cold clay of a fool who had dared to buck him. Through 2 dawns the skies had been weeping. The third brought the face of the sun breaking through the clouds. 20 miles out of Redfield, buzzards wheeled over the cliffs, came spiraling down in search of food to sat a 2-day hunger. They glided to the foot of a 1,000-foot shale slide, banking their pinions and lighting on rocks about a huddled man-shape. Their barren necks craned and their beady eyes stared. They hopped closer, chuckling and snapping their crusty beaks. Then, with a rush of wings, they soared aloft again. Their prey was not carrion. It had moved. Rip Campbell moaned, writhed, and struggled to revive the faint flame of life remaining to him. And as he emerged from the shadows, he was conscious of wet chill and pain. He opened his eyes, saw the buzzards, and roused the will to live. He couldn't die yet. It was when he moved that the real pain came. He was one great sore, but in his chilled limbs was still the power of movement. He gritted his teeth, rolled to his knees. Then he saw the shale slide, and the past came flooding back. Someone had slugged him, then thrown him over yonder sky-reaching caprock. How could a man live after that deadly descent? He had, with only cuts, scratches, and bruises to show for it. This had been Heglin's work, Rip was sure. Well, Heglin had failed. Rip moved his arms gingerly, then his legs. The sun beating down was driving the chill from his flesh, increasing his agony. But he could stand pain, if that were the price he must pay to thwart Heglin. He rested on hands and knees, shaking his head from side to side like a wounded bear. The music of gurgling water reminded him of his great thirst. Painfully, he moved. It took him an hour to make 100 yards. Then he buried his face in cool, sweet water, and drank and drank. He slept then. The sun was going down when he came to, and found he could rise. Like a drunken man, he stumbled aimlessly down the creek bank, following the line of least resistance. He had no idea where he was, less than that where he was going. Every step was agony. Somehow he kept erect, dragging one foot after another. Night came, and a chill wind with it. Rip's torn and tattered clothes were poor protection. His pace grew slower and slower. How long he had traveled he couldn't have told, when he saw a light ahead, and sparks spouting from a chimney. He reeled toward it, crashed into a door and pitched to his face, unconscious. He awoke, gagging from a forced draught of whiskey. He lay in a bunk, wrapped in thick blankets. A creaky oldster stood beside him with a jug in his hand. "Take it easy, son," the man cautioned. "You're amongst friends and you'll soon be fit as a fiddle." "Ma." "Hey, Ma. He's awake now, so fetch him in some of that soup." "What happened to you, young feller? Look like you tried to outden a panther." "I don't know," muttered Rip truthfully enough, and was glad the man didn't press him further. A full-breasted woman came in with a big bowl of steaming soup. She stood by while Rip wolfed it. "Good lands," she exclaimed. "You're starved. And beaten black and blue. Lucky if you don't get pneumonia. If the boys weren't in Redfield on a payday spree, I'd have somebody go for a doctor." "Payday?" echoed Rip. "What day is this?" "Saturday," she told him. "Big handsome fellow like you should be in town to the dance instead of in bed. You get caught in the flood." "Yes," Rip said. "I guess I'm just plain lucky. Don't ask me about it because I don't know. I fell and—" He shook his head and shrugged. They didn't press him. Rip was shocked at the time that had passed, and he begrudged further delay in getting back to Storm Pass. But he was done up, quite unable to travel. And so he forced himself to be patient. 4 days he stayed in bed, hearing the boys return, listening to the rumble of machinery, the drone of the rip saw, and the yarns of the sawmill crew. Wednesday evening he got up, had supper at the table, and refused a job bucking logs. It was 20 miles to Redfield, and the lumber wagon was going in, come morning. He took leave of the old couple and the sawmill crew, promised to return and thank them properly, and climbed onto the lumber wagon. The bumping was a torment to his sore body, and it seemed it would never end. But Rip was glad that the driver, a taciturn man, made no attempt at conversation. He wanted only to think. But as in the 4 days past, thoughts wouldn't come. His ticket home was gone. He must return and prepare the pool members for their good fortune. They must resume logging and take steps to counter the thrusts that must surely come from Great Western. Hegland would stop at nothing, Rip knew that. It was mid-afternoon when he slid off the load in the freight yards at Redfield, to walk without a backward look toward the bank. If he was a marked man before, he was doubly so now. His eyes were black with shock, his cheeks were sunken and bearded. His clothes, patched by the woman at the sawmill, flapped about his wasted body. Intent suddenly upon facing Hegland again, he was within a rod of the entrance when the panel opened and Hegland stepped out. The banker froze, staring at the apparition confronting him. Rip halted, fixing his smoldering gaze upon Hegland. The things he had planned to say fled his mind, swept away by the red haze of anger. The banker must have read his peril, for he emitted a squawk and whirled to dart inside. Rip leaped, caught him and hit him, all in the same explosive effort. The banker's plaintive bleat cut off. He sailed backward, dragging the heels of his polished boots, and fell flat on his back in the slimy ooze of the street. He lay there unmoving, his gaunt face a bloody mask. The enraged bawl of a spectator roused Rip. He saw the quick rush of men to seize him. Suddenly panicky, plagued by the thought he might have killed Hegland, he spun on his heel, broke past 3 oncoming men and raced down the street, a score of irate townsmen on his heels. At the first corner, Rip threw a look backward. A man with a star led the pursuit now, a gun glittering in his hand. A bullet screamed off the stone curb, and the building fronts gave back the smashing echoes of the shot. It lent speed to Rip's flashing legs, and fervor to the curses he directed at himself for making such a fool play. All it would buy him was jail, thereby giving Hägglund time to go through with his storm-pass steal. Sprinting, Rip drew away, swerved left between buildings, darted along an alley toward the tracks. The next shot was close, and again he ducked between walls to the street. He was faltering now, with doom facing him, as a train suddenly blocked the street, freight cars flashing north. As Rip's steps slackened and a yell of triumph lifted behind him, a desperate gamble was born in his mind. Reckless of the gathering speed of the train, he hurled himself at a passing car, caught one of the hand rungs. It hurled him cruelly against the side of the car, but his desperate grip held. A bullet smacked the wood alongside him. Then a building had hidden him from his pursuers. Shouts of rage and anger came to his ears as he climbed to the top of the car. Looking back, he saw the marshal lining his gun. Then the train had squealed around a bend, out of range. Rip flattened out, gripping the catwalk, struggling for breath and fighting vertigo. A brakeman was coming forward from the caboose, with a pick handle clutched purposefully in his hand. Rip watched him come with sullen, dangerous eyes. The shack's voice struck over the clattering roar that filled Rip's ears. "Hey, you lousy bum. You jumped on. Now jump off and see how you like it. Or do you want a working over with this pick handle?" He leapt the gap between cars, paused before Rip, scowling, formidable. But there was something in his eyes that gave Rip hope. "What happened back there? Was that bull shooting at you?" "Yes," admitted Rip. "Rotten shot, wasn't he?" The man grinned. "Cool one, he ate. What they after you for?" "Nothing much," Rip said softly. "I just took a crack at the town's leading jaw." Landed flush and draped Redfield leading light in the mud. The shack's eyes sparkled. "Leading light, he ate. Who?" "Max Hägglund, the banker." "Hägglund," the brakeman shouted. "Cripes, man, you busted Hägglund. Kill him, did you?" Rip shook his head. "I was too done up, I couldn't hit that hard." The man's face fell. "Too bad," he said. "There's a man that sure needs killing. I ought to heave you off, neighbor, for messing up a good job. But you tried at least. Come on back to the crummy and stretch out. You do look done up. Where are you going?" "Conway," said Rip, and gratefully followed the brakeman back to the caboose, where he stretched out on a blanketed bunk. He fell asleep, with his new friend entertaining the conductor with a vivid though largely imagined account of how their deadhead passenger had beaten the proud Max Hägglund. Hours later, the rear brakeman shook Rip awake. "Better snap out of it, son," he was advising. "We'll pull into Conway in 5 minutes. Better quit us when we slow through the yards. Number 8 westbound passed us couple hours ago. Redfield Law may be waiting for you at the station." Rip came alive, conscious at once of renewed strength and vigor, buoyed by the thought he was nearing home, where he could take up the challenge of the task that lay ahead. He shook hands with the 2 trainmen. "Thanks a lot, boys. Someday you'll be better paid. Hell, son, shoes on the other foot. I've wanted to see somebody bust that bloodsucker for a long time. He pulled a dirty deal on me once, robbed me of the only house I ever owned. Here, wait." He turned to a locker, lifted out a .30 to 30 carbine and a belt of shells. "Take these just in case. You can get them back to me later." Rip wanted to refuse, but recalling the stakes in this game and Hägglund's ruthlessness, he accepted. The fact that he might have to use the weapon made him scowl darkly. He had never thought to see the day when he would feel safer going armed in the woods. A shrill whistle trailed back from the engine, and the train began to slow. The brakeman caught up his lantern and quit the caboose, Rip following. Dawn was threatening. Clusters of red and green lights showed ahead, winking wanly through the morning's grayness. Rip laid his hand on the brakeman's shoulder, stepped past him, and swung down. He hit the roadbed running, took a number of long strides and halted to watch the train slide into the yards. As he saw the brakeman raise his hand, he turned across the tracks and struck out. He had 20 miles to walk, but the prospect didn't dismay him. He gulped in the sweet balsam aroma on the air. He was home again. Home again in the woods he loved. The sun topped the pines when he hit the mouth of Cedar Gulch. Partridges drummed in the thickets. The murmur of the stream made language he understood. The soughing of the pines soothed him. All these familiar sounds seemed like voices bidding him welcome to a country free of guile and treachery. After an hour, he climbed the cutback trail to Storm Pass and plunged into an unbroken stand of giant timber. The smell of it was wine in his blood. He whistled, forgot his aches and pains, and shed his worries. Max Hegland, sitting behind a polished desk and planning to seize this great treasure, now was only a bad memory. This forest and those who lived in it were greater than an army of crooks like Hegland. Nature would endure and cherish its own, long after Hegland was dead. Lost in such thoughts, Rip was crossing a clearing, rounding a lightning-riven tree when a shout filled the wilderness. "Hold on there. Where you think you're going?" Rip darted forward, crouched, trying to spot the challenger's figure in the tangle of brush ahead. His carbine was half raised. A buzzing hornet stung his arm. The crash of a gun rang through the tree aisles, and Rip dove for cover behind a downed bull. There was a moment of silence, with Rip holding his breath, searching for the direction of the shot. Another bullet came, spraying him with rotten wood from his parapet. Rip saw the spurt of vapor from the attacker's gun muzzle, and he levered a shell into the breech. A third slug smacked into the rotten log, bore through, and kicked up dirt. Rip was not as fearful of being drilled by such a bullet as of the possibility this gunman had mates who could flank him. He held his fire, his glance striking right and left. But when after some minutes nothing had happened, he crawled to the end of the log, lined his gun, and waited. Chapter 3. The continued silence rained hammer blows against Rip's senses in his fear of being flanked. Flat on his belly, looking over his sights, he kept his piece trained on the spot from whence had issued the vapor puff of the attacker's gun. If the man was there, he was very still. Rip began to wonder if the bushwhacker had withdrawn. He tried to put himself in the man's place. Having failed to score a hit with those first 3 shots, he might have drawn off, fearful that the gunfire would draw other men to the spot. On the other hand, it seemed unreasonable he would give up so easily, while he held the advantage of being able to maneuver through the timber. No, he must be waiting like a sunning lizard, waiting for a clear target. But where? Off to Rip's left, almost down the axis of the fallen log, a blue jay flicked from the timber, squawking raucously. The nerves pricked along Rip's spine, and he shifted his weapon. The voice of the noisy bird was a warning, and, daring the gunman's first position, Rip accepted it as such and rolled. A leaden slug tore into the rotten log at the spot where his head had been, only a moment before. Through the echoes came the smash of a closing rifle breech. Another bullet raked the punky log. Now Rip had his man placed. He caught the spot in his sights, pressed the trigger. From a thicket came the scream of a man, and sunlight glinted from the barrel of a spinning gun. A reeling figure burst into the open, stumbled a few steps, and fell. It lay silent. Rip didn't hurry. He was not sure just what he was up against. 10 minutes passed. 20. The wounded man groaned, writhed. Finally, Rip took a chance. Wary as a cougar, he ran forward, gun ready. He caught the fallen man's arm and dragged him into a covert. Then he took time to look at the pinched-faced, shrunken man he had winged. The man was glowering at him, favoring a wound that had cracked a few ribs. "Kill me, you devil," he croaked. "What you waiting for?" Rip shook his head, patted the man for weapons, and then took a look at the damage. "You're pretty lucky," he announced grimly. "And so am I. 1 inch one way and you'd be dead." The other way would have missed clean. As it is, you'll be sore as blazes and weak for a few days. Then you'll forget it, and probably tackle another killing job for Hegland. A crafty fire lit in the man's sunken eyes. You mean you ain't going to kill me? No. You deserve it, but your kind wouldn't understand. Rip's mouth was a thin white line. I sure don't, puzzled the man, his face twitching with pain. I did my damnedest to get you. What you going to do with me? Take you to my cabin and clean up that wound. Then what? The man's eyes were writhing. What do you expect? Rip equivocated. His eyes, hard as flint, bored into the other. I know. The killer was pleading now. The law. They'll put me in Stony Lonesome. Listen, can't you just go off and leave me? I'd sooner die 100 times than go back to gray walls and a barred cell. Rip shook his head. I can't let you die, man, no matter what you are. But I promise you will if you try any tricks. When he lifted the light-waisted figure, the man groaned and fainted. It's better that way, muttered Rip and slung him across his shoulder. As he toiled up the trail, bent under the burden, he reflected it was a crazy thing he was doing, ministering to a man sent by Hegland to kill him. After a while, the man's groan attested his return to consciousness. And then between gasps of pain he talked. I'm no good, not worth fooling with. Never had a chance, never will. You see, I went to jail when I was a kid for killing a human snake. Served 20 years behind stone walls. But the real hell started when I got out. Nobody wanted truck with an ex-con. Only way I could eat was to steal. Then Hegland gave me a chance to make a stake. By then, I'd have done anything. I was desperate, damn near starved. That's how come me to miss you, Campbell. Save your breath, ordered Rip. You can't talk your way out of what you tried to do to me. You say you never had a chance. I'll give you one. A chance to work as hard as I work to live, shedding honest sweat, swinging an axe in these woods. If you refuse that, you don't deserve a chance. The man sighed. I reckon you're crazy, he muttered. Nobody ever offered Lee Ludlow nothing, let alone a man I tried to kill. I ain't hearing right. Shut up, rapped Rip. I got no wind for gabbing, if I'm going to tote you home. After that there was no sound between them save the rasp of Rip's breath, and the low, suppressed moans of the wounded. The sun had crossed the zenith when Rip slogged to the door of his cabin, jerked the latch string, and carried his burden to the lone bunk. Lee Ludlow was out again, for which Rip was thankful as he boiled water, cleaned the raw wound and bound the man's injured side with strips cut from an old blanket. Best I could do with what I've got, he said when Lee roused. But it's good enough, barring infection. Got to go out now, but I'll be back in 3-4 hours. Take it easy. He picked up the rifle. I'll take this. Might knock over a deer. Venison won't do you no harm. Watch you don't have to use it on bigger game, said Lee. Rip paused. Meaning what exactly? Can't tell you much, Campbell. My orders was to knock you over, nothing more. But I know Hegland's got other men on this bench. Why? Don't know. I had orders to look them up. Rip nodded, refilled the magazine, and stepped outside. For a long minute he stood savoring the sweet, familiar balsam. It was good to get home. Peace seemed strangely gone from this timberland. The pine forest had suddenly become a place for ambush. His glance swung to the edge of the bench, where piled logs awaited but a shove to hurl them down into Cedar Gulch. At a dozen places along the rim, similar piles were stacked, needing only skidding snow to be turned into money. He thought of the blasted hopes of the hard-pressed poolmen, 3 winters of waiting for snow that hadn't come, struggling to survive with a fortune in the hands of every man. Starvation pool, timbermen were calling them, busted shoestringers. It had been desperation that had dictated the decision to build the haul road, a tremendous task, and one calling for an outlay for rolling stock and animals that the entire resources of the pool would not cover. Now a narrow-gauge railroad was coming to them without expense. Now Rip could dispel the gloom that had gripped the pool members, many of whom were willing to take anything for their holdings. It gave Rip a fine sense of worthy accomplishment. He'd carry the word to the Connor place first. Dale Connor had been one of the hardest hit. And Kate, Dale's snapping-eyed, flaxen-haired daughter, it did Rip's heart good to be able to tell her the good news. Avoiding the main woods trail, he hurried through virgin timber stands. He was almost running when he burst into the Connor clearing. The shout that welled to his lips died a warning as he slowed. Before the slab cabin, two men stood with 3 horses. Burly bearded strangers, their scowling visages turned to him in swift appraisal. Each had a pistol stuck in his belt. They waited, stiff as statues, for him to come on. Rip carried his rifle carelessly as he strode toward them, noting their wary stiffness, their chill unfriendliness. Passing them, he nodded noncommittally and continued on to the door, through which came the drone of voices. Rip knocked. A faint footfall brought light to Rip's eyes. The panel swung open and Kate stood there. But she was a different Kate. "Rip," she gasped and flicked a nervous glance back into the house. Her restraining palm pressed his chest when he would have moved past her. "Don't come in, please. I wish you hadn't come here." Rip stared at her. "You what?" he demanded, puzzled. "Why not? What's the matter, Kate? What's wrong?" "Kate." A man's voice struck from inside. "Who's there?" The girl swallowed. "It's Rip, Dad. He's come back and—" "Well, by God." A heavy tread shook the floor. A calloused hand caught Kate, pulled her inside. Then blocky, stubble-faced Dale Connor stood there, glaring at Rip with undisguised scorn in his eyes. "Campbell," he hammered his words with a stiff finger, "you got a hell of a nerve showing here. And now you're here, get out, you skunk. You're a stink in my nostrils." His rage and Rip's surprise carried them away from the door. Behind Connor, a man stepped from the entryway, slim, suave, smiling smugly, a leather dispatch case under his arm. His dress, bearing, and scornful smile were but mirrors reflecting details of the room where Max Hegeland jerked strings to control empires. Fear grew in Rip. He caught Connor's arm desperately. "Dale," he pleaded. "Don't tell me you've sold." "You bet I've sold," the man roared. "And I got my price, without handing most of it to a traitor. Take your dirty paws off me." Rip felt weariness flow through him. He released his grip, shot a look at Kate in the doorway. Her head was bowed, her hands busy holding back her brother, tow-headed Al Connor, who wanted to watch the excitement. Rip shook his head. "Somebody's crazy," he said. "You sold out, Dale. Now all the others will follow your lead. Who does that make a traitor?" "1 minute." The man with the dispatch case stepped forward. "The Redfield Bank has bought out the pool, Campbell. Every parcel, for cash. I'm John Ackerson, bank agent. We've paid the generous sum of $2,000 a quarter section, present holders retaining title to all but the timber. You're the only one I haven't a quitclaim from." "You lousy crook," raged Rip, moving toward him. "You pay $2,000 a quarter section when there's that much cut timber waiting to be hauled from every claim. You—" "Hold it, feller." A burly man stepped out from the horses, his pistol at full cock. "Don't talk out of turn around here, or you'll get your head blown off." "Please, Rip." Kate was begging from the doorway. The bank agent sneered. "Sounds good, you calling me a crook, Campbell. I suppose all men are crooks who don't play your game. Mr. Hegeland prefers the honest way. That's why he refused your offer to deliver him the Storm Pass timber at $2,000, of which you stated you intended to give these people $500. "That's the figure he used," spat Dale Connor. "The snake." Rip went bitter. 500 was the figure he had used to point his argument when advising trying for a loan to build a hauling road. Hegeland's agent had picked it up and made stock of it. And now he was clinching it. "It's been difficult, Campbell. showing these fine people they've trusted a crook. But Mr. Hegland decided they must know. He was big enough to offer you the same price as the rest, though he doubted you'd ever return to face your friends. That's why he tried to kill me twice," flared Rip. "Oh, come now," said Ackerson, smiling deprecatingly. Rip turned to Connor. "I'm sorry for you, Dale," he said. "Except for Kate, I'd allow you got what was coming to you for having so little faith in me. Hegland tried to murder me because I wouldn't play his game. The last time he tried was not over 2 hours ago. You let this Ackerson convince you I'm a liar and a traitor. You swallowed his lies about the honesty of Max Hegland. Well, let me tell you something Ackerson didn't." He shot a hateful glance at the scowling bank agent. "Ackerson didn't tell you Pick Riley will soon start building a narrow-gauge railroad, past Storm Pass, financed by the bank and tapping Great Western Holdings. Didn't know that, did you? When Hegland learned I'd overheard the deal, he offered me $25,000 and a fine job with Great Western to keep my mouth shut and let him have his way on Storm Pass. Well, it's all true. Within a month, engines will be hauling logs from this bench. And you boys will sit here and eat up your $2,000 while you wait for worthless stump farms. Oh, what's the use? The harm's done." He flung one last glance at Kate, shook his head, and turned away. No one spoke. No sound came until the timber swallowed him. Then a laugh, gloating, triumphant peals from John Ackerson and his 2 henchmen. Rip's anger cooled as he strode on. He had been gone so long the simple, earthy pool men had come to doubt him, and were fertile ground for Hegland's lies. Honest themselves, they trusted all men instinctively. That trust had ruined them. Hegland was clever. It had been easy for him and that glib, suave agent of his to convince. Rip was entering his own clearing when the 3 horsemen came galloping up behind him, John Ackerson and his 2 gunmen. All were grinning. Rip waited before his stoop, watching them draw rein and swing down. "Campbell," said the agent, "you've caused us lots of trouble, but it got you nothing." He opened his case, withdrew a sheaf of papers. "Here's a quit claim for your property, Campbell. Sign on the dotted line, and I'll hand you $500 in gold. It's all your place is worth, considering the expense your crazy stubbornness has caused us." There was a sneer on the agent's face. "508, Rip said hoarsely. "And if I don't sign?" "The pay is in lead," said Ackerson. "God made you too stubborn to have it any other way. Pay him off, boys." Chapter 4. Ackerson's gunmen had Rip in pincers, one on his right, the other on his left. They were both drawing, and Rip knew he was doomed. Sudden hate dispelled his weariness and lit his will to fight. He swerved, leveled his rifle, and let fly. The smash of the heavy bullet blasted one gunman back, dumping him soddenly on the wet ground. Swinging, Rip felt the breath of the second gunman's bullet, saw Ackerson's weapon whipping from under his arm. The man's face was contorted as he bawled orders to the other. Rip's second slug took him center. Ackerson dropped his leather case. His knees buckled and he pitched face down. Rip spun to face the third gunman, who had shot once and missed. He saw the weapon coming down for the finishing shot, knew he was too far behind. This was the end. He braced himself for bullet shock. Then the gunman shuddered, sagged. His weapon spat against the earth, and he fell shapelessly. The echo of a gun blast ran out through the timber. Astonished, Rip looked toward the cabin. There was a hint of vapor at the open window. He leapt to the door and inside. Lee Ludlow lay as before, flat on his back, eyes closed, breathing regularly. But the acrid fumes of powder were playing on the air. Rip strode to the bunk, threw back the blankets. Lee's pistol, left by Rip on the table, was gripped in the man's hand. Lee's eyes came open, and a broad grin twisted his lips. "Hello, feller," he said. "Back already? You shoot that man?" Rip demanded bleakly. Lee's grin faded. "What if I did? No need to get sore about it. He had you cold, didn't he? It was him or you, and I didn't owe him one damn thing. Rip shook his head. You take the cake, Ludlow. Couple hours ago you tried to kill me, now you kill a man to save my life. Those three were working for the one who paid you to beef me. It don't make sense. Lee, embarrassed, plucked nervously at the blanket. Couple of hours ago, you had the chance to kill me, Campbell. Instead, you toted me here and made me comfortable. You offered me a job of honest work, like I was a human being instead of a wolf. You even left me here with a gun on the table, giving me another chance at you. That's trust, Campbell, and not even a snake would fang back at it. Rip nodded. It's good to know my trust wasn't misplaced, Lee. Right now, it would be easy for me to doubt every man in this cock-EU'd world. Can you go clear through for me on this deal, feller? As how, Rip? Face the law and attest I killed these men in self-defense. Can you do that? Lee grinned slyly. If you can take it to the law, Rip, I reckon I can add my 10 cents. For all the weight they'll give the word of a man who's served time. Rip sat down, thinking it over. There's something to what you say, Lee, he admitted gloomily. If we tell the truth about this, who will believe us, especially with my own people doubting me? It might be the cue for the law to jump on you again. No, we'll have to watch our step. He turned abruptly, went out to look upon the gruesome scene of death. A breeze, moaning dirge-like through the tall pine tops, toyed with the sheaf of papers clutched in John Ackerson's dead hand. The rattle of them stirred something in Rip's brain. He took them from the agent's unfeeling grasp, ran over them. They were quitclaims, signed by members of the Storm Pass timber pool, deeds obtained by guile and treachery. Stuffing them into his shirt, Rip cast a nervous look into the darkening timbers, shouldered the dead men one by one, and carried them into his tool shed behind the cabin. Then he looped the reins of the 3 horses and stirred them into an alarmed gallop from the clearing. Having freed the yard of all signs of the killing, he re-entered the cabin, laid John Ackerson's dispatch case on the table, and made a light. Now you can't go to the law, Lee complained. I once had a cellmate who was serving time because he didn't have sense enough to let the lamented lay until the law could case up the killing. You should have, Rip said. I'm not letting the law in on this, Lee. It would mean everything to lose and nothing to gain. You're telling me, snorted Lee. A good idea if you can make it work. Hegland will spare no expense to find them corpses. That's a bet. They'll trace them here, sure as shooting. And if they find them, we'll be charged with murder. They won't find them, Rip vowed grimly. Sorting the papers from the leather case, he told Lee the story of the struggle of the Storm Pass pool, and how Hegland had conspired to defeat them and make millions from his treachery. You see, Lee, he finished, if I tell the law Hegland will get these deeds, and the pool will be licked. I can't let that happen. If the disappearance of these agents remains a mystery, the pool members will still own their timber holdings and, by cutting logs, can save the railroad for Pick Riley. Everybody will win, except Hegland. It's worth the gamble, admitted Lee, and fell silent. Rip made a fire in the stove, burned the dispatch case and most of the papers. The deeds he hid securely, and then got supper. Rip smoked a pipe and washed the dishes. The weight of the necessary decision seemed to depress both men, and they brooded silently. Presently, without a word, Rip went outside, took pick and shovel from the tool house, and lost himself in the timber. An hour later he was back to carry the bodies one by one and deposit them in a grave lost in pine slashing. When he finished replacing the earth, tamping it and hiding all evidence of the excavation with leaf mold and litter, it was midnight. He felt like a criminal when he went back to the house, to find Lee asleep. Turning in, weary from his labors and shaken from the rigors of the past days, Rip found himself wakeful, worried about Lee. The ex-convict held a powerful weapon against him. Hegland would pay Ludlow well for the information he held. Information that would ruin the pool and send Rip to prison. Rip had to admit he had been a fool. Troubled and frightened, he fell asleep. Lee Ludlow's restlessness awoke Rip at dawn. The wizened man was better, and insisted on getting up. As he ate breakfast, it was plain he had something on his mind. Having lighted his pipe, he came out with it. "It won't work, Rip," he blurted. "You fouled your nest." "What you mean, Lee?" "Done some thinking last night. Caching the evidence will bounce back and lick you." Rip stared at him. "How come?" "Railroad construction won't start till Hegland gets those deeds. I heard him say so. He's paid for these leases and he'll have them. Anybody who knows Hegland will tell you that. He'll send other agents up here to have the poolmen sign duplicate quitclaims. If they won't sign, it'll mean war and killings. He'll make them glad to sign over their timber." Rip drew his hand across his eyes. There was wisdom in Lee's prophecy. Hegland would make plenty of trouble before the last chapter was written, and none more vital than halting the building of the narrow gauge. "To hell with the railroad," he ground out. "Each poolman has $2,000. It adds up to a tidy sum that will buy rolling stock and build a haul road." Lee grunted. "It's an idea. But the law will be mighty interested in where you got that money, especially when it adds up to the sum lost with the missing agents. Think about that." Rip was thinking of nothing else. His scheme had looked ironclad, but in a few moments Lee had shot it full of holes. It looked as though he had dug the pool's grave last night. "You're a great help, Lee," he said tartly. "You've done a great job of thinking us into ruin. See if you can dream out a way for us to beat Hegland." The man's head was down, his eyes narrowed in thought. "What I'm doing right now," he grunted. Lee lay around all day, pacing, restless, muttering to himself. Supper time saw him drawn, sunken-eyed and nervous from his mental efforts. He was snappish, ugly, like a different man when he crawled into bed. Next morning, when Rip awoke, Lee's bunk was empty. The man gone. For the first time in his life, Rip knew real fear. Those hidden graves out yonder haunted him. The papers, which he had believed held salvation for the harried members of the pool, seemed crying in agonized voices for Hegland to find them. Chapter 5. Rip's first impulse was to call it quits, make up a pack and lose himself in the timber. His usefulness on the bench seemed at an end. He had given his best, trying to be fair and honest with his brother pool members. And now, to a man, they hated him. Even Kate believed him a traitor. And Lee had nothing but scorn for him, an unwillingness to trust even his uncertain future with the man who had saved him. Rip's entire future looked damned black. For a long time, Rip stood beside Lee's bunk, numb, lonely, seeing nothing. Bitterness etched new lines on his face, drew his lips down in an ugly curve. And out of his hopelessness and futile anger came a determination to reward the harsh judgment of the poolmen with one last good turn, before he quit the woods. Grim-faced, he went outside to the chopping block beneath which he had cached the deeds. And there he receded for another blow. The hole was empty, the deeds gone. Lee Ludlow had not been too sick to spy upon his benefactor's movements and rob him. This explained his absence. He was taking the deeds to Max Hegland, selling out the pool for a handful of silver, and buying immunity perhaps, by revealing the fate of Hegland's agents. Terrible urgency shook Rip, and he broke down the trail at a loping run. "Better not rest on your head start, you buzzard," he flung ahead. "I spared you once because I thought you were a man. Now all I want is to fix my sights on your filthy carcass." His tireless legs flung back the miles along the woods trail. He saved a mile by quitting the switchbacks for a reckless slide into the canyon bottom. There in the moist earth he picked up Lee's fresh tracks. Tracks that would lead to the kill. With fresh eagerness, Rip drove himself on. Along about mid-forenoon, he debouched from the mouth of Cedar Gulch and raced across the 3-mile flat toward Conway. His strength was failing, and he had to call on his reserves to maintain the pace those last few miles. But he had no glimpse of Lee, and knew he had lost. A train was just pulling into the village. At the edge of Conway, Rip halted, breathing hard. From here, beside the railroad track, he had an unobstructed view of the town. No one seemed bothered. Lee had made it. A shrill whistle, a clanging bell, and a puff of smoke. The morning passenger local, eastbound, crawled out of Conway, gathering speed. And Rip knew Lee Ludlow was aboard. For several bitter moments, Rip stood looking after the train, until it was only a smudge over a timbered ridge. A strong sense of defeat was on him. Everything he touched seemed to go to pieces. The faint echo of the train whistle came back. And it stung Rip. It was like Lee's sneering taunt. Shoulders bent with the burden of failure, Rip turned dejectedly back, dragging the rifle stock, shuffling like an old spiritless man. He was licked. What a fool he had been to think he could beat Hegland at this sort of game. It took him a long time to make the return trip. He walked like a man in a dream. Hours passed. The sun climbed to the zenith, began its downward swing. Lee Ludlow would be in Redfield by now, closing his crooked bargain. The pool was washed up. Dusk had darkened the forest when Rip stepped into his own clearing and approached his cabin. He was nearing the door when he saw a figure rise from the stoop. He stopped dead still, his rifle leveling, the hammer clicking back. "It's me, Rip." "Kate." The feminine hail made him feel foolish. "Kate," echoed Rip and lowered the gun. Divorced from his will, his feet moved him forward. Excitement ran riot in him. It seemed to him in this moment that his every action during the past few weeks had been taken for this girl and not for the pool. How could he tell her? She came to him, frantically caught his arms. "Thank God, Rip. I've been afraid for you. I thought maybe you'd gone, for good." Rip leaned his rifle against the cabin wall, drew her into his arms without daring to look at her. "Not yet," he murmured. But there's nothing left." She freed herself, stepped back and made him look at her. "Listen, Rip. Once you said nothing could come between us. Have you forgotten? Maybe I'm shameless coming to you like this, but I can't let you leave thinking I share their distrust of you. I don't, Rip. I believe in you. I don't understand, but I've kept faith with you, all the way. Is failure to get a loan, and not being able to match a tricky banker, going to spoil things for you and me?" Rip gasped, stood staring at her as if unable to believe his senses. Then he noticed for the first time her blanket-wrapped bundle on the stoop. "You mean," he blurted out, "you still see some good in me? You will still marry me?" "Of course." Then, as if his doubt frightened her, Don't you want me, Rip?" "Want you?" Rip drew her close, crushing her against him. "I want you more than I want to live, Kate. But it's no use. I've ruined everything, and couldn't marry if I wanted to." He released her, stood back, downcast and hopeless. I wish you hadn't come, Kate." "Don't, Rip." She was pleading. "Failure here is not ruin. You can start again somewhere else, and I'll help. As for what Dad and the rest think, what do we care? We have our own lives to live, our own plans to make. Don't, Rip. Don't look like that." Rip wagged his head dolefully, clenching and unclenching his long fingers. "It's too late to live our own lives, Kate," he said flatly. "The law will have its say about the way I live mine." "The law, Rip? Why?" He forced her down upon the stoop and hunkered before her. Then, starting with his entry into Hegland's office, he told her all that had happened since, right down to the bitter end. "So you see, Kate," he finished, "I'm no bargain for a girl like you. I'll be wanted for murder when Lee tells what he knows, and Hegland will never rest until he sees me dead. I'll be on the run, and I can't be hobbled with a wife." He had painted an ugly picture purposely, taking no pains to gloss it over. He braced himself for her scorn. But the hand she laid on his arm was warmly sympathetic, and in her eyes was a look of devotion. "Don't forget that I can run too, Rip," she argued. Nor that it will be anything but a terribly lonely trail for you, without me. Don't travel it alone. Take me with you. No, Kate. The tone of finality in his voice was unanswerable. At least I won't have that on my conscience. When they catch me, you need never know. You will forget about me in time. He paused as she got up, turning her face and leaving him staring mutely at her pitifully slumped shoulders. Rip's every fiber screamed for him to hold her, to tell her he hadn't meant what he had said. But a greater force ruled him. Tonelessly, he said, "Come, Kate. You better get home before your father." "I have no home, Rip," she choked. "I told Dad I was coming here, and we had words. He wouldn't see it my way. He told me if I left the house, never to come back. That's the way it is. He's proud, and so am I. I made my choice, Rip, and now," she left the word hanging. She reached for her bundle. Rip took it from her hands. "You win, Kate," he said. "God help us. It may last a day, a week, or a year. Who knows? If only for an hour," she breathed, "it will be worth it. They can't take that away. We'll fight together, Rip, guns with guns, fire with fire, and lies with lies. If we fail, it won't be running." For one proud moment, Rip stood looking down at her. Then, with a shaky laugh, he tossed her bundle into the cabin, caught up his rifle. "Come," he commanded. "Rip," she gasped, frightened by his manner. "Where?" "To Conway, Kate, before we change our minds." "But Rip, you've been there and back. 40 miles in one day is good training for fast and far traveling," he said grimly. "Right now, I can make 100 miles. Come on, let's get going." A week later, they stood again at the edge of Rip's clearing. It had been a week Rip was never to forget, a week he wished he could have stretched into a lifetime. But cruel shadows dogged him. He had a fight to make, a fight more grimly necessary now than before. What little money they had needed came from Kate's pocket. It had sufficed to pay the preacher and buy the food they needed during their stay at a remote mountain lake. Now, having just returned, they looked upon a scene vastly different from that of 7 days ago. The clearing teemed with activity. At the far edge, hackers unloaded a long mule train. A pole corral held scores of work animals, and everywhere were piled tools and equipment necessary to a grading camp. Riley was pushing the narrow gauge through. The realization brought only bitterness to Rip. "Here it is, Kate," he said tightly. "The thing we all prayed for. The thing that could have saved us all if the pool had had faith in me. But now it's too late, honey. Hegland owns our timber. We're out. It's an old story, and, like always, the little fellow loses because he's not organized." "Hegland may own the bulk of the pool timber, Rip," she corrected. "But he'll never get yours. And remember, you've done nothing that wasn't right and just before God. We must have faith so strong we can whip Hegland and all his money." "What a girl," Rip said and pressed her hand. As they threaded through the maze of activity, more than one brawny workman pausing to stare admiringly at Kate. It was plain the camp was just being established. And it was equally plain that Rip's house had been entered. Smoke boiled from the chimney, and as they neared, a man came through the door, a roll of maps under his arm. So Rip was not entirely unprepared to find Pick Riley seated at the table. The railroad builder raised his eyes from his plans. He saw the girl and bounced up, clawing off his hat. Rip laughed. "What's wrong, Riley? See a ghost?" "Campbell," he gasped. "Faith, and I heard you were dead this long time." "Exaggeration, Riley," said Rip. "You're right," growled the Irishman. "What's your business, me bucko? I'm a busy man." "My first business is to move you and your business outside, Riley," said Rip. "Miss Campbell here will start housekeeping when the excess baggage is out of the way." Riley bridled. "Faith, and I'm told Mr. Hegland owns this place, me boy. I must take his word, the fine gentleman, before yours. Be pleased to get your own self out." Rip, moving fast, caught Riley by the nape of the neck and the seat of his pants, lifted him bodily, and heaved him through the door. He bounced up with a roar, charged back, only to go down in a heap as the gear Rip threw after him struck him in the chest. Men came running, pausing excitedly about Riley, who sat on his haunches, staring first at Rip, then at Kate, as they stood side by side in the doorway. "Better not make trouble, Riley," warned Rip. "Hegland lied to you, and you'll save gunplay by believing it. This is my home, and I'll fight for it. But if you want to be stubborn about it, it's okay." Riley rose, brushed off his clothes. "I'm checking with the bank again, bucko," he growled. "If Hegland can show a deed to this place, I'll run you one-legged on these side hills. If Hegland lied, I'll be after apologizing to you and your lady. Yes, I'll be after paying you rent for the use of your land." "Fair enough, Riley. Might take the rent out in trade, hauling those logs yonder." Riley scowled. "A right thought, bucko, but no go. I've give my word not to haul a log, except for Great Western, for 2 years." He strode off, ordering his men away. Rip smiled at his wife. For all his fight, there's hope in his word, partner. Hegland can't show a deed. And Riley will be glad to haul logs when he finds Hegland is a liar. He don't know yet he'll be double-crossed by Great Western. Our logs can't save him, but the pool could, if there was a pool. And as for me cutting—" He looked away bleakly. "When Hegland finds where I am—" Kate tossed her head defiantly. "I'm interested in cleaning out our cabin right now, Rip. Let's cross Hegland's bridge when we come to it. Lend me a hand." And Rip did, ashamed of burdening her with a future that looked like doom in funeral clothes. Chapter 6. Sometime during the night, Rip reared up in bed, shaking the sleep from his eyes. Outside, the camp was quiet, save for the occasional stomping of mules in the corral. Kate slept on, breathing easily. Rip was relaxing, damming his nerves, when he heard a repetition of the faint sound which had awakened him. It was a scratching on the door, like the claws of an animal, or the nails of a man's fingers. Careful not to awaken or frighten Kate, Rip eased out of the bed, found his rifle, and cat-footed to the door. He opened the panel a crack. The dark shape of a man lay draped across the stoop. He was barely conscious. Even as Rip stared, clawed fingers scraped on the planking, trying vainly to drag the body forward. Rip lay aside his weapon, knelt beside the body. It was Lee. He lifted him, bore him to a bunk. He was making a light when Kate's whisper came. "Rip, what is it?" "Get up, Kate," he ordered. "Dress and heat some water." Rip went back to the all but unconscious man, loosened his clothes. Kate's white face hung over his shoulder as he revealed the clotted wounds. "Who is it?" she breathed. "Lee Ludlow," said Rip. "The crook who stole the deeds. He's come back, dying." While he worked, Kate made a fire and blanketed the windows against prying eyes. With a basin of hot water and clean cloths, Rip sponged the 3 fresh wounds. These on top of the one barely healed, where Rip had shot him. Lee was in a bad way, bleached white from bleeding. But his heart beat staunchly, and his fever was not high. There was still a chance, and Rip prayed for it as he bandaged the hurts. Presently, Lee's lids fluttered open. For an instant the wild fire of fear flared in his sunken eyes. Then, as recognition came, a look of relief crossed his pallid features. He tried to smile. Words came, barely audible. "I made it, partner. I got back. How, I don't know." "Didn't expect a welcoming committee, did you?" Rip asked grimly. "You left a smell behind you, fellow." The rattle in Lee's throat might have been a laugh. "Can't say I blame you, Rip, seeing I didn't do no explaining. But it was the only way I saw, and I done what I figured best to get the narrow gauge started. The deeds was the things, Rip, so I took them." Rip nodded. "You mean Hegland wouldn't let Riley start until he saw the quit claims? That it?" Lee smiled weakly. "That's it. So I took him the deeds, told him Ackerson sent them in while him and his mates worked on you. He fell for it, ordered Riley to start work. And then, with construction underway, he gasped, twisted with pain, and went limp. 5 minutes later he roused again, caught at Rip's hand. "I didn't rob you," he muttered. "Not after the way you treated me. But I knew you wouldn't give me the deeds." "Why should I?" demanded Rip. "You've wiped the pool out." "No, I ain't," whispered Lee. "When things started, I stole them back. In the lining of my coat, partner. I ate lead to get them, but what the hell?" His eyes were closing. "Lee, for God's sake." Shocked by the man's sacrifice, Rip went to his knees beside the man, fumbled in the torn coat lining, and drew out the papers. They were stained with Lee's lifeblood. For a long moment he knelt there, staring into that pale face, unable to speak over the lump in his throat. The rattle sounded in Lee's throat again. "Don't feel bad about cussing me, fellow. It's all right. I wasn't no good, and you knew it. Better burn them papers, 'cause the man caught with those deeds will swing for murdering Glenn. Yeah, I had to kill him. Funny thing, that crook was robbing Hegland's safe, trying to grab this timber for himself. He shoot you, Lee." "Yeah. God knows how I got away and made it here. I can't remember. They tore down timber looking for me. Still are. Always will be. Let them." He laughed crazily. "I'll croak now and fool the lot of you." "No, you won't," Rip vowed huskily. "You've earned the thanks of every man and woman on the pass. You'll live to hear it spoken." "No," scoffed Lee. "And no loss. If you're caught shielding me, you'll hang with me. So long, feller. Bury me deep." His words trailed off, and for a minute Rip thought the little ex-convict dead. But Lee's heart still was beating. Rip rose to stare helplessly at Kate. "What can I do, girl? Lee's right. If they find him here, we'll be in bad trouble. And yet—" "Burn the deeds as he told you," said the practical Kate. "If they find him here, they'll find us with him. We can't let him down, no matter what the cost, can we?" "No," said Rip, dropping the papers into the stove. "We can't." All that night and the next day, Rip and Kate kept close to the cabin. Lee raved and shouted in his delirium. The confusion of the camp dimmed the noise, though many a face was turned toward the house. And once Riley came over to ask if anything was wrong. Rip forced a grin and shook his head, feeling like a man trapped in a powder barrel, with a fuse sputtering and crackling toward him. All that time, Kate worked over the babbling man, dripping water onto his parched tongue, allaying his fever with wet packs. On the second night, Lee fell into a quiet sleep, and Kate tumbled into bed, worn out. She had made life possible for Lee. Next morning, Lee still slept deeply. After breakfast, Rip went outside to sit on the stoop and smoke. Kate joined him, her eyes a little fearful, her brow furrowed. Their thoughts were heavy and confused, not easily put into words. Lee lay in there fighting for his life. He alone had saved the bacon of the pool men, yet his discovery by the law might doom them all as accessories after the facts of robbery and murder. The construction crew moved from the camp with their mules. From a distance came the spaced blasts of dynamite shots. Then, through the banging of pans by the cook in the cook tent, a confused mumbling of voices came from the timber. It roused Rip. He knocked the dottle from his pipe and rose, staring. Moving forms showed through the trees, figures that moved forward steadily. Kate grabbed his arm. "Look," she gasped. "It's Dad, Bill Singer, Abe. The poolmen." Rip stood stiff, silent, and pale as Dale Connor led the group into the clearing. Cold-eyed, he watched them halt to take in the untidy litter of the grading camp and listen to the sounds of axes, scrapers, and teamsters' curses filtering in from afar. The looks they flung at the pair on the cabin porch were chill and brief and unfriendly. Rip stole a look at Kate, standing so rigid and white. "Nice folks," he said tartly. "Why not tell them about the deeds?" she murmured. "They're so wrong." No, he clipped. Not yet. Let them suffer. Let them realize fully what their doubting has cost them. There'll be plenty of time later to tell them they're going to share in the railroad's harvest. Let them sweat for a while. Silence came between them. And into that silence intruded the beat of horses' hoofs and the jingle of trappings. Presently, 3 men came riding into the clearing. Rip drew a hard breath. "Hegland," he said, "and the Conway sheriff." "Rip, what will we do?" Kate was frightened. Rip shook his head. "Wait and see how the game goes," he said bleakly. "This may be the beginning of the end, but we're ready." He caught up his rifle, slung it casually across his arm. Pick Riley came walking into the camp and went into a huddle with Hegland, the sheriff, and his deputy. Rip watched them and the poolmen watched them. Riley was pointing toward the house, arguing. The distance was too great for Rip to make out the words, but he saw Riley suddenly shake his fist under the banker's nose and whirl away. Hegland glowered after him like a brooding buzzard. Then, after a word from Hegland, the trio moved toward the grouped poolmen across the clearing. Rip was surprised at that. He had expected Hegland to level on him rather than brace the poolmen. Hegland drew rein before Dale Connor, lit down. The harsh sounds of heated argument floated across to Rip, and he walked over to get into it. Better that than chance their discovery of Lee. As he approached them, the banker was hedging. I mean to say, gentlemen, you've no real kick coming. A coincidence, the railroad building up here at this time. Had no idea of it myself. You were paid generously, and generous, hell. Bawled Big Bill Singer of the pool. You robbed us, Hegland. You've taken advantage of us, and now you get rich on what we slaved for. For a 10-cent piece, I'd horsewhip you into the gulch, growled Dale Connor. The muttering poolmen pressed forward, and Sheriff Ben Hadler warned them back. Take it easy, boys. I know your disappointment. But you sold out, and that's that. You didn't have to take Hegland's money. Of course not, Hegland said piously. Try to deal honestly with men, and they turn against you. Gratitude is dead. He turned, shooting a malevolent glance at Rip. These poolmen don't to deal with them entirely honest with them. If it had been left to Campbell, they'd each have $500 for their holdings. And he would have had as much from each of them. You lie, Hegland. Rip spoke softly. The beginning of the truth ain't in you. There was more he would have said, much more. But the uselessness of it held him silent. Hegland had fed them what they wanted to hear. He had split the pool wide open and turned their hatred from himself. He felt the impact of their hate himself now. Even Sheriff Hadler was staring savagely at him with an expression of loathing. Hegland threw up his hands. Boys, I want to be fair. I can understand how you feel cheated about this railroad. Well, I'm a fair man. Suppose I tear up the old quitclaims. You write out new ones, and I'll raise the ante $1,000. What do you say? Silence held them as they weighed the offer. Rip felt a surge of grudging admiration for the man. He was clever, devilishly clever. Faced with the loss of his title to these timberlands, he was playing his bobtailed flush pat. And Rip could see the effect of his apparent generosity working on the poolmen. Here was Hegland, they thought, with all the aces, offering to give them another $1,000 apiece, despite his lack of obligation in the matter. Only Big Bill Singer rebelled. Another 1,000, he sneered. That's nothing. You've got a fortune on every one of these claims. We've got nothing. Big-hearted, ain't you? Hegland shrugged. I'm sorry you feel like that, my friend. But perhaps it's better to let it ride as it is. I've got title, and you apparently don't want my money. The poolmen looked askance at one another. And Dale Connor, their leader, flushed hotly. Bill Singer talked out of turn, Hegland. The rest of us are grateful for your offer, I'm sure. And we accept it. No use adding to our hard luck. What you want us to do? Hägglund flung a triumphant glance at Rip. He expanded visibly. That's better, gentlemen. I'll return to Conway and have new papers drawn. Suppose we meet here tomorrow noon and close the deal. I want you to be my friends, and this money will be well spent if it brings complete understanding and mutual confidence. Rip stood frozen like a man in chains. He wanted to cry out to them that they were being crucified, but he dared not speak. To even hint that Hägglund was without a vestige of title to the past lands would of necessity mean a confession that he had burned the quitclaims, that he harbored the killer of Glenn. What a strange game this was. He dared not reveal the weak point in Hägglund's scheme, for fear of prison. And Hägglund didn't dare bring up the matter of the disappearance of his agents, though it must be foremost in his mind, lest he reveal that his play was a bluff. Yet, once he had new quitclaims, he would unleash the law against them all, forcing them to prove that they were innocent of killing a man to steal the original quitclaims. The poolmen, having agreed to the meeting, were turning away when Rip, sick at heart, let his temper get away. You'll not meet on my claim, Hägglund, he exploded. Get off now and stay off. You may fool the rest of these men into signing away their rights, but you've not fooled me. Get off. Hägglund flushed, appealed to the sheriff. Hädler looked surprised. What's this mean, Hägglund? Don't you own this claim too? No, Sheriff. This is the only one I don't control. Then you'll have to obey his order to get off, said the lawman. Hold your meeting somewhere else. At my place, spoke up Dale Connor. This blackguard won't bother us there. Hägglund bowed. That's satisfactory, Connor. This time tomorrow, then. He turned smoldering eyes to Rip. I can't understand your attitude, Campbell, but I feel sorry for you. Your faithlessness has poisoned you. Well, good day, gentlemen. He reined his horse about, started away. The poolmen were moving into the timber. Wait, Rip begged. Wait, Connor. Listen to me. They hurried on, and Rip started after them. Sheriff Ben Hädler flung his pony across Rip's path. Hold it, you young fool. Stand where you are. Your neighbors want no part of you, so let them alone. From all the signs, this kind of hate breeds murder. You said it, Sheriff, said Dale Connor. I'll make his wife a widow if he gets in my way. He's done all the harm he's going to. The timber swallowed them, and Rip turned back to his cabin, heavy-footed, heartsick in the face of an avalanche sweeping them all to ruin. For himself, he didn't care. But he thought of Kate. Because of him, she was estranged from her family, under the shadow of lawlessness, and in real danger of becoming a widow before the new quitclaims were signed. For, despite their hate, the poolmen must be told. Despite the deadly danger to himself, he must inform them of Hägglund's desperate bluff. Chapter 7. Kate waited for him in the doorway, her eyes starry with tears. I heard, Rip, she said. Hägglund is robbing them again, and Dad is so stubborn. She broke off, sobbing against his chest. He stroked her hair, brooding. He's blind, honey, he murmured. They all are. Nobody can help them but me, and I don't know if they'll listen. I'm going to your father's home. He's got to know the truth before tomorrow. She caught her breath. He threatened you, Rip. Maybe I'd better go. Rip, come here. Lee's weak voice sounded from inside. They went in and found Lee trying to raise himself, his face contorted with pain and alarm. Rip, he choked, you're a fool for keeping me here. If they find me, your goose is cooked. Rip pushed him down. Take it easy, Lee. Long as you keep still, they won't find you. Hägglund and the Conway sheriff passed within 100 yards just now, and they're none the wiser. Hägglund was worried about title to these claims, and he's found a way. He told the wounded man of the banker's bluff. I've got to stop that steal, Lee, let the chips fall where they will. But how about you? Do what you have to do, partner, grinned Lee, without worrying over me. You've patched up my carcass twice. If you can make use of what's left, have at it. Rip glowered. Damned if I will, Lee. You've done more than your share already, paying in blood for the rest of us. No, I'll pass on the truth and then we'll see what's what. He slapped the wounded man playfully, took Kate in his arms and kissed her. She tried to argue him into letting her go, but he laid his palm over her lips. In him was a fear of Dale Connor's anger against the daughter he had disowned. He stepped outside, not daring a backward look lest his courage fail. Too well he knew this might be his last farewell to his bride. But the thing had grown bigger than any one man or one woman. He was halfway across the clearing when Kate's voice reached him. Rip. Come back. You forgot your gun. Rip only tossed his hand and continued on, well aware he had left the rifle behind. It wasn't in him to use it on Dale Connor, Kate's father. Or any of the others for that matter. A gun was a symbol of conflict. Without one, there was the chance they could be made to listen. Rip's hope he would find Dale Connor alone was blasted when he stepped from the timber before the Connor house. All the pool members were there, sprawled against the cabin front, arguing Heglin's offer. At sight of him, all talk stopped. Rip advanced slowly. Then Dale Connor had bounced up, howling. It's Campbell. Of all the unadulterated gall. He whirled, darted into the cabin, emerging immediately with a rifle in his hands. Now, you traitor, I warned you. Easy, Dale, Rip cautioned him, lifting his hands. I'm not armed. Don't forget they still hang men for murder. Damn your soul, raged Connor. You're on my land. Get off. You hear me? Rip kept moving forward. I came to talk, men, and you'll listen. Everybody knows this is Heglin's land. And he's not here to keep me off. Shoot me if you have to, but wait till I tell you how you've been swindled by a crook. Yeah, I wouldn't believe the dying statement of a coyote like you. Shut up, Dale, said Bill Singer. Let the rat talk. Their muttering ceased. Rip was within a rod of them when Al Connor, Kate's kid brother, came hurtling around the cabin. You devil, he screamed. Where you got my sister? His arm rocked and he hurled an egg-sized rock. Rip tried vainly to avoid it. It smacked him on the neck, under the ear. He went down, dazed. He heard Dale Connor yell, "Good boy, Al," and saw him charging. He rose, drove his fist into the man's belly. Then they swarmed over him. Get him. Beat the big devil to a pulp. Pay him off. They were kicking him, pounding him. There was no chance to fight back, no chance to say the thing he had come here to say. They swarmed all over him, and his senses flickered under the punishment. Thanks to the savagery of a boy, they were fully aroused. There was no telling how far they would go. Desperately, Rip pleaded with them. Wait, you fools. Give me a chance. Kill him, roared Dale Connor. Pay him off. A rock-like fist bounced off Rip's jaw. He felt his consciousness slipping. He got his right hand free, smashed a snarling face before him. Then they had him pinned tightly. Blows rained on him, smothering him, filling him with sickening pain. His brain seemed to explode in a flash of fire. His consciousness ebbed. As oblivion claimed him, he heard the echoes of a shot and a woman's scream. Later, he heard the voice of Ma Connor. Thank the Lord you came when you did, Kate. The men had gone too crazy to feel shame at handling Rip like that. Dale, you fetch me some water and be quick about it. Jed, hand me that whiskey. It's over there in the corner. And the rest of you clear out, Kate's voice snapped. I'll kill the man who harms my husband further. You cowards. Get out, you hear me? Move. Shameless woman. Dale Connor's mutter came bitterly. Threatening your parents and friends with a gun. You talk of shame, raged Kate. Ganging up on your best friend, a man who's gone through hell to save you, and who came here unarmed to give you the best news the pool ever had. And you talk of shame." Rip opened his eyes. Groggily, he raised to one elbow, staring at Kate. She stood with her back to the wall, a rifle menacing the poolmen, who were backing slowly toward the door. Never had Rip seen such anger as blazed in her eyes, or such tenderness as replaced her rage when she looked at him. "Are you all right, Rip?" she quavered. "I'll do," Rip managed through split lips. "Put down the gun and call them back." "They don't deserve to hear what you came here to tell them," she ground out. Rip searched the sullen, baffled faces of the poolmen. He felt pity for them in their ignorance. Strangely, he blamed only himself in this moment. His leadership must have been at fault. "We're all victims of a crooked, ruthless man," he rumbled, lifting himself to a sitting position on the edge of the bed. "Our only hope of beating him is to work together. Men, come in and listen to me." Kate waved her rifle. "They'll listen, Rip, or I'll run them out of these woods." Rip shook his head. "Don't talk like that, girl. We've got to quit fighting one another and get together." He leaned back, letting the tension drop away. Then, when they had edged back, "All right, boys, you're going to hear something." Patiently, as if none of them were older than scowling Al Connor, he told them of his movements since leaving the pass to raise a loan for the Hall Road. On and on he talked. The sun was shining straight down into the timber aisles when he was finished. "It sounds crazy, boys, but it's gospel. Why does Hegland want you to sign new quitclaims? The old ones didn't mention price. If Hegland really wanted to be generous, he'd pay you more money without going to the trouble of drawing new deeds. He wants new quitclaims because I burned all evidence of his title, and he's bluffing to get control again." The poolmen stared at him, frozen immobile. Sandy Matters, one of the older men, broke the silence. "Aye, lad," he sighed. "It's a brave thing you did for us all. And I'm shamed that I have been so thick-skulled." Dale Connor shuffled forward, his leathery cheeks jerking. He planted himself before Rip, stuck out his chin. "Come, Rip," he begged, tapping his jaw. "I gave you 2 good ones here. Pay them back with interest. I got them coming." Rip refused. "I'd sooner we both paid this way, Dale," he said, sticking out his hand, trying to smile. Dale Connor shook fervently, then looked shamefacedly toward Kate, standing with her arms about her mother. He moved, and then they were together, laughing and crying all at once. Little Al stared at Rip for a minute. He tried to say something, but his voice choked, and his lips trembled. Ashamed, he whirled, wove through the silent poolmen and outside. And then everyone was talking at once. "What we going to do now, Rip? We dare not let on to Hegland. Mustn't give Rip away. Nor Lee Ludlow, neither. Cripes, there's a man whose hand I want to shake. Doing what he done for us, we not even knowing what he looks like, or him us." Rip broke a silence. "I think the best thing we can do is to clear out. If Hegland can't find us, he can't do a thing. In the meantime, the railroad will be building, and, when it's ready, we'll come down and ship logs. Suppose we make a camp at Fire Lake. Some of you will have to give me a hand with the stretcher to carry Lee. Before we pull out, I'll have a talk with Riley and learn when he figures to tie up the loose ends and get his cars running." They hailed his idea, gloating over Hegland's discomfiture upon finding the once gullible poolmen missing. Ma Connor, with Kate helping, pitched in and prepared a dinner for them all. The Storm Pass pool was alive again, and to a man they savored it. They toasted Rip again and again, until Dale Connor's jug was empty. And then, enjoying life for the first time in weeks, they parted company against their rendezvous at Fire Lake. Chapter 8. At noon the next day, Max Hegland fixed his best smile on his death mask face and rode jauntily into Daft Connor's clearing. Beside him rode a trusted bodyguard, Garth Virgil. Following them came 2 armed deputies, sent by Sheriff Hadler of Conway to guard the small fortune in Hegland's saddlebags. Hegland, with the confidence of one who carves his own destiny, sang out a hearty hail. He was frowning as he drew rein before the cabin, seeing no sign of habitation. He stepped from the saddle, bleakness touching his cheeks. The rest remained on their horses. Garth Virgil said, "Sure you got the time straight, Chief? Looks like nobody's home." Scowling, Hegland hammered the door, then jerked the latch and went in. Bewilderment clouded his eyes when he came out. "Looks like they left in a hurry," he grumbled. "Can't understand it. You two deputies, you know this pass. Light out and herd those poolmen here, and don't lose any time." They nodded, loped away. Hegland loosed his cinch and sought the shade of a tree. For a long time he studied the ground in silence. Then to Virgil, who had sprawled beside him, he said, "I don't like it, Garth. No doubt of it, the Connors have moved out bag and baggage. But why?" "Search me," grunted the gunman. "You never can tell about a hillbilly. Imagine running off and leaving $1,000. The banker brooded. "Time has defeated me, Garth. Maybe Campbell got to them. I'll lay $1,000 we don't find a poolman on the pass. Not a one." "You reckon?" "And I'll bet another 1,000 the pool knows I haven't got those quitclaims." "Cripes, that's bad, Chief." "You're telling me. It means that one of the poolmen killed Glenn and stole the papers, which doesn't surprise me much. Or it might be that Ludlow double-crossed me and came up here. If it was that little crook, he likely swapped the quitclaims for the money I paid the pool." "How about them agents, Chief? Maybe they never paid over the money." "Tommy rot. They had to pay to get the papers signed." "But what went with them?" demanded Garth. "Gents don't run off with nothing." "The answer is they're dead. That's my guess. Ludlow said they sent him down with the titles, staying behind to work on Campbell. That ain't reasonable, come to think of it. What's it add up to, boss? Does this lick you on the railroad deal?" His lips warped in a smile. "You underestimate me, Virgil. Why did I bring Sheriff Hadler here yesterday? To hear my offer to the poolmen. He heard them agree to sign new deeds for a consideration of an extra $1,000. That is prima facie evidence they signed quitclaims before. They can be held to that, my friend." Virgil chuckled. "You're a hard man to beat, Chief. You think of everything. Well, not quite everything, maybe. But I've still got this deal in hand. If the poolmen show up before the road's finished, I'll force them to come through. If not, and they buck me, I'll sue them for all they're worth. If they're following that Campbell and figuring to ship logs." He laughed acridly. "What about Campbell? You've got no hold on him." "Ah, Virgil, there's a hard case. You're right. I have no hold on him. That's why I brought you." He stroked his spade chin, and a faraway look came to his eyes. "You follow me, Garth?" "Sure, Chief." The gunman grinned. "I'll follow you to hell, for $1,000 a head. When do I begin to commence?" "When I give the word, not before." Silence fell between them. After a while, the two deputies roared up to report what Hegland already surmised. The pool people were gone, as if the earth had swallowed them up. The banker's orders were sharp and to the point. "You two ride to the Great Western Camp on Fire Peak and round up the idle logging crew. Toll off 2 men to occupy each of the pass houses. Tell them to hold the properties up to the point of a dog-eat-dog fight. If the poolmen return, I want to know it." When they had galloped away, Hegland turned to Virgil. "I'm leaving you at the Campbell cabin while I return to Redfield to start a fighting crew up to Fire Peak. I want an emergency crew there that knows how to fight with something beside their boots and fists. I'm taking no chances. Virgil, another slip-up may be my last. When and if Campbell returns, hold him and notify me. I'm depending on you." Virgil grinned as he watched the banker ride away. Then he too mounted and struck through the timber toward the construction camp. Passing days became weeks. The rails crawled past Dale Connor's place, past Bill Singer's and on toward the Great Western Timber Holdings. Day by day, Pick Riley grew more worried. "Not one stick timber is Great Western cutting," he complained to Virgil one day. "And the devil, I'm worried. Can I get any word out of Hegland? If I don't have sticks to haul when I've laid these rails." "Take it easy, Pick," Virgil soothed. "When Max Hegland starts cutting timber, he'll make you melt these rails keeping up with him." Similar advice must have come from Hegland, for Pick Riley rushed the work. The mystery of the vanished pool people was not explained. Each of the cabins continued to be occupied by men from the Great Western timber camps on Fire Peak. And they, in their turn, made these cabins available to Riley when he needed them to house his construction offices. At last the day came. The narrow gauge was complete from Conway to Fire Peak. Only the last spike remained to be driven. A plated spike Pick Riley insisted be sledged home by Max Hegland, the Redfield banker who had made the road possible. On the pass not far from Bill Singer's place, a platform had been built. And early one morning, a shiny narrow-gauge locomotive puffed out of Conway, pulling a string of flat cars equipped with benches to accommodate the crowd. Conway businessmen and sawmill owners, looking ahead to prosperous times. Town dads, the mayor, sheriff, and councilman. Visiting dignitaries. And scores of workers and their families, happy in the carnival spirit. The little train snorted up Cedar Gulch, puffed laboriously up the loops to the pass, and so to the bunting-draped platform, where the smoke of barbecue fires gave promise of big eating after the speeches and ceremonies. From atop a timbered ridge, the men of the Storm Pass pool watched the train arrive and spew out its throng. For 6 weeks they had sequestered themselves at Fire Lake, planning for this moment and girding themselves against it. Now they were grim, uneasy, glancing continually at Lee Ludlow, whose plan they had agreed to follow. Lee stood talking with Rip Campbell. In the interim, with rest and care, Lee had mended fast. He had lost his gauntness. Contact with rugged, honest men, who treated him like an equal and respected his judgment, had restored his confidence and erased the bitter lines from his face. But the last 24 hours had been hard. Worry had plunged him into despondency. "I hope to God I've figured it right, Rip," he murmured now. "Hegland's playing this like he knows what he's doing. His men are in your homes, and his money's finished the railroad. I could be wrong, you know." "We're taking the chance, Lee," Rip said bleakly. "Only trouble with you is you're a killjoy, if ever I've seen one. Except for you, we'd have been run right off the pass before now." Longing touched the little ex-convict's features. "I'm banking on my figuring, Rip. The only thing that keeps a man level-headed in Stony Lonesome is figuring. I've done plenty of it. I think I'm right now. You'd better go down and get it over with." Rip smiled, held out his hand, and they shook. "Luckily," said the tall man. "I wish you'd reconsider and stay with us. We'll miss you." Lee gulped. "That goes double, feller. I'd never forget how you've treated me. I feel like I've been born all over again. But I'm poison to you folks. If Hegland spots me, he'll figure out the lay and put the law onto me. With my record and these wounds, I'll be put over for killing Glenn and spoil any chance you've got. No, it's better that I travel fast and far." They shook again. The poolmen came up to say goodbye, to wish him luck. Kate brushed his lips with an impulsive kiss. Then they were straggling down toward the celebration, leaving behind the tough man whom life had treated so badly. With his wife at his side, Rip moved after the others. In his steps was a hesitancy, as if he were unsure of the ground. Kate was talking, but he scarcely heard her words. His eyes were on that gaily bedecked platform, where the crowd milled. Success and triumph seemed only words, far, far away. So many things could happen down there, any one of which could spell doom for the Storm Pass pool, oblivion for him, and bitter memories for Kate. Chapter 9. The people of the pool joined the crowd, edging close to the platform where Max Hegland, resplendent in beaver hat and tailed coat, was finishing his speech. He caught Rip's eyes, faltered as he picked out the other pool men, each leaning upon his long rifle. Then he stumbled on. As I was saying, this road is the most important contribution this country has ever known. No longer will these great acres of fine merchantable timber cry for the saw and the axe. I can assure you that, after a 3-year period of preparedness, Great Western will start cutting and shooting logs to Conway. Men will throng here. Business. On the platform, Riley bounced up from his chair, his face red with sudden passion. 3 years, is it? He bellowed. Sure, and did I hear you right, Mr. Hegland? You'll not be forgetting you told me. Mr. Riley. Hegland halted him, dry and deadly. I am a banker, holding these timberlands in trust for the many stockholders of Great Western. My judgment as to the time to begin lumbering is probably better than yours. Considering conditions, it will be at least 3 years before. Hold on, bawled Riley, his great fist doubled. I don't care a hoot about stockholders. My money's in this road as well as yours. You hold my mortgage. If I don't haul logs for 3 years, I lose everything. Hegland shrugged. Sympathy, my good man, must not sway us to a bad business venture. When the mortgage comes due, I'm sure something can be done to extend it. Now, if you will allow me to continue, please. You thieving devil, exploded Riley, moving toward him. I see through you now. You promised me faithfully you'd start cutting when I started the road. Now you say 3 years. You're stealing my road legal, robbing me entirely. I'll lose every cent. Rage convulsed his face. A murmur of protest rose from the crowd as Hegland gave back, his hand near the lapel of his coat. It was then that Rip leaped to the platform. Riley, he barked at the Irishman, halting him, you're wrong. You won't lose your road because of false promises. The Storm Pass pool has several million feet waiting to be hauled down now, and money to start cutting on a scale that will keep you humping if Great Western never cuts. Riley stood planted, staring at him like a man stunned. Then Hegland was hurling his queries through a silence electric with tension. What logs, Campbell? The Storm Pass pool is defunct, just a name. Where can you cut logs? On the pass claims, Hegland. Triumph lighted the banker's face. He beckoned to Sheriff Hadler. Sheriff, he said pompously, you heard the poolmen curse me for buying them out too cheap. Robbing them, as they claimed. You heard me agree to pay them each $1,000 extra, as an earnest of my goodwill. You know they agreed to accept it and sign new papers. The poolmen climbed to the platform to back Rip up. Sheriff Hadler scowled at them. Sure I did, he conceded. What's the idea? Campbell? Why did you poolmen pull out and not take Hegland's second offer? That's what I can't see. Dale Connor moved out. Sheriff, we pulled out because Rip Campbell convinced us Hegland's original price was fair enough for our land. Anything wrong about that? The lawman looked bewildered. No, can't say there is. But you admit you sold to Hegland? Rip drew a long breath and spoke the words Lee's cunning had placed in his mouth, words intended to split Hegland's thick wall of treachery wide open. Sure we sold, he said. Except for me, every man in the Storm Pass pool sold Hegland his land. They got a fair and decent price for land that will make fine farms once we log it and the stumps are pulled. It will be worth 3 times what Hegland paid for it. You don't think they'd be crazy enough to throw in their rich timber rights, do you? A gasp rose from the crowd. He's lying. Hegland raged. There was no such reservation. I own every stick of this timber. I hold you accountable for preventing their trespass, Sheriff. Hold on, Hegland, said Rip. The law can't forbid that without an injunction. And no judge will interfere once he reads the quitclaims. Sheriff Hadler vacillated. He's right, Hegland, he murmured. Trot out the deeds and let's give a look. If they show you own the pool timber rights, I'll see they don't haul a log." "Show you the deeds," cried Hegland. "How can I?" "What I mean to say is, those papers were stolen, Sheriff, from the bank. And the man who stole them murdered my associate, Thomas Glenn." The lawman's jaws bulged. "When did all this happen?" 3 days before you rode up here with me the first time. It happened about 4 in the morning. The sheriff snorted. "And you waited till now to mention it. What ails you, Hegland? Who stole the deeds? Who done said murder?" Hegland swept the grinning poolman, as if seeking a victim. His desperate glance came to rest on Rip Campbell, and his taloned finger leveled. "There's the man, Sheriff. Rip Campbell. He murdered Glenn and stole back the deeds I'd already paid for." The lawman's voice grew hard. "Hogwash. You amaze me, Hegland. Campbell's claim is 120 miles from Redfield. 4 hours after you say your bank was robbed, Rip Campbell tossed Pick Riley out of his cabin. I've got Riley's word for that. How'd Campbell do it, Fly? Not likely. No man's flew through the air, and no man ever will. Hegland, far as I'm concerned, you've just proved yourself a liar and a rascal. You engineered a steal here on the pass, but it bounced back and slapped you in the face. Another thing, I heard you tell the poolmen you knew nothing about the coming of this road, that it was pure luck on your part. Now Riley says your bank financed construction. Why, for 2 cents I'd take you down and slap you in jail." Hegland was licked, and he showed it. He looked wildly about, hearkened to the low muttering of the crowd, and shrank back. Wordlessly, he turned and left the platform, placing himself within the ranks of Virgil and the Great Western lumberjacks, who had been holding down the pool cabins. The festival was at an end. The sheriff barked orders to all to get back on the cars. Then he turned to Rip, who still was numbed by the suddenness of vindication and victory. "Nice going, Campbell. I always did think there was something fishy the way Hegland dragged me up here. Well, reckon I'll go back on the train." His eyes flicked nervously to where Hegland stood in the midst of his scowling henchmen. "You don't think you'll need me here, do you?" Rip said grimly. "I reckon we'll make out, Sheriff. The shouting's over. Hegland hasn't a leg to stand on, and I doubt he'll call on his lumberjacks. They don't owe him anything. If I know the breed, they won't hitch their wagon to a falling star. Faith, the scum'll be down looking for jobs in the morning," put in Riley. "Devil a stick of Hegland's timber will I haul, till the Storm Pass claims are logged to bare stumps." The harp's face was hard. Sheriff Hadler smiled grimly, walked to the platform edge to scowl down at Hegland and his Great Western lumberjacks. "Get on the train, Hegland," he ordered. "We're pulling out. And you boys who took over the pool houses, pack your plunder and get out. If you make trouble, I'll dust out cells for you. Get smart. Great Western will be idle for 3 years, by Hegland's words. Jobs here will be filled by the Storm Pass pool. Get what I mean?" Some just glared sullenly, others nodded. Only Hegland protested. "You mean you're asking me to pull out, Sheriff, and leave my men in the hands of this rabble? No thanks, I'll stand with them." Hadler snorted. "If you must stay, Hegland, that's your business. I refuse to hang around and back up your crooked plays. Take my advice, clear off the pass for good." "I'm glad you place yourself before witnesses," said the banker dryly. "This is my land, and I'll defend it to the last. More, I promise this will cost you your job. Good day to you, sir." He turned on his heel, spoke to his men, and struck into the timber northward toward the Great Western holdings on Fire Peak. The lumberjacks shuffled uncertainly. One swore, said, "Me, I don't like it. I'm talking the train to Conway for my time." "Me too," a second one muttered. Hegland lied about a long-time job. 2/3 of them joined the route, moving in a body to climb the flat cars. Rip called after them. "Thanks, boys. If you want work, come back. There'll be a job here for you, good pay and good grub." The rest hurried after Hegland, and the lawman gripped Rip's hand. "You're on top of the boom now, son. But play it careful. Heglin's a deep man. Rip nodded, grinned, and watched Hadler board the train with Riley and the other dignitaries. The whistle woke echoes, and the engineer sprang his throttle. The driver spun and the train throbbed. Until the timber swallowed it, Rip, Kate, and the rest stared after the snorting engine. Shining rails, jutting exhaust steam, rolling smoke, these things were symbols of hope and prosperity. Departure of the train brought reaction, left them with a strange loneliness and feeling of unimportance. Suddenly, the task ahead seemed unsurmountable. Kate pressed close to Rip. "Now it's all up to us," she murmured. "And I'm missing Lee." "Me too," he confessed. "It was his idea, and it worked like he planned. I hope wherever he goes, luck favors him as if has us." The beat of the engine exhaust and the clicking of the rails faded out. The spell was broken. Bill Singer uttered a war whoop, grabbed Rip, and swung him around. Dale Connor closed in to pummel him. "You did it, feller. Did it in spite of hell." Everyone was laughing, talking, shouting. Children, caught in the joy of the moment, shrieked and danced about the platform. The women, wan and haggard with the struggle to survive here, wept unashamed. It was a full quarter hour before they quieted, before Rip could speak to them about tomorrow's struggle. They had money, he pointed out, Heglin money. They'd have to spend it for equipment, tools, donkey engines, cable, food, camp supplies, share and share alike. They were looking at him, silent, waiting for him to finish when something hit old Abe with a wet, smacking sound, knocking the man down like a giant, invisible hand. The vicious snarl of a high-powered rifle echoed through the timber, followed by Heglin's savage bawl. "Shoot, you punchers. Let them have it. Burn them down and wipe them out. Every one. Men, women, kids. Don't leave nothing alive." Chapter 10. Stunned, those around the platform whirled to face the attack. Leaping forms came crashing from the timber, sunlight glinting off leveled rifles. Rip took instant command. "Dale. Kate. Jeb. Zeke. Get the women and children into Bill's log pile. Put them down, face down. Hurry," he yelled. A woman screamed in fright, and Kate whirled her, shouldered her into a run toward the haven of Bill Singer's 3-year cut, piled at one edge of the clearing. Heavy 20-foot sticks scattered pell-mell, waiting for snow that had failed to come. Rip waited only to see the women and children in full flight, then caught up his rifle, leaning against the platform. He leveled, drew a bead, and fired. A lumberjack fell. "Give them hell, boys," Rip cried. "Feed them lead. Give the women and kids a chance." The pool men needed no urging. They were down, their guns spitting. A great Western man paused to level at the women. Before he could shoot, a half-score of leaden slugs blasted him off his feet and down. The Storm Pass pool was taking up the gauge of battle. So savage was the fight for a few minutes that Heglin's gun crew paused, then broke for the timber. Rip was up then, leading the charge. A wall of flame faced them, and a pool man fell, groaning. It was suicide to advance, and Rip ordered the retreat. Big Bill Singer picked up the fallen man, shouldered him. Then the rest covered him, giving back to the log pile. They made it without loss, though more than one was burned by lead. Rip among them. Only Abe McDougal lay in the open, and he was done for. His wife and children wept hysterically. In the timber, Max Heglin was gloating. "Trap them, boys. Circle the clearing and pick them off, one by one. And remember, if a single one is spared to carry the tale, every one of you will swing, every man. Finish them." Belly down in the logs, Rip snapped a shot at a figure flitting from bowl to bowl beyond the clearing. He missed, cursed, levered in another shell. A hand touched his shoulder, and he turned to face Bill Singer. "How many cartridges you got, Rip?" the giant demanded. "What's in the magazine?" Rip grunted. "The rest are in my pack. Out yonder." "I've got 6, said Bill. What a fool I was not to have foreseen this. Lie low and make each shell count, snapped Rip. Pass the word. If Hegland guesses, we won't last 5 minutes. Don't let the women know. Bill bellied away, leaving a faint trace of blood. And Rip cursed the treachery of one who would murder women and children to line his pockets with gold. Pool firing ceased, and the bullets of the lumberjacks kept thudding into their log parapets. Hegland's men slowly closed the circle, but it must have been apparent to the banker that the lead was wasted, for the firing soon slackened and died. Silence held for 5 minutes. Then suddenly, to windward of the log trap, a wisp of smoke whirled down upon the beleaguered pool force. Then the crackle of flames became clearly audible. A child coughed. Dale Connor's hoarse voice rose. He's torched the brush, by God. Keep your heads down, all of you. Don't get panicky. Breathe easy. And watch for a charge through the smoke. Breathe easy. What a chance. In 5 minutes, the covert was unbearable. Kate lay beside Rip, her face pressed to the ground, her arm about her brother, Al. Both were coughing, gasping for air. Children were crying. Women whimpering. Rip kept his head up, peering through the pall, his gun ready for the first sign of attack. But the boiling, acrid smoke baffled him. Tears streamed from his eyes. His lungs burned like fire. They were suffocating. It couldn't last. But no one broke, and presently Hegland's order rang over the crackle of flames. Then they came, leaping, shooting, flogged by Hegland's snarled hate. Like gray ghosts, the poolmen rose to repel the charge that spelled doom. Close to Rip, a figure materialized. Narrow eyes gleamed malevolently above a bandana-swathed face. A gun leveled. Rip swerved, felt the breath brush his cheek as gun flame gushed at him. Rifles roared, and the man dove headfirst into Rip, knocking him back and driving the rifle from his hands. Rip rolled the dead man off, regained his weapon. Then Kate's scream was dinning in his ears. Whirling, Rip saw the poised, buzzard-like form of Hegland. Gloating and triumph blazed in his deep-sunk eyes as he swung his pistol barrel. Rip was off balance, unready, an easy target. Even as he drove himself in the turning effort, he saw Hegland's finger tightening on the trigger. He braced himself. As the gun roared, Kate's form came leaping between Rip and the renegade banker. The bullet hit her with an audible impact. She moaned faintly, spun and fell face down. A roar of shots gave answer. Hegland seemed blown back, but he didn't go down. He whirled and ran, the smoke swallowing him. Something snapped inside Rip. His stifled breath, the crash of guns and turmoil of conflict, all were forgotten in the rush of passion to kill. He came up recklessly, hurdled the logs and struck out after Hegland. Behind him men were roaring for him to come back, but Rip paid no heed. A greater roar was in his ears, and it startled him to realize it came from his lips. He was crazed with grief and terrible rage. Kate was dead. Hegland had killed her. Now he had a glimpse of that gaunt form, bounding through a rift in the smoke pall, heading for the timber. Rip bellowed the man's name, had it torn from his lips by an eerie screech that seemed to drive at him from all sides. Behind him, he heard the glad yells of the pool men. And then he saw the dim shape of the returning train, brakes screaming. Men came scrambling off it. Gunfire rose to a hellish crescendo as the reinforcements took after the fleeing lumberjacks. And a thrill went through Rip as he recognized the leaders, Pick Riley, Sheriff Hadler, and Lee. Rip didn't pause, though wonder at Lee's presence numbed him. It was all like a bad dream, destructive, kaleidoscopic. The smoke cleared, and Rip saw the somber-garbed banker halt, whirl, and level his pistol. It flamed, and Lee brushed Rip's side. Rip couldn't have told where he dropped his gun. Weaving, he roared after his man. Again the banker fired. Rip's head jerked as Lee furrowed his jaw. But he raced on. Twice more Hegland pulled trigger, his aim getting wilder, his eyes dilating as Rip came on like avenging doom, merciless, inexorable. Then Hegland cracked. With fear twisting his face, he screamed, whirled, and flashed away, Rip gaining at each stride. Then the agency of Hegland's own making conspired to defeat him. As if the gods of violence mocked this human buzzard, a patch of brush screamed into flame directly before him, barring his way. Trapped, the banker skittered to a stop, spun about, and leveled his piece. His teeth bared like a wolf's as the hammer drew back. Recklessly, Rip drove at him. The hammer fell soundlessly. The pistol was empty. Rip nearly broke the man's arm with a swipe of his powerful hand. Then he had Hegland in his grasp. The man squealed like a pig as Rip lifted him. Laughing terribly, Rip carried him toward the fire, until the glare of it seared his eyeballs. Then, with a heave, he propelled his burden into the greedy flames. Hegland sailed through the air like a bird, screaming terribly, and the wall of fire swallowed him. Rip saw him rise, execute a grotesque dance of death, stumble, and go down. His cries ceased and he failed to rise again. Smoke shrouded the scene. Rip turned back, his shoulders sagging, tears streaming down his face. "You asked for it, Hegland," he mumbled. "A man who plays with fire is bound to get burned." Ahead of him was a murmur of voices. The yammer of guns had ceased. The fire, reaching the edge of the clearing, was burning out. And in the swirling murk, Bill Singer's clearing looked like an approach to hell. Still forms sprawled about the log pile, of them A being the only poolman. The locomotive exhaust had a contented sound. Poolmen strove to quiet the women and children, while the warriors from the cars straggled out of the timber, grimly exultant. Sight of Rip roused a general enthusiasm. They came crowding about him, favoring their hurts and giving vent to profane boasts that their troubles were over. But Rip couldn't share their joy. He had one last sorrowful chore, then he would leave Storm Pass forever. He could not endure to remain here with his memories of Kate. Success, money, leadership, all these things were ashes in his mouth now. Someone grabbed Rip's arm, tugging at him, saying words. It was Sheriff Hadler, but Rip stared at him vacantly, repeating over and over, "Where's Kate?" Hadler drew his hand across Rip's cheek, his patience gone. "Shut up. Snap out of it. That's what I'm trying to tell you." He jerked his thumb toward the train. "She's up there." Rip gaped at him. "What did you say?" he asked, bewildered. "Wake up. I said she's on a car, working with the wounded. She ain't bad hurt." Something lifted from Rip's spirit. He opened his mouth, closed it, and was running. He raced to the car where women were applying bandages to bullet cuts. He vaulted up. And then he stood facing her. "Kate," he croaked, and felt her as if doubting her reality. "Kate, I thought you were dead." She was chalky white, but she could laugh at him. "Dead? Not yet, Rip. But I sure thought I was a goner. I had a club when Hegland loomed up, but I wasn't close enough to use it on him. So Hegland's bullet hit my club and slammed it against me. Knocked my wind out and maybe broke a rib." Sheriff Hadler was grinning up at him. "Well, Rip," he sighed. "How'd it happen, Ben?" Rip asked. "Why'd you come back here?" "Pure luck, fella. Seems Ludlow spotted Hegland's gunmen marching down here from Fire Peak. He followed, learned what they aimed to do, and made it down here in time to flag the train. We turned back, and not a minute too soon." "Where's Hegland?" "Dead," said Rip. "By fire." "A fit ending for a snake," muttered the lawman. But Rip didn't hear. His anxious glance picked up Lee, herding in a big lumberjack at the point of a gun. "What does Lee Ludlow mean to you, Rip?" Hadler asked sternly. "Mean?" echoed Rip. "He's my partner, Sheriff, the best a man ever had." The lawman stroked his heavy jaw. "Hegland mentioned a gent named Lee Ludlow. But funny. I can't for the life of me recall what it was about." "Too bad Hegland ain't in shape to jog your memory," said Rip. "Ain't it?" said Hadler thoughtfully. "Oh well, I won't lose sleep over it. Likely just another of that crook's lies anyway. He caught Rip's hand, wrung it fervently, and turned away to supervise the loading of prisoners. The platform, which had been built for the opening celebration of Pick Riley's railroad, was not torn down. Instead, it was roofed. And once each year the men of the Storm Pass pool, their workers and many Conway people gather there for a dance, feed, and celebration. There are races, chopping and sawing contests, feats of lumbering skill, speeches, and fun for all. And always it has been Lee Ludlow who is marshal of festivities, the quiet-mannered, serious little superintendent of the prosperous pool interests. Always newcomers and strangers remark upon the strange fact that all but one of the Storm Pass poolmen wears a heavy gold watch chain, from which dangles a $5 gold piece. This, they are told, was the exact surplus in the pool when they had lumped their savings to send Rip Campbell to Redfield for a loan to build a haul road. Lee Ludlow's charm alone is different, and he grins as he explains. This, he asks, fingering the deformed leaden pendant. Oh, it's just a flattened .30 to 30 slug. That's what it cost me to get into this business. He ruefully rubs his right side that still aches when the weather changes, smiles knowingly, and says no more. But it has been remarked that when he looks at Rip Campbell and his beautiful wife, tears come into his eyes. The end.